Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 121. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 1. The negotiation between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult. The group heading from the Martial Arts Alliance to Mount Kunlun was divided into two. The original plan was for everybody to move at once, however, it was no longer an option. Young Masternim. Chief Eunuch Y looked toward the tea-drinking Cal as he spoke. Apparently 2 of Sima Pyong's children are coming. Is that so? Cal sipped the tea with a relaxed look on his face. He then flinched. It's bitter. I haven't had bitter tea since coming to the Central Plains. He slowly peeked to his side. Ron had a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. I finally found the flavor you used to drink a lot, young Masternim. Isn't it great? Yeah, great. Very great. He was smiling gently, but something made it uncomfortable. Cal avoided his gaze as he nonchalantly answered. Click. He placed the teacup down and asked Chief Eunuch Y a question. Then, will the Chief Advisor's group head out first? Chief Eunuch Y nodded his head and handed Cal a document. The Chief Advisor, the Cleve Saint, the Wudang Sect, the Hebei Peng Clan, the Chivalry Corps, the Justice Corps, and the others will head out first tomorrow, young Masternim. Cal was planning on going with them, but Cal's group had to stay here because the Divergent Coalition was coming to get that trash, Sima Yung, back. Cal had made the suggestion to Zhujmi Ryo, who had been contemplating what to do. Why don't we split into 2 then? The group is quite large to move all at once anyway, don't you think so? We might as well split into 2 and meet up at the Kunlun sect. Cal, who understood why Zhujmi Ryo could not answer, continued to speak. You must be hesitant because of the living Jiangxis? Yes, young Masternim. It is obvious that I need to be with the leading group. We can't leave someone who doesn't know the situation in charge. In that case, what will we do about the living Jiangxis? I'm not so sure about that. Do you think anything will happen? Excuse me. Zhujmi Ryo was confused, but Cal was being serious. The entire Central Plains and even the Outlands are probably extremely alert right now about this negotiation between the demon cult and the Orthodox faction. If the living Jiangxis they've planted are a part of that negotiating team, wouldn't the blood cult order them to figure out the contents of the negotiation? Ah, Zhujmi Ryo immediately nodded her head and mumbled. If we don't show any signs of knowing, it is unlikely that the living Jiangxis will reveal themselves and go berserk. Don't you think so? Why would the blood cult, which has only moved under the surface until now, suddenly change that? Cal started smiling and Zhujmi Ryo stopped frowning. That is true. The blood cult will probably try to hide themselves even more with the rumors about the sword demon, blood cult, and Namgung clan running rampant. Cal nodded his head at Zhujmi Ryo, who figured it out on her own. That's correct. But if you are still uncomfortable with it, you can put all 5 of them with our group, Chief Advisornim. That might also seem abnormal, so we will take 3, while your group takes 2, young Master Kimnim. That was the end of that conversation with the Chief Advisor. Chief Eunuch Y delivered the rest of the information to Cal later. The group leaving with us is about 2/5 of the whole group. Elder Honim, Namgung Mahi, Peng Yu, and other important figures are with us. The Hebei Peng clan is going with the Chief Advisor, but Peng Yu is going with us. Yes, young Masternim. The Chief Advisor let us know that it seems like he is trying to dig into your identity, young Masternim. I see. Cal nodded his head. Peng Yu of the Hebei Peng clan. Although he understood why that guy would be curious, there isn't much to dig up. He openly shared his inner thoughts. He turned his head after hearing a chuckle to see Choi Young-soo looking away from him. Cal got annoyed and nonchalantly commented, "What are you doing here?" What am I doing? Nothing. You're not going to go help your paternal cousin once removed? Choi Young-soo tightly closed his mouth and avoided Cal's gaze at that comment. Until they left for the demon cult, Choi Han was studying martial arts in the underground training ground the Martial Arts Alliance allowed them to use. Cal Nim, if it is possible, may I look through the sky sword until we leave? Cal obviously said yes, and Choi Han had been in seclusion ever since. Cal was telling Choi Young-soo to go see Choi Han, while Choi Young-soo was pretending not to hear him. Of course, he was fidgeting his fingers as if he wanted to go, but Cal just looked away because it was annoying to see that. He made a comment as he did that. Go make sure Choi Han is eating properly. Should I? Yeah. Go. Okay. Choi Young-soo got up as if he had no choice, but his steps and voice made it obvious he was excited. Cal was about to sigh before he stopped. Ha! He saw Rayon sigh and shake his head. Has he done something like this before? Cal felt a bit unsettled that Rayon acted exactly as he was about to act. However, he did not have the time to maintain such feelings. Then I will inform the chief advisor that she can proceed as planned. Yes, sir. Then the living Jiangxis going with us are Zhu Jun-so and Jiang Chan. Zhuge Ryo put Zhu Jun-so, someone who was basically her disciple, with Cal. He is a member of the Martial Arts Alliance dispatched from Shaolin. A monk had ended up as a living Jiangxi as well. Cal nodded his head and asked, which of Sima Pyong's children are coming? Sima Pyong's second child was the unorthodox faction's greatest trash, fighting lunatic Sima Yung. Chief Eunuch Y hesitated before responding. The third and fifth are coming. He awkwardly avoided Cal's gaze as he answered. Both of them are a bit famous. Cal recalled the information recorded in his mind about the Divergent Coalition leader's children. The first and fourth were said to be talented individuals who are called the future of the Divergent Coalition. In comparison, the second child, Sima Yung, was called the trash who went around causing any and all issues possible. As for the third, Sima Dan, and the fifth and youngest, Sima Gong, alcoholic and a gambling addict. Apparently, they were not called trash thanks to the fighting lunatic. Haha, Chief Eunuch Y awkwardly laughed as he spoke. But the fact that the coalition leader sent 2 of his children because he could not personally come seems to be his way of showing sincerity. Cal responded seriously to him. Are you sure he is not just trying to pass off all of his baggage to me? His face turned serious. Sima Yung, who was similar to Tunka, the alcoholic Sima Dan, and the gambling addict Sima Gong. The fact that he sent the 3 of them to the orthodox faction, or more so to Cal, is the coalition leader planning on going to war with the Martial Arts Alliance. Or maybe he plans on fighting the imperial family. Chief Eunuch Y could not say anything as Cal looked extremely serious. He then calmly responded. In the unorthodox faction's point of view, while Sima Dan and Sima Gong do have some minor flaws, they do not cause issues outside of the unorthodox faction. As a result, they are considered to be decent members of the unorthodox faction. People like the 2 of them were common in the unorthodox faction. I see. Cal looked unsettled before he accepted it. I guess there was a time when I was a damn alcoholic too. Excuse me? Cal didn't care whether Chief Eunuch Y was confused or not and just recalled his past. Cal Henitus's life before he transmigrated into the body, yes, I was an infamous trash too. Chief Eunuch Y looked completely baffled, but Cal paid no attention and placed the document on the table. They are supposedly arriving tomorrow, so I guess I will find out once I meet them. Chief Eunuch Y looked serious again as he responded. Yes, young Master Nim. If things go well, we might have a great connection to the unorthodox faction. The reason the chief advisor and the Martial Arts Alliance allowed for the coalition leader's children to enter the alliance was largely because of the blood cult and the living Jiangxis. Of course, the excuse they gave was that they could not stop the children of the unorthodox faction from coming to meet Cal, a member of the imperial family. Ron, yes, young Master Nim. Is Priest Durst busy tomorrow? Not at all. It should be fine, that's good. I guess Durst and I will be moving together tomorrow. Yes, young Master Nim, I will let him know. Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously touched his nose as he listened to Ron and Cal's conversation. Sniff. Sniff. It felt as if Durst's sniffing sound echoed in his ear like an auditory hallucination. Wow. Cal had this thought for the first time in a long while. This really is a mess. A group of about 10 people visited the guest house Cal was staying in. They were currently in the training ground within the guest house. Kahahaha, my siblings, it's been a while. The coalition leader's second son, the fighting lunatic, he looked quite refreshed as he approached the 10 visitors. I made a friend here. Tunka opened up his shoulders at that comment. I am that friend. Kahahaha, that's right. This is my extremely broad-minded and dependable friend. And over here Sima Yung pointed to Cal. This is our boss. When did I become your boss? Cal wanted to ask that question, but looked at the mess that was Sima Yung and closed his mouth. Maybe he fought with Tunka starting early in the morning and messed around because he looked extremely dirty with the dirt from the training ground all over his body. Tunka must have been pummeled continuously as he was a mess, but he was still happily laughing. It made his face look even more heinous. Hech! He heard a quiet chuckle at that moment. Cal turned his gaze. There were the 7 members of the unorthodox faction that the coalition leader had sent as the representatives. Then there was Zhu Junso, as well as 2 people from the Martial Arts Alliance. There were 2 people in the front of the group with Zhu Junso. They were Sima Dan and Sima Gong. The person who just laughed was the youngest, Sima Gong. He smiled timidly as he spoke. I guess I won the bet. Noonim. However, his eyes were sparkling underneath his glasses. I knew it, my thoughts were right on the mark. This is what I live for. He was licking his lips with his tongue while speaking in a timid voice. The gambling addict, Sima Gong. I heard that your name was young Master Kim Nim. My name is Sima Dan. The third child, Sima Dan, ignored Sima Gong and respectfully greeted Cal. It is an honor to meet an esteemed sir of the Imperial Palace. I apologize for all of the trouble he may have caused until now. Cal silently looked at her. Sima Dan, she had a gentle smile on her face as she spoke. Our side also did not believe that he was truly abducted. I am even more certain of it after seeing that my older brother looks fine. In fact, thank you very much for looking after my brother until now, young Master Nim. All while holding a bottle of alcohol in her hand. Yes, she was politely clasping her hands together, but there was a bottle in between her hands. Sima Dan's cheeks were flushed red. Her eyes were half glazed over as well. She reeked of alcohol. Despite that, her voice was extremely normal and gentle. Then we shall quickly leave the Martial Arts Alliance with my older brother. Cal had nothing to say. Sima Yung shook his head at that moment and approached Cal and the group from the unorthodox faction. No, I cannot leave. Cal wanted to ask him about that. Why? Why don't you just go? Go away. Cal wanted to say that, but Sima Yung was quicker. He looked toward Cal as he spoke. I decided to go around with our boss. Kahahaha, when? When the hell did I ask you to go around with me? No, more importantly, why am I your boss? Cal was flabbergasted. He tried to open his mouth, but Tunka interjected in a loud voice. Kahahaha, that's right. Young Master Kim is my friend, so the 3 of us are friends? What crazy nonsense is this? Cal looked toward Tunka and Sima Yung in disbelief. Huo, this seems like an entertaining bet too. Noonim, shall we make a bet? How much do you want to bet? Ah, my heart is beating wildly. I heard that you are headed toward Mount Kunlun. There is a famous distillery there. Cal got a headache as soon as he heard what Sima Gong and Sima Dan said. This was not the image he had in mind when he thought about secretly contacting the unorthodox faction. Chapter 122. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 2. Cal felt a cramp on the back of his head and put his hand on it. He heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment. Humanthy seemed a bit weird. Cal could not respond to the child's serious voice. The funny thing was that everything was being determined without Cal saying anything. Hoo-hoo. I'll bet my wrist on second Hyungnim causing 7 incidents on the path to Kunlun. I say 10. If I win, go steal some of the Kunlun sect's fruit wine for me. Aren't they Taoists? Taoists brew alcohol? Yeah, they do. One of their elders is a pioneer when it comes to fruit wine. Go steal that. If you want, there is no bet. Sima Dan wet her lips with her tongue as she mentioned the fruit wine. Her flushed cheeks turned even redder. Human. Her gaze is so weird. I guess it will be my head and not my wrist if I get caught stealing it. Hoo-hoo, very well, Noonim. I will end up winning anyway. Hoo-hoo. Sima Gong kept touching the frame of his glasses as he laughed in a low voice. Human, his gaze is weird too. Cal could not let Rayon's words in one ear and out the other. It was at that moment. Ahem. The second. The infamous trash of the unorthodox faction let out a fake cough as he looked at his younger siblings. What the hell are you doing? Cal became even more anxious after seeing that he looked fine, which was rare. Based on his experiences until now, this kind of bastard acting normal was when they caused even more issues. Sima Yung sternly spoke to his younger siblings. You have to get our boss Nim's permission first. When did I become the boss of the 3 Sima siblings? Cal wanted to ask but had nobody to ask. Chief Eunuch Y, Zhu Junso, and even Li Su Hyuk were looking at them with looks of disbelief. This was a moment Cal truly felt that he was a regular human being. Something else is the important thing right now. There was something Cal had to make sure to confirm before saying anything to these crazy siblings. Beecrox took a step to the side as if he understood Cal's gaze. Durst was standing there. SHH. He was blocking his nose. Their living Jiangxi detector, his role was extremely important. I need to create an environment where he can work properly. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Aid Nim. Yes, young Master Nim. Zhu Jiunso, who had blankly been looking at the three Sima siblings, snapped back to her senses and made eye contact with Cal. Shouldn't you inform Chief Advisor Zhu Mi Ryo about this? That Cal calmly spoke to Zhu Jun, so who seemed to be wondering if it would be okay for her to leave. I think that it would be good if the other two escort Nims stay here and you head over, Aid Nim. Young Lady Zhuge is the Chief Advisor Nim's ears after all. Zhu Junso slightly smiled at that comment. I understand. Then please allow me to temporarily make my leave. She spoke to Sima Dan, who happily nodded his head. He didn't seem concerned that she was openly saying that she was going to make a report. Seeing her like this, it does look like she has quite the ability. Seeing Sima Dan not doing any useless battle of mind made Cal reassess his evaluation of her. But young Lady Zhuge. However, she stopped Zhu Junso from leaving. Yes, Mom, I heard that there will be no banquet. Zhu Junso's face stiffened. The Martial Arts Alliance was heading toward the demon cult. They were unable to hide it because of the increase in the size of the traveling party, making it possible for the unorthodox faction to know about it as well. Nonetheless, the Martial Arts Alliance had allowed the coalition leaders' children inside using the imperial family as the reason. Asking about a banquet in such a situation made Zhu Junso look at her not so kindly. Do you wish for a banquet? No. Zhu Junso stopped for a moment at the resolute response. Sima Dan spoke as if it did not affect her at all. But we can have some alcohol, right? Zhu Junso was silent for a moment before responding with a relaxed look on her face. Yes, Mom, as much as you want. Thank you to the Martial Arts Alliance for your show of goodwill. Sima Dan bowed politely. Cal looked at the people standing behind Sima Dan and Sima Gong. They looked calm as if they were used to this. The unorthodox faction. The unorthodox faction pushed for a more primitive show of force compared to the orthodox faction that pushed for virtues and justice. Honestly speaking, this was a nice way to explain the two factions. Unfavorably describing the orthodox faction would be as hypocrites who touted such values but did wicked things in secret. As for the unorthodox faction, they went beyond just a primitive show of force and had basically thugs learning martial arts to go around doing bad things. Usually the wuxia novels show the unorthodox faction in a negative light. Zhu Junso left while Cal was thinking about the unorthodox faction. Cal noticed and spoke to Sima Dan, who was looking at him with a piercing gaze. The chief advisor will give an answer regarding the trip to Kunlun. Zhu Junso would do a good job reporting the situation. Cal noticed a gentle smile appearing on Sima Dan's face. A calm voice flowed out of her mouth. Can't you make the decision as well, young Master Nim? Cal quietly observed Sima Dan, who still looked drunk. Sima Dan touched the bottle as she continued. Based on the chief advisor's personality, she would not allow outsiders to infiltrate if she held the key herself, especially with an important task in front of her. It would have been impossible for us to even enter the Martial Arts Alliance. There was no hesitation in her gentle voice. Nonetheless, we made it into the Martial Arts Alliance. Young Master Kim Nim is in the second party heading toward Kunlun, and the fact that Zhu Junso was acting as if she was assisting you, wouldn't that mean that you hold one of the keys for this trip to Kunlun? Young Master Kim Nim. Sima Gong nodded his head as if he agreed with her. What the hell are you saying? Only Sima Yung did not understand and looked confused, so this was the reason. Cal felt as if he understood why the unorthodox faction labeled Sima Yung as trash but not Sima Dan or Sima Gong. They are smart. Although they were an alcoholic and a gambling addict, their minds still worked well. Cal asked with a casual look on his face, "Do you not have to report to the coalition leader?" Sima Gong responded this time. The coalition leader, Nim, will be even happier if we reported the trip to Kunlun with it. Huo. This guy's mind also worked well. Basically, Sima Gong was saying that they wanted to use Sima Yung's stubborn wishes to be with Cal to have them be involved in the trip to Kunlun so that they could scope out the negotiation between the demon cult and the orthodox faction. He was also openly saying that he would report this to the coalition leader. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. They are not hiding anything. He liked that they were openly revealing their internal desires. But that was that, and I'm curious to know what I have to gain from this. Cal looked at Durst as Sima Dan, and Sima Yung flinched at his comment. Durst had already pulled the plugs out of his nose and was taking deep breaths. SHH. A smile appeared on his face. Young Master Nim, the air is very refreshing today. Cal's eyes clouded over. There are no living Jiangxis in this group from the unorthodox faction. Then it should be fine for him to tell them his goal. Will it be possible for me to meet the coalition leader Nim? The divergent coalition was currently split into two factions between the current coalition leader, Sima Pyong, and the leader of the Green Forest. He could connect with the Green Forest side through the Carnage Demon, so it would be great if he could connect with the coalition leader through the Sima siblings. Cal observed Sima Dan, who had to think for a moment. It was at that moment. Our father, of course, Kehaha, you are my close friend's close friend, so my father will be very happy as well. Kehaha. Sima Yung happily laughed. Sima Gong opened his mouth just as Cal was about to scowl. Young Master Nim. Sima Gong completely ignored Sima Yung and calmly spoke. The coalition leader Nim has been curious about you as well, young Master Kim Nim. A subtle smile appeared on his face. I was debating whether to ask first, so thank you for bringing it up first. We would have been very disappointed if you only met with the Orthodox faction. We are citizens of the Central Plains as well, are we not? Huo. This guy used quite the interesting words like Sima Dan. They are anxious because I, who looks like someone from the imperial family, might connect with the Orthodox faction and the demon cult but leave out the unorthodox faction. Cal slowly nodded his head. Maybe he knew that Sima Yung was not abducted by the Martial Arts Alliance and was moving with me, but still used the abduction as an excuse to come to the Martial Arts Alliance. The unorthodox faction, they had more intelligent people than Cal imagined. Maybe it was to be expected. Young Master Nim. The Sima clan is like the orthodox faction's Zhuge clan. Based on Chief Eunuch Y's sound transmission that just came through, the Sima clan was famous for being intelligent in the unorthodox faction. Of course, they seem more focused on martial arts than the Zhuge clan, but I heard that they are well-versed in strategy as well. The Zhuge clan and the Sima clan. Cal thought about what benefits he might get dragging these two families into the fight against the blood cult as he started speaking. The fact that all of you are citizens of the Central Plains and meeting me will not be very related. It was the truth. I'm not really a member of the imperial family, and the emperor is an authoritative person who doesn't look like he would listen to my requests. The unorthodox faction would not gain anything by meeting him. I'm concerned that the coalition leader may be very disappointed after meeting me. It would be quite bad if the coalition leader met with him expecting benefits only to be disappointed and become uncooperative with the blood cult issue. Wow, Cal looked at Sima Gong, who gasped. What is it, sir? It's nothing, young Master Nim. Sima Gong was saying that it was nothing, but he was continuing to gasp with admiration internally. There won't be many benefits meeting him. The coalition leader might be disappointed. Someone like that is going around with our second Hyung Nim? Even if he was the trash of the unorthodox faction, Sima Yung was quite skilled in martial arts and would be an expert in the unorthodox faction in the future. Furthermore, he was the coalition leader's son. Young Master Kim kept Sima Yung by his side despite knowing that, all the while treating his Hyung Nim so well that his Hyung Nim was extremely excited. That should mean that he had plans to meet with the unorthodox faction as well. Their father, Sima Pyong, had sent the two of them after figuring that out. We needed to at least meet the minimum level befitting young Master Kim's position. This was because of the embroidered uniform guard. The reasons that the unorthodox faction truly learned of young Master Kim's existence were because of the rumors of his being the Namgung clan's benefactor and the embroidered uniform guard entering the Martial Arts Alliance. That stubborn emperor sent around 100 of his personal guards, all to protect this young Master Kim. Beijing was probably in a mess because of this. All sorts of people probably had bloodshot eyes looking into this young Master Kim person. It is because a new power figure has appeared in the Central Plains. The emperor had not handed the embroidered uniform guard even to his children. There is actually just one meaning behind that action. Either young Master Kim was that important to the emperor, or what young Master Kim is about to do is important to the emperor of the Central Plains. The unorthodox faction couldn't help but be tense regardless of which reason it was. There is the answer. Young Master Kim had just given him the answer through that conversation. If young Master Kim was as important as the emperor, meeting him would have been a benefit for father. However, he said that meeting him would not be beneficial. That means that what he is doing right now is so important that the emperor was willing to lend out his extra life. The martial arts world was involved with that, and the orthodox faction, demon cult, and even the unorthodox faction would have to join him for it. Sima Gong's eyes clouded over. Coalition leader Sima Pyong, this was his evaluation of his youngest son to his trusted subordinates. That child has the talent to put the Sima clan ahead of the Zhuge clan in the future. Sima Gong could say that he would not lose to anybody when it came to his intellect. I have my answer. His words made his sister slowly move one hand away from the bottle and place it on his shoulder. Do you see the answer? Sima Gong responded to his Nunam sound transmission, the imperial family and the triumvirate. There is only one issue that would make all of these places move together. What is it? Sima Gong looked at his sister's eyes that were slowly turning sober and sent a sound transmission. It seems that the rumors are true, Nunam. His sister was the calmest person among the siblings. However, their father said the following about when the bottle in her hand was replaced with a sword. If little Dan grows up properly, the title of Sword Demon might move from Choi Young-soo to Little Dan. His father had recognized the oddly changing flow of things in the Central Plains and sent two of the cards he could currently use. Head and Sword. He, as the head, shared his discovery with his older sister. It seems true that the blood cult has reappeared. The blood cult also seems to be doing something so big that the imperial family needs to make a move. I see. The divergent coalition and our Sima clan cannot be excluded in such a thing. Sima Dan calmly responded before speaking to young Master Kim. We will go to Kunlun as well. We will also prepare a meeting with the coalition leader, young Master Nim. She flinched at that moment. Cal looked at the siblings with an odd gaze before starting to smile. You are truly wise people. Sima Gong flinched at that comment. Has he been watching our reaction? Sima Gong became certain at that moment. As expected, Zhuge Ryo is following young Master Kim's will. Young Master Kim has the key. I'm certain that young Master Kim is the brains that the imperial family has prepared. The emperor must have prepared the embroidered uniform guard to protect that brain. We cannot take him lightly. Sima Gong felt tenser than when he made most bets, and it made him smile. Cal had a thought while looking at him. Wow, he's really smart to think of the blood cult right away. He had heard the siblings' conversation. Human, I can listen to all sound transmissions if I focus a bit now. Rayon had told him everything. Dragons really were great and mighty. The second party heading to Kunlun left the Martial Arts Alliance in Wuhan and toured Mount Kunlun. Chapter 123. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 3. It was quite far from Wuhan to Qinghai, where Kunlun was located. It was a far distance from east to west. Human, can't we just teleport? Cal shook his head at Rayon's comment. It is better not to use it because of the living Jiangshis. There were 2 living Jiangshis in their group. Sui Khan, who had his arms crossed and eyes closed, asked a question. One is Zhu Junso. Who is the other one? Clack. Clack. The carriage was moving quite quickly, but the inside was peaceful without any shaking. Jiang Chan. Apparently he is someone dispatched from Shaolin. Li Suhyuk slowly opened the carriage window as if to confirm Jiang Chan's face. He then scoffed before closing the window. The mood outside is quite vicious. Cal's group's carriage was the only carriage in the second party. Everybody else was using movement techniques to match the horse's speed. Even within Cal's group, the Fist King, Ma Qi, and Chief Eunuch Y were outside following the carriage. I guess it couldn't be helped because both the unorthodox faction and the orthodox faction are together. Li Suhyuk seemed a bit entertained as he leisurely spoke. Cal looked at him and scowled. Groan. He heard a groan at that moment. Although this was a very large carriage, Tunka was taking quite a lot of room and making it look full. He was groaning while unable to hide his discomfort. Tunka made a pitiful face and started to speak once he made eye contact with Cal. It feels so stuffy. Cal thought that his face was quite heinous as he responded. Be quiet. Groan. Tunka groaned again and his shoulder slumped. Human, Tunka looked so pitiful. Cal did not agree with Rayon at all. I can't let him cause any headaches. If Tunka went outside right now, he would be moving with Sima Young. It will be quite annoying if the two of them are going around together and causing some sort of incident. Tunka was in the carriage to keep them separated. Young Master Nim, please eat this. Cal accepted the refreshments from Ron and leaned back on the comfortable chair. Anyway, it is nice since it is so quiet. The team leader said that the mood outside was vicious, but Cal didn't really want to pay any attention to that. I heard that there was opposition to the unorthodox faction joining us. Chief Advisor Zhuge Ryo had approved the group of about 8 members of the Divergent Coalition, with the 3 Sima siblings in the lead, to join them. It was an obvious decision since our next move was to drag the unorthodox faction in to fight against the blood cult and the living Jiangxis. Naturally, the alliance leader approved of the chief advisor's decision as well. As a result, there were protests from within the martial arts alliance. Furthermore, there was even someone involved in the negotiating team that showed his opposition and said that he would not go. It was the Cleve Saint. He was one of the Orthodox factions, 5 saints, and someone who loathed the government quite a bit. His hatred for the unorthodox faction was at about the same level. However, the Cleve Saint ended up agreeing to go once the alliance leader and the chief advisor convinced him. He then moved himself to the second party. He said that he would thoroughly observe them with his 2 eyes and keep those dirty unorthodox faction bastards in line. He also plans to keep an eye on me. Either way, the Sima siblings used traveling with young Master Kim as the excuse to join this group. Of course, the people of the Martial Arts Alliance believed that the unorthodox faction was trying to scope out the negotiation between the orthodox faction and the demon cult, or to hinder it. That was why they were opposed to them joining. The real reason is because of the blood cult. At least Sima Dan and Sima Gong had figured out this group's goal and were quietly keeping their mouths shut. This was because of Cal's request. Most people don't know about it, so I would like us to travel quietly. Sima Gong had been quite shocked at that comment. Why, you really did figure out my thoughts, young Master Kim Nim. Cal, who could not say that he heard the sound transmissions thanks to Rayon, just nodded his head. The 2 siblings responded with serious looks on their faces. I will keep this secret with my alcohol on the line. Only my sister and I will know about this. We will not even report it to the coalition leader Nim yet. I will quit gambling if I go against my word. Cal's face stiffened while thinking about how the 2 of them used alcohol and gambling as their promise. It's fine since things are quiet for now. Today was the 2nd day since they left Wuhan and nothing much had happened. The mood felt as if they were on thin ice, but they were moving quickly without any friction. The reason behind it was simple. Fist King Ma Hyun. He revealed his identity and moved in a spot between the unorthodox faction and the orthodox faction, making nobody dare to cause an issue. Even the Cleve Saint, who did not like the government and the unorthodox faction, could not be rude to the Fist King, an expert of the past generation and one of the 3 kings. Cal was quite satisfied that it allowed them to travel quietly. This is actually better. The living Jiangxis, Zhu Jun-so and Jiang Chan, the 2 of them were keeping a low profile because the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction were so wary of each other. It decreased the chances of a variable happening. It'd be great if we could go to Kunlun like this, and then to the demon cult. Mount Kunlun located in Qinghai, the Kunlun sect located there. Once they got past Qinghai, they would get to Xinjiang. Xinjiang was where the demon cult was located. Xinjiang was a place with a desert and a barren environment. Things will go easily with the demon cult if we can just convince the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was the leader of the demon cult and treated as a god. Dragging him into this was the most important. I'm sure it'll work out somehow. Cal decided not to think too deeply about it in advance. Crunch, crunch. He ate his snacks and decided to enjoy this piece. It is disappointing that we cannot move quickly through teleport, but it's been a while since I rested like this. I might as well enjoy it. They were staying in nearby inns every night where he managed to get a good night's sleep, so Cal enjoyed this relaxing trip. Yes, when else would I enjoy such relaxation? He started smiling. Choi Young-soo suddenly stood up at that moment. Choi Han put a hand on his scabbard. The team leader oddly twisted his mouth. Human, Rayon then called out to him. Cal got the chills. Something is headed this way. Bang. They suddenly heard a loud noise in front of the carriage. Ugh, the horses must have been scared as the carriage was shaking. Young Master Nim, you can be at ease as I am here. Ron had a benign smile on his face as he supported the shaking Cal. Cal was about to think that his smile looked vicious when he heard some knocking. Knock, 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 something must have happened. Fuck, whenever I try to get some rest, something happens, always something, Cal subconsciously swore. As Chief Eunuch Y, who opened the door, became anxious after hearing Cal swear, and his shoulders started shaking, Choi Han calmly asked, "Did something happen outside?" That as Chief Eunuch Y snapped back to his senses and was about to speak, did some mountain bandit bastards really dare to attack us? Mountain bandits? Chief Eunuch Y urgently responded as Cal scowled. The Green Forest suddenly attacked us. The Fist King stopped them, but it looks like we will need to stop for a moment. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously flinched and his shoulders curled forward. Someone with a heart as big as young Master Kim Nim said such a coarse word like fuck. He had never seen young Master Kim act like this. The inside of Chief Eunuch Y's mouth felt dry at this mysterious sense of nervousness. However, the situation outside was turning explosive. The path Cal's group was going through right now had a cliff to one side. Boom! A person jumped off the cliff. Keek, shouldn't you at least say hello if you stepped into our territory? The Cleve Saint scowled after seeing the person who walked over with leisure steps. Why are you here, you bastard? Sima Dan gulped. Peng Yu walked over to Namgung Mahi's side and whispered, I didn't expect for the Green Forest's second in command to show up. The current divergent coalition was split into two, with both sides meddling in each other's affairs. The cores of the two factions were the Sima clan and the Green Forest. However, the current Green Forest's second in command, Zia Mun, had appeared on the cliff with dozens of his subordinates. It was obvious that they had come in advance, hid their presence, and waited for them. You must be the famous senior Fist King. My bad for greeting you in such a rough manner. Zia Mun at least showed some respect and bowed toward the Fist King. Hoo-hoo, it was indeed rough. The Fist King shook his hand a bit. In front of him were pieces of wood that were so destroyed that someone could not tell its original appearance. Wow, but you are amazing, sir. You were able to send that large piece of wood flying. As expected of the Fist King, kahahaha. Zia Mun was laughing loudly when he heard a sharp voice. Such arrogance. A damn mountain bandit dares to get in the way of the martial arts alliance. Zia Mun turned his head after hearing the Cleve Saint's frost-like shouting. His expression changed. Boom! He stabbed the axe that was over his shoulder into the ground. This axe was big enough that it weighed as much as an average adult male. I don't think that is something that you Orthodox faction bastards who pretend to be good but do all sorts of shady shit in secret should be saying. What did you say? What's wrong? They call you the Cleve Saint, but did you turn into a wall? Can you not hear? Kekek, ha, you stupid bastard. Flap, flap. The Cleve Saint's wide sleeves started to flutter. Internal Kai started to swirl with him at the center. Click, click, click. The other people from the Martial Arts Alliance stationed themselves behind him and put their hands on their weapons. Grandfather. Ha! The Fist King let out a sigh at Mach-He calling him before shaking his head as if he had a headache. They looked ready to start fighting at any moment. Wow, you're really going to fight us? Zia Mun raised his hand. The Fist King immediately looked around, looked at the top of the mountain, and held back a gulp. Far in the distance on top of the mountain, that was too far for his senses, there were a lot of flags. Anybody would be able to tell that the Green Forest was gathered up there waiting. Kekek, I guess our subordinates will come down now. Zia Mun smiled brightly with his teeth showing. I would be very happy to fight. People keep talking about the 5 saints this, 5 saints that, so I've been curious. I would be able to fight with old man Cleve Saint. Very good. Ha, looks like an opponent you cannot communicate with. Zia Mun nonchalantly commented as the Cleve Saint clicked his tongue in disbelief. But there is a way for us to not fight. What? Cast them aside and take us. Silence filled the area for a moment. Noble warrior Zia. What do you mean by that? Sima Dan, who Zia Mun was pointing at, stepped forward with a calm look on his face. Zia Mun snorted in response. HMPH, noble warrior my ass. You must be drunk as hell if you are calling a mountain bandit a noble warrior. I am always drunk. As Zia Mun flinched at Sima Dan's calm response, what the hell are you saying? The Cleve Saint released his anger. He had been reaching his limit with his anger for the past few days. Senior Cleve Saint. Peng Yu came over to calm him down and addressed Zia Mun. To suddenly ask us to take you, we do not understand as there is no context. Please explain. HMPH. Zia Mun's lips started to twist up. You must think we are total idiots. Excuse me? It's obvious that the Orthodox faction, unorthodox faction, and the demon cult are plotting something. But the core of the unorthodox faction, the Green Forest, is missing there. You are trying to take those feeble bastards from the Sima clan who only know how to use their heads to do something. How could our Green Forest sit still? Huh. Excuse me. As both Peng Yu and the Fist King were confused at this unexpected situation, and as Sima Gong seemed to have noticed something and was about to step forward with an awkward look on his face that what? The feeble Sima clan? The trash of the unorthodox faction, the second son of Sima, Pyong Sima, Young's eyes rolled over. You damn mountain bandits who only know how to steal shit. He charged forward almost as if he was flying. He was rushing toward Zia Mun. HMPH, you are just a puny kid. Fine, come, we will kill all of you bastards and go in your place. Zia Mun picked up his axe. The bandits who were coming down a path on the side of the cliff, or via rope, all pulled out their weapons as soon as they reached the ground. These stupid bastards. I knew you bastards planned on meddling with our Orthodox faction's issues. You dare to get involved with our business? Senior Cleve Saint, it clearly seems like a misunderstanding, so how about you calm? I do not wish to do so. We should never have agreed to take these unorthodox faction trashes with us. Beating these bastards to death would not be enough. I will put an end to them today. Senior. The Cleve Saint also seemed unable to hold himself back any longer and used a foot technique to approach where Zia Mun and Sima Yung were about to fight. Oh dear. As the Fist King subconsciously gasped as it looked as if a fight might break out at any moment, no, as a fight had already begun. His shoulder slightly shook. He got chills on his back. This sense of danger was something he had not felt since reaching this higher level. This feeling that he might die, no, to be more accurate, this feeling of meeting an overbearing presence that made him want to kneel right away, he took a breath in and barely managed to get a name out. Why, young Master Kim Click? The carriage door opened. Zia Mun, who was standing with his axe in his hand, the charging Sima Yung the shouting bandits, and the people from the unorthodox faction, who formed a circle to protect the Sima siblings, and the people from the Martial Arts Alliance, who followed the Cleve Saint to charge into the fight H. How could such an aura finally? The Cleve Saint, who had gone crazy with anger, everybody stopped moving. Although it was the middle of the day, and the sun was high up in the sky, as if they were sinking into darkness, and no sun was above their heads, it felt as if coldness was suffocating their whole body. They felt suffocated. Everybody looked toward one person. That person alighted from the carriage. Cal nonchalantly spoke to the people looking at him. What are you all doing right now? Although he was speaking in a relaxed manner, an aura that made it hard to look at him was coming out of his body. However, they could not avoid that aura either. They could only be as stiff as rocks as they looked at him. An extremely annoyed Cal started speaking. He asked as if he was confused. What is it? He then smiled as he spoke. You want to have a fight where you kill and be killed. Is that the kind of fight you want? Nobody could easily open their mouth in this situation, as they felt as if they could suffocate to death in this area, dominated by Cal at any moment. Chapter 124. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 4. Cal was truly annoyed. Seriously, why does something happen whenever I try to get some rest? Honestly speaking, Cal wanted to quickly return to Roan. He wanted to get some rest in the Hennetus territory. He didn't know whether it was because he adjusted to the Hennetus territory better than he expected, or because the food in the Central Plains didn't suit his mouth very well. But he thought it would be great to return to the Roan Kingdom and get a proper meal. He still thought that he shouldn't use teleportation in front of so many people, so he set his mind to enjoy this leisurely trip as best as possible. So why do I need to waste time like this? Cal's gaze headed toward Ziamun. If you had something to say, shouldn't you have approached us and asked for a conversation instead of blocking our path? Ziamun felt as if his head was being sucked into the mouth of a large beast the moment he made eye contact with that person. He wanted to say something, but the man with the dark brown eyes did not give him a chance to respond. Shhhhh. His hands were shaking. He felt as if he might drop his axe at any moment. Pook. The axe ended up falling to the ground. The reason that Ziamun could at least maintain his pride was because he did not release the axe, which was now stabbed in the ground, from his hands. In fact, he was able to use the axe as support to stay standing without crumbling to the ground. Such an aura, what was this thing? It was not internal Kai. Ziamun had mainly focused on external martial arts, but as expected of someone at his level, he had quite a bit of knowledge about internal Kai as well. This is not internal Kai. It felt as if the air around them and everything was moving according to this young master's will. Is that even possible? He had never seen or heard about someone who could do such a thing. Maybe it was because he was not well educated, but that did not seem to be the case. Even those snobby Sima clan bastards who were known for their brains and the orthodox faction bastards all had their mouths shut too. Why, young Master Nim? Someone barely managed to get their voice out as they approached Cal. It was Elder Ho. The dominating aura he had used against Elder Ho had not been that strong. Could you please release your anger? Cal slightly flinched after hearing Elder Ho barely get those words out. As Elder Ho mentioned, he had been annoyed and had used quite a bit of his dominating aura. It was similar to the level he had used against the Alliance leader. I need to accept it. Cal decided to speak honestly. For me, the time we are using to travel is enough of a waste. But I got a bit angry as a fight is breaking out over trivial matters and delaying us even more. The endless issues between the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction meant that such fights like this were just a normal part of these people's lives. It was not something an outsider like him could judge. Cal withdrew his aura. Ah, gasp. He could hear people gasping around him. I'm alive. Ziamun had that thought. He heard young Master Kim's voice at that moment. It seems like I have also caused an issue because I was unable to control my emotions. I'm sorry. His apologizing voice was calm but full of sincerity. What a scary person. That was the reason Ziamun felt scared. There were numerous strong individuals here. People like the Cleve Saint and Peng Yu were considered to be the cream of the crop in the martial arts alliance. The talented Sima siblings, who were called the future of the unorthodox faction, were here as well. Furthermore, he was also here. However, none of them had been able to overcome this man's aura. Someone with such an aura probably sees our lives as trivial as the lives of flies. Such a person had instantly withdrawn his aura and apologized to them for being unable to control his emotions. Sweat was dripping down the side of Ziamun's face, and his back was wet with cold sweat, but he could not say anything. He avoided Cal's gaze and lowered his head. His subordinates had long lost the strength to hold their weapons. Cal checked this and turned his head. Sima Yung. Cal called for the trash of the unorthodox faction. Sima Yung was smiling brightly despite breathing heavily. Cal felt iffy about that, but still said what he needed to say. He also looked toward Sima Dan and Sima Gong, who were standing behind Sima Yung. This is an issue for the unorthodox faction, so resolve it well through conversation. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Yes, I understand. Boss. The Green Forest Ziamun flinched after hearing the word boss. Boss? Fuck. They are already on the same side? That's not good. Someone that strong is going to be close to the Sima clan? I need to stop that. What do I do? Cal turned away from the Sima clan and approached the Cleve Saint as Ziamun's eyes filled with concern. Sima Yung looked at Cal's back with a piercing gaze and licked his lips. I'll have him go around with me at some point. He was someone who was crazy for fights. Sima Yung's eyes were sparkling. Sima Gong, who was watching his older brother, barely managed to calm his breath before whispering to his sister. Noonim, it seems like I was mistaken. I as well. Sima Dan pulled the bottle that was strapped to her side and opened it. She then took some large gulps. Sima Gong did not stop her. He could see that his sister's hand on the bottle was shaking. Ha! Sima Dan finally put the bottle down after a few more gulps as if she was finally calm. Noonim. Sima Gong sent her a sound transmission. At the lowest, the profound realm. No, he might be even higher. Sima Dan could not say anything at how Sima Gong was describing young Master Kim's martial arts level. Thinking about those distant realms was suffocating her. He was not the Emperor's brain. He is the Emperor's sword. No, he may even be the sword of the Central Plains that the imperial family was treating respectfully. Sima Gong's cheeks were slightly shaking as he sent sound transmission after sound transmission. Sima Dan could see that her younger brother's hands were hidden in his sleeves. He's probably touching his dice to calm down. Noonim. This maybe. Sima Dan flinched. She thought that her brother was calming himself down, but Sima Gong's gaze was burning up as hot as Sima Young's. His emotions could be felt in the sound transmission. Noonim, I may have joined the greatest playing field of my life. Sima Dan groaned. Sima Gong's gaze burned even hotter despite that. It will be a large battlefield with the entire Central Plains on the line. For some reason, I feel like that sir will be at the center of it. Sima Dan said just one thing as Sima Gong observed young Master Kim's back just like Sima Young. I feel the same way. She then took another gulp. She realized it. The reason she kept wanting to drink was because she could not stop her heart from shaking at the thought of a large battle that was to come. She felt as if she would pull out her sword if she did not drink. A martial artist. As someone who made up her mind to live as one, a large battle that would allow her to pull out her sword made her heart beat wildly. Noonim, I am now cert. It is highly likely that the chief advisor and the alliance leader are just following young Master Kim's words. I agree, she responded shortly before approaching Sima Young. Orabuni. What is it? She spoke to her second older brother who responded without even looking at her as he was focused on young Master Kim's back. I understand why you called him boss. He truly is the boss. Did you just figure that out? Sima Young finally looked at her and smiled brightly. The way all of his teeth were showing made it seem as if he was truly excited. Sima Dan knew. Sima Young was impulsive and caused a lot of issues, but he was like an animal. That was why he could figure out a person's true nature with his instincts, just as how he claimed to suddenly start calling young Master Kim his boss. Sima Dan licked her lips with her tongue like the rest of her siblings. She looked like a snake. It suited her as the world called the Sima clan snakes. Senior Cleve Saint. Cal had no idea about the gazes of the three siblings as he stopped in front of the Cleve Saint. The Cleve Saint looked at Cal without being able to say anything. Human, this Cleve Saint grandpa is scared. Cal naturally knew it as well. Good. This was the person who had been unable to hide his scorn toward Cal's group to the point that Cal was worried about him getting in their way. He thought that it was a good thing to suppress this guy right now. That's that, but I still have to say what I have to say. Cal started speaking toward the Cleve Saint, who had a sharp gaze, while being unable to hide the fear inside him. I'm sure a lot of things are hard to trust and that you might not like it, but everything will end once we get to Kunlun. Actually, that was not the case. Kunlun would actually be the starting point. However, their current excuse was that Cal was stopping by the Kunlun sect at Daoshi Un Sion's invitation, so the Cleve Saint needed to believe that Kunlun was the end. Wouldn't it be better to quickly get there so that you don't have to see these faces you hate to see as quickly as possible? The Cleve Saint could not say anything. However, Cal had no intention of listening to his response anyway, so he slightly bowed his head before turning away. Elder Honim. He then headed toward the carriage and called out for Elder Ho. Yes, young Master Nim, let us depart as soon as things are settled. Shouldn't we at least spend the night in an inn? Yes, sir, you are absolutely right. Our young Master Nim is always right. Ha. Cal was unsettled at Elder Ho's excessive laughter, but he just brushed it aside. Elder Ho was a smart guy, so he would take care of all of this and get them moving again soon. Please take care of it. Yes, young Master Nim. Chief Eunuch Y was there as well. Cal found it odd that Chief Eunuch Y's shoulders were oddly raised up, but he got on the carriage as that was none of his business. Click. The carriage door closed again, and there was a moment of silence before it was broken. Clap. Everybody focused on Elder Ho, who just clapped. Let us all get ready. People finally snapped to their senses. Elder Ho watched people start to move, and then looked toward Ziamun and Sima Dan. There is still something we need to discuss, so why don't you both come this way? The representative of the two forces of the unorthodox faction quickly approached. Elder Ho then looked toward the Cleve Saint. Senior, I'm fine. Deal with it as you will. The Cleve Saint. People said that fighting him was like facing a large wall. The Cleve Saint let out a deep breath. He is a wall. That was the wall that he was pursuing. This was the kind of wall that was so large that he did not even dare to fathom what was beyond it. The realm that he dreamt of, at least at the profound realm, maybe even at the nature realm. Today, the Cleve Saint saw the path he needed to travel. He saw the final destination of a martial artist. Kim Hee-il. The Cleve Saint's gaze slowly sank down as he mumbled that name. Peng Yu watched this and whispered to Namgung Mahi. Doesn't it seem like Senior Cleve Saint's anger toward young Master Kim Nim has increased? Namgung Mahi responded with a calm gaze. Noble warrior Peng, you are clueless. Excuse me? Peng Yu looked at Namgung Mahi in shock before sighing and whispering again after seeing that she was not responding. But young Master Kim Nim is unexpected. Seriously, where did someone like that come from? He was truly shocked. Peng Yu was truly full of admiration and awe for young Master Kim's realm. He then saw the stoic Namgung Mahi smile a bit. Peng Yu's eyes opened in shock when she calmly commented, as expected of the Namgung clan's benefactor. Tusk. Peng Yu clicked his tongue and looked away from Namgung Mahi. That Namgung addict. Can't even talk to her. But it looks like we need to get connected as well. It seemed as if it would be great if the Hebei Peng clan could find a way to connect with young Master Kim as well. Very great. Peng Yu knew that he was not the only one here who was thinking that. It was highly likely that everybody here was thinking the same thing. It looks like the youngsters have fallen for him. Peng Yu looked at the young martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance and chuckled. Wow. He could not smile with satisfaction while watching that young man from Shaolin, Jiang Chan, looking at the closed carriage door with his hands clasped and a sparkle in his eyes. However, Namgung Mahi, who looked at the same person as well, clenched her eyes shut and quietly looked away from him. Jiang Chan, he was a living Jiangshi. Similar to Namgung Ty, he would lose his martial arts once he was purified. Namgung Mahi felt frustrated. We need to hurry, as young Master Kim Nim mentioned. They had no time to waste. After a bit of time, the second party started heading toward Mount Kunlun once again. Finally, they arrived at the start of Mount Kunlun. Boss Nim. Cal scowled while watching two people call him boss. Kahahaha. Beyond the laughing Tunka, he could see Sima Young, who called him boss with a bright smile on his face, and Ziamun, who called him boss Nim while smiling like a treacherous subject. The number of baggage had increased. Chapter 125. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 5. The Kunlun sect was one of the 9 sects, one gang, and considered the front line and wall of the orthodox faction. The demon cult would need to destroy this wall in order to infiltrate the Central Plains. How mysterious. Cal heard Choi Han's voice and looked at what Choi Han was saying was mysterious. Mount Kunlun was made of rugged peaks. The tall peaks were wrapped in clouds, making them difficult to see. When you think of the Kunlun sect, you think of the 8 great styles of the cloud dragon. It was the Kunlun sect's pride and identity, a martial art that was peculiar in that it focused on foot technique. It was given that name because the movement looked like a dragon flying around through the clouds. The strange foot technique used in this cloud-covered Mount Kunlun could make a human seem like a dragon. Human, the mountain here looks dangerous. Human, can you go there? Of course, a real dragon was currently invisible, anxious about Cal's stamina. Don't worry, human, I'll move you. For reference, Cal had not been worried at all. Ah, you are here, sir? Ah, Chief Advisor Nim. Cal smiled gently toward the approaching Zhujmi Ryo. The entrance to Mount Kunlun, some people had come out to the path heading up to the Kunlun sect to greet the second party. Zhujmi Ryo, who had been at the front of the party, smiled oddly while approaching Cal. Young Master Nim, it must have been a long journey for you. Not at all, Chief Advisor Nim. It was a relaxing trip. Cal answered honestly. The chief advisor's smile became even wider. The mood has changed. The Cleve Saint, the rest of the Orthodox faction, and even the unorthodox faction, everybody was peeking at young Master Kim's group, anxiously without being excited that they had arrived. She opened her mouth to speak. Thanks to the message you sent, we heard about the changes to the group. That message also told her how young Master Kim was able to create this mood. He's a scary person. He possessed extremely scary powers but did not show it. Even when he did show it, he did not show everything and just let others know of his level. He made it so that they had no choice but to bow to him. He turned the situation as he pleased. To say it was a relaxing trip despite creating such a mood, young Master Kim was an extremely scary person. The chief advisor did not show her inner thoughts and introduced the people who came with her. This is Dayashi and Ho, the leader of the Kunlun sect. Wow, Cal gasped internally. He really seems like an immortal. He had the typical white hair, long white beard, and white clothes that most people thought of when they thought of an immortal. He even had a gentle disposition. Sect leader in Ho met every characteristic of an immortal. Nice to meet you, young Master Kim Nim. He was also extremely respectful, putting one fist against one palm to greet Cal. There did not seem to be any lies or hypocrisy in him. He must have been smiling for a long time as a warm gaze headed toward Cal before he could even look at the happily formed wrinkles. I have heard a lot from the chief advisor Nim and little Sion. Thank you for coming all this way. Dayashi Sion smiled a bit while looking at In Ho. The small smile that appeared on her usually stoic face was full of respect toward the sect leader. It is an honor to see you again, young Master Nim. Sion also calmly greeted Cal. A few of the important figures in the Kunlun sect also proceeded to greet him. Of course, they greeted not just Cal but Choi Han, Ron, and the others with just as much respect. These humans look really nice. Cal was feeling the same way as Rayon. Then please let us lead the way. The Orthodox faction's people with the Cleve Saint at the center were escorted to the Kunlun sect. Cal stopped to chat with Sima Dan for a moment. We will send a message once we have settled on an inn. Sure. The three Sima siblings and Zia Mun's group could not step into Mount Kunlun. The reason was simple. Then please let us lead the way. Sect leader In Ho, who was smiling gently next to Cal, did not allow them to enter. He's not just a nice person. In Ho had been treating the unorthodox faction's people as if they did not exist since earlier. The unorthodox faction did not seem disgruntled about that. Maybe it is to be expected. The Kunlun sect had always confronted the demon cult since the start of its history. That was why they had been through more battles than the numerous sects of the Orthodox faction and had almost been completely destroyed as well multiple times. However, they still survived. Sometimes through their own efforts and sometimes through the help of the Orthodox faction. The former could be said to be thanks to the Kunlun sect's persistence, but the latter was not always for good reasons. The strong sect confronting the district would disappear if the Kunlun sect was destroyed. Many of the sects and clans who were concerned that they would be placed with that burden gave a hand to the restoration of the Kunlun sect. Of course, some places probably helped because they were in awe of the Kunlun sect's spirit. Either way, the Kunlun sect had been through many battles, and it was inevitable that they had fought with the unorthodox faction numerous times in the process. As a result, the sect leader was repulsed at the thought of the unorthodox faction stepping into his territory. However, there was a reason that the Sima siblings and the unorthodox faction's martial artists were not saying much about it. He's not being rude about it. He did not scowl or get angry like the Cleve Saint. He just brushed past them. This meant that he did not want to fight them nor get involved with them. The fact that they were allowed to stay in an inn in the village, underneath the mountain that was protected by the Kunlun sect, was already showing them enough respect. The unorthodox faction knew this, and since they did not come to fight, they were going along with it without saying much. They have their own rules. Cal organized his thoughts and they stepped onto the mountain heading up to the Kunlun sect as well, young Master Nim. Cal heard a sound transmission from Chief Eunuch Y at that moment. I have found them. Cal stopped walking after hearing that. He turned his head to see Chief Eunuch Y approaching with two members of the embroidered uniform guard. The embroidered uniform guard had gone off on their own to do something separate from Cal. Two of them approached with stiff expressions on their faces and bowed toward Cal. May the Cleve Saint gulped after watching that. The embroidered uniform guard did not usually bow to anyone other than the Emperor. Such people were showing so much respect to someone else. Shock was not strong enough to describe his emotion. "We have brought it, sir." The one who seemed to be the more senior of the two pulled a box out of his pocket. It was a small box tightly wrapped in cloth. "Here is one more, sir." Both of them have the same attribute. The embroidered uniform guard next to him pulled a box out and handed it to Cal as well. Cal received the two boxes wrapped in red cloth. The golden dragon embroidered on the red cloth, the martial artist's pupils started shaking once they saw it. "It is something from the Emperor." The way young Master Kim received it as if it was nothing and did not show any form of gratitude made people whisper. But Cal had no idea as he thought to himself, "This is great." It made him smile. Eat elixirs and release the seals. He had requested elixirs from the Emperor through Chief Eunuch Y, and these two boxes were the response. Fire, earth, wind, I don't know which of the three it is. They said that the two boxes were the same attribute, so it should be one of the three. Based on the Emperor's personality, he should have sent some pretty good elixirs. "I may be able to gain more strength before we head to the demon cult." One of the embroidered uniform guards spoke at that moment. Our esteemed said that he would send more later on. "Oh, the Emperor really is the best." Cal smiled with satisfaction and added on, "I hope he can send them as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir. We will deliver the message." The Cleve Saint gulped. Our esteemed should be referring to the Emperor. But he's asking the Emperor to send something quickly. What is the true identity of this young Master Kim? He could not fathom it at all. The two embroidered uniform guards immediately left, and Cal smiled apologetically toward sect leader In Ho. "We were slowed because of me. I'm sorry." "Not at all, young Master Nim." In Ho answered that it was fine while slightly clenching his fists. "I see a path." He recalled what Dayashi Unseon, who had been in the advance party, stealthily came to find him to say. "Young Master Kim Nim. That sir said that he would help us." Young Master Kim, the sect leader, had heard rumors about that person through someone else in the advance party. He may be a member of the imperial family, but will one person have that big of an influence? A bitter smile had appeared on In Ho's face. He accepted a negotiation with the demon cult as rational, but he could not emotionally accept the fact that he needed to chat with the demon cult, which had trampled on their sect for such a long time. He also thought that the chief advisor was wrong. The demon cult had no intentions of negotiating. Based on their movements, they were planning on attacking the Central Plains. That was why the Kunlun sect had not stopped preparing for war. Of course, they were lacking in numerous areas, but that is not the case, sect leader Nim. Unseon had strongly advocated to the bitter In Ho. "Things will definitely change if that sir comes here." "Why do you think so?" Unseon had approached him after hearing that question. That must have not been enough because she used sound transmission to deliver the message. "That sir has reached the nature realm." "What?" In Ho had subconsciously asked back verbally. "The nature realm? Was that really a realm humans could reach? I'm sure of it." Unseon was not one to lie. In Ho's body had tensed up because he knew of Unseon's personality. Unseon had solemnly continued. "I heard the rumors that the heavenly demon has reached the top of the profound realm. It may not be true. However, it is true that we are hearing those rumors coming from Xinjiang." "Isn't that why you are having trouble sleeping?" Sect leader Nim. The strongest in the Kunlun sect right now was the ancestral elder, who had reached the top of the unrestrained realm. That sir was currently in secluded training in preparation for the war against the demon cult. The unrestrained realm and then the profound realm. Beyond that was the nature realm, which was seen as being a realm that humans could not reach. "Little Sion, are you sure of it?" In Ho asked with anticipation, and Unseon had responded. "I cannot be certain." However, the beggars gang's elder Honim and the chief advisor both seemed to believe it to be true as well. In Ho snapped out of his senses as he recalled the last thing you told him. "Young Master Kim Nim said that he would come to Kunlun even before I asked him to visit. He said that despite having a good idea about the current situation. Isn't that already a show of good faith?" Yes, that alone was enough for the Kunlun sect to be thankful to him and his people. In Ho heard young Master Kim's calm voice. "This is a beautiful place." The sect leader smiled. They were slowly walking up as if they were on a leisure walk. They had no reason to rush up, and he wanted to chat a little more with young Master Kim. "Isn't it? The magnificent view of Mount Kunlun is extremely famous," Sion commented after in Ho. "However, I cannot sleep in fear that this beautiful place will disappear forever." Sion. In Ho warned Sion for her sudden comment. Sion closed her mouth. She felt like she made a mistake and had placed a burden on young Master Kim. A middle-aged man standing behind in Ho spoke up at that moment. "Then we must fight back." "Jang Hyung? Master, isn't that the case?" Cal looked toward Jang Hyung, who was standing next to in Ho. He was the person who would become the future sect leader of the Kunlun sect after in Ho. His firm and steady gaze was bright. They were full of certainty. Cal made eye contact with him. "Mount Kunlun is as dangerous as it is beautiful. The demon cult will never be able to cross this mountain." There was strength in Jang Hyung's calm words. Chief Advisor Jujmi Ryo gently continued to speak. "Of course, everything will be resolved through conversation." HMPH. Jang Hyung snorted and looked away. Sion had an awkward look on her face because of that, but neither the sect leader nor Sion dared to say anything. "Young Master Kim Nim." Jujmi Ryo calmly spoke to him. "Dayashi Jang Hyung lost his parents when he was young because of the demon cult. That is why you should probably just ignore his strong feelings against them." It was at that moment, as they leisurely walked up the gentle slope with the beautiful Mount Kunlun as the backdrop. "Human, are you not out of breath?" It was rare to see that Cal was not out of breath. As he was about to think about that, Cal turned his gaze. Durst was holding a tree and dry heaving. "They are not here." Neither Zhu Jun so nor Jiang Chan was around them right now. They were all up ahead with the Cleve Saint. They had moved quickly using foot techniques that they were not even visible anymore. That meant, "There is a living Jiangshi here." One of the Kunlun sect's people urgently rushed toward Durst at that moment. "Are you okay, sir?" His concerned voice sounded clear. However, Durst's dry heaves became even worse. "Human, it must be that person. I know, right?" Cal silently nodded his head and motioned to Choi Han with his eyes. Choi Han would move Durst away from the living Jiangshi. The Kunlun sect's future sect leader. Jang Hyung was the new living Jiangshi. The Orthodox faction and the demon cult's war would have had no choice but to start. As long as the Kunlun sect's future sect leader was a living Jiangshi, the war between the demon cult and the Orthodox faction was basically meant to be. Something feels off. However, the living Jiangshis until now had been young. That was why there had not been any immediate danger. Jang Hyung was the first middle-aged living Jiangshi, and although he was the future sect leader, he already had enough strength and authority to start a war between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult. If the demon cult was in a similar situation, I might have to purify them right away. He was planning on purifying them all at once one by one, but there may be some he would have to purify in advance. Someone at Jang Hyung's position could destroy the negotiation between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult. A mysterious chill surrounded Cal's body. "Human, is it hard climbing the mountain as I thought? Or did you cause some sort of issue?" Of course, he ignored Rayon's questions. He had a bad feeling about this. "Should I use my power, the vitality of the heart?" He ignored the question that the old man asked energetically. Cal tightly clenched the two boxes with elixirs. Chapter 126, Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 6, The Kunlun Sect. Buildings that suited that name were built to fit in with the nearby mountain range and the clouds. They did not look fancy, but the simple appearances that suited nature made them look classier. They were cleanly maintained, but definitely looked used. They showed the affection of the people living in the Kunlun sect. "Young Master Nim, the sect leader Nim has invited you to dinner. What would you like to do?" Of the many buildings, in a small building a bit away from the central region of the sect, this was not that big of a place, but it was refined and clean, giving off the vibes that it was reserved for extremely important guests. Cal had taken one of the few rooms in this building as he responded. "Please decline." Chief Eunuch Y nodded his head as if he expected this response. Only Cal's group was staying in this building right now. Yes, young Master Nim. I understand. Chief Eunuch Y responded lightheartedly, hesitated for a moment, before speaking again. Young Master Nim, are you perhaps thinking of doing that right away? He trailed off for a moment before seeing Cal's gaze and finishing his sentence. Are you planning on removing your seal? The people who were in Cal's room right now all turned toward him. The Fist King's gaze was not obvious, but he was focused on the two boxes on the table in front of Cal. They heard Cal's relaxed voice at that moment. Yes, I need to remove it. Now that we know that Jang Hyung is a living Jiangshi, my current powers are not enough. Ho! Chief Eunuch Y barely managed to hold back that gasp. His current powers are not enough, even though he is in the nature realm. However, he could not say that Cal's judgment was wrong. I can't believe the future sect leader is a living Jiangshi. Cal's group and chief advisor Zhujmi Ryo, who had seen Durst's dry heaving, immediately realized the severity of the situation. The Kunlun sect's side and the negotiation team from the Martial Arts Alliance were all resting without knowing anything. But this situation was getting extremely twisted and complicated for those who knew. That was why Chief Eunuch Y thought that Cal's decision was the right one right now. However, despite having that thought, his heart was not at ease. That blood last time, young Master Kim had removed a portion of his seals in the Namgung clan. A cold yet refreshing aura that had the scent of wood had filled the Namgung clan. That mighty power, the Namgung clan, who felt that aura revered young Master Kim even more and showed their respect. But Chief Eunuch Y knew of a different aspect of it. Noble warrior An, who was also acting as young Master Kim's attendant, had brought him young Master Kim's clothes that were covered in blood. Seeing those clothes made him realize how difficult and painful it must be to remove those seals. I have no idea why or what kind of seals have been placed on young Master Kim Nim. However, if there were seals that someone who was already so strong could not remove, he could not fathom how scary that power must be. I do not have the strength nor the justification to stop young Master Kim Nim from restarting that painful process. That was why Chief Eunuch Y bowed and commented, I guess I will need to stand guard. Sui Khan stepped forward after hearing that. I will be by his side. I'm here as well. Rayon raised his short and chubby front paw. The Fist King made a comment in a low voice. I will take care of the roof. Chief Eunuch Y was the last to comment. I will stand guard in front of the door. I will help as well. Maki commented as well, and everybody's roles were determined. Cal's expression became unsettled as he listened. Is there a need? It was fine that Sui Khan or Rayon was going to be by his side, but there was no need to guard the roof and the door. However, Cal did not stop them. It'll just be distracting if a lot of people were here. It was a good thing that the Fist King, Chief Eunuch Y, and Maki offered to leave the room on their own accord. The rest of the group was not in the room right now because they all had tasks to do. Let's check out the items first. Cal unwrapped the two red cloths. He could see the two wooden boxes. They said that the two elixirs had the same attribute. Fire, wind, or earth. It has to be one of the three. Cal opened a wooden box without any hesitation. Please. But he was praying internally. He was praying that it was what he wanted. Sui Khan asked the silent Cal a question as soon as the box opened. You'll start right away, right? Yes. Cal calmly responded, and noises started ringing from Cal's pocket. Ding, ding, ding. However, Cal ignored them. Chief Eunuch Y spoke with admiration. His voice was shaking. This is the living flame flower. It was a flower that held a living flame. The treasure of the imperial family. The emperor believed that Cal was going to save the Central Plains and had offered the treasure of the imperial family. This flower was so precious that the elixir Cal consumed in the Namgung clan was nothing in comparison. There was a formation cast inside the wooden box. The formation was keeping the flower alive. There was a legend that this flower was gifted to the first emperor from an immortal. Cal opened the other box as well. Volcanic rock, ginseng. Chief Eunuch Y was shocked again. It was lacking in comparison to the living flame flower, but it was still a highly rated elixir. It was ginseng that was grown in lava, making it also of the fire attribute. Cal clenched his fist underneath the table. This is great. This should allow him to release the seal on the fire of destruction to a degree. Then it should be easier to purify the living jiangshis. Ding, ding, ding. Central Plains continued to send messages to Cal. Cal finally pulled the mirror out to check the messages. Ding ding, Cal gave a single response. So I can't use it? Did Central Plains read his annoyance in his stoic voice? DMing. Cal completely ignored it, flipped the mirror over, and placed it on the ground. It was his way of telling Central Plains to be quiet as he was not going to look anymore. Then, let's get started. Cal calmly commented as he decided to remove his seals again. I'm not expecting too much. 50. I'm just asking for half of the seal to be removed. That was all Cal was asking for. I hope that you can consider our sincerity despite not being able to prepare much for you. The Cleve Saint immediately responded to the sect leader. We have already received plenty, sect leader. Thank you for saying so, Cleve Saint. The two of them were similar in age. Zhuge Mi Ryo slightly smiled and looked at the table. The meal prepared by Kunlun was not that splendid. In fact, it was lacking compared to the dinner she usually had in the Zhuge clan. However, based on how everything was neatly placed, Kunlun had done their best to greet the members of the martial arts alliance. The sect leader probably wants to prevent a confrontation with the demon cult no matter what. Honestly, the people here also knew why the table of food was like this. The important figures of the martial arts alliance had received an invitation from the sect leader to eat with the core executives of the Kunlun sect. As people invited to such a gathering, they had enough years of experience to understand the flowing trend. Kunlun is preparing for war. Even the sects that chased the Tao would prepare a feast when they received guests. That was the case even for the Kunlun, who was said to be the most lacking in wealth among the 9 sects one gang. So this is showing that the Kunlun sect is using every penny they have to prepare for war. The faces of the chief advisor, Cleve Saint, and the rest of the members of the Martial Arts Alliance became a bit heavier. It was because they realized the seriousness of the current situation. The sect leader started speaking at that moment. We have sent a message to the demon cult. He looked toward the chief advisor as he spoke. The demon cult will send someone in the near future. You should be able to figure out the time and method of negotiation with that person. They had already discussed with each other to meet for the negotiation, so they just had to decide on the details based on the situation. This is concerning. Zhuge Mi Ryo's mind was complicated. For Zhang Haiyang to be a living jiangshi knowing that fact made her even more concerned about the negotiation team that the demon cult would send, and that there may be a variable from the Kunlun sect, whom she had trusted to be their allies. What shall I do? As her concern was about to get deeper, why don't we eat first? The sect leader made the comment and the meal began, and immediately, In Ho put his spoon down and groaned. He turned to look toward the door. The closed door soon opened. That made the chief advisor certain that he had received a sound transmission. Kriyik, a martial artist of the Kunlun sect, bowed outside the open door and started to speak. Someone has arrived from the demon cult. Everybody got up from their seats. Nobody was shocked because they had all noticed something was up at the sect leader's actions. Chief advisor Nim, it looks like we will need to eat afterwards. Of course. They came earlier than I expected. Zhuge Mi Ryo's mind was getting heavier despite her calm response. This was especially because she saw the scowl on Zhang Haiyang's face as soon as the demon cult was mentioned. This is not good. She had an ominous feeling about this. She knew that things always went differently than she expected whenever things were like this. She suppressed her anxiety and stepped forward without any hesitation in her role as the chief advisor. And in front of the gate of the Kunlun sect, Zhuge Mi Ryo's lips twisted up after meeting the person the demon cult had sent as a messenger. It looks like an unexpectedly important guest has arrived. Only one person had come from the demon cult. However, a palanquin had arrived by the time the chief advisor and the others arrived at the gate. Zhuge Mi Ryo had a twisted smile on her face as she spoke. I didn't expect that the sage demon would personally show up. Screech. The palanquin opened and a person stepped down. A warm and nice-looking white-haired old man came out. The chief advisor was coming, so someone at your level had to come. The sage demon. He was the chief advisor of the demon cult and their strategist, and one of the heavenly demons' close confidants. A colossus has moved. Zhuge Mi Ryo's mind became even more complicated. This is a bit overboard. The demon cult's actions were going overboard unlike their usual self, the sage demon. This prideful person came all the way to the gates of Kunlun to meet her. He even waited patiently until Zhuge Mi Ryo descended the mountain. The same person who always looked down on her for being younger than him. She had a thought at that moment. It would not have been easy if we really planned on negotiating. That was why Zhuge Mi Ryo had a relaxed smile on her face. Their goal was not a negotiation. Living Jiangxis and the blood cult, those were their goals. I am happy and thankful that the sage demon has personally come. The sage demon flinched after seeing her smile. What is going on? Zhuge Mi Ryo was not someone who usually had such a relaxed smile on her face. Although she was younger than the sage demon, there were a lot of shrewd things inside of her. However, that relaxed smile did not seem like a lie. Did the orthodox faction really come to negotiate? This is different from what I knew. As the sage demon's mind was about to get complicated, he snapped his fan shut. The smile on Zhuge Mi Ryo's face became even wider. This is, the sect leader, Cleve Saint, and everybody flinched in shock. All of them turned toward the same direction. They were looking at a spot beyond the gates of the Kunlun sect, the aura of fire. An intense aura of fire was flowing out from the Kunlun sect to its gate. Zhuge Mi Ryo got goosebumps on her arms. Fire. There were no fires burning anywhere, but the whole area was covered by an aura of a destructive fire that felt as if it could turn anything into ashes. This is his true identity, young Master Kim. This aura of fire that was clearly released by someone in the nature realm made Zhuge Mi Ryo feel suffocated, but also delighted. This immense power would put everything in its place. It was similar to how everything returns to nothing in the path of fire. This was the path that that person was walking on. Chapter 127, Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 7 Ho. The Fist King let out a short laugh as he kept a watch over Cal. The world of martial arts truly has no end. No, maybe martial art is just reaching toward a point where everything returns to nothingness. This aura of fire that covered the entire building and spread out throughout the Kunlun sect, it is an aura that would make any sort of evil in front of it disappear. He looked down at the roof. He could not see below it. However, he could feel what young Master Kim was creating. That was why he got up from his spot. They are showing up in the end. Zhuge Mi Ryo and the top executives were heading over with the sect leader in the front. Ha! Even the sage demon is here. Furthermore, one of the top 3 individuals of the demon cult was following behind them on his palanquin. I guess they were all shocked. The fact that the sage demon personally came to the Kunlun sect was already shocking. But the fact that the sect leader allowed the sage demon to come with them was beyond the Fist King's expectations. It was something that could never happen based on the history of the Kunlun sect. However, all of this was acceptable if you considered one person. The sect leader must have seen the way. He didn't know why the sage demon had come to the Kunlun sect. However, the sect leader had recognized young Master Kim's true power and allowed the sage demon inside. He was trying to show him. He was showing the sage demon that this was the power residing within the Kunlun sect. However, this isn't all there is to young Master Kim's power. The Fist King wanted to protect young Master Kim's time. He was hoping that all of this person's sealed powers would be released. Only then would he see the end of martial arts. His body gently alighted from the roof. Chief Eunuch Y and Ma Qi, the 2 of them, were not enough to handle all of these people. What brings all of you here? The sentence the Fist King spoke as he landed on the ground made everybody stop walking. The Fist King was the most senior among the group here. He was also the strongest person. Senior. As the sect leader flinched and was unable to speak, a warm voice spoke out. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Fist King. The sage demon spoke while seated on the palanquin. Is the person here the esteemed young Master Kim? Chief Eunuch Y, who was standing behind the Fist King, started thinking about the demon cult's information network. As expected, the demon cult knows a bit about young Master Kim as well. He then looked around. The martial arts of the Kunlun sect, who had not come to look at young Master Kim's dwelling as the Namgung clan had done, were gathering while leaving a bit of distance from the building. This was to be wary of the sage demon. They are well trained. Furthermore, he could tell that the Kunlun sect was ready for war. That is correct. This is young Master Kim's dwelling. I see. I did not expect you to be standing guard, Senior Fist King. The sage demon continued to casually chat with the Fist King. I didn't think that you would be the type to stand guard for someone. Ma Qi's eyebrows slightly rose at the comment the sage demon made in an odd tone. However, her grandfather, the Fist King, looked relaxed. He looked at the sage demon, who seemed to be scoping him out, and the people from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Kunlun sect who were looking at him with sympathy before responding. Do you truly think that? As the sage demon's warm smile slightly stiffened at that response, it's the same as last time. The Fist King made a comment, and the large aura of fire quickly decreased. No, it was returning to one spot. They were all sucked into the building behind the Fist King's shoulder and disappeared. The Cleave Saint mumbled with a blank look on his face. Are you saying that he possesses this large aura of fire within his body? The sect leader realized something at that moment, and his face stiffened. I can hear the birds. He could hear the flapping of the birds' wings. He turned his head. The birds were flying up to the sky. Ah, he finally realized it. He realized that he had not heard any birds or animals when that aura of fire had covered the Kunlun sect and this mountain peak. The animals had all been quiet. They had been suppressed by this aura of fire. They were urgently moving now that the aura had disappeared. They didn't want to get swept up in this aura. It was as if they were running away from a natural disaster. Ah, so this is what it means to use the power of nature. The sect leader had no choice but to believe that young Master Kim was in the nature realm. It was at that moment. Something is weird, sect leader Nim. He received an anxious sound transmission from Dayashi Unseon. In Ho turned to look at the woman who was standing nearby. What is it, little Sion? His heart sank after seeing that chaotic look on Unseon's face. I'm sure that this was not young Master Kim Nim's aura. What do you mean by that? As the sect leader scowled at this sound transmission, he could not understand Namgung. Mahi made a comment. She was only looking at young Master Kim's, dwelling with a blank look on her face, as if she could not see anybody else right now. Does reaching the nature realm mean that you control the aura of all 5 elements? The Cleave Saint reacted to her comment. What do you mean by that? Everybody turned toward Namgung Mahi. However, she clenched her mouth shut. It was as if she was saying that there was no need for her to answer their question. The Cleave Saint spoke again after seeing her reaction. Can I take it as you are fine with however we define your comment? He was asking Namgung Mahi if it was fine for them to analyze her comment as they wished and spread that information around. Basically, it was a threat asking her if she was ready to handle false information that may go out because of her action. He saw a smile appear on Namgung Mahi's face. She nonchalantly commented to the Cleave Saint. Senior Cleave Saint, whatever it is that you are imagining, I'm sure it is beyond that. That put the Cleave Saint at a loss of words, and everybody's expressions changed. The sect leader did not hide the joy on his face. His gaze turned toward the sage demon. The sage demon was still seated on the palanquin with a warm smile on his face. But I'm sure your mind is a complicated mess right now. The sect leader was feeling better, and his heart was feeling lighter. For an esteemed individual with such power to tell us that he would come to our Kunlun, the Kunlun sect would be able to protect this land once again. He suppressed the emotions building up inside of him. The sect leader was in a position where he could not show such weakness. It was at that moment. Screech, a window of the building opened. They heard voices. Just stay here. That's okay. I can ask myself. I don't want to just stay in the room. I guess we can't really stay here because it has turned into a sea of blood. But I think that it would be better if I went out and asked instead. Why make it so annoying? Cal grumbled, looked out the window, and then hesitated. What the hell? He could see a bunch of people gathered around the building outside the window. When he consumed the elixir back in the Namgung clan, he was scared of Ron's gaze and had to change his clothes and show everybody that he was okay and that he had no idea what had happened outside. That was why he hesitated after seeing so many eyes locked on him before smiling out of reflex. Haha, it was a smile that would make others think that he was a good person. Oops. He then thought about the blood that was around his mouth. Human, wipe the blood. Cal ignored Rayon's comment and used his sleeve to wipe the blood around his mouth. He then flinched. His sleeve was already wet with blood. Ha! He heard Choi Han sigh. He walked over and vigorously rubbed Cal's mouth with a cloth. Cal pushed aside Choi Han's hand, took the cloth, and wiped his own mouth. Human, you should just wash up. Cal became unsettled at Rayon's sigh-filled voice. Human, don't smile while spewing blood anymore. You did it last time too, but you smiled even brighter this time, which made it weird. Cal clenched his mouth shut. However, the corners of his lips kept twitching and rising. Chief Eunuch Y urgently approached Cal's side at that moment. Young Master Kim Nim, is there anything you need? It looks like I will need a change of clothes. We also need to clean up a bit in here. Chief Eunuch Y's face lit up a bit as Cal's calm voice sounded relaxed, but he flinched after seeing the inside of the room. There was a lot of blood. Young Master Kim's blood, he was sure of it. However, how could he be so fine after coughing up so much blood? In fact, his complexion looked even better. Chief Eunuch Y hesitated for a moment before asking, Young Master Nim, did you get the results you wanted? He heard a response without any hesitation. Yes, quite a bit of the seal was released. He could feel that the brightly smiling Cal was telling the truth. Of course, he couldn't just look past all of the blood on Cal's clothes. But Cal couldn't help but smile like that. Wow, I feel like I can breathe again. He heard the fire of destruction's voice. That's a relief. Chief Eunuch Y smiled gently. Then I will take care of the things you asked. Ah, you don't need to do it right away. Please just prepare it from here. Excuse me, Cal calmly spoke to the shocked Chief Eunuch Y. There's another one. Excuse me, elixir. I'm going to do this one more time. This is not the end? Cal had a satisfied smile on his face as Chief Eunuch Y's eyes opened wide. The living flame flower. This was an elixir with a legend behind it. He felt as if he understood why Central Plains sent one more message through the mirror to try to stop him. The seal on the shield was 70 released, and the seal on the water was 53 released. Me. As for the fire of destruction 68, the living flame flower alone released 68 of the fire's seal. Ding ding, DD Rayon, cover that with a blanket for a bit. I got it, human. Cal was ignoring the continuous messages on the mirror. He took a peek to see if there was anything important, but it was just Central Plains whining. He's scared he's going to get in trouble. Basically, Central Plains could handle it, but was trying to stop Cal because he didn't want to get in trouble. Cal was annoyed at that attitude. I'm traveling through dimensions with people and going through all this trouble, but he wants to stop me because he is scared of getting in trouble, especially when it is for the safety of his own world. Cal was full of complaints about the Central Plains, who acted positively as if he would do whatever Cal wanted, but was actually not that helpful at all and extremely passive. At least Xiolin was a big giver. The Xiolin world had been so giving that Cal was shocked. That was how it should be for the worker to work with excitement. I'll do whatever I want. Cal decided to ignore Central Plains from now on to focus on taking down the blood cult and the hunters of the Blue Bloods household. That was why he was planning on consuming the other elixir right away to release even more of the seal on the fire of destruction. Then I will prepare some clothes for now and get ready to clean the room. Cal didn't think much about Chief Eunuch Y stuttering and nodded his head. Thank you. Please come back in a little bit. He then closed the window again. Of course, he made eye contact with Jujmi Ryo and the sect leader in the process and slightly bowed toward them. Chief Eunuch Y looked at the closed window for a bit before slowly returning to his spot. It was the spot next to the Fist King and the others. The Fist King and Chief Eunuch Y silently looked at each other. The Fist King and the rest of the martial artists here were skilled enough that they could hear Cal and Chief Eunuch Y's conversation. It was a result of having such high martial arts levels. I guess I will need to stand guard. The Fist King said that before speaking to the martial artists. I would like for all of you to leave. Nobody could say anything against that. They just withdrew with clueless or extremely complicated looks on their faces. Only Jujmi Ryo and the Sage Demon had smiles on their faces. Of course, there was no way of knowing what either of them was thinking. The martial arts other than the ones who were standing guard withdrew from Cal's dwelling. However, there were gazes still focused on the building. No, the gazes became even more persistent. However, the Fist King ignored them. He just held back his awe at the aura of fire that was starting to rise from underneath the roof again. Namgung Mahi noticed it, so I guess the Namgung clan will figure it out. The others should have realized it with Namgung Mahi's statement as well. It was something that the Fist King had realized a long time ago. It was water and wood in the Namgung clan. This time it was fire. Young Master Kim is releasing his seals one at a time. The so-called 5 elements were water, fire, metal, earth, and wood. In young Master Kim's case, wind seemed to be an extra. Is it 6 elements? What would happen if all of young Master Kim's seals were released? That would be nature itself. The Fist King raised his head. The surroundings were quiet again. They were keeping quiet because of the aura of fire. How marvelous. The old man was just in awe at the path of martial arts that showed no end despite his long time in this world. Young Master Nim. Chief Eunuch Y spoke to Cal, who was eating noodles. The chief advisor wishes to speak to you. Is that so? Yes, sir. The sect leader as well. Really? Yes, sir. The sage demon has also requested an audience. The Cleve Saint, Namgung Mahi, Peng Yu, Jiang Chan Cal's face was getting unsettled at the endlessly continuing requests to see him when he asked a question. Jiang Chan is the living Jiangshi, isn't he? Yes, sir. Then I will need to see him at least once. Jiang Chan was a rising star of Shaolin and a living Jiangshi. As for the rest, Cal felt good while eating the noodles again and thinking about what to do about the others. 72 of the seal had been released from the fire of destruction. Thinking about that made these morning noodles taste so good. Young Master Nim. Chief Eunuch Y spoke with an extremely awkward look on his face at that moment. The sage demon is adamant that he will not negotiate if he does not get to see you first. Cal looked confused. It was at that moment. Bang! They heard a loud noise from a distance. What is going on? Cal put his chopsticks down. Do you think that the sage demon and the demon cult are fighting against the Kunlun sect? Chief Eunuch Y asked with a stiff look on his face before urgently running out saying that he will look into it. He then returned with a stiff look on his face. Young Master Nim. Is something wrong? Cal's face also stiffened at the serious look on Chief Eunuch Y's face. It was rare for Chief Eunuch Y to have such a look on his face. That please tell me. Ha! Chief Eunuch Y, who had been hesitating, touched around his eyes with his hand as he spoke. Sima Yung and Zia Mun said that they need to come see their boss, that they need to come see you, young Master Nim, and ended up breaking the gate to the Kunlun sect. Sima Yung, the trash of the unorthodox faction Zia Mun, the second in command of the Green Forest, however it seems like noble warrior Du Kang, who was with them, may have played a part in it as well. And Tunka, the crazy bastard from Roan, the 3 of them had caused an incident. Fuck. Cal put his chopsticks down and stood up. There was a terrible scowl on his face. I will go as well, he ill Nim. Cal's face lit up as Choi Han picked up his scabbard and commented in a low voice. Choi Han, I trust you. Yes, he ill Nim. Choi Han was best for dealing with bastards like Tunka. Cal walked out of the room with a bright expression on his face. He headed toward the broken gate to the Kunlun sect. While that was going on, the sage demon was handing a messenger a letter with strict instructions. This must be delivered directly to the heavenly demon Nim. Do you understand? Yes, senior. The messenger was his family member. That was why he could trust him. The sage demon closed his eyes while looking at the departing messenger. The person that the heavenly demon Nim has been looking for has finally appeared. He opened his eyes again and looked toward the building young Master Kim was staying in. Chapter 128. Boss Trash and Trash 1, 2, 3, 8. The signboard hanging on the gate into the Kunlun sect, the signboard that had KUNLUN written on it had fallen to the ground. Crack. It also cracked. Dayashi Unseon, who just arrived, looked at the cracked signboard with disbelief before turning her head. She was at a loss for words. Pieces of wood from the broken gate were scattering in the air. The gate pavilion master Nim. Unseon supported the pavilion master, who put a hand on the back of her head. The Rules and Virtues Pavilion. As the pavilion master for the pavilion in charge of the Kunlun sect's rules and behavior, she seemed quite shocked while looking at the destroyed gate and the cracked signboard. Of course, part of it was because the pavilion master was quite weak for being a martial artist. However, Unseon understood the pavilion master's current feelings. Such chaos, nobody heard her mumbling. It was because her voice was currently buried. Why, you unorthodox faction bastards dare to destroy the main gate of the great Kunlun sect? The Cleve Saint shouted. Senior, you are not even a member of the Kunlun sect, so why are you stepping in? Are you so old that you forgot your affiliation? Zia Mun immediately retorted back. What? You stupid mountain bandit bastard. I guess a guy who loses to a stupid mountain bandit in a battle of words must have rock for brains. Ha. Haha, this mountain bandit bastard is trying to get himself killed. Haha, HMPH, you damn hypocrites. The demon cult is allowed in, but the unorthodox faction is not. You are going to look down on me, the representative of the Green Forest and a child of the Sima clan. This is clearly looking down on the divergent coalition. Zia Mun pompously shouted before turning his head. He looked toward Sima Yung, who was usually his enemy but was on the same side right now, as he spoke. Sima Yung, don't you feel the same way as the child of the coalition leader? He then flinched. Seriously, this guy. He got anxious and subconsciously shouted. Ho! The Cleve Saint looked in the same direction and could just sigh in disbelief. Zia Mun hid his anxiety and loudly called out once again. Sima Yung, what is it? Sima Yung seemed to have finally heard his voice as he stopped walking and turned around. While the Kunlun sect's people were looking blankly at the destroyed gate in disbelief, and the Cleve Saint was arguing with Zia Mun, he had already started walking up the steps to the Kunlun sect. You called me to say something. What is it? Why did you call my name? He sounded as if he was annoyed that Zia Mun stopped him while he was in a hurry. That trash. Zia Mun Hian was in disbelief. He broke the door to someone's house and just walked right in. Isn't that too much even for someone in the unorthodox faction? Zia Mun truly felt that Sima Yung deserved to be called the greatest trash of the unorthodox faction, as he scowled. That bastard! The Cleve Saint could not hold back his anger and roared. Unseon. Yes, Pavilion Master Nim. Send them out. The master of the Rules and Virtues Pavilion finally snapped back to her senses and looked at the people from the unorthodox faction with a cold gaze. It was coldest toward Sima Yung. New people appeared at that moment. It was Sima Gong and his subordinates. Oh dear. He quickly realized the situation and spoke with concern. The Martial Arts Alliance's Peng Yu, who was also heading toward the gate with the martial artists of the Peng clan, groaned after taking a look. He could get a basic understanding of this chaos without thinking deeply about it. What the hell, do you have nothing to say? Then I'm going in. Sima Yung was the only one who seemed unfazed right now. He started walking up the steps again. He then hesitated and stopped. My friend, what is it? Dukang. This cold friend that Sima Yung approved of was quietly standing by the destroyed gate with his arms crossed. Seeing his friend, whom he had naturally expected to follow him just standing there, Sima Yung walked over to Tunka. Tunka opened his eyes at that moment and mumbled in a low voice. He's coming. As Sima Yung flinched in shock at Tunka's completely calm demeanor that was different from his usual boisterous and sort of stupid self, swoo-whoosh, a breeze blew by. Human, we are here. People then saw Cal and Choi Han gently land on the ground. What kind of skill is that? Peng Yu noticed that the whirlwind around young Master Kim's feet disappeared once he landed on the ground. Kinggong. What kind of foot technique is that? I didn't feel any internal kai with that foot technique. Something popped into Peng Yu's mind at that moment. Does reaching the nature realm mean that you control the aura of all 5 elements? It was what Namgung Mahi had said. Peng Yu tried to be calm, but his heart was beating wildly. Yes, it makes sense for someone who can handle all 5 elements to be able to control the wind. It was just such an unbelievable level that he could not say anything. However, after seeing the look on the Kunlun sect's Pavilion Master's face, he realized that his reaction was very calm compared to theirs. Pavilion Master Nim. Unseon thought that the Pavilion Master was being weird and called out to her, but the Pavilion Master continued to look at Cal and Choi Han with a piercing gaze. He was the wind itself. The Kunlun sect's 8 great styles of the Cloud Dragon. That was a martial art focused on walking. Each step that a person takes this martial art treated each step to carry quite a lot of things. That was why a single step of a human was said to be like a dragon flying through the clouds. The Kunlun sect's Rules and Virtues Pavilion. This pavilion was one that focused on the Kunlun sect's appearance, which was why they did a lot of research into the Kunlun sect's fundamentals. The rules of Kunlun depended on what Kunlun represented and where it was headed. As a result, the pavilion master was even more shocked seeing Cal appear now than when Cal had used the aura of fire to put the entire Kunlun in silence. She got the chills. That subtle yet elegant appearance, those steps that truly resembled a dragon moving through the clouds. Although Cal just used Rayon's magic to quickly come here and used flight magic and the wind to get to the gate, because he was too lazy to walk down the steps, our Kunlun's path is in his steps. The pavilion master's heart was going wild. Honestly speaking, his steps were not that amazing. They did not have any sort of pressure or force behind them. He just simply took a step to come down from the sky to the ground. However, that was why it was subtle yet beautiful. It was just a step. There was not much meaning or wild desires in a baby's first steps. A baby just wants to walk, because they want to walk. Yes, that is the true nature that should be within a step. The pavilion master's eyes sparkled. Pavilion masternim. Unseon became shocked, but the pavilion master pushed Unseon aside and closed her eyes. She then sat down in a lotus position and left a comment. I leave it to you. Unseon's eyes opened wide. The pavilion master had suddenly achieved enlightenment. She had then immediately jumped into the imagery world. Unseon immediately motioned to the martial artists of the Kunlun sect with her eyes, and although things were currently a mess here, she left them to guard the pavilion master. As for herself, she headed toward young Master Kim. She realized that the pavilion master was asking her to take care of things here, not guard her. Young Master Kimnim, I'm sorry. Excuse me? Unseon hesitated after seeing young Master Kim apologize as soon as he saw her. His calm but sincere apology made her subconsciously look right into young Master Kim's eyes. Young Master Kim put on a good-natured smile in response. Of course, it was an apologetic smile. Based on what I heard, they caused this mess trying to come see me. I also heard that noble warrior Du Kang, one of my people, played a role in it as well. Peng Yu and the Cleve Saint could not hide their shock at Cal's demeanor. When the Martial Arts Alliance had almost started fighting with the Green Forest's Ziamun, last time young Master Kim had released an intense aura to settle the situation. Although he had not gone rampant, the aura of an angry ruler had suppressed all of them. In comparison, he was gentle and soft right now. Not at all, young Master Nim. It is not something that requires your apology. Based on what I heard, noble warrior Du Kang did not play a role in it. He tried to stop Zia Munnim from charging into the gate and ended up breaking one side of the gate in the process. Cal looked at Tunka with an odd gaze after hearing Unseon's response. Hem. Tunka proudly held his head up. Cal did not want to see that for some reason, but Tunka smiled and patted the back of his head as Choi Han walked up to him. Knock me out. Choi Han had a rare annoyed look on his face, but Tunka was confident. I did not make my friend lose face. He then looked toward Cal as if he was saying, didn't I do well? And then he smiled. Wow, this is really annoying. Cal was truly annoyed. However, a good-natured and gentle smile was still on his face. However, this still happened because they were trying to come see me, so we will take care of the compensation. No, young Master Nim. Unseon said that it was not necessary, but Cal shook his head as if he had to do so. The smile disappeared from his face. I heard that the gates of Kunlun have only been destroyed while protecting this land. The Kunlun sect's gate had been destroyed so many times compared to the gates of the rest of the 9 sects, 1 gang, or the 5 great clans. The reason was because the demon cult had to get past the Kunlun sect to enter the Central Plains. Their countless battles with the demon cult led to their gate being destroyed so many times. The signboard on the main gate, Kunlun. The destruction of those words was considered the infiltration of the Kunlun sect by the enemies. I'm sorry. Young Master Kim's calm voice spread throughout the area. My heart hurts that such an important gate was destroyed for such a reason. So please allow our side to compensate for it. Unseon's eyes were shaking as she looked at young Master Kim. Yes, this is the kind of person he is. Although it was impossible to fathom young Master Kim's strength, it was just as impossible to fathom his beautiful heart and giving mind. They were too deep. This esteemed individual offered to come to Kunlun before I even asked. Such a person should know the importance of the Kunlun name more than anybody else. Young Master Kim's voice reached Unseon and the rest of the martial artists of the Kunlun sect. I will prepare a gate that is stronger and firmer than any other gate. It will be a gate that cannot be easily broken. Unseon looked into young Master Kim's eyes. His eyes were firm without any shaking. She realized that declining his offer any longer would be rejecting his kindness. Unseon suppressed herself from tearing up. A gate that is firmer than any other gate? Young Master Kim Nim was not the type to bluff. He was someone who was always a step ahead looking into the distance. Unseon was sure about this because she had seen young Master Kim for a while as they traveled with Elder Ho. The demon cult was going to barge in. The war against them was about to start again. The person who knew the Kunlun sect's situation better than anybody else has said that he would make a gate that is firmer than any other gate and one that will not be easily broken. What would those words mean? Was he just talking about a sturdy gate? There was no way that such an intelligent person would have meant something so simple. He is truly planning on helping our Kunlun. No, this esteemed individual is trying to protect not just our Kunlun, but the Orthodox faction and the entire Central Plains. He is trying to protect everything from the meaningless destruction a war with the demon cult would cause. Unseon realized what her response should be. She looked around. The people of Kunlun, her family, had the same gazes in their eyes. She was now certain as she spoke. "Thank you very much, young Master Nim. We will happily accept your sincerity." Unseon saw young Master Kim smiling brightly at that moment. He smiled as if he was truly happy as he responded. "It is I who must thank you. I will make sure it is an extremely sturdy gate." Cal thought to himself, "It looks like the situation is basically resolved. It would be bad if the unorthodox faction and the Kunlun sect pointed their blades at each other right now. Furthermore, it would get even more complicated if the demon cult got involved as well, since the unorthodox faction brought them up. It's already complicated enough, so I might as well make it clean as possible. Since Tunka was involved as well, it was probably best for him to apologize. If he, as someone from the imperial family, apologizes, who would cause an issue with that? I'll tell Chief Eunuch why to get the gate fixed. The imperial family should have a lot of money. He will replace it with an extremely sturdy and good gate. The imperial family is there for me to use at times like this. Cal had that thought as he smiled with satisfaction. He then approached Sima Gong and gently spoke. "Noble warrior Sima Gong." "Yes, young Master Nim." Sima Gong gulped. Young Master Kim, someone with an extremely high level of martial arts, had apologized to the Kunlun sect and accepted the unorthodox faction's mistake as his own. Furthermore, his demeanor was gentle. However, he was not being submissive or servile. That was why he was scared. As a result, Sima Gong quickly spoke before young Master Kim could say anything. "I can't let young Master Kim look at the unorthodox faction in an even more unfavorable light. I can't let him shun the unorthodox faction." He lowered his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Nim." Cal found this to be odd. "I was going to tell him to hurry up and take those two trash and leave. I was going to say that I will be there soon." Seeing Sima Gong apologizing so sincerely, he said the thought that came to his mind. "Shouldn't you be apologizing to the Kunlun sect and not to me?" Both Sima Gong and the Kunlun sect quietly gasped. The people from the Martial Arts Alliance showed the same reaction. Peng Yu heard the stubborn Cleve Saint quietly mumbling. He knows of justice and cooperation. Cal then decided there was nothing left for him to do here and said goodbye before returning to his dwelling. The pavilion master, who opened her eyes again after her enlightenment, heard the conversation from Unseon and commented. "The steps of someone who knows of logic and duty are without hesitation and only leaves naturalness. However, the path that those steps have walked on will leave behind pride, as it is the path that someone who knows of logic and duty has walked." This incident and the words of the pavilion master were spread throughout the Kunlun sect. A poem was created from the pavilion master's words at the end of the incident. "The gates of Kunlun may break and the signboard cracked, but just as the pride of the path that our Kunlun sect has traveled will not disappear, young Master Kim's steps will do the same." Of course, Cal had no idea that such words were being spread around. He had to accept a new guest's request to see him. "Nice to meet you, young Master Nim. I am delighted to meet you as well." I did not expect to see the sage demon Nim, the chief advisor of the demon cult, like this. Cal gently smiled as he greeted the sage demon. Human, the sage demon resembles Billows. He had the same thought as Rayon. But something is weird about his gaze. It reminds me of Clope. He then flinched at Rayon's comment before looking into the sage demon's eyes. The eyes that were hidden in his chubby face, he's right. They were weirdly burning up. It was similar to when Clope was shouting about legends. Something feels off. Cal, who was speaking for the first time with someone from the demon cult, touched the back of his neck after feeling a mysterious chill. Chapter 129. Something is different here. 1. The sage demon picked up the teacup Chief Eunuch Y brought him. He looked extremely relaxed, as if he was savoring the taste of the tea. Young Master Nim. The sage demon is the heavenly demon's right-hand man, as well as his instructor. Cal was also leisurely savoring the taste of tea as he listened to Chief Eunuch Y's sound transmission. There was more info on the demon cult than the unorthodox faction. Although the demon cult was just a single organization, the records he saw in the Imperial Palace had quite a bit on the demon cult. There was less info than the orthodox faction, but more than the unorthodox faction. It was right in the middle. Although it might seem weird that there was not much information on the unorthodox faction, despite them causing a lot of incidents and influencing the lives of the citizens, this was to be expected based on the Imperial Palace's point of view. The demon cult may strike once at a time, but everything they do is big. The heavenly demon. The demon cult basically treated him as a god and followed him. Basically, it was right for the imperial family to see the demon cult as more of a threat because they were dangerous as they followed the heavenly demon and not the emperor. At least the unorthodox faction still feared the emperor. Although the reason the imperial family leaves the demon cult alone is because their location is quite remote, at least the top executives of the demon cult listened to the imperial palace. And until now, they never messed with the imperial palace and the government whenever there was a war between the orthodox faction and the demon cult, or the unorthodox faction and the demon cult. Well, there were times the imperial palace had no choice but to step in because they messed with the regular citizens quite a few times. At minimum, they pretended to stop whenever they saw the government. That was why, although the imperial palace paid close attention to the demon cult, they could not easily eradicate them. You mess with the hive, you may get stung by the stinger. Especially when your opponent was not a common bee, but a hornet. But there is a more cruel reason. Cal looked toward Chief Eunuch Y. He was a part of the eunuchs, the Eastern Depot. The Emperor had given Cal basically every record they had through Chief Eunuch Y. That was when Cal was finally able to understand the Emperor's boldness. The imperial family keeps their eyes on the martial arts world. This was the basics. They also do not see fights between the triumvirates as being bad. They would just watch when the three groups fought amongst each other and only step in when they harm the government and regular civilians to a degree. Because whenever there were those fights or large wars, they can control the number of martial artists. Furthermore, the overall strength of martial artists would decrease. The imperial family, they are not that good either. Cal had a twisted smile internally, but looked away from Chief Eunuch Y with a calm look on his face. Either way, this is the world they live in. The martial arts world and the government, the Central Plains. Cal, as someone who would leave, could not mess with the long-standing relationships and logic of this place. As for those Blue Bloods bastards who messed with Cal, his people, and the Roan Kingdom when they didn't do anything, he just needed to take care of those hunters' bastards. Click. The sage demon put his teacup down. Young Master Kim Nim. I would think that you are curious as to why I came to look for you and asked for such a secret meeting. Yes, I am curious. Instead of being shocked, the sage demon just smiled warmly at Cal's honest answer. He then gently asked, Young Master Nim, do you know how I rose to the position of sage demon? Chief Eunuch Y flinched at that question, but Cal answered without any hesitation once again. Yes, I do. The sage demon gently nodded his head. I see. I guess it is to be expected as the Imperial Palace knows about our demon cult better than anybody else. Chief Eunuch Y's gaze sank, thinking there was a thorn in those words, but neither the sage demon nor Cal put much meaning to it. They simply continued to chat. The current heavenly demon had a very difficult childhood. I heard that he grew stronger thanks to learning from you sage demon Nim, who noticed his radiant talents. The sage demon quietly laughed at Cal's comment. That is correct, young Master Nim. The heavenly demon was someone who learned 10 and sometimes even 20 things when I would teach him one thing. That was why, although it started with me teaching him, our esteemed liege eventually surpassed me and found his own path. Cal recalled the records about the current heavenly demon while listening to the sage demon talk as if he was talking about an old story. The former heavenly demon had a lot of issues. The current heavenly demon, he lived quite a wretched life when he was younger. The former heavenly demon had numerous wives and concubines, which led to having a lot of children. The wives and concubines he took in were not arranged marriages for political relationships. He was just that kind of bastard. That bastard was total shit. That trash is too good for him. Cal had a simple reason for evaluating him that way. The former heavenly demon did not protect his numerous wives, concubines, and children. In fact, he paid no attention to their secret fights, chaos, and death between them. One of the victims was the current heavenly demon. As the child of one of the powerless concubines, he had to live on his own after losing his mother at a young age. The sage demon noticed his talents, and he was able to rise to his current position. At that time, this guy was not the sage demon, but just a middle-grade administrator among the top executives. He was from a famed family within the demon cult, but he was a bastard. It prevented him from rising higher than a middle-grade administrator despite having the abilities and age. The fact that he was now the heavenly demon's right-hand man and instructor, and has significant influence over the demon cult truly shows that you never knew what could happen in the affairs of humans. I believe the current heavenly demon is in his late 30s. The heavenly demon was quite young for being the leader of a major force. Click. Cal put his teacup and asked, "May I ask why you are telling me such a story?" He had no reason to listen to the old story of the sage demon and the heavenly demon. Young Master Kim Nim. Chief Advisor Jujmi Ryo is a talented individual. I have been shocked by her amazing intellect many times. You don't know how many times I've gasped after reading messages she has sent or reports I've received from my subordinates about what she has done. This was out of context. However, Cal quietly listened. The warm voice continued. That is the reason I personally came here. Cal made eye contact with the sage demon. Because reading a person's expression, he could see that although the sage demon was smiling with his lips, his eyes were not. That is the one thing where I, the sage demon, am slightly better than the chief advisor. Chief Eunuch Y's face stiffened as he listened. Although I may not be as smart as her, my years of surviving through countless under-the-surface battles has allowed me to learn more about how to read a person's expression. The sage demon maintained a humble demeanor and a smile on his face as he spoke to Cal. The chief advisor. She also did not come here wishing for a negotiation between the orthodox faction and the demon cult. Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously groaned. The sage demon has realized that the chief advisor's intentions are elsewhere. As expected of the sage demon, even the other members of the Martial Arts Alliance and the Kunlun sect still believe that the chief advisor wishes to negotiate with the demon cult. Chief Eunuch Y got the chills. Cal's voice came out as gently at that moment. The sage demon Nim has also not come here wishing for a negotiation between the orthodox faction and the demon cult. Chief Eunuch Y's eyes opened wide. He was finally able to recall what the sage demon had said. The chief advisor. She also did not come here wishing for a negotiation between the orthodox faction and the demon cult. He was certain that the sage demon said she also. That was not a slip of tongue. Someone at the sage demon's level would have said it that way on purpose. Young Master Nim. He looked toward Cal and asked, "Would you please visit the demon cult?" The corners of Cal's lips curled up. "Is the demon cult inviting only me to come? We are inviting you and your group, young Master Nim." Cal spoke as if he was amused. "Have you already spoken with the heavenly demon Nim about this invitation while you were at the Kunlun sect? Or was this your plan from the moment you set out to come to the Kunlun sect?" The sage demon answered the question without any hesitation. It was neither. Then, this is my own judgment. The sage demon was still looking at Cal with a firm gaze. Based on my personal decision, I have determined that we must escort you to the demon cult, young Master Nim. Even without the heavenly demon Nim's approval, I did get permission, but I also did not get permission. As a result, I must move based on my own judgment. Chief Eunuch Y scowled. What kind of response is that? The conversation between the sage demon and young Master Kim was flowing smoothly without stopping. However, the things that the sage demon was saying were a bit weird. At that moment, Cal asked honestly without thinking too deeply about it. What you said just now was hard to understand. From the moment, this person said that he saw the look on Zhuge Mi Raiyo's face and understood her intentions from the moment that the sage demon said that he personally came to the Orthodox faction, to the most hostile sect, without any subordinates to figure out those intentions. Cal decided to be honest. Silly lies would only bring chaos in such a situation. The sage demon closed his mouth for a bit before again opening it back. The heavenly demon has wanted to fight against the Orthodox faction ever since he rose to the position of heavenly demon. He considered the demon cult's entry into the Central Plains as his mission that was as important as his life itself. Chief Eunuch Y groaned. The sage demon didn't care and continued to speak. Our esteemed liege said that, I am neither from a highly reputed family, nor do I have any proper foundation. There are still many internal enemies aiming for me. In order to turn their gazes outward, the only option is to point our swords toward the Central Plains. I agreed with that statement. His other subordinates did as well. A gentle smile that was different from before was on the sage demon's face. Unlike the previous heavenly demon, the current heavenly demon always asks his subordinates for their opinions before doing something. That smile held both pride and praise for the heavenly demon. Chief Eunuch Y noticed this, peeked toward Cal, and then flinched. Cal had a serious look on his face now. The sage demon continued to speak. The heavenly demon then organized the demon cult to attack the Central Plains and also trained hard in his own martial arts. Hard is not strong enough of a word for it, as he focused on his training as if his life depended on it. And finally, he reached it. The sage demon's eyes curled up into a smile for the first time. He has surpassed the level of the former heavenly demon. The profound realm, Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously shouted. It was recorded that the former heavenly demon was in between the unrestrained realm and the profound realm. This was because despite being called a genius and reaching a high level in his youth, he did not train anymore as he focused on women and booze. The imperial palace believed that the current heavenly demon was at the same level. This was enough to say that the heavenly demon, who was currently in his late 30s, had talent bestowed by the heavens. Chief Eunuch Y couldn't help but be shocked to hear that the heavenly demon had fully entered the profound realm. Chief Eunuch Y saw that the sage demon, who made eye contact with him, continued to speak in the same tone. It was about a month ago. He secretly called me to inform me that he had reached that level. The sage demon looked up into the air. I cannot forget the moment we had that conversation. The demon cult also had experts from the previous generations who had reached the profound realm. They needed such experts to take on the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction without any help. However, reaching that level at a young age was amazing. The heavenly demon said the following to me. His voice was calm. It was like a leaf floating on a lake. He said that he wants to invade the Central Plains. Chief Eunuch Y flinched. The sage demon continued to speak. He also said the following. He does not want to invade the Central Plains. Chief Eunuch Y's eyes opened wide while Cal stopped leaning back against the chair and sat up to lean toward the sage demon. Chief Eunuch Y gulped after seeing the stiff look on Cal's face. The sage demon calmly continued. The heavenly demon wants to fight against the Orthodox faction while not wanting to do so at the same time. Cal made eye contact with the sage demon. The heavenly demon wants a conversation with the Martial Arts Alliance while not wanting to do so at the same time. What do you mean by that? Chief Eunuch Y could not hold back and asked, but the sage demon did not stop talking. The heavenly demon carries both desire and no desire at the same time. Wait, that is just Chief Eunuch Y tried to ask a question because that made no sense, but Cal raised his hand. Chief Eunuch Y closed his mouth after seeing that. Cal spoke at that moment. The person in the demon cult who wants to invade the Central Plains was none other than the heavenly demon Nim. The heavenly demon brought it up without anybody else bringing it up first. Yes, that is correct. Chief Eunuch Y's pupils started shaking after hearing that question and answer. No way, Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously mumbled as he looked toward the sage demon. However, the sage demon was only focused on Cal as he continued to speak. The profound realm. The heavenly demon realized it after reaching that realm. The heavenly demon had received enlightenment after getting past the unrestrained realm to the profound realm. I am being brainwashed. Chief Eunuch Y could feel a strongly fluctuating aura centered around the sage demon. The sage demon was currently smiling, but he was angry. As the heavenly demon's instructor and his first friend, and as someone who was born a bastard and did not form his own family, the heavenly demon was like his child and family despite being unable to say that to anybody. Chief Eunuch Y thought of something while looking at that anger. The blood cult is trying to start the great war of the triumvirate through living Jiangshis. Zhang Haiyang, the future sect leader and a living Jiangshi, was similar in age to the heavenly demon. In addition, the person in the demon cult who brought up starting the great war of the triumvirate was the heavenly demon. Chief Eunuch Y recalled how Cal's face had turned serious as soon as he heard that the heavenly demon wanted to invade the Central Plains. Once you get past the unrestrained realm to the profound realm, when you get there, your brain, your upper dantian opens, and you are able to observe yourself. That is what the heavenly demon told me. The sage demon spoke calmly with a warm smile on his face. Our esteemed liege is currently fighting against himself. However, the aura surrounding him was becoming more violent. The sage demon smiled while having this rough and almost crazed violent aura of the demon cult around him. The heavenly demon wishes to fight against the orthodox faction. At the same time, he wishes to fight against the blood cult. Chapter 130. Something is different here, too. The blood cult. Chief Eunuch Y took a deep breath once those words were mentioned. Cal stopped leaning toward the sage demon and leaned back against the chair at that moment. There are a few things I am curious about. He didn't wait for the sage demon's response and asked anyway. How did you know about the blood cult? The rumors about the blood cult that had started spreading lately from Cal, the blood cult has been existing under the surface. They killed a member of the Namgung clan, and the sword demon is a member of the blood cult. These rumors were spreading like wildfire in the martial arts world, but the sage demon sounded as if he had known about the blood cult prior to that. The heavenly demon figured out about the blood cult. No. The sage demon shook his head. To be more accurate, he recalled it. Chief Eunuch Y looked confused. The sage demon noticed and continued to speak. It looks like more explanation is needed. He touched the teacup and continued to speak. The dantian usually mentioned in the martial arts world is the lower dantian. It is the one around the belly button. However, there are 3 total dantians. I'm sure you are all aware of it, but the middle dantian is the heart, and the upper dantian is the brain. The heavenly demon said that he was able to connect to his upper dantian on his way to reaching the profound realm. From the peak realm to the transcendent realm, and then the unrestrained realm and the profound realm, not everybody gained access to their upper dantian or middle dantian by reaching that realm. The heavenly demon was one of the few who connected to his upper dantian. The brain, once his aura was connected to his upper dantian, he said that he was able to observe his entire body. It is not just internally looking at his body. He is able to be a separate figure observing his external body. That is when he found something. The sage demon made eye contact with Cal. Originally, the heavenly demon called this polluted internal Kai. Cal remained quiet. He noticed this polluted internal Kai in his lower dantian and his middle dantian with the heart. He noticed that this aura that was not his started from his heart and was controlling his body. Chief Eunuch Y let out a short gasp. He remembered the process of purifying Namgung Ty, the Namgung clan's living Jiangshi. During the purification of Namgung Ty, I'm certain that his heart was grotesque and had turned black. It returned to its original appearance thanks to young Master Kim's purification, and he resembled a person once again once young Master Kim's red cover was placed over his heart. The heavenly demon's judgment is quite accurate. The analysis the heavenly demon had made about his body was identical to what Chief Eunuch Y had seen until now. That is why the heavenly demon first tried to recall where he got this polluted internal Kai. He then realized that a memory of a period of time in his youth was unclear. He continuously stimulated his upper dantian to recall the memories of that time, and as a result, he was able to get a glimpse of something. Cal's mouth opened. What did he see? The sight of a black liquid being pushed into his heart. Chief Eunuch Y groaned. Furthermore, he also remembered hearing the term blood demon. The blood demon was the leader of the blood cult. He gave me an order with these two things as the background. He told me to look into the blood demon and the blood cult. The sage demon chuckled. Of course, the real heavenly demon asked me to do that. Is there a fake heavenly demon? Yes, young Master Nim. There is. The fake heavenly demon continues to tell me to figure out a plan to attack the Central Plains. The real heavenly demon and the fake heavenly demon. They were the same person, but the sage demon was able to clearly distinguish between the two. That was why I did two things. I created a plan to attack the Central Plains. I also looked into the blood cult. The sage demon was still not drinking the tea and just touching the teacup. After about 2 weeks of doing that, I suddenly started hearing rumors about the blood cult coming from the Central Plains. His gaze turned toward Cal. It was not long after a certain young Master Kim Nim appeared. The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up. The sage demon continued to speak. And the Martial Arts Alliance hurried their negotiation with us, and young Master Kim Nim joined them on their journey. Oh, the people of the Divergent Coalition just happened to be there as well. And you got your answer? The sage demon smiled happily at Cal's calm question. Yes, young Master Nim, I did get my answer. To be more accurate, I became certain after personally coming here to Kunlun. Chief Eunuch Y figured out why the imperial family was wary of the demon cult. The sage demon continued in a calm voice. The person who started informing people about the blood cult is young Master Kim Nim, the imperial family as well. I also learned that the true center of this meeting with the demon cult is young Master Kim Nim and not the chief advisor. These are the two things I realized. The demon cult. Although their numbers were quite low compared to the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction, this major force that was tightly gathered with the heavenly demon at their center did not lack in information of strength compared to the other two forces despite being in the outskirts of the martial arts world. In some cases, they were scarier and more meticulous. Chief Eunuch Y was truly feeling that right now. He looked toward Cal, who seemed even more relaxed than the sage demon. Cal was now seated extremely relaxed on the chair as he nonchalantly asked, "Is that why you are inviting me?" "Yes, young Master Nim." The sage demon gave a short answer, but he was certain. The person the heavenly demon was looking for this was the person who could give him information about the blood cult and create a path to destroy the blood cult. Tap, tap. The sage demon watched as young Master Kim's fingers tapped on the armrest. He seemed lost in his thoughts while looking up at the ceiling, but he did not seem to be struggling. Cal opened his mouth after a moment of silence. "Sage Demon Nim, there is one thing I am curious about." "Yes, please ask. You said that the heavenly demon is currently fighting against himself?" "Yes, young Master Nim." Cal stopped looking up and looked at the sage demon. "In that case, has the heavenly demon found a way to get rid of that polluted internal Kai?" Of the many things Cal had been curious about earlier, this was the thing Cal was most curious about. He has not gotten a clear method yet and is looking into it. Cal's eyes clouded over. "When you say a clear method, is it okay for me to understand it as he has found some level of answer to it?" The sage demon smiled instead of responding before slightly nodding his head. "Young Master Nim, that is one of the reasons I am inviting you. There are more reasons you are inviting me?" "Yes, young Master Nim, there are." The sage demon picked up the teacup. At first, he thought that it was polluted internal Kai. However, the heavenly demon told me something before I came here. He finally took a sip of tea before continuing. "This is not polluted internal Kai, but the polluted aura of death from nature." Wow, Cal couldn't hold back his admiration. He got it pretty accurate. The first world that Cal had visited, Xiolin, the Jiangshis created there had used dead mana. As for the living Jiangshi he faced after coming here to the Central Plains, they did not just use dead mana. He had been thinking that something else was mixed with it. The heavenly demon is expressing dead mana as an aura of death from nature, and the thing that was mixed with it as the polluted part. Wow, he was in awe once again. The heavenly demon, this guy is no joke. Although he had never seen the heavenly demon, he knew what people said about him. His body is average, but his knowledge of martial arts is a gift bestowed by the heavens. The heavenly demon's mind was extraordinary when it came to martial arts. Just hearing what the sage demon said until now was enough for Cal to know that this evaluation was accurate. As a result, I determined that I must escort you to the demon cult because you have reached the nature realm and can control the aura of nature. The nature realm? Cal flinched after hearing that, but I'm not in the nature realm. Forget the nature realm, Cal was a person who didn't even know how to use martial arts. However, Cal just brushed it aside. That wasn't important anyway. It looks like I should speak now that you have told us quite a lot of things, Sage Demon Nim. Cal started speaking to the Sage Demon, who looked as if he was expecting something. I will agree to your invitation. Thank you very much. The smile on the Sage Demon's face truly looked happy. I can see a path now. The Sage Demon had spent day after day extremely tense, while imagining how lonely and painful it would be to take on the blood cult with the real heavenly demon. He could relax after seeing young Master Kim appear and everything changing with him at the center. The Sage Demon took another sip of tea. He could finally taste it unlike earlier. It's a bit bitter. Is this young Master Kim's preference? As he had that thought, and if I was to tell you just one thing that polluted aura, I am able to get rid of it. Click, the Sage Demon put his teacup down. His pupils were shaking. He then suddenly stood up. The chief advisor. This was the reason that she trusts you, young Master Kim Nim. The Sage Demon smiled brightly, as if his last question was finally answered. The triumvirate all have martial artists in similar conditions to the heavenly demon Nim, and since young Master Kim Nim knows how to take care of it, they have no choice but to follow you even without considering your martial arts level and your identity as a member of the imperial family. The reason that the chief advisor hid her true intentions in the name of negotiation must have been to hide young Master Kim's ability. The reason the divergent coalition's leader shows no reaction is because they do not know this yet. Furthermore, the reason that the imperial family has provided the embroidered uniform guard and the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot is because young Master Kim Nim is the secret weapon that can stop all of the blood cult's plans. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind. Wow, human, this Sage Demon is amazing. I know, right? Cal agreed. He was rattling on by himself, but everything was right. This is convenient, but something feels iffy. It was great that he didn't have to speak as much, and this guy looked like he would prepare everything for Cal. But the way he was so polite to Cal, despite it being much more relaxing than when he met the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who tried to test him, it was weirdly iffy. Haha, it was because the warmly smiling Sage Demon's eyes resembled Clope. But what can really happen to me? It wasn't an ominous feeling for something bad happening. It was just a guy who made him as unsettled as whenever he chatted with Clope. I'm sure it is just my imagination. Cal brushed it off and organized a few things with the Sage Demon. The Sage Demon made one last comment. I will try to be a little stubborn. That stubbornness started in the evening. Wait, what do you mean by that? The Cleve Saint spoke with disbelief. You have no intention of negotiating if you do not invite young Master Kim to the demon cult first. Ho, how preposterous. He sighed multiple times with a look of disbelief on his face. The sect leader started speaking with a stiff look on his face. It seems as if the demon cult wants to invite young Master Kim, who is a member of the imperial family and has reached the nature realm, to sway him to favor them. They probably want to use that to gain some benefits during the negotiation. Peng Yu groaned and started to speak. But it would be difficult for young Master Kim to sway the negotiation between the two sides. That is right. He is an outsider. The Cleve Saint raised his voice, but shut up as Peng Yu continued to speak. However, if a member of the imperial family and someone who has reached the nature realm and may be the strongest expert in the world right now sides with the demon cult, it would be difficult for the orthodox faction to completely ignore him. I don't know what that shrewd bastard the Sage Demon would do. The Cleve Saint just groaned without being able to say anything. Chief Advisor. The sect leader started speaking at that moment. What does young Master Kim Nim want to do? Chief Advisor Jujmi Ryo, who had brought the news to them, responded. He has received an invitation and has no reason to reject it, so he said that he will go and come back. In the end, the imperial family does not care whether it is the orthodox faction or the demon cult as long as it is someone they can easily control. I knew we shouldn't trust the government. As the Cleve Saint started raising his voice with an angry gaze, the sect leader spoke with a much brighter look on his face. He said that he will go and come back. Yes, sect leader Nim. The chief advisor had a gentle smile on her face. The young Master Nim said that he will go to the demon cult and come back to Kunlun. She then added on. He said that he needs to check to make sure that the gate and signboard were repaired properly. The sect leader took a deep breath in and then out. A smile slowly formed on his face. It looks like we will need to be there to send him off. The Cleve Saint immediately scowled. Sect leader, what do you mean by that? How can you be all jolly and talk about sending him off? The Cleve Saint flinched at that moment. It was because the sect leader's cold gaze was directed at him. Senior Cleve Saint, the one to destroy the Kunlun's gate and signboard has always been the demon cult. Except this time. Young Master Kim has said that he would replace the gate and signboard with new ones and will check to make sure they were properly replaced. He also said that he would go and come back. That means that in the end, he will return to our Kunlun. Of course, Cal had said that because although it was the imperial family's money, he needed to check on it because he personally said that he would be responsible for it. As for saying he will be back, what he meant was that he needed to come back to Kunlun to talk to the people of the Martial Arts Alliance. But the chief advisor and the sect leader did not understand it that way. They added meaning to his words. This was especially true for the chief advisor. Young Master Kim Nim will definitely return with good news. Do you know something we don't, chief advisor? Jujmi Ryo just smiled gently at the sect leader's question. Young Master Kim moves for virtue and justice. I am at least certain about that. The others could not say anything after she said that. Jujmi Ryo looked around, including the Cleve Saint, who was quiet and seemed deep in thought after the sect leader's comment. She looked at the orthodox faction people's silent acceptance and thought to herself, he's trying to go to the demon cult alone first to deal with the blood cult-related stuff. No matter how big young Master Kim's heart was, no matter how amazing his martial arts, maybe Jujmi Ryo thought that his way of leading by example for justice was the most amazing. The next day, Cal headed toward the demon cult in Xinjiang with the sage demon. Chapter 131. Something is different here. 3, however, they faced an issue as soon as they took a step toward Xinjiang. I'm going to go too. I will be going too. Cal had a headache. He looked away from the two people lying on the ground in front of his carriage. Sima Yung and Zia Mun, the Divergent Coalition leader's second son and the second in command of the Green Forest. These two bastards were blocking the path of the carriage while throwing a fuss. Cal looked at two other people instead of the two of them. Gulp, gulp. Sima Dan had numerous bottles around her waist and was still drinking. The way that her cheeks were slightly flushed. Are you drunk? Cal subconsciously asked, and Sima Dan gently smiled. However, she did not respond. Instead, Sima Gong, who was standing next to her, nonchalantly answered. She has currently been drinking for 17 hours. Wow, Cal gasped internally. Sima Gong didn't care and gulped before licking his lips with his tongue. Cal felt iffy about that and turned away. Sima Gong was staring at him with a piercing gaze as he thought to himself. What conversation did the sage demon and young Master Kim Nim have? What is he going to the demon cult for? This seems like a really big deal. If I make a bet about this, his heart beat crazily as if it would explode. Human, that Sima Gong or whatever's face is weird. He seems quite crazy. Cal let out a sigh. Even without Rayon telling him, the moment he saw Sima Gong, he could tell that this guy was crazier than the drunk Sima Dan and the whining Sima Yung. Haha. Cal turned his head to see the sage demon approach him with a warm smile on his face. Young Master Kim Nim, your virtuous nature seems to have gotten a lot of people to follow you. It was at that moment. Cal noticed the smile on the sage demon's face turn odd. The moment he thought that the smile was warm, but it oddly gave him the chills, the sage demon stomped his foot. Boom! The ground shook. Ugh! Zia Mun and Sima Young, who were lying on the ground, groaned before they stood up almost as if they were bounced off the ground. Sima Young's gaze changed in a flash and he shouted toward the sage demon. Did you just attack me first? Is this a challenge? The sage demon laughed as the fighting lunatic's gaze turned odd. Cal watched as Choi Han slid over next to him. Flap, flap. The sage demon's baggy sleeves fluttered despite there not being any breeze. The aura around him started to fluctuate. Sima Dan pulled her mouth away from the bottle. Sima Gong had both hands hidden in his sleeves as he touched his dice. As everybody's gazes moved to the sage demon, the old man was still smiling gently. However, the weight of the words that came out of his mouth was not light at all. The demon cult treats any visit from someone without authorization as an attack on us. Cal looked down at his arms. There were some goosebumps starting to pop up. Just like when he showed strong hostility and anger toward the blood cult during their conversation, a vicious and violent aura shot out from the sage demon's whole body and started suppressing the area. You may step foot into Xinjiang if you wish. However, child, there is something you need to know. The sage demon called Sima Yung a child. Sima Yung could not say anything back about that. He just subconsciously gulped and his whole body got ready to fight. Everybody here could feel it. The sage demon was being sincere right now. That was why Sima Dan had to make a move after hearing what he said next. This was what the sage demon said. The unorthodox faction and the orthodox faction may be concerned about your father and kept you alive, but in the path of the demon, neither orthodox nor unorthodox exist. Only the demon. As for the sage Demonth heavenly demon, it was only about his esteemed liege. The heavenly demon was the demon cult and the path of the demon cult. Furthermore, he was the only trace that the sage demon left behind in his life. That was why he had absolutely no time to waste right now. The heavenly demon would probably be fighting against the brainwashing right now as well. Furthermore, the blood cult who dared to scheme against the demon cult, he was currently escorting someone who may play a big role in assisting the demon cult in these two issues. He could not let this be delayed because of some useless fools. My father? Why are you bringing up my father? Sima Yung shouted angrily, but the sage demon was still gentle. Everybody takes it easy on you because they do not want to make your father their enemy. Child, I'm sure you are aware of that as well. You Orabuni. Sima Dan stopped Sima Yung. However, the huffing Sima Yung's face slowly turned more savage to the point it looked as if he was no longer thinking straight. The sage demon calmly spoke at that moment. That is probably why you are following young Master Kim Nim, who treats you as he wishes without considering your identity and your backing. Sima Yung flinched. His gaze moved past the sage demon to young Master Kim behind him. Young Master Kim was standing there with a relaxed look on his face, as if he was wondering why Sima Yung was looking at him. He could also see noble warrior Dukang, who was standing there without a care in the world. Sima Yung bit down on his lips. It's not like I don't know that. He liked to fight. He preferred the chaos of punching each other and fighting over martial arts. However, not many people tried to fight him with everything they had. Even if he turned into a crazy bastard and charged at them, his opponents were not looking at him but his father, Sima Pyong, behind him. That was why he liked noble warrior Dukang, who just charged at him without caring. At the same time, he wanted to follow young Master Kim because this person was extremely stronger than him but still did not care about his father at all. If he was with them, he felt as if he could be on a real battlefield, a place where he could fight without thinking. He heard the sage demon's gentle voice at that moment. Child, I have already told you. The demon cult treats any visit from someone without authorization as an attack on us. You Sima Yung's hands were shaking. Orabuni, as Sima Dan reached out her hand to grab his hands, I would like to go to the demon cult. Please approve of my visit, sir. Sima Yung bowed and asked the sage demon for permission. Sima Dan's eyes opened wide as she watched. Sima Gong mumbled as he watched. Hyung Nim was more serious about this than I thought. The sage demon silently looked down at Sima Yung for a bit before speaking. This is much better to see. It would be great if the others who are hiding would show themselves as well. Cal flinched. There are people hiding and following us? He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Human, did you not know? Yeah, I didn't know. How would I know? Cal got flustered at Rayon's question, but he just stood there with his mouth closed. However, nobody showed up. Haha, the sage demon laughed. I guess it will be a battle once we cross over to Xinjiang. That was all he said. Flap, flap. However, his sleeves fluttered even more frantically, and his aura became more violent. Cal blankly watched it as he thought to himself, I guess he really is one of the top 3 figures in the demon cult. The sage demon is pretty strong. Even if the sage demon was the chief advisor, the demon cult itself was a place where strength prevailed. Basically, they only respected those with strength. In order for the sage demon to be the chief advisor, his martial arts had to be at a high level as well. If only their martial arts level was considered, it might be difficult for Zhujmi Ryo to catch up to the sage demon. Of course, Zhujmi Ryo had her own weapon called formations. Ahem. Cal was confused after seeing the person who appeared with a fake cough. Why did that guy follow us? The Cleve Saint. He was the person who let out that fake cough and appeared. Haha. Elder Ho also leisurely walked out laughing as if nothing was wrong. That guy I expected. As soon as Cal heard that someone was following them, he presumed they were from the Orthodox faction and the Martial Arts Alliance. He thought that Elder Ho would naturally be in the group. Elder Ho spoke in a good-natured tone toward the sage demon, befitting a member of the Beggars Gang. May Senior Cleve Saint and I join you as well. Why would I travel with these demon cult bastards? Haha, we are here because Senior Cleve Saint seemed to want to go so much that he urged me over and over. Elder Ho. The Cleve Saint shouted and made eye contact with Elder Ho, who was laughing jovially. Senior, are you planning on ruining everything? Do you not know the personality of those in the demon cult? You know why the sage demon has the word demon in his title. Although he was smiling warmly, the sage demon was one of the top 5 craziest bastards in the demon cult. He is someone who would be willing to push his own flesh and blood off a cliff for the heavenly demon. That was the sage demon. The sage demon silently looked at Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint. The sage demon suddenly flinched and turned his gaze. The direction they were heading someone was quickly approaching from beyond the horizon. The people who had been ready to attack relaxed after seeing the person's clothes and what the person said as soon as he saw the sage demon. Demon? The person who said that instead of a greeting was wearing full black with even his face covered. Anybody would be able to tell that he had the same outfit as the other messengers the sage demon brought with him. Sage Demon Nim, I have brought news from the cult. Ah, go ahead. The sage demon motioned for the messenger to speak freely. The messenger looked around warily before cautiously looking toward the sage demon. It was obvious that he was sending a sound transmission. Cal made eye contact with the sage demon at that moment. What is going on? He had that thought, but he had to focus on what the sage demon said. That sounds great. What is great? The sage demon looked around while Cal looked at him with confusion. The vicious aura had disappeared completely a while ago. Everybody here may come with us. His gaze stopped last on Cal. The heavenly demon has indicated that he will be prepared to welcome young Master Kim Nim and his group, and for us to travel leisurely on our way there. If it is such a pleasurable trip, it would be great for everybody to go together. The unorthodox faction and the orthodox faction's people's faces lit up at the sage demon's comment. Of course, the Cleve Saint was about to say something out of reflex, but he closed his mouth. Saying something about the heavenly demon's decision in front of members of the demon cult was asking to fight. Then the sage demon stealthily scowled before returning his expression to normal. Why? While everybody was rejoicing, only Cal did not smile and was staring at the sage demon. He then shook his head before avoiding the sage demon's gaze. The sage demon subconsciously gulped. The sage demon received a sound transmission at that moment. He seems to have recognized me. Cal was hearing Rayon's voice in his mind at the same time. Human? That messenger dude is super strong. He's stronger than any human we have seen in the Central Plains. Fuck. Cal did not look toward the sage demon or the messenger next to the sage demon. That scared me. There were not many people who were stronger than the sage demon and stronger than anybody they had seen in this world. This was obviously he's the heavenly demon. This was not the messenger who left from Kunlun to the demon cult coming back. This was the heavenly demon disguised as a messenger to come here. Cal did not say anything and headed toward his carriage. He wanted to organize his thoughts in a relaxing environment. The sage demon felt his mouth go dry as he watched. That gaze that had nonchalantly brushed past him, he felt a sinking feeling after seeing that gaze from young Master Kim. Is he not happy that the heavenly demon has joined us while hiding his identity? He doesn't seem that narrow-minded. Honestly speaking, the heavenly demon's appearance was unexpected for the sage demon as well. Oh, esteemed heavenly demon, is it okay for you to leave the demon cult and come out like this? The heavenly demon was currently fighting. However, the heavenly demon did not respond. The sage let out a sigh. The messenger was cautiously knocking on young Master Kim's carriage door. Is something the matter? Chief Eunuch Y opened the door and looked at the messenger who had his face hidden. The messenger bowed respectfully as he spoke. I am here because the heavenly demon has something he wanted to say to young Master Kim Nim. Chief Eunuch Y looked toward Cal to figure out what to do instead of responding right away. Cal made eye contact with the messenger at that moment. A red aura swirled in the person's black eyes for a moment. He then heard a sound transmission. You have not studied martial arts. It was a gruff and cold tone. It was completely different from when he just spoke respectfully to Chief Eunuch Y. However, this seemed more natural. Kim Hee-il, can I trust you and let you into the demon cult? The red aura in the black eyes was like flames. The heavenly demon asked, I do not trust a person's character review I hear from others. I also do not have much time. This was a person who lived within the ruckus and chaos that was the demon. As if to prove that he was the person at the center of it. As if to prove that he was the one and only heavenly demon who carried the weight of the hundreds of thousands of mountains that made up the demon cult. An eccentric aura was swirling in his eyes. That is why I came to ask you myself. The heavenly demon looked at Cal and asked. He did not want to ask many useless questions. Young Master Kim's identity, the blood cult's plan, healing living Jiangxis, he did not consider those to be important questions. He believed that there was one most important true nature. Can I trust you? Cal started to speak at that moment. Yeah, of course. Cal was thinking to himself as the heavenly demon smiled at his response. Wow, how did he immediately find out that I have no martial arts? More importantly, can he trust me? What else would I say than yes? Cal was trying to calm his shocked mind. Chapter 132. Something is different here. 4. Cal heard the heavenly demon's sound transmission again, just as his mind was getting complicated. I now understand a bit about what kind of person you are. He understands. After such a short time. Cal had many things he wanted to ask, but the heavenly demon prepared to leave without waiting. Sadly, I do not have much time right now. I look forward to chatting with you in the future. Cal looked at the heavenly demon, who was preparing to leave after just saying what he wanted to say, with disbelief. Ah, right, I came to inform you about this. The heavenly demon left one last comment as he moved away from the carriage. The other me seems to be planning on killing you and your group, to start a great war between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult while dragging the government into it as well. What? Cal subconsciously responded, but the heavenly demon was no longer there to answer him. He had already departed from the carriage. Young Master Kim Nim? Cal nonchalantly commented while looking at the confused Chief Eunuch Y. Choi Han closed the door. Yes, Heel Nim. Click. The carriage door closed and Cal started to speak now that it was just his group. That messenger earlier was the heavenly demon. Chief Eunuch Y's eyes opened wide in shock. The Fist King let out a groan. I didn't notice at all. He could not hide his shock. His martial arts had improved a step after meeting young Master Kim, but he had been unable to notice the heavenly demon's realm at all. That meant that the heavenly demon studied a martial art that was extremely skilled at hiding his own strength, or that he was at a higher level than the Fist King. The Fist King fully believed that it was the latter. He turned toward young Master Kim as he was curious about what the heavenly demon said, but he kept his mouth shut. Young Master Kim was silently sitting there with his arms crossed. He scowled as well, as if he was deep in thought. It was the first time the Fist King saw him thinking so hard after meeting someone. I'm curious about the conversation he had with the heavenly demon, but I guess I should not say anything right now. He could not bother young Master Kim while he was thinking. Cal had no idea what the Fist King was thinking as he continued to process the information. What the hell was up with that heavenly demon bastard? Why does he just say what he wants to say and then leave? And what? He is scheming to kill all of us. The other me that the heavenly demon was talking about should be referring to his living Jiangshi self. In that case, the heavenly demon they saw today was the one who figured out that he was brainwashed and was trying to escape from it. Let's head to the demon cult for now. However, there was something he needed to ask the sage demon before that. He needed to know whether the sage demon was dragging them to the demon cult while knowing about the other heavenly demon's scheme. In that case, I can't trust the sage demon either. He would need to be wary instead. It would mean that this bastard was willing to lead Cal and his people to a death trap for the heavenly demon. Cal's face turned cold. Gulp. Chief Eunuch Y had a thought as he watched. Something must have happened. He clenched his mouth shut. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Chief Eunuch Y? Yes. Chief Eunuch Y subconsciously responded in shock. Are you able to procure even more elixirs faster and deliver them to the demon cult? Excuse me? Chief Eunuch Y blankly asked back after hearing Cal's calm question before he snapped back to his senses. He has more reasons to release his seals. The reasons could not be trivial if he was willing to release his seals despite having to cough up so much blood. I will try. No, I will definitely make it happen, young Master Nim. Cal nodded his head after Chief Eunuch Y responded with a serious look on his face. As expected, the Imperial Palace side understands me the best. And even with the demon cult, Orthodox faction, and the unorthodox faction, the Imperial Palace was the best. Cannot do it, do not have any, is not possible. They do everything he asks without saying anything like that. He at least had a great financier this time. Cal nodded his head a few times in satisfaction before thinking again. If that other heavenly demon suddenly tries all sorts of things to kill us, I'll just purify him before that. It would be a terrible thing for the demon cult and the heavenly demon himself. Purification would mean that the internal Kai would disappear from inside the heavenly demon's dantian. Cal had not shared this fact with the sage demon yet, but it should be good to inform him as a warning about what the heavenly demon just told him. It will not be easy to purify the heavenly demon. He was a martial arts expert in the profound realm. However, it did not seem impossible. 72% of the Fire of Destruction seal has been released. Even if it was not 10 times as efficient as when he purified Namgung Ty, it should be at least 5 times, if not more. The process itself should be at least a bit easier for Cal. Of course, purifying the heavenly demon would mean that the blood cult notices that something is weird and starts moving. This situation was different from when they were hiding what happened to Namgung Ty. At least I have connections to the leaders of the Orthodox, Unorthodox, and Demon. There are a lot of people to help us in each group as well. He had a lot of allies compared to when he had nothing during that first purification. In fact, the blood cult getting anxious and showing themselves was likely to turn the situation more favorable for Cal. It's worth trying. Chief Eunuch Y clasped his hands together after hearing Cal quietly mumbling. Is young Master Kim Nim perhaps thinking of fighting against the heavenly demon? Chief Eunuch Y looked up at the ceiling while thinking of an intense and bloody battle. While that was going on, I will head out for now. The sage demon waved while listening to the sound transmission from the messenger who bowed toward him and left. It was similar to how he ordered the other messengers to leave. Young Master Kim was an interesting individual. Is that so, my liege? The sage demon calmly sent a sound transmission before flinching. He has not studied martial arts. He didn't even have time to be shocked at that. However, he contains nature in his body. I cannot even compare myself to him at all. He may not be human. He seems to have reached a high realm in a different method than martial arts. The sage demon couldn't help but be shocked over and over. I've already informed young Master Kim about this, but the other me approved of young Master Kim coming to the demon in order to kill him and his people. Just as I expected, my liege. And your response? The sage immediately answered the heavenly demon's question. The other heavenly demon Nim's wishes will not be fulfilled. I will inform the 3 guards. Sounds good. I have no time, so I will be leaving now. Pity appeared in the sage demon's eyes for a moment before it disappeared. He knew what the heavenly demon meant when he said that he didn't have much time. It meant that the other him was about to wake up. The sage demon felt the heavenly demon's presence moving away. Just as his traces became faint, I'm okay, so think first about the cult. The sage demon clenched his eyes shut. He could not give any response to what the heavenly demon said. The heavenly demon mumbled to himself as he walked away from the group and headed back toward the demon cult. The sage demon's heart is heavy. The heavenly demon was very much aware of the fact that the sage demon considered him to be more important than the demon cult. An odd smile soon appeared on his face. They are interesting individuals. Young Master Kim and his people, they were somewhat different. Putting the issue of the blood cult aside, they piqued his interest. The heavenly demon, who had been quickly moving using a movement technique, stopped for a moment. He clenched his head with one hand for a moment before resuming his walk. The expression on his face was now sunken and extremely heavy. I really don't have much time. His face did not look as if it would brighten back up again. It must have been difficult, Sage Demonim. Not at all, right Guardnim. Cal could see the group that came to greet them. Two old men who seemed to be older than the sage demon welcomed them. The one with the short white hair is the right guard, while the one with the long white hair is the left guard. Cal looked toward the two guards after hearing Chief Eunuch Y's sound transmission. They are the heavenly demon's closest confidants. The two guards were looking at Cal, who was standing next to the sage demon. The sage demon introduced Cal. This, sir, is young Master Kimnim. It is an honor to meet such a famous person. The right guard smoothly greeted Cal, while the left guard just nodded his head once toward Cal. I am also quite happy to meet the two of you, sirs. The right guard smiled as if he was happy with Cal's greeting and started speaking again. Our original plan was to prepare a small feast, but we have moved the gathering until tomorrow as it is quite late. Cal looked at the dark sky and nodded his head. That sounds great. Thank you for your understanding. Cal looked at the right guard with an odd look on his face. The right guard is famous for ripping people to shreds. The information Chief Eunuch Y told him echoed in his ears. Really, people like this are always scarier. Cal slowly took one step closer toward the sage demon. That made the sage demon slightly stumble. He and Cal had had a short conversation before arriving here. I heard from the heavenly demon Nim. He said that the other heavenly demon is trying to kill us. I heard as well. We have prepared for such a situation. I see. Young Master Kim had calmly nodded his head as if he accepted that response before he nonchalantly commented. But I guess you had no choice but to make it that way. If the heavenly demon Nim doesn't want to lose something big, his casual tone was only speaking the truth. The sage demon had gotten chills on his back after hearing that. He had been unable to look at young Master Kim. While he was thinking about that, the right guard gently greeted the members of the Orthodox faction, Unorthodox faction, and Cal's people. The Cleve Saint did not seem to like this situation very much, but he nodded his head to at least remain somewhat respectful. The right guard just brushed that aside and spoke to the leader of the group, Cal. Please let me escort you to your resting quarters. He then added on, we have prepared pavilions that are attached to each other. Basically, he was saying that they could relax as the demon cult was not going to keep them separated. The faces of the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction's people finally relaxed. No matter how much they hated each other, they found each other to be easier to deal with than the demon cult. That's odd. Cal suddenly had an odd feeling. Aren't the guards normally the people who protect the heavenly demon? They would normally be by the heavenly demon's side and not be the greeters for guests. According to Cal's information, the demon cult was currently split into 8 administrative organizations and 8 battle brigades. There were smaller organizations as well, but this was the big picture. Cal prepared to move after all of the greetings were exchanged, and it looked as if they would start moving. I will escort you, sir. The left guard, who had been silent this whole time, stood in front of Cal at that moment. SHH. Choi Han moved in between the two of them and looked at the left guard. What do you mean by that? The left guard calmly responded to Cal, who spoke from behind Choi Han. There is an esteemed individual who wishes to meet you. The group figured out who that was even without it being named and looked toward Cal. By myself? Yes, young Master Nim. Choi Han flinched while Sui Khan and Choi Young-soo slowly tried to move next to Cal after hearing that. Cal responded at that moment. That sounds great. The others were shocked at his positive response and looked at Cal. Young Master Kim accepted a meeting with the heavenly demon. They knew of his strong martial arts abilities, but it was not an easy decision to head toward the center of the enemy territory on his own. However, Cal didn't put much thought behind it. Human, I will be going with you. He shouldn't have much to worry about as long as the invisible Rayon was with him. If things didn't look favorable, he could always escape with Rayon's teleport. I told Choi Han that I will be going with you. I also told the smiling team leader and the good eater, Choi Young-soo. I didn't tell Grandpa Ron or Beecrox. Why did he not tell Ron and Beecrox of all people? Cal slowly peeked toward Ron and Beecrox. Ron was nodding his head with a benign smile on his face. So vicious, he quickly looked away. Instead, Cal peeked toward Durst, who was silently standing there. Durst was there when the heavenly demon got on the carriage. However, he had not thrown up. Unfortunately, it did not mean that this person was not a living Jiangshi. He was knocked out. He had silently fainted. When Cal asked why he fainted, Durst said that he got extremely dizzy and lost consciousness. It allowed Cal to come to a conclusion. The heavenly demon is strong. He is also releasing intensely foul odor and should be the hardest living Jiangshi to purify. While Cal was escorted by the right guard and his subordinate, the left guard moved away with his people and the rest of the group. Nobody was on the path they were walking. The left guard also did not say anything. There should be one more guard in addition to the left and right guards. That guard was just called the Shadow Guard. That person never revealed himself. Cal, who had been thinking about the demon cult structure, stopped once the left guard stopped. This building was small for the heavenly demon to be residing here. However, there was nobody else around them. It was so quiet that Cal could tell that the heavenly demon was here. The left guard respectfully bowed toward the closed door. I have brought him here, my lord. However, it was silent. There were no responses at all. Cal noticed a change in the left guard's face for the first time. Human, something is weird in there. He could hear Rayon's shocked shout. The left guard urgently started speaking. His gaze was headed toward the gap of the closed door. Please step back for a moment. However, Cal stepped forward. In fact, he put his hand on the left guard's shoulder and pushed him back. At the moment, the left guard scowled and was about to ask what the hell Cal was doing. Cal calmly asked with his hand still on the left guard's shoulder. It's because of this, isn't it? Black smoke was coming out through the gap in the door. Human, it's dead mana. The left guard became flustered but still answered. Yes, young Master Nim. We learned that this is extremely bad for the body. That's right. It is bad for the body. Cal calmly asked. Is the heavenly demon Nim inside? Yes, young Master Nim. The left guard responded slowly, and his gaze moved toward Cal's hand. He looked at the rose gold flame without realizing the clueless look on his face. Crack, crackle. The fire that was crackling with electric currents was freely swirling around Cal's hand. We should get rid of this black smoke first. Clunk. Cal opened the door and walked in. The whole area was full of black smoke. Rayon said something at that moment. Human, it's a formation. It made Cal realize that this formation was preventing noise from getting outside. Ugh! He could hear someone's painful groan. The groan sounded as if the person could die at any moment. Cal could tell that the heavenly demon was at the center of this building that was full of black smoke, even though he couldn't see him. Peekaboo, I see you. Chapter 133. Something is different here. 5. Rayon, don't come in right now. I got it, human. Cal walked into the area full of black smoke alone. Shit. The left guard, who finally snapped back to his senses, reached his hand toward Cal in shock. Tap. However, that hand was stopped by a transparent barrier, making him unable to grab young Master Kim. The left guard saw eyes appearing in the air at that moment. The dark blue eyes had long vertical pupils. Do not stop our human. That voice was clear and young. However, it gave off an unexplainable sense of coldness. He had never seen anything with such eyes in this world before. The dark blue eyes disappeared just as the left guard wondered what he should do. The transparent barrier disappeared as well. That was why he could see it. In the area that only had darkness, because of the black smoke, the left guard couldn't help but see the burning rose gold light. He could also tell that the rose gold light was wrapped around young Master Kim. Furthermore, the black smoke turned into gray ashes and fell to the ground as soon as it touched the rose gold light. The pitch-dark area that made him think of dread and have ominous feelings changed to look like the night sky with gray snow. The left guard subconsciously lowered the hand that had been reaching toward young Master Kim. The darkness disappeared as the amount of gray ashes on the ground increased. However, the rose gold light still shone radiantly. Left guard. The left guard heard the shadow guard's sound transmission at that moment. Keep an eye on the surroundings. It meant to make it so that nobody could approach this building. Or, if someone broke the command and approached the area, chase them away. The left guard bowed before quickly turning around and observing the surroundings. Normally, he would not be able to turn around while looking toward the heavenly demon who should be inside the building. However, he was not very worried today. Maybe the thought of something he had not even expected potentially happening made the left guard's eyes, hands, and feet fill with strength. While that was going on, wow, is this all dead mana? The building was larger than he had expected. Cal was walking down a hallway with numerous rooms on either side. He peeked to the side. All of the rooms with the door open were full of black smoke. Cal, this is not regular dead mana. He heard the cheapskate's serious voice. I don't really know what happened while I was sealed away, but there is something added to this dead mana. The Fire of Destruction was the greatest expert around Cal when it came to dead mana and how to purify it. What do you think was added to it? Cal asked the cheapskate as he walked. Death eventually comes for everyone, but death cannot easily snap the desire to live. It was too dark to see what was at the end of this long hallway. Cal reached his hand out. A small rose gold current flew forward. Crack, crackle. Ugh, Cal heard someone moan louder this time, and then he noticed the room at the end of the hallway. The groan had come from that room. The room was covered in a darkness that could not even compare to what was in the other rooms. The heavenly demon should be at the center of that darkness. The cheapskate continued to speak as Cal observed that room. He continued to talk after mentioning that death could not easily snap the desire to live. Compared to creating jiangshis, creating living jiangshis seems to be a skill that puts a living being in a state similar to death. I am hypothesizing that they plant dead mana into the person's body to make the aura of death exist inside so that it can snap the desire to live. Cal, I had a thought while listening to you explain how living jiangshis are made. Cal had informed the cheapskate about the things he had learned regarding living jiangshis as soon as he was able to communicate with the cheapskate again. It was the information he had gathered from the Imperial Palace, thanks to Chief Eunuch Y. In order to create one living jiangshi, you need one living person and 443 lives as sacrifices. That was the method left in the Imperial Palace regarding how to create living jiangshis. However, there is also a medicine that is required to turn a human into a living jiangshi. Even the imperial family does not know much about the medicine. How to make it as well as what it is, all they know is that it takes the form of a black liquid. Cal believed that the black liquid was dead mana. However, he was thinking that something else might be mixed with the dead mana inside that black liquid. If that method of creating living jiangshis is correct, I believe that the dead mana created by the 443 corpses and something created from the deaths of 443 people would have affected it. Although I cannot be certain, for example, hatred, grudge, fear emotions like this could have been infused within the dead mana. Or maybe the souls of the dead became vindictive spirits. Cal had thought about those options as well. I don't know about souls, but would emotions be able to take form and have power to make things happen? I'm not sure. I've not experienced it, but wouldn't it require that level of hatred, grudge, or fear to create smoke like this? Cal, I'm sure you can tell as well. This dead mana smoke suffocates people more than normal dead mana. Cal responded with silence to show his agreement. He had not noticed it while purifying Namgung Ty because it was different from this. However, there was a reason he told Rayon not to follow him once he walked into this area that was full of black smoke. It's different. It was sticky despite being smoke. Furthermore, it gave off a mysterious feeling of discomfort. Let's just make hypotheses for now and do some more research. Yeah, sounds great. I think I should observe a bit more as well. Cal stopped walking. At the end of the hallway, Cal subconsciously sighed while right outside the door. Did all of this come out of a single person's body? The area was so full of smoke that he could not see anything. It was to the point that Cal even hesitated for a moment to take a step. However, he could not stop. Ugh. It was because the groaning kept coming. Cal took a step into the room. He heard a sound transmission at that moment. The heavenly demon is at the center, young Masternim. He had never heard this voice before. However, there was only one person this could be. The shadow guard. She doesn't seem to be around here. Most people could not step into this room that was full of dead mana smoke. This was why Cal was confused, but he didn't put much thought into it. It did not matter as long as it was not an enemy. I'll use even more strength. The rose gold light surrounding Cal became even brighter. Crackle, crackle. Rose gold currents violently roared as if to submerge the surroundings and swallowed the black smoke. It was so strong that the area without any breeze violently shook and brought forth a gust of wind. The gray ashes fluttered following the breeze. Step, step. Cal was heading toward the center of the room without any hesitations. Huff, huff. He could hear breathing through the groans as well. His voice was extremely desperate, as if he was breathing where there was not much air. Oh my. Cal saw the heavenly demon just as the cheapskate gasped. He was at a loss for words for a moment. Someone who looked extremely different from the heavenly demon who pretended to be the messenger to say what he wanted to say to Cal was in front of him. How amazing. However, he did not look unsightly. The heavenly demon was seated in a lotus position with his back straight. However, his whole body was shaking and he was drenched in sweat. He also had his eyes closed. His closed eyes, heavily breathing nose, groaning lips, and both ears black smoke was coming out of all facial orifices. The scowl on his face let Cal know about the pain he was feeling. Cal opened his mouth to speak. What is going on? The heavenly demon and Cal were the only ones visible, but he soon heard the answer. The heavenly demon always releases black smoke like this while he is fighting with his other self. Cal quietly listened to the aged woman's sound transmission. Based on what I have heard, he has stimulated his upper dantian in order to try to release the evil aura out of his body. The upper dantian was the brain. After hearing that, Cal felt as if he understood why the black smoke was coming out of the face. It should have been quite the struggle if he always faced this kind of situation. It was not like this at first, young Masternim. However, the amount of black smoke has increased by the day, and I do not think it is proper for me to tell you more details than that. Cal nodded his head. He crouched down across from the heavenly demon. Cal, can't you just purify him right now? He agreed with the cheapskate. The upper dantian is the brain. Something serious might happen if I try to purify him while he is stimulating his upper dantian. Cal's mouth opened. Well, this is a difficult situation. The situation was too uncertain to do anything. That was why he asked. He asked the person involved. Heavenly demon, what do you want me to do? The heavenly demon is currently he heard the shadow guard's shocked voice, but Cal shook his head. He's listening to everything. He also knows that I am here. Isn't that right? The heavenly demon did not say anything. He just groaned. However, Cal could tell that the heavenly demon had recognized him as soon as he saw the heavenly demon's face through the darkness. Nice, to see you. He heard the heavenly demon's voice through the groans. Cal shook his head and responded. This is not the time for useless greetings. Just tell me what you need. Cal had a thought after saying that. It should be okay for me to speak informally to him, right? Cal had subconsciously responded informally last time when the heavenly demon had suddenly appeared. Well, it should be fine since he spoke informally to me too. The heavenly demon was the one who started with the informalities. Cal just brushed it aside and observed the heavenly demon's face. Like now, Cal immediately asked, after hearing that single comment, that the heavenly demon barely managed to get out. You just need me to get rid of the black smoke like I am doing right now? Why, yes, the heavenly demon barely held back a groan as he responded. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The black smoke was attacking his upper dantian. The black smoke was like a thick swamp trying to swallow him as he tried to get out of the brainwashing. But it is easier to breathe than before. That had happened once someone had stepped into this formation. The heavenly demon could not see anything right now because his eyes were closed. However, he was able to feel that someone was approaching him deeper than ever before. The air has changed. The damp and insidious air, the air that had been suffocating him, was slowly retreating as a refreshing and warm air seeped in. The crackling aura of thunderbolts around him could feel vicious, but the heavenly demon cared more about the clear warmth that was slowly surrounding him. That alone made it bearable. Furthermore, he could feel the pain in his head subsiding. That led to the heavenly demon asking young Master Kim for this favor. Please continue to get rid of the black smoke like you are doing right now. And while he was at it all of it, he asked for Cal to get rid of all of it. He then heard a response. That's easy. The heavenly demon wanted to laugh at that moment, but he could not do that. Instead, he felt a strong power. However, this power was not trying to attack him. He could feel all of the changes happening around him. The black smoke, the darkness was disappearing. It started from the area around him. Then it went past this room to the hallway and to the rooms on either side of the hallway. The smoke was replaced by a clear, refreshing, and warm aura. It was as if he was in the bosom of his mother, who would hug him when he would wake up at dawn and whine. The refreshing air of dawn and the warmth that reminded him of his mother's embrace filled the area around the heavenly demon and the formation. It's done. The heavenly demon took a deep breath. The headache was subsiding. He could finally use his full strength. He was able to calm himself for a few minutes, and once the headache in his upper dantian was completely gone, he could suppress the evil aura that had affected his body so much. The heavenly demon slowly opened his eyes. Are you okay? He could see young Master Kim looking at him with a stoic gaze. Cal could see the heavenly demon start to smile. The heavenly demon, who was said to be in his late 30s, looked quite young. He seemed to be in his late teens. Cal heard what the heavenly demon said with a smile on his face. The answer was here. Cal's face subconsciously frowned at that moment. He suddenly got the chills. He had no choice but to stop pretending to be the good young Master Kim. An unsettled look was clearly visible on his face. Human, are you okay? I came in because all of the black smoke disappeared. Rayon, who came in, stopped for a moment before continuing to speak. Oh, there's a person here who is smiling like you and the Crown Prince Human. Human, be careful. This guy might try to scam you. I know, right? While that was going on, the heavenly demon started speaking with a gruff but smiling face. Young Master Kim, I guess we can finally have a proper chat. Cal felt like he didn't want to have that conversation for some reason. Chapter 134. Something is different here. 6. Well, you don't look like you are in a condition to talk. Cal subconsciously took a defensive attitude toward the heavenly demon. Rayon called it a scamming smile. But in Cal's opinion, the heavenly demon was a bit different from people like Albaru and himself. He's just the type who says whatever he sees and moves according to what he says. He was the type who didn't see the point of using a glib tongue to gain benefits. However, the way he looked at the world might be similar to Albaru and himself. There was a simple reason he felt this way. There is nothing hidden in his eyes. He was openly revealing his feelings. However, that did not make him look innocent or not serious. In fact, despite looking like he was in his teens, the heavenly demon's eyes gave off a depth that made it difficult to know his age. The fact that someone with a deep gaze could also fully show their emotions, this was not easy. But there is no reason for me to get anxious. Cal heard the heavenly demon's voice. I guess I do look like shit. The heavenly demon brushed back his extremely sweaty hair. But there are things I can say because of how I am right now. Cal plopped down on the ground after hearing that. The heavenly demon's face returned to its gruff look as he continued to speak. But you are a bit different from what I have heard. What did you hear? So benevolent that someone like you could never be seen in the world ever again, gentle and warm. The heavenly demon calmly commented before Cal could even say anything. All of it was bullshit. Oh, Cal was slightly wowed. I guess the heavenly demon really is the heavenly demon. This guy understood that Cal was not that kind of person. That's not true. Human, you may hold a bit of a grudge, no, it might be more than just a little, but regardless, human, you are gentle, actually no, but anyway, human, you are a really good person. Cal ignored Rayon's chaotic rambling and looked around. I guess this is a good place to chat since the formation keeps the noises out. However, his face turned a bit emotionless. Of course, your guard still seems to be here. That's right. The heavenly demon slowly raised his head. She's on top of this room's ceiling. The shadow guard? Yeah, the shadow guard only shows herself to the leader, so I ask for your understanding. Cal was about to nod his head before looking at the heavenly demon with an odd gaze after hearing this comment. It also looks like you brought a friend with you. Human, this heavenly demon guy is looking in my direction. Wow. Cal held in his astonishment as he nonchalantly asked, "The heavenly demon can even see things like that?" "No." The heavenly demon pointed to his head. "I can slowly see things hidden in the world since my upper dantian opened." "I see." Cal nonchalantly nodded his head before casually asking, "Is that how you were able to realize that you were a living Jiangshi?" The heavenly demon was silent. He just quietly observed Cal. Cal flinched internally after seeing his gaze. What the hell? Why is he suddenly staring at me silently? He's the one who wanted to chat. Weren't the living Jiangshis and the blood cult the only things they had to talk about? Cal looked at him with confusion as the heavenly demon started speaking again. "I guess I should tell you everything since I myself said that you were the answer." The heavenly demon looked up at the ceiling. "Do not allow anybody to approach." There was no response. However, he nodded his head before making eye contact with Cal. "I'm sure you heard about some of it from the sage demon. I am fighting against the other me for control and am trying to fight against the blood cult." "That's right." It was then that Cal felt the fatigue on the heavenly demon's young face. "This next part should be new for you since even the sage demon doesn't know about it." He looked like someone who was being weighed down by a heavy burden. "I am currently dying. I will probably die within the next 2 weeks." "What?" The heavenly demon looked up toward the ceiling before Cal could say anything. It was because they heard a clunking noise from the center of the ceiling. "It's okay." The heavenly demon commented while looking at the ceiling before smiling bitterly toward Cal. "She's grumbling that I should not tell you everything, but I think I need to tell you everything." "Why are you dying?" "I made a wrong move." He nonchalantly responded before pointing toward his heart. "I learned that the evil aura started from here and is gathered inside." His hand moved past his heart toward his belly button, the lower dantian. It then mixed with my internal kai in my lower dantian. Basically, the middle dantian and the lower dantian have been taken over by this evil aura. Either way, it started from the heart. The heavenly demon's story continued. That allowed me to figure why the living Jiangshis live like normal people without recognizing that they were brainwashed. Cal crossed his arms and focused on the story. If the brain is the territory of recognition, the heart is the territory of instinct. The blood cult implants it inside the heart, inside a person's instinct. They instinctively feel the mission the blood cult has given them. Cal recalled the grotesque black heart of Namgung Ty that had turned red. If the heavenly demon's hypothesis is correct, I guess Namgung Ty's instinctual mission was to assassinate the Sword Saint. That was probably why he tried to die together with the Sword Saint. Of course, not recognizing it and delivering information to the blood cult was probably instinctual as well. Obeying their commands was probably stealthily placed in a person's instincts as well. The heavenly demon scratched his cheek. He then smiled awkwardly. As Cal thought that this was weird once I fully reached the profound realm and figured this out, I had this unexplainable confidence. Wouldn't someone as strong as me be able to get rid of this evil aura and suppress my other self? Cal's face turned odd, but the heavenly demon calmly stated the results. "However, I failed." He shook his head. "I underestimated this thing. I have made a wrong move, and the middle dantian and lower dantian are attacking my upper dantian nonstop. The situation became one where the evil aura is now aiming for the upper dantian as well." "Tap, tap," he tapped his head. "And I will die once the evil aura takes over the upper dantian as well." He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "It all happened because of my arrogance." It was at that moment. "You're wrong, my lord." They heard a woman's voice from the ceiling. "Guard." The heavenly demon called out in a low voice with a stiff look on his face, but the voice in the ceiling continued. "My lord, you did not do this out of arrogance, but because you wanted to stop the demon cult from crumbling." "Stop." Cal got chills on his arms. A dark red aura started to rise from the heavenly demon. It was a heinous and violent aura unlike his calm self. However, the voice in the ceiling did not stop. "My lord, it is you who should stop trying to carry all of the burdens by yourself. I will not accept your saying anything else." Gulp. Cal subconsciously gulped. The heavenly demon was the strongest person Cal had met here until now. That was potentially why the pressure this dark red aura was giving off was no joke. "Human, it is similar to your aura." "Ah, seriously?" Cal stared at the dark red aura in a bit of shock. He did not hear the voice in the ceiling any longer, and the heavenly demon flinched after seeing Cal staring at his aura. Did I stare too much? Cal became embarrassed, and his face stiffened. He quickly opened his mouth because he thought he should say something. Are you sure that you are dying? It sounds more like you are just planning on killing yourself. The heavenly demon's pupils started shaking at that comment. Clunk. Cal felt that presence in the ceiling again as well. Cal didn't care and continued to say what he wanted. According to what you just said, wouldn't it be fine if you just did as the evil aura told you once it takes over the upper danshan? Then the evil aura, that dead mana, would spread through all 3 of his danshans. It taking over will not kill you. He did not die even though that aura had spread through the middle and lower danshans. What did that mean? Heavenly demon. You are planning to kill yourself the moment that happens, aren't you? For the demon cult, all emotion had disappeared from the heavenly demon's face. Probably because you think that if you become a living Jiangshi, that other you will declare war on the Central Plains, which will also end up destroying the demon cult. If there is no answer after trying everything you could to stop that, you probably think that killing the source of the issue, which is you in this case, is the answer. As Cal finished his comment with a question, the heavenly demon responded without any hesitation. Yes, I did think that. Cal chuckled before pointing at himself. The reason you are saying you did think that is because things changed now that I am here? Of course. The heavenly demon responded stoically. This guy was oddly easy to talk to. I heard about your purification through the sage demon. After having experienced it myself, you have a power that can get rid of that evil aura. An odd smile appeared on the heavenly demon's face. However, that power seems to be completely unrelated to the nature realm that people seem to believe that you are in. I wasn't the one who spread that rumor. Cal subconsciously commented back. The heavenly demon nodded his head. I know. However, it was quite an entertaining rumor. I like those kinds of rumors and exaggerations. The exaggerations and delusions of martial artists are quite entertaining. What? Cal wondered what he had just heard, but the heavenly demon changed topics as if it wasn't that important. Can you get rid of this evil aura? Cal answered this question first because it was the most important issue right now. Yeah, I can get rid of it. He then immediately added on, but you will lose your internal Kai. Cal felt a scary aura at that moment. The moment he felt murderous intent aimed toward him, you dare. Rayon must have felt it as well as he became angry. Oolong, black mana fluctuated around Cal. It was Rayon's mana. Guard. Cal heard a voice from the ceiling as soon as the heavenly demon scolded the guard. I'm sorry, young Master Nim. It's okay. Cal nonchalantly responded before adding on, but I can't guarantee what will happen if you do something like this again. I have no idea what an angry Rayon might do. I'm also a chicken, so I will get really scared. Cal didn't say that part out loud. I understand what you mean, young Master Nim. I will keep that in mind. My deepest apologies. The person in the ceiling gave a good response back. Cal nodded his head and thought to himself. The guards seemed to cherish the heavenly demon quite a bit. The sage demon as well. It didn't feel like they were simply treating the heavenly demon as a god of the demon cult. They seemed to be taking care of him like a member of their family, like their child or younger sibling. The heavenly demon smiled bitterly after making eye contact with Cal. I guess it is quite complicated here too. He felt as if he understood why the heavenly demon had hidden his decision to kill himself from everybody except the Shadow Guard. Anyway, young Master Kim, can you explain the reason why my internal Kai will disappear? Cal nodded his head and explained what had happened when he purified Namgung Ty. He started with the enlarged black heart, then about how the living Jiangshi tried to explode using the internal Kai from the lower danshan, and about dead mana as well. The heavenly demon nodded his head every so often before closing his eyes after hearing that Namgung Ty was no longer able to gather internal Kai in his danshan. He then opened his eyes, made eye contact with Cal, saw the look on Cal's face and started speaking. You look like you are expecting something. Cal answered honestly. You are the strongest martial artist I've met. I thought that you might be able to come up with a way to not lose your internal Kai. Cal had been wrong about something while going through this Central Plains world because he had read numerous wuxia novels. Everybody had pointed underneath their belly button when mentioning the dantian, so he thought that concepts such as the upper dantian and middle dantian did not exist. However, the heavenly demon said that he had broken through to the upper dantian. That meant that the lower dantian, middle dantian, and the upper dantian he had gone through all of them at least once, and that a martial art with such a concept should exist as well. Well, they do exist in the wuxia novels. Cal shared his thoughts out loud. Whether it is a way to gather internal Kai in the upper dantian, or maybe a way to protect the dantian itself, even if you lost a bit of internal Kai, the heavenly demon started smiling. You want something like that as a reward for purifying me? The corners of Cal's lips curled up as well. Oh, I guess it is possible. You haven't said it is impossible. The reason, you could ask for other things in return for purifying me. But why is it that you want something like that? Cal looked at the heavenly demon, who had been easy to communicate with until now, as if he could not understand him. It could not be helped. I need it so that I can increase the number of people who can help me fight the blood cult. The future sect leader of the Kunlun sect was currently a living Jiangshi as well. There was the Shaolin's Jiang Chan and Zhu Jun so as well. He also had no idea who in the unorthodox faction was a living Jiangshi. No matter who it was guaranteed to be a person of importance. If so many people were purified at once, lost their martial arts, and had to vacate their posts, that would make it difficult when fighting against the blood cult. Cal had been planning on taking more of an active role against the blood cult in such a situation, but he saw a different path now. So shouldn't he choose that method? Originally, I was going to ask him for the demon cult to help us when we fight against the blood cult. The heavenly demon was a person who was willing to kill himself so that the blood cult, who had threatened the demon cult, would not get their way. He probably did not need to ask for their help. Cal looked at the heavenly demon, who still wanted his answer, and asked in disbelief. Because that is what I need the most. You know that, don't you? There was a reason he was in disbelief. I do. This heavenly demon bastard seemed to have figured out all of Cal's thoughts, but he was still being annoying and asking. Cal could see the heavenly demon let out a low laugh at that moment. I guess I can understand why such rumors have come out. It's nothing. The heavenly demon was now chuckling. You are quite an interesting person. What the hell is he saying? Cal looked unsettled and the heavenly demon nonchalantly commented. I think I should be able to come up with a way to gather internal Kai in the upper dantian. That would mean that Namgung Ty would have a way to walk the life of a martial artist once again. As for purifying a person while protecting the dantian, I do have something in mind that came up while looking at your power, but I will need to test it out to be certain. Test it out? That's correct. Cal contemplated it for a moment before pointing at the heavenly demon. Are you the test subject? The ceiling clunked again. Of course it is me. The ceiling clunked once more as the heavenly demon calmly answered. The corners of Cal's lips curled up a bit once again. I want to hear this plan of yours. As much as you want. The heavenly demon started sharing his thoughts. The ceiling clunked a few times, and human. Are you going to purify someone again? If you cough up blood again like last time, I'm going to break that stone monk statue of Central Plains. Rayon kept saying something, but Cal focused on the heavenly demon's explanation and thought to himself. This seems easier than I expected. The cheapskate responded as well. It does. It should be easy if you use the power of the divine item as well. Cal's expression brightened up. He felt as if he would be able to take care of this easily without coughing up blood this time. I have a bad feeling about this. I always get a bad feeling when you have such a look on your face. Human, don't have such a bright look on your face. Of course, he just ignored Rayon's comments. Chapter 135. Something is different here. 7. Then can I go now? The heavenly demon nodded his head at Cal's question. Yeah, I made you deal with something cumbersome as soon as you arrived. Not really. It wasn't that hard. The fire of destruction, with 72% of its seal released, could quickly get rid of the black smoke filling this entire building. The fire of destruction was a power that even threatened the world tree in the past. In fact, the difficulty came from the intricate controlling of the power that was necessary because someone's life was on the line. I see. It wasn't anything serious. The heavenly demon calmly analyzed Cal's comment. Cal looked at him with a gaze that seemed to be asking what the heck he was doing, and the heavenly demon stood up. He staggered a bit, but he soon stood up straight. Despite being the head of the demon cult that believed that strength equaled authority, the heavenly demon was only about as tall as Cal Henitus and had a decent physique. Of course, he was not as skinny as Cal's current appearance as Kim Rock-soo or even his true appearance as Cal Henitus. He just felt a bit skinny. "You are in your late 30s, right?" Cal subconsciously asked because the heavenly demon's skin was smoother than his and he looked even younger than Choi Han. "That's right. I'll be 40 next year," the heavenly demon nonchalantly answered before asking back. "You are probably older than you look as well?" "Yeah, that is true. He did gain some weight, but he was currently in Kim Rock-soo's body when he was extremely skinny. Cal was older than this body's age." "No, I am older than Cal Henitus, aren't I? I should be since I lived into my late 30s before transmigrating into Cal Henitus's body." Cal's mind became complicated while trying to figure out his age that he just brushed it aside. Who cares about age? You just have to live. Cal was walking past the door before he stopped. "I will only see you out until here." The heavenly demon did not walk out to the hallway and stood at the edge of the door. "Do as you please." Cal didn't really need the heavenly demon to walk him out. In fact, it would be an issue if that bastard followed him back to his lodging too. Something messy would definitely happen. However, Cal had something he wanted to know, so he asked before he left the heavenly demon. "The shadow guard is safe even if she is touched by the black smoke?" Clunk. He heard a noise from a part of the ceiling again. Of course, the heavenly demon was the one who answered. "It is a formation. Thanks to that, the black smoke cannot go into the ceiling. The guard is able to observe me in safety." "Oh, she is able to hear noises and sense our presence, but she is unable to see us." "I see." Cal waved to the heavenly demon who answered his question. "Bye now. Feel free to call me whenever something like earlier happens. I'll help you out." The heavenly demon calmly smiled. Cal brusquely commented to him, "If you're going to experiment in a week, I'm sure similar situations will happen quite frequently until then." "That is true. I guess I'll be in your care for a bit." "As much as you need. That much is nothing." The black smoke basically flew away if he used a bit of the fire of destruction. Cal waved at the heavenly demon once more before turning away without any hesitation and headed for the door. The hallway was quiet and peaceful without the black smoke. Cal leisurely walked down that hallway and organized his thoughts. The heavenly demon decided that his limit is 2 weeks, and the experiment will happen in a week. This experiment at best would protect the internal Kai and at minimum will protect the Danshin while getting rid of dead mana. The heavenly demon would try to do this in a week. Cal would have to stay in the demon cult during that time. That was not that big of an issue. Cal did question why he was pushing it back a week when he could easily do it tomorrow, but there are a lot of things going on in the demon cult these days. Things determining my heir. Heir. Cal chose silence after hearing that word. "Haha, none of you will be harmed in the process. It is just that there are a couple of families who hold a lot of power in the demon cult. They want me to quickly choose an heir because I am close to 40 despite looking so young. The problem is that I have no children. I never got married. I'm sure it must be complicated." Indeed. It is an issue having a ton of kids like the former heavenly demon, but also an issue not having any kids at all. "Anyway, my subordinates want me to adopt someone and name them as my heir." Before starting the war against the Orthodox faction, the heavenly demon smiled at Cal's nonchalant question. "Young Master Kim, you are quite smart. This much is just the basics. The war between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult. No matter how strong the heavenly demon is, it was possible that he might die in such a grand-scale war. It was normal for his subordinates to want him to name an heir just to prepare for such a situation. Anyway, I need to choose that heir within the week. And do the purification after that?" "That's correct." Cal stared at the heavenly demon before commenting. "I guess you have someone in mind to name as your heir." The heavenly demon simply smiled. Cal added a comment after seeing that. "The problem must be that it must be quite difficult to name the person you wish as your heir. That is why it is going to take a week. It is that hard despite your extremely dignified position as the heavenly demon." Haha. Cal ignored the heavenly demon who just laughed. The demon cult choosing a successor was none of his business. "Oh right, the blood cult is currently trying to choose a priestess, aren't they? He recalled the conversation he shared with the Huyans patriarch of the Black Bloods back in the Xiolan world. How is the Duke's House of Orsina related to the Great War of the Triumvirate? In addition to the Great War of the Triumvirate, it is time for them to pick a new priestess. The blood cult was currently choosing a new priestess. I'm sure you don't know much about the dimension with the blood cult, but the blood cult has their god, the blood demon, and there is a position of the priestess, the person who helps that god and delivers the will of the heavens. The current blood demon goes through the process of choosing a new priestess before selecting the next generation's successor. The blood cult would choose a priestess prior to choosing the successor to the blood demon position. If they've already selected their priestess, they are probably trying to choose the successor now. It was probably quite complicated within the blood cult right now because they were also preparing for the Great War of the Triumvirate. Anyway, they are quite skilled bastards. He needed to accept the things he needed to accept. The blood cult had only chosen individuals with bright futures to turn into living jiangshis, with the heavenly demon being one of them. If Cal had not come to this world, and the heavenly demon had not reached the profound realm, the war between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult would have started a long time ago, and it was highly likely that the unorthodox faction would have been dragged in as well. A priestess, the blood cult. Those Blue Bloods bastards came into the Roan kingdom and abducted the youngest daughter of the Duke's House of Orsina. The disappeared young Lady Orsina was highly likely to be in the blood cult as well. No matter how much I think about it, the two young ladies of the House of Orsina seemed to somehow be connected to the priestess candidate. Cal lightly shook his head. I guess I'll get the answer if I dig more into the blood cult. He had now arrived at the end of the hallway. Both the left guard and the right guard were waiting at the entrance. The two of them were silently looking at Cal. Cal stopped walking and slightly tilted his head. That made the right guard flinch before speaking. Young Master Kim Nim, did the conversation go well? Yes, sir. It went well. He had gained quite a lot of things. Then will you be heading to your lodging? The left guard cut the right guard off and moved in between the right guard and Cal. I will escort you there, young Master Nim. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It didn't matter to Cal who escorted him. In fact, he thought this was good. He felt that the right guard would try to be chummy, and he would need to chat with him the whole way there. On the other hand, the left guard was easier to deal with because he didn't say much. Right this way, young Master Nim. The left guard started walking. As expected, he walked silently at a decent pace. It's nice. Cal looked around as if he was out on a walk as they headed toward the lodging. The right guard quietly observed him walking before turning his head. That was shocking, my liege. I agree. He heard the heavenly demon's sound transmission. The right guard knelt down on one knee. Through the open door to the pavilion at the room located at the end of the long hallway, the heavenly demon was showing himself with the door to that room open. He was a bit drenched in sweat, but he looked much better compared to normal. Furthermore, the black smoke that always filled this pavilion, since the heavenly demon faced this issue, the inside of the pavilion had no smoke, as if they wasted all that time working so hard to create a formation to prevent the smoke from spreading throughout the demon cult was shocking. It looks like the sage demon brought the right person, my liege. Haha. He heard the heavenly demon laugh. Right guard. I don't think he is someone you can make such judgments about. The heavenly demon calmly said that one sentence, but the right guard subconsciously bowed. My apologies, oh esteemed heavenly demon. No need. I was not saying that to scold you. The right guard knew that. However, he could not ignore the heavenly demon's words. I guess young Master Kim is more amazing than I imagined. Honestly speaking, he had not seen clearly how young Master Kim got rid of the black smoke. He simply hypothesized that young Master Kim had done so based on the situation. I guess the way the left guard is acting is enough to tell me not to make rash judgments about young Master Kim. He heard a bird caw at that moment. The right guard stood up and raised his arm, and a black bird landed on it. The right guard removed the message from the bird's leg and took a look. He then bowed once more toward the heavenly demon as he spoke. O esteemed heavenly demon. The 8 pavilions and 8 battalions have completed their list of recommendations for your heir. How many are on the list? There are 3, my liege. Then I guess there are 4 total candidates. Shall I escort him over? The heavenly demon nodded his head at the concerned right guard's question. Yes, my condition should be fine while young Master Kim is here. I should be able to protect that child. Bring him here. I understand, my liege. The right guard soon disappeared and the heavenly demon looked up at the ceiling. What are you upset about? Hoo-hoo. The heavenly demon let out a low laugh as he spoke. Don't trust young Master Kim too much. He shook his head. Who said that I trusted him? I am simply trying to use his abilities. Clunk. He heard a noise in the ceiling. The heavenly demon laughed. I'm sure that is the same case for him as well. He then added on. I'm sure there are people within the 8 pavilions and 8 battalions who are spies of the blood cult or are in similar situations as myself. You heard what young Master Kim said earlier, didn't you? He is able to locate living jiangxis. Ask him to confirm. Clunk. Also, I will set up a dinner with the 4 candidates in the near future. See if young Master Kim will be willing to attend. Clunk. Yes, I do not trust the 4 heirs either. He needed to thoroughly confirm it. He needed to make sure that more foreign matter did not seep into the demon cult. A dark red aura fluctuated around the heavenly demon. The shadow guard, who was hiding in the ceiling, gasped after sensing his aura. This was the true heavenly demon, who could not be compared to the last few generations of heavenly demons. Someone who endlessly pushed to reach the end of martial arts and continuously headed to reach higher realms. Also someone who only thought about positively affecting the demon cult. The shadow guard came down from the ceiling and politely showed her respects. As for Cal, he had arrived near the lodging area. Young Master Nim, Chief Eunuch Y, the Fist King, Choi Han, and some others were waiting for him outside their respective lodgings. Surprisingly, the Cleave Saint was there as well. Cal found it odd that the Cleave Saint avoided his gaze when they made eye contact, but he did not think much of it. Thank you for the escort. Cal calmly thanked the left guard and the left guard stoically bowed. He heard a sound transmission from the left guard at that moment. Young Master Nim, are you truly capable of healing him? The sound transmission was quite cautious compared to his calm face. The left guard looked at Cal. The rose gold light that had instantly gotten rid of the black smoke, that sight was different from the sun lighting up the night. In fact, it made him think of a destructive fire and thunderbolt that burns up the night. However, it seemed holy. The aura inside it felt extremely pure and clean. The left guard flinched. Cal frowned. Cal responded. He did it openly as he could not use sound transmission. It will be better if you ask your questions to your liege. The heavenly demon was the one who wanted to experiment. That bastard should answer. Why should I slash it was at that moment? It was Cal's turn to flinch. I'm sorry, sir. The left guard bowed extremely respectfully to apologize. What is going on? There wasn't anything to apologize about. Cal responded honestly. There was nothing for you to apologize about. The left guard flinched some more and did not stop bowing. He apologized once more instead. Please, I ask for your understanding regarding my hasty rudeness. I'm sorry, young Master Nim. Didn't I say that there is nothing to apologize about? Cal subconsciously looked around. Chief Eunuch Y and the Fist King looked shocked while his people looked as if something like this was normal. As for the Cleave Saint, he was looking at Cal with an odd look on his face. This was the first time Cal saw an interested look on the Cleave Saint's face. What is up with that old man? Cal had no idea what was going on, but he still tried to console the left guard. It is okay, left guard Nim. That was how he responded. There was nothing for him to be okay about, but Cal thought that the left guard would only go away if he answered this way. The left guard finally left with a relaxed look on his face. Cal shook his head and addressed Chief Eunuch Y and Choi Han, who approached him. The demon cult truly is not easy to deal with. Every single person had something that made it difficult to handle them. The left guard, now that he was alone, pushed down on the area over his heart with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating fast. I almost made a mistake. His heart almost sank when he saw young Master Kim frowning. He was worried that he might have annoyed young Master Kim to the point that it would negatively influence the heavenly demon's healing. The timid left guard tapped on his mouth. There was always a problem when he spoke. The left guard made up his mind to not talk again and resumed walking. How did things turn out like this? Cal started to think. Wait, I thought I could just rest for a week before purifying the heavenly demon. Isn't that what needs to be done right now? So why do I need to play a part in choosing the demon cult's next leader? Cal blankly looked at the sage demon. The old man with a gentle appearance smiled benignly as he spoke. Young Master Kimnim, we hope that you are able to take a look at our future leader candidates with your wisdom and character. Why? Cal subconsciously asked, and the sage demon responded without any hesitation. Because you are young Master Kimnim, young Master Kimnim. It was a response that put Cal at a loss for words. That was why he unconsciously said his honest thoughts. Did that bastard, the heavenly demon, ask you to do that? The sage demon flinched and clang. Chief Eunuch Y, who had been pouring tea, flinched as well. No, sir, please let me explain the situation. The sage demon started sweating profusely. Chapter 136. Something is different here, 8? Cal asked with a disgruntled look on his face, not caring that the sage demon was sweating profusely. And what is that situation? Chief Eunuch Y could not pay attention to the fact that young Master Kim was speaking completely different from his usual respectful tone. Did he say that bastard? He was still in shock at the fact that Cal had called the heavenly demon that bastard. Ahem. Ahem. You see, the sage demon slowly looked away from the disgruntled Cal and answered. Originally, the heavenly demon wished to ask you to join him when he dined with the 4 candidates, young Master Kimnim. Cal decided to listen to what the sage demon had to say and leaned back on the chair with his arms crossed. This was to confirm whether any of the candidates were living jiangshis. Cal nodded his head. That was a necessary task, and the reason he chose it to be during a meal was because he thought that the best story would be telling the candidates that they are greeting a member of the imperial family. He nodded his head this time as well. That won't work. However, Cal opposed that idea. Excuse me, most importantly, it cannot be a meal. Priest Durst would faint as soon as he got near the heavenly demon. Cal informed the sage demon about Priest Durst and that he was the one who could find the living jiangshis. Someone like that exists? The sage demon seemed quite flabbergasted as he gasped in shock. If he faints when he sees the heavenly demon Nim and dry heaves when he sees a living jiangshis, it truly seems difficult to have that noble warrior accompany you to a meal. It is. That's a relief. Cal looked at the sage demon after hearing that response. It was originally supposed to be during a meal, but I wanted to tell you that the situation had changed. Cal felt iffy about this, but motioned to the sage demon with his eyes to continue. I suppose the factions behind each candidate became anxious after being informed about this meal that they made a move. Cal slightly scowled after hearing that. The heavenly demon cannot even plan a meal as he pleases. This seems different from what I have heard about the heavenly demon's position in the demon cult. The demon cult supposedly allowed for under-the-surface fights between the candidates until the heir was decided. Furthermore, they welcomed candidates openly battling or their factions having fair fights as well. This was because the demon cult valued the survival of the fittest. It was also the reason the current heavenly demon was able to rise to his position despite not having much to his name, which was why it made no sense that the heavenly demon could not even schedule a meal as he pleased. The heavenly demon is also not someone who would sit by and let something like that happen. The sage demon answered Cal's question. There is one of the 8 pavilions that has not given their support for any of the candidates. That is the Law and Etiquettes Pavilion. It is the place that oversees the laws and etiquettes of the demon cult. Laws and etiquettes. Cal could tell how things ended up like this as soon as he heard that. He spoke before the sage demon could say anything. A member of the imperial family has publicly visited the demon cult, yes, sir. This is the first visit in about 300 years. Anyway, the Law and Etiquettes Pavilion must have said something to the heavenly demon about following the proper laws and etiquettes for such a visit. That is right, young Master Nim. They didn't say anything wrong there, so they probably asked to create an official meeting so that it does not seem disrespectful to the imperial palace, especially since the heir has yet to be chosen. Yes, sir. That is correct. Cal's face looked unsettled, while the sage demon, who was nodding his head in agreement to what Cal was saying, wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and added on. The pavilion master of the Law and Etiquettes Pavilion is the eldest of all of the demon cult staff right now and has been working since the days of the former heavenly demon. Even the heavenly demon cannot easily ignore that senior's opinion. It's obvious he's a damn stickler for the rules. That's right. Young Master Kimnim, you're able to figure out a person's true nature by just hearing a bit about them. The sage demon complimented Cal, but Cal was indifferent about it. Wuxia novels always have an old elder or person in charge in each major force who is such a stickler for the rules. Cal let out a sigh. He felt as if things were getting extremely annoying. The sage demon warily looked at him before smiling brightly and slowly commenting. Young Masternim, honestly speaking, you do not need to worry much about it. I thought you wanted me to take a look at the candidates for the future leader of the demon cult and let you know. That is also just for formalities. The sage demon honestly answered. Honestly speaking, the Law and Etiquette's Pavilion want us to do that for formalities, and the 8 pavilions and 8 battalions do not want the process affected by the evaluation of an outsider. Then why were they against the meal? They are just worried that the heavenly demon would listen to you, young Master Kimnim, and affect the candidate rankings. Cal felt relieved after hearing what the sage demon said next. Most importantly, the heavenly demon does not listen to others. Our liege is someone who will choose an heir as he pleases. Cal had a relaxed smile on his face after hearing that. So basically, the heavenly demon will let my words in one ear and out the other. In that case, I can do it without feeling any sort of burden. I will just be tactful and say 1 or 2 good things about the candidates. That much shouldn't be that bad. Cal was feeling relieved and did not notice the sage demon wiping the sweat off his forehead. He made another comment to the sage demon. However, we will need to think a bit about how to find the living Jiangshis. Indeed, young Masternim. Since things are like this anyway, the 8 pavilions and 8 battalions, and the 4 candidates, let's take a look at all of them at once. Priest Durst would have to work extremely hard, but wouldn't it be better to take care of it all at once? Cal watched the sage demon leaving while saying that he will come back with a schedule and asked the invisible Rayon. You said that the dominating aura is similar to the heavenly demon's aura? That's right, human. It also felt a bit like Choi Han as well. Tap. Tap. Cal tapped on the armrest while thinking for a bit before speaking to Ron, who was quietly standing in the corner. Ron, what are Choi Han and Choi Young-soo doing? Choi Han is training and Choi Young-soo Nim is in a room with Sui Khan. The 2 of them have not come out for a while. Have you seen Choi Han's sky sword? Cal looked at Ron. Ron was quietly thinking and did not respond to that question immediately. They then made eye contact and Ron started speaking. Although I cannot accurately figure out what this sky sword is, the sword that Choi Han was swinging was not a sword of the sky. Cal waited for Ron to continue. Ron resumed speaking after a short moment of silence. In fact, it looked like a sword that would pierce through the sky. He slowly closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back and adding on. I thought that if Choi Han manages to complete this sword art, his black yang might rip the sky apart. However, he seems to be stuck these days as he is not swinging his sword and is spending a lot of time reading the martial arts text and thinking about it. Cal thought for a moment before asking Ron another question. Ron, what do you think is the best way to go about things? I feel the same way as you, young Masternim. Really? The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Ron was the person he spent the most time with since transmigrating into Cal Henitus. That was why this guy understood what he was getting at without Cal having to say it. Or maybe their way of doing things was getting similar. Let's see, I'm supposed to see the future leader candidates tomorrow afternoon. Then dinner time tomorrow should be good. Ron immediately responded to Cal. Then I guess I will reserve the nearby training ground for tomorrow at dinner time and call Choi Han and Choi Young-soo Nim there. That's right, that sounds perfect. Cal subconsciously smiled before flinching after seeing Ron pick up the tea kettle. Chhh. Ron filled the teacup with a benign smile on his face. The smile disappeared from Cal's face. He didn't know what tea Ron had brought this time, but it was even more bitter than lemon tea. Young Masternim, this is supposedly good for your health. Cal had no choice but to drink the whole cup. The next day the sun was shining down extremely hot, as if to let them feel that the days were getting hotter. Cal, Chief Eunuch Y, and an invisible Rayon followed behind the left guard. He nonchalantly asked while looking at the left guard's back, I haven't been sought out for a while. Is everything okay? Although there were not many descriptive words in there, the left guard immediately understood. Yes, young Master Nim. Our liege has not had any issues until this morning. The other heavenly demon has not come out either. That's great. He's still doing fine, right? Yes, young Master Nim, he is doing very well. The left guard did not say anything for a bit, as if he was hesitating before adding on. There has never been an incident in areas with a lot of people, so you shouldn't have to worry, young Master Nim. Cal nodded his head. Based on what the sage demon had told him before, the heavenly demon had never been caught by others when his other self appeared. Some of it had to do with his great control over it, but it was also thanks to the 3 guards and the sage demon responding efficiently at controlling situations. That was why the sage demon said that this gathering shouldn't be much of an issue either. I'm sure. It's just a simple meet and greet. The sage demon, who prepared as informal an event as possible, set up a meeting with small refreshments with the leaders of the 8 pavilions and 8 battalions and the 4 candidates. The reasoning for it was to greet and show respect to young Master Kim, a member of the imperial family. You can come in later, young Master Nim. Cal would be the last to enter once everybody was already inside. Then the sage demon would step up to introduce him, the heavenly demon and Cal would say a few things, and then he would greet and chat with the leaders and the candidates. That was how Cal understood it. Human, this is so cool. As Rayon mentioned, a well-groomed garden appeared in front of Cal. The right guard was standing in front of this garden that was naturally beautiful without going excessive. Welcome, young Master Nim, and next to him Huff. Huff. Durst was standing there with a hand on a tree taking deep breaths. Cal was starting to feel a little pity for this guy who looked like your typical priest. There must have been quite a lot of them. Durst slowly raised his hand at Cal's question. He then opened up 2 fingers. Cal then heard the right guard's sound transmission. We discovered 2 living Jiangshis aside from the heavenly demon Nim. There was one in the 8 pavilions and one in the 8 battalions. Huo. Cal sounded as if this was unexpected. Thankfully, none of the candidates were living Jiangshis. Seriously, this is unexpected. I thought the blood cult would have definitely planted one among the candidates. The number is less than I expected as well. Of course, there may be more living Jiangshis among the people out on tasks. However, the demon cult's living Jiangshis are definitely different from the ones in the Orthodox faction. Most of the Orthodox faction's living Jiangshis were future core figures. They were all young other than the Kunlun sect's future sect leader. However, the demon cult's living Jiangshis were among the current generation's core figures. That allowed Cal to have an idea about the blood cult's plans. The blood cult has chosen the demon cult as the starting point of the Great War of the Triumvirate. This would be why the living Jiangshis are within the demon cult's current top executives. And the reason they don't have any living Jiangshis in the future core figures of the demon cult, he thought that they might have seen the future demon cult as something they don't need. The demon cult would either get so weak that they would not need to worry about them, or maybe they would disappear completely. The Great War of the Triumvirate. If the war really did happen and it became quite serious, the government would get involved. If the Blue Bloods were not trying to completely destroy this Central Plains world, they would try to settle things at some point, and a sacrificial pawn may be necessary. They seem to have chosen the demon cult as the sacrifice. The demon cult was fitting, as they would be the ones to start the Great War of the Triumvirate. It looks like I'm not the only one who has figured that out. The right guard was smiling, but his face was full of concern. I'm sure this report was delivered to the sage demon and heavenly demon as well. Cal thought that the sage demon would have an even better understanding of all of this than himself. I'll need to go and hear from him. Cal heard the name of the 2 living Jiangshis through the right guard's sound transmission as he walked into the garden. There was a large pond at the center of the garden. Next to the stylish pond, surrounded by willow trees, was a pavilion that was open on all sides like a gazebo. He could see the people sitting there. There are about 20 people. Not everybody was seated at the same level. The heavenly demon was seated at the highest level, the candidates at 1 level lower, and the rest of them on the lowest level. I wonder where my seat is. Cal leisurely walked and tried to peek at the 4 candidates. He then saw it. Some people stood up after noticing him. They were getting ready to show their respects. The heavenly demon was standing stiffly next to them. He walked down the levels with a gruff look on his face and approached Cal. Cal still walked leisurely. There are 2 women and 2 men. The candidates seemed to be in their late teens or early to mid-20s. I'll just say some good things later. Cal confirmed that thought when he heard Rayon's voice. Human, those refreshments look delicious. Don't forget to pack some for me. Cal was nonchalantly nodding his head when he flinched. Huh, human, Rayon called out to him. Cal, the cheapskate, urgently shouted. Fuck, Cal could see the heavenly demon staggering. I thought they said that he never showed any signs in front of his subordinates. Why is he staggering like that right now? A shocked sage demon tried to support him, but the heavenly demon stopped him. He tried to stand up straight. However, the sage demon said something and grabbed the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon rejected his help again. It could not be helped. Human, it's dead mana. Black smoke was coming out of the heavenly demon's mouth. It was slowly getting thicker. Black smoke was slowly becoming visible in his ears as well. Oh, come on. I thought they said I just need to drink some tea and evaluate people. Fuck. Cal held back the swearing and a whirlwind gathered at his ankles. It was Rayon's magic. Cal quickly headed toward the pavilion and entered. Young Masternim. Cal walked past the shocked people, the sage demon shouting out his name, and headed toward the heavenly demon. However, his condition seemed weird. He seemed a bit different from the heavenly demon he knew. The moment he realized that young Masternim, the other heavenly demon, seems to be trying to wake up. He heard the sage demon's urgent sound transmission. Something like this has never happened before. Why is this happening all of a sudden, especially to the point that he is releasing black smoke? Cal heard Rayon's voice as the sage demon was unable to hide his anxiety. Human, I just heard another sound transmission and I think I need to tell you. The bright voice continued. 2 people just said the following. Cal stopped moving after hearing the comments. The top side has allowed us to change our plans. Let us show them that the heavenly demon is crazy. All things for the glory of the blood cult. Thank you very much. It is quite difficult to control the living jiangshis of the demon cult. All glory to the glorious blood demon. Would you look at that? The living jiangshis are not the problem. It is that there are spies from the blood cult here right now. Cal's eyes clouded over. Chapter 137. Something is different here. 9. However, he did not have much time to think about the spy from the blood cult. Young Masternim. The left guard, who had approached him at some point, had a desperate look on his face while looking at Cal. He didn't even have the time to wonder how such an expression could come from such a stoic face. Cal immediately opened his mouth. Figure out who it is? The people around him looked confused, but Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind. I got it, human. Cal listened to Rayon as he gave the sage demon an order. Move everybody back. Kruu, the heavenly demon, was staggering and releasing even more black smoke as that happened. Yes, sir. The sage demon understood that Cal was telling him to move people away from the dead mana smoke. He had already recognized that issue as well. Everybody move back, and please cover your mouths. Chief Advisor, what is going on? An uptight-looking old woman walked over with a giant scowl on her face. It was the Pavilion Master of the Law and Etiquette Pavilion. Pavilion Master Gong Nim, let us discuss this later. Pavilion Master Gong scowled after seeing that the sage demon's usual warm look was replaced with sternness. However, she slammed the cane in her hand on the ground. Tang! The clear sound echoed throughout the pavilion. Pavilion Master Gong started speaking once everybody's attention was on her. The rule for a situation like this is to follow the chief advisor's orders. Why are you all acting so disordered? She then walked out of the pavilion first and stood at a spot a bit away. Her movement was so mysterious that it made it possible to fathom the level of her martial arts. The other pavilion masters, the leaders of the 8 battalions, and the 4 candidates all used their own methods to withdraw from the pavilion and formed a ring around it. The sage demon saw this and slightly smiled toward Pavilion Master Gong, who snorted and avoided his gaze. However, she did send him a sound transmission. Is the heavenly demon in critical condition? As expected, Pavilion Master Gong cherished the heavenly demon. To the sage demon, who could sense that I do not know what is going on, but I will need a thorough explanation about this. This is extremely against all etiquette. He slightly frowned after hearing her nagging. However, he did not have time to listen to her. Ugh, the heavenly demon was different. He was groaning worse than normal. It was a bit different from what the sage demon had seen until now. The heavenly demon's whole body was shaking, and black smoke was even coming out of his closed eyes. Had he been hiding this the whole time? The sage demon had not been able to see the heavenly demon inside the pavilion because of the formations and the black smoke. He subconsciously started feeling anxious. It was at that moment, "What are you doing?" he heard a slightly feisty voice. "Excuse me," he made eye contact with young Master Kim. "Please step back." He said that to the sage demon and the guards before grabbing the heavenly demon's arm. "Are you not going? It's going to be very bad if you breathe in this black smoke." The sage demon wanted to say that he would still be by the heavenly demon's side. However, he snapped back to his senses after feeling the aura coming from young Master Kim. It was a pressure that made him feel a decent level of anxiety and suffocation. He returned to his senses after facing that aura. "I leave it to you, young Master Nim." The sage demon then withdrew to where the others were standing. The left and right guards bowed after sensing young Master Kim's aura slowly getting stronger. "We will be a bit closer. Please do not worry, as we will avoid the smoke." The right guard and left guard responded one after the other before withdrawing to a point halfway between the pavilion and the people. They raised their aura as if to prevent people from approaching. As the whispers disappeared because of their vicious auras, Cal finally felt that the area around the pavilion was quiet and started speaking. "Can you hear me?" The moment he asked that, the heavenly demon, who had not been pushing aside Cal's hand, barely managed to open his eyes. The areas of his eyes that should have been white were full of black blood veins. Cal looked into those eyes and nonchalantly commented, "Keep a firm control over your mind. I will make the black smoke subside." He then looked up into the air for a moment. "Rayon, soundproof barrier magic. I understand, human. I will set the range as the pavilion." "Yeah, and you still have a lot of magic stones, right?" "I do." Rayon was speaking freely since he had already cast the soundproof barrier magic. "Then create a gust to make sure that the dead mana doesn't reach the people." "I got it." Cal heard Rayon's response before looking at the heavenly demon. He then chuckled. "What is it? Are you a bit relieved now?" A gust of wind slowly started to form around Cal as he shook his head. Crack! He heard the sound of a magic stone breaking. The magic stone that had used up a lot of its stored mana for the teleportation last time seemed to have been completely used up. Swoosh, the gust started to capture the black smoke released from the heavenly demon that had left the pavilion and was trying to spread to the nearby area. The whirlwind wrapped around the pavilion. It was not a strong gust. The gentle gust that resembled a calmly flowing river formed a circle with the pavilion at its center. The black smoke became captured within it and could not flow out. I don't think you are purifying yourself." "Isn't that right?" Cal saw the heavenly demon slightly nod his head and let go of his arm. The heavenly demon was staggering, but did not fall down. He probably could not let the people around them see him fall. Cal immediately brought forth the fire of destruction. Crack, crackle, the rose gold fire shot up with the crackling currents. It swirled around Cal. He calmly commented, "There are at least 2 spies from the blood cult here." Cal did not stop what he was doing as he said that. "It would be easier if I took out the divine item to purify the air around us, but I can't let the spies know about the divine item, so I am going to use this method. Heavenly demon, you take care of the rest." An emotion brushed past the heavenly demon's eyes the moment he mentioned the spies, but Cal didn't care. The people outside should not be able to see much of what was going on inside here because of the dead mana smoke captured by the wind. "Should I burn it up?" the cheapskate asked. "Yeah." Cal gave a short response. Crackle, the fire with the rose gold current enveloped the gust of wind. It looked as if a red animal jumped into a black swamp and started eating it up. The wind that was flowing like a calm river slowly turned from black to a radiant rose gold color. Gray ashes fluttered following that change. "Rayon, let's do a sweep of this whole area." "I got it, human." Following Cal's will and Rayon's will, the fire and wind moved. The rose gold wind moved past the dead mana smoke inside the pavilion and swallowed all of it, leaving only ashes behind. It then shot up into the sky and disappeared. It looked like an emugi ascending to the sky. Gray ashes fell from the sky as if to leave behind evidence of its ascension. I can't let the inside of the pavilion fill with ashes. Cal was satisfied that he could get rid of most of the ashes with the wind as well. How refreshing. It was easier than last time. The cheapskate was right about this being easy. Doing something like this, with the power about 72% unsealed, was easier than going on a walk. Cal heard someone let out a deep breath. Cal could see the heavenly demon seated in a lotus position, trying to calm his breath. Young Master Kim. He was a bit more settled, but his voice still sounded strained. What is it? I'd like for you to keep that fire on. What does he mean by that? The air around your fire becomes purified. Breathing it in calms the evil auras inside my body. Ah, Cal nodded his head and wrapped the fire of destruction around both hands. A little more. Cal didn't think too much about it and increased the strength of the fire after hearing the heavenly demon's request. His whole body became covered in the rose gold fire and showed a decent amount of presence. Should I stand near you? Cal asked in a casual tone. I would be grateful if you did so. Hearing the heavenly demon's voice, slowly becoming more settled, made him go stand right next to the seated heavenly demon with a blank look on his face. It wasn't like he had anything to do while standing here. However, he could not remove the soundproof barrier magic because the heavenly demon was not settled yet and he could not have people coming toward them right now. Let's just stand here. Cal started talking as he was just satisfied at the fact that the other heavenly demon did not appear and that 2 spies had shown themselves. He spoke freely as soundproof barrier magic had been cast. Rayon, did you find the spies from the blood cult? I found them. There are 2 of them. However, Rayon suddenly started talking into Cal's mind. Human, but it is difficult to hear sound transmissions right now. There are too many people using sound transmission over there. It is difficult to distinguish each of them. Cal felt odd about the fact that Rayon was talking into his mind. Human, the reason I am talking to you like this is because I thought that we could not have the heavenly demon find out that I can hear sound transmissions. Isn't this our weapon? I'm sorry if I misunderstood, but that was what I thought. Wow. He was truly amazed by Rayon. Rayon, you are an extremely intelligent dragon. Did you just figure that out? I am a great and mighty dragon. Rayon had grown up so smart and wise. Cal could feel Rayon's growth. That 4-year-old that had been wary that Rosalind would steal his steak had grown up so much to the point that he did not reveal their weapon to the heavenly demon. Whether it was this or his way of handling money, he had grown up quite wonderfully. It is probably because former Lord Sherritt Nim and Aruhaben Nim taught him well. The money handling was probably because of the allowance he gave Rayon. Cal smiled with satisfaction as he spoke to the heavenly demon. I'll tell you who the 2 spies are later so you take care of the rest. The heavenly demon would take care of that issue. Cal could tell that the heavenly demon agreed with what he said based on the faint gruff smile on the heavenly demon's face and started to think. Are there spies in the orthodox faction and unorthodox faction as well? In that case, do I need to look into it? More importantly, the fact that the heavenly demon suddenly started acting like he had a seizure or something must mean that there was some sort of skill or device that allowed the spies to make the heavenly demon move as a living Jiangshi. Cal's thoughts became deeper as the heavenly demon became settled. While that was going on, the atmosphere around the people waiting outside the pavilion became odd. There wasn't much talking going on. As Rayon mentioned, they were all busy sending sound transmissions. The sage demon clenched his fists. This is young Master Kim's power. The black smoke that had been pestering the heavenly demon, he knew how critical and evil that aura was. The fact that young Master Kim could send that aura away in an instant was amazing. Chief Advisor. He heard Pavilion Master Gong's voice. The old woman's eyes were wide open. However, she could not say anything else after calling out to the sage demon. It was because she didn't know what to ask. The person from the imperial family who had the emperor's protection and had a golden plaque with him. This young master Kim Hee-il, that was probably an alias and not his real name. Either way, she had heard the rumors about how this young Master Kim's martial arts level was high. However, this is different from what I imagined. Pavilion Master Gong's hand tightened around her cane. It is pure and refreshing. The top executives of the demon cult who were standing around her heard her mumbling. They perked their ears. Only the heavenly demon knew Pavilion Master Gong's exact level of strength, but they all knew that her martial arts level was the highest of everybody here. They wanted to hear her assessment. However, it is violent. There is no hesitation, and it is free. People started thinking about the wind and fire that young Master Kim had just created. The sight he created could easily be called beautiful. However, the power within it was too amazing to just be called beautiful. That Sir's power truly is different from ours, the orthodox factions, and even the unorthodox factions. It is nature itself. Pavilion Master Gong could not hide her astonishment as she caressed her cane. The others gulped or became tense after hearing that. It could not be helped. The only time in the past that Pavilion Master Gong had been wowed at someone's strength was when she had shouted at the top of her lungs that the current heavenly demon should become the future leader of the demon cult. The law of the demon cult, survival of the fittest. She said that the current heavenly demon was the most fitting under that law. She had pestered the former heavenly demon so much about how this person should lead the future of the cult. The people who had seen her so fiercely advocating for the heavenly demon couldn't help but become tense after seeing her admire someone even more than she had admired the heavenly demon at that time. Young Master Kim. They realized that this person was more amazing than they had imagined. The sage demon, who watched all of this, contemplated things in his mind before keeping his mouth shut. The heavenly demon said that young Master Kim has not studied martial arts. He said that he carries nature inside his body. He might not even be human. The sage demon looked around at the people, quietly whispering to each about young Master Kim's martial arts, the ones exchanging glances and probably speaking to each other via sound transmission, people showing all sorts of reactions, but kept his mouth shut. She's a scary person. He then looked at Pavilion Master Gong with a complicated look in his eyes. Pavilion Master Gong never even once called young Master Kim's abilities martial arts. She just called it his power. Maybe she made a similar judgment as to what the heavenly demon said. The sage demon recalled what the former chief advisor said to him. Old Master Gong, she is a monster, I tell you. You need to be the most careful around her. Old Master Gong will swallow you whole the moment you try to do something foolish. However, even that old Master Gong was truly amazed by young Master Kim's power. Young Master Kim truly was the answer. The sage demon watched the heavenly demon's expression settling down from a distance and suppressed his emotions. He then slowly peeked to the side. The 4 candidates who would lead the demon cult in the future, the heavenly demon would be one of these 4 people. They were all looking at young Master Kim with different expressions on their faces. They were unable to take their eyes off of the person who was still surrounded by that dazzling rose gold light. A serious look, a curious look, one clicking their tongue as if their mind was a complicated mess, and even that's a completely blank look. One standing there with a blank look on her face as if she might drool slurp. At least she managed not to drool. Anyway, the sage demon looked toward the oldest of the candidates, the person who seemed to be in her early 20s but was actually in her mid-20s. The woman was blankly watching before wiping away the drool around her mouth. Egu. The sage demon got a headache. This woman, the 4th candidate, she was the person the heavenly demon had decided to be the future heavenly demon. So cool, the sage demon pretended not to hear what she mumbled. He then flinched. The chief advisor. What is the reason the heavenly demon is like this? Can't you tell us now? The question that was asked cautiously, but cheekily, the knowledge and finance pavilion. The pavilion master of the pavilion in charge of the demon cult's finances asked the sage demon the question. The sage demon heard an eccentric voice in his mind at that time. It was a young voice. Hey, sage demon, our human, no, young Master Kim wanted me to tell you this. The punk that just said something to you is a spy from the blood cult. What? As the sage demon's heart almost jumped, he felt an eerie sensation. It was a familiar and welcomed aura. The sage demon immediately looked toward the pavilion. Oh, esteemed heavenly demon, the heavenly demon, who had a dark red aura around him, was standing there like his usual self, with a force fitting the master of the hundreds of thousands of great mountains that made up the demon cult. As for young Master Kim, he slowly withdrew his rose gold light. Similar to how the red sky disappears and darkness descends, it resembled the sun setting and the new moon rising. The sage demon could sense intense wrath from the heavenly demon. Chapter 138. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 1. The somewhat disordered atmosphere settled down. The excitement from young Master Kim showing his shocking power and the heavenly demon seeming to be okay instantly changed. Only heavy silence filled the area. Kim Hee-il. Sound does not leave this area, right? Cal unhappily looked at the heavenly demon who called out his alias without even using young master. I don't know his name. Why the hell does he think he can call me by my name and speak so informally to me? Maybe it was because he was feeling upset, but his response was not very sincere. Yeah, it was just a single word. The heavenly demon did not seem fazed by this. He just channeled more of that vicious dark red aura and looked at his top executives standing outside the pavilion. He then resumed speaking. He said something that the people outside, who were at a loss for words, could not hear. Kim Hee-il, it looked like you wanted to move around stealthily, but that has become impossible. Cal nodded his head. Yeah, now that the spies saw my power, it might be better to move openly. This was an unexpected situation, but he just had to plan accordingly now that the situation did change. He shared his thoughts as he organized the list of things he had to do. I haven't figured out the living Jiangshi and the unorthodox faction's top executives, but oh well. I will need to take care of the things in the demon cult as quickly as possible and go meet the divergent coalition's leader. It was better to move quickly because they had no idea how the blood cult and the living Jiangshis or blood cult spies in the unorthodox faction would react after learning about how young Master Kim could purify the black smoke. The heavenly demon nonchalantly commented at that moment, "No, there is no chance of it spreading to the unorthodox faction." Cal looked toward the heavenly demon. He then realized it. No word of the blood cult will spread outside of the demon cult. However, it will be impossible to hide it within the demon cult. A slight smile appeared on the heavenly demon's face. Cal was certain. This bastard seems extremely angry. Cal's face became unsettled after hearing what the heavenly demon said next. Because I am angry. Now that he was angry, it was impossible to move around stealthily. The heavenly demon did not look at the expression on Cal's face. He didn't need to do so. He did not feel that anything was lacking in what he just said. The heavenly demon. From the moment he let go of his own name and carried this name on his back, I am the demon cult, and the demon cult is me. The aura surrounding the heavenly demon became even stronger. Cal subconsciously released a small amount of the dominating aura. Ah, now I feel like I can breathe. His arms that had been covered in goosebumps had returned to normal. Now that Cal knew how he could counter this, he slowly increased the amount of dominating aura used following the heavenly demon's scary aura. Of course, he only used extremely low amounts compared to the heavenly demon. It was only strong enough to make sure he did not get goosebumps. He quietly listened to what the heavenly demon had to say. The demon cult's living Jiangshis are both perpetrators and victims. However, it is a different story for spies. He then nodded his head. They are victims because they became the blood cult's living Jiangshis because the demon cult could not protect them. However, they are perpetrators because even if they themselves cannot recognize it, they are currently harming the demon cult. But I cannot be angry at them because they are not doing so out of their own will. However, it is a different story when some bastards who are not a part of the demon cult have snuck in here to cause trouble. The heavenly demon grumbled. Yes, an extremely different story. He heard a casual voice as soon as he finished speaking. Il released the soundproofing. The heavenly demon stared at young Master Kim Hee-il, who responded without any changes to his expression. Although he did not say anything to show his approval, the fact that he was removing the soundproofing meant that the heavenly demon could do as he pleased. How entertaining. The heavenly demon was entertained that although Cal had not studied martial arts, he was able to straighten himself out from the heavenly demon's wrath-filled aura by releasing internal Kai. What are you looking at? The heavenly demon looked away after hearing the grumbling question. Nothing much. He gave a short response and took a step forward. He could feel the eccentric aura surrounding the pavilion disappear. Did he call it magic? That soundproof barrier magic thing must be getting withdrawn. The heavenly demon's gaze moved toward the demon cult members standing outside the pavilion. The smile had disappeared. It was still silent out there. The heavenly demon liked this atmosphere where people were so quiet that they could clearly hear the wind and the fluttering leaves. It was quiet. He liked it when it was quiet. I do not like loud things. Those nights he had to clutch his empty stomach, and go to sleep he curled up into a ball, and kept himself from crying or groaning despite his whole body being in pain from being beaten by the other future leader candidates, because doing so would use up more energy. It had been a quiet night where he couldn't even hear the insects chirping outside. It was a rare night of such silence. It led him to believe that he could peacefully go to sleep despite his whole body being in pain and not having eaten anything all day, until a rat started running across the ceiling. The area between the roof and the ceiling, the rats living in that gap, were running around with excitement. The noise was trivial, but maybe because it was a quiet night. But the noise the heavenly demon heard from above was so loud that he was worried that the ceiling would break down. Although this house was all he had, the endless noises of the rats moving around and their squeaking, all of it felt as if they would take away his base. Yes, I especially hate those damn rats. The heavenly demon took another step forward as he spoke. Immediately close and lock up all gates of the demon cult. His voice was calm. It was a girlish voice that seemed as if he was sharing his thoughts while looking at the flowing river. All living creatures currently existing within the demon cult will not be able to exit out of the demon cult. The spies from the blood cult, the heavenly demon, had made up his mind from the moment he heard about those damn rats. Should someone exit, they will not be alive. The heavenly demon violent dark red aura made nobody able to say anything. They all knelt down on one knee, bowed their heads, and responded. Demon. At the same time, they could also feel the aura behind the heavenly demon's violent aura that was giving off its presence. Unlike this violent and explosive aura, that other aura seemed to slowly suffocate them. That was an aura that was making them bow their heads for a different reason. Young Master Kim. He was standing behind the heavenly demon as if he was supporting him. What is up with this situation? Pavilion Master Gong knelt down on one knee with her old body, but her mind was getting complicated. She was about to scope out the sage demon next to her when she heard the heavenly demon's voice. The heavenly demon did not raise his voice. However, everybody was able to hear his internal chi-filled voice. The blood cult has made me ill. Pavilion Master Gong's eyes opened wide. She started to release her aura as well. Crack. The veins on the hand, clutching the cane, started to bulge. The demon cult existed in a desolate area that neighbored a desert. You had to be strong to survive in such a place. That was why the strongest of them all, the heavenly demon, was like the ground to the demon cult. The person who decided where they would set up their base or even determined the direction they should walk someone dared to make their land sick. That meant that they were trying to crumble the demon cult. However, young Master Kim Hee-il right here was able to heal that illness. Pavilion Master Gong was finally able to understand the true meaning behind the sage demon and the heavenly demon calling such a person into the demon cult. Negotiation between the Orthodox clan and the demon cult. Friendship with the imperial family? Yes, such things did not align with the laws of the demon cult. At that moment, the heavenly demon, the demon bestowed upon them by the heavens, the ground supporting the members of the demon cult, started to speak. Pavilion Master Ki, Battalion Commander Meng, we have some damn rats from the blood cult here. Pavilion Master Gong raised her head. She made eye contact with the heavenly demon. Pavilion Master Ki and Battalion Commander Meng kicked off the ground at that moment. They were not trying to escape. As they acted with their lives on the line to commit suicide or to send a carrier pigeon Battalion Commander Meng, who had been trying to send off the carrier pigeon, had his hand pierced. His dantian was also pierced. A cane had pierced through both of them. Tap. Pavilion Master Gong gently landed back on the ground. Battalion Commander Meng was still pierced in her cane. It was just extra that she suppressed his blood flow so that he could not commit suicide. Boom. Pavilion Master Ki, who was suppressed without being able to commit suicide, had lost consciousness. The sage demon was holding him by the neck. The spies were hunted as soon as they were discovered, making it impossible for them to get out of this trap. The heavenly demon did not react in any way as if this was to be expected and nonchalantly commented. Demon Guardians Battalion. The Demon Guardians Battalion. This was the heavenly demon's personal battalion for protecting the demon cult. SHHHHHHHH, the instant they felt like a breeze passed by martial artists clad in black attires appeared, encircling the pavilion and the area around it. They looked like shadows as everything other than their eyes were covered. Demon. The Demon Guardians Battalion gave a short response before they disappeared. Everybody could tell what they were going to do. All doors of the demon cult would close starting today. All living creatures escaping past the doors would die. However, nobody was scared about this. In fact, they were releasing their auras similar to Pavilion Master Gong and the Sage Demon. So many people started releasing their internal Kai that the ground started shaking. Cal gulped internally as he watched. Holy crap. He realized that he had not seen the true identity of the demon cult until now. He could clearly feel why the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction avoided the demon cult while being scared of them. Vicious gazes that would never look back were focused on the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon firmly received those gazes and released even more of his aura. Ugh! Cal was about to get goosebumps again and used more of his dominating aura to barely stop himself from getting swept up in the heavenly demon's aura. As he was about to hold back a sigh, the heavenly demon started speaking with an overflowing dark red aura wrapped around him. Destroy blood, destroy the blood cult. That was all he said. Boom. Everybody standing in front of the pavilion slammed their heads on the ground and shouted. Demon? They must have infused their internal Kai into their voices as the air around them started shaking. Flutter, the birds that had been quiet around them, must have gotten shocked as they flew up into the sky. However, there were eyes watching those birds. Even those birds would die if they flew past the doors of the demon cult. Cal watched all of this with an unsettled look on his face. As expected, the demon cult members are no joke either. I think the blood cult messed with the wrong people. A kind of blind devotion not seen in the orthodox faction could be seen in them. But doesn't it hurt slamming your head in the ground like that? Cal slowly rubbed his forehead with his palm as if his own forehead hurt. He then felt something weird and looked around. There were two people staring at him with piercing gazes. One was Pavilion Master Gong of the Law and Etiquette Pavilion. Cal moved his gaze away from her. He made it not very obvious that he was avoiding her gaze. What a vicious old woman. Battalion Commander Meng, who had fainted with his dantian, destroyed the spy from the blood cult, was shaking and foaming at the mouth. But she didn't even blink, and just kept her cane in the air with the spy dangling from it. Such an old woman was smiling at Cal. She reminded Cal of Ron. No, Ron was better. Ron's never done something like that, and what's up with her? Cal felt extremely iffy after avoiding Pavilion Master Gong's gaze and looking at the other person staring at him. One of the candidates was drooling while looking at him. She was quietly laughing as well. Such laughter was scary for a different reason. Crazy bastards were the scariest people. She laughed even brighter and bowed once they made eye contact. I don't think it would be good if she became the heavenly demon. Cal felt that avoiding crazy bastards was the best decision and looked away from the candidate. Human, are we not eating refreshments? Is it just going to end like this? Cal walked over to the heavenly demon after hearing Rayon's disappointed voice. Pat, pat. He patted the heavenly demon's shoulder. The heavenly demon turned his head to ask what Cal needed. It's basically done, right? The heavenly demon responded to Cal's nonchalant question. That is true. He was not going to go into details here. Cal nodded his head and continued to speak. Ask Pavilion Master Key and Battalion Commander Meng what number they are in the blood cult. What? The people the blood cult sends out seem to have numbers. What do you mean by that? I have the blood cult's number 7. The heavenly demon's eyes clouded over. He felt that young Master Kim knew more about the blood cult than he expected. You truly are the answer. Yes, I am the answer. Cal just brushed it off and asked. By the way, his face became a bit serious. The heavenly demon looked back with a stiff expression on his face as well, and Cal looked around. He then walked a little closer to the heavenly demon. As the heavenly demon's movements became cautious as well, and he was about to focus on Cal's lips. Hey. Cal asked, can I pack up some of the refreshments here? There's a kid who wants to eat it. Cal could still hear Rayon gulping in his mind. He thought it would be weird to openly ask that in such a serious situation and whispered to the heavenly demon because he could not use sound transmission. I see. Go ahead. The heavenly demon gave his permission. However, Cal's mood turned odd. Why is he looking at me like that? He heard Rayon's voice in his mind. All right, how exciting. Let's pack up all of the expensive crackers. Yes, let's head back to our lodging first. Cal thought that there should be nothing for him to do and just packed up some refreshments and headed back to his lodging. Of course, he told the heavenly demon to let him know immediately if anything changed or they made any decisions. The heavenly demon asked back, "Can we do the experiment in 2 days?" Cal responded to the question asking to pull forward the purification time. Of course, it wasn't hard. The heavenly demon quietly observed Cal, who answered nonchalantly and disappeared. That pure yet destructive aura controlling such a power should require delicate control, but he answered as if it was nothing. However, it was probably no big deal to this person. "Oh, esteemed heavenly demon." He spoke to the sage demon who approached him. "We are heading to the grand pavilion." The demon cult would now break their silence and be loud for a while. However, Cal didn't think about that and walked quickly toward the lodging. He had something to do. Tonight, he was planning on having Choi Han and Choi Young-soo spar against each other. Choi Han and Choi Young-soo were standing in the training ground looking at Cal. Chapter 139. A miracle happened in the demon cult, too, Cal nonchalantly commented after receiving the gazes of the two Choi family people. "What are you looking at?" Choi Han closed his mouth while Choi Young-soo immediately responded. "Wait, you suddenly want us to fight?" "Wait, this is, a bit since when do you make an appointment to fight?" A punk who fought extremely respectfully by scheduling all of them ended up with the title of Sword Demon? Wait, but still. Choi Young-soo could not finish his sentence and just pounded his chest in frustration. Young Master Nim. However, Cal sat down on a comfortable chair that Ron brought from somewhere and leisurely looked up at the sky. The sun will be setting soon. Hurry up. Next to Cal was Rayon, whose eyes were sparkling Durst, who looked refreshed Beacrox, who was standing there watching with his arms crossed, and Sway Khan, who was chuckling for some reason. 3 people who looked nervous, Chief Eunuch Y, the Fist King, and his great-granddaughter were all there as well. The people from the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction were not invited to the training ground. It was not mentioned to them at all. As for Tunka, he seemed to always be playing with those unorthodox faction bastards these days as it was hard to see him. That does make me a bit anxious. Not having an eye on Tunka did make Cal a bit concerned. He was someone you couldn't figure out at all. Well, I'm sure he'll take care of himself. Even if Tunka did cause an issue, what else could it be other than breaking something? Tunka was tough, so he would walk back on his own 2 feet even if he was pummeled, so Cal didn't have to worry about him getting so hurt that he couldn't contact Holy Moly. Cal got the chills at that moment. Did I just worry about Tunka? I must have gone crazy. Cal couldn't even think about the people looking at him as he shook his head. He could not accept the flow of his current thoughts. He suddenly heard Choi Han's voice at that moment. "I will do it, Cal Nim." "Ha, I guess I have no choice." Choi Young-soo shrugged his shoulders as if he had no choice. Cal looked at the 2 people who agreed to fight without needing much convincing and warned them. This is a spar, so no fatal injuries. He just ignored Choi Young-soo, who was looking at him with a gaze asking if that even needed to be said. It was because the important part of his comment still needed to be said. "However, if you half-ass it and I don't like it, we will keep going. We will keep going even if we need to stay up all night." "What?" Choi Young-soo became upset and shouted, but Cal pointed to Rayon. "You don't need to worry about us getting hurt." He then pointed at Sway Khan, Ron, and Beacrox. "There are also people to stop you if you guys get too serious." Cal then crossed his arms as he continued. "You guys both wanted to fight each other, didn't you?" As the 2 Choi men flinched, "Isn't this easier for you guys than talking?" The 2 of them looked at each other after hearing that question. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up as he watched. Funny punks. He made one last comment and stopped talking. Get started. Then there was silence. Nobody said anything to the 2 of them. There was only silence between the 2 of them as well. Choi Han could not figure out what to say. He always felt this way when looking at Choi Young-soo. Choi Young-soo. Just thinking of his name made him feel like he couldn't breathe while he could still do so. Choi Young-soo looked older than him, but he was still his nephew. He had seen Choi Young-soo's life. How he had lived, how he had died that led to Choi Han carrying on Choi Young-soo's traces in his sword, creating the Black Yang. In some ways, he is my master. Choi Young-soo was younger than him, but he was still a sort of master to him. This sky sword martial art was given to him by Choi Young-soo as well. But still, for some reason, he wanted to be the one to say something first this time. Choi Han firmed his resolve. He spoke to the guy who couldn't hide his shaking pupils when looking at him, the guy with so many emotions in his eyes. Come. Choi Han's sword started to roar at the same time. Oolong, a violent black power with sparkling pebbles of light, almost exploded out of his sword. That black aura started to take form. It was the form of an Asian yang. This yang was violent and rough, but had its mouth shut as if it had been silent in a deep location for a long time. Choi Young-soo closed his eyes the moment he saw the yang. They were the same. Choi Han and this black yang's eyes were the same. They had the solitude and silence that you could only have after living a long time. Choi Han and his black yang were waiting for him. In that case, of course. Yes, I have to go since my esteemed paternal cousin once removed is calling me. Choi Young-soo opened his eyes. He then pulled out his sword. The moment, a shabby iron sword came out of its scabbard and showed itself. Oolong, a white aura poured out of his sword and created a yang. Choi Han's hands tightened the moment he saw the white yang. It was different from the white yang from Choi Young-soo's memories he had seen in the past. It had been a beautiful yang at that time as well, but now it had an extremely detailed and delicate beauty, as if an expert had put in all of their strength over and over to create it. It almost looked alive. Cal thought to himself while looking at the two yangs. Choi Han's became even rougher while Choi Young-soo's became more detailed. The origin of the two of their sword arts was the same. The Choi family sword art. That was their roots. Those roots grew, and Choi Han, who was temporarily affected by Choi Young-soo's sword art, seemed to become similar to him for a moment before the two of their directions changed. This was to be expected. The two of them were different people and had lived different lives. However, the two of their true natures were the same. They grew up in the same family and filled their hearts with the same things and ended up taking up the sword. Ooh, the moment they heard some mysterious roars in the air 2 times, the white attacked the black. The black fought back against the white. Bang! An extremely loud noise shook the training ground. Pot. Rayon's shield appeared in front of the group. However, nobody was paying any attention to the shield. Even Rayon himself was focused. They were all focused on the black and white yangs intertwining with each other while baring their fangs at one another. Bang! Choi Han aimed for an opening. However, Choi Young-soo turned his body ever so slightly with exquisite movement to make the sword miss. The black yang then bared its fangs again. The white yang leisurely dodged and cleverly tightened around the black yang to suffocate it. Choi Han laughed. He told Choi Han to attack first, but he was doing more attacking right now. However, there was nothing he could do about it. This was his way of fighting, a violent and rough appearance. Choi Young-soo was different. It was smooth. As he was more detailed than before, he was also smarter. However, it did not make him look unsightly. He looked refined. He looked like an elegant existence that did not fall into the dirty mud, but waited and watched until the opponent ran wild to kill it off in an instant. His sword art was so beautiful that the sword demon title suited him. However, he couldn't help but laugh. Why? They were similar. Their sword arts were similar. It was not because he created the black yang after seeing Choi Young-soo's white yang. Choi Young-soo, who had worked with the god of death after dying, had definitely changed, but he was still the same. His sword held loneliness in it. It was also full of determination. It was full of the determination to protect the thing he had chosen. You must have sharpened it, and sharpened it some more for that reason. Choi Young-soo probably had no choice as he needed to be stealthy and sharp since he moved around alone to accomplish his missions. Choi Han clenched his eyes shut. There was no one to protect him. He heard Choi Young-soo's voice at that moment. It was even more unfamiliar and awkward than before. Paternal cousin once removed, you're going to lose like that. Choi Han let out a short laugh. No way. His aura was slowly becoming more violent. He was showing his true nature, the despair and solitude that had built up in the forest of darkness for such a long time that he could not even count the days properly, without any hesitation. He moved without caring about his back. At some point, that was how his sword had changed. This was Choi Han's decision. He wanted to step forward before his friends got hurt and wanted the enemies to attack him first. However, he was not worried. It would be great if he defeated the enemy, but even if he didn't, his friends would find a way to take down the enemy while he fought. The reason that this light called hope became infused in his black aura that was full of despair as if they were stars in the night sky was probably because of this kind of thinking. However, Choi Young-soo would not have been able to do that. Choi Han could not laugh anymore. He moved his sword after sensing a stealthy aura approaching him. Clang, you block so well even with your eyes closed, sir. He opened his eyes while listening to Choi Young-soo's voice. Choi Young-soo was laughing now. Choi Han nonchalantly commented, "Don't laugh." "Excuse me, don't laugh if you don't want to laugh." Choi Young-soo's face stiffened with the smile still on his face. "The sky sword. The sword art you gave me was the thoughts of someone who wanted to pierce through the sky and become the sky itself." Choi Han swung his sword without stopping. Choi Young-soo blocked his attacks with the smile now gone from his face. Bang, bang, bang. The training ground was being destroyed in multiple places, and continuous explosions could be heard. It was quite destructive for being a simple spar. However, the two of them did not stop. Their breathing was not even slightly heavy, but their swords and their yangs were slowly becoming even more intense. That might be why the two of their conversation was buried in the explosion that only the two of them could hear each other. However, that text was a bit weird. There was a reason Choi Han had been contemplating things while looking at the sky sword. "Young-soo, is that really the sky sword of the Sword Emperor?" Choi Young-soo became silent. He just looked at Choi Han with a stiff expression on his face. He simply swung his sword toward him. On the other hand, Choi Han did not stop talking. He continued to violently swing his black aura around while calmly asking, "I am sure they are right about you having the sky sword. Such rumors would not spread for no reason. However, is what you gave me really the Sword Emperor's sky sword?" The old text that Choi Young-soo gave him was not labeled as the sky sword. Everybody just believed Choi Young-soo when he said it was the sky sword. That martial art suited me quite well. Choi Han had learned that martial art way too easily, and he could tell after reading through the writer's hidden thoughts that were visible in the martial art. That text was a martial arts text with your thoughts in it, wasn't it? Choi Han could not completely learn the sky sword after realizing that. He could clearly tell what this one and only remaining family member of his was telling him. To be more specific, he could feel what he had hidden and hoped that Choi Han would realize. Of course, he could have just wanted to teach Choi Han a skilled martial art, but you must still think that I am an imugi. An imugi spends a significant time bettering itself so that it can become a yang. Quietly, hidden away, and once it finally completes its Sintamani, it ascends to the sky. However, what was inside the sky sword was a bit different. This imugi was not turning into a yang and ascending to the sky. It was thinking of ripping the sky apart and becoming the sky itself. Bang! The white yang easily pushed the black yang's body away when it tried to bite its neck. Choi Han became certain after seeing Choi Young-soo push his sword away with his strength. As expected, this child is currently stronger than I am. He was hiding his strength and training himself. You could see that, paternal cousin once removed? Choi Han happily answered the question asked in a stiff voice. "Yes, I could. Paternal cousin once removed, you seem to have more talent for martial arts than I thought. You could see something I didn't want you to see. I just gave it to you because I wanted it to help you get a bit stronger." Liar. Choi Young-soo had definitely hidden his true thoughts inside the martial art. However, hiding something only happens when you want someone to find it. You and I are similar. We would be similar even if we didn't share the same family blood. That is how I was able to tell. They slightly moved away from each other. It was a lull in the midst of their sparring. No, it felt more like the calm before a storm. Choi Han calmly spoke to his nephew. "However, I am different from you." He didn't know exactly why Choi Young-soo wanted to become a yang, nor the identity of the sky that Choi Young-soo was trying to destroy. He had no way of knowing what kind of sky Choi Young-soo wanted to become. That was someone he would have to ask from here on. However, he felt like Choi Young-soo would not tell him. That was why Choi Han was able to firm his resolve. I do not wish to learn the sky sword. Then, I think that there is my own path for me to follow. He realized once again the role that he wanted to play. Now I get it. The moment Choi Han saw Choi Young-soo, the moment he saw that despite how detailed and beautiful Choi Young-soo's white yang was, it contained the same kind of solitude that he had felt. He figured out his own feelings. Furthermore, he could tell that his growth had stalled because he had not realized this. He shared his firm resolve. I wish to be an existence that can protect my land. This home that I was finally able to earn and get this place, I can breathe these people who mean so much to me. He didn't want to lose any of it. He always had these thoughts, but the way it was hitting Choi Han had changed. Now he believed that he must do it, so that nobody could aim for my land. Whether that is the sky or a god, I will protect it. He spoke to Choi Young-soo in front of him. So, whenever Choi Han said the same thing he said when the spar against Choi Young-soo had started. So, whenever it may become. Choi Young-soo's eyes opened wide. Choi Han held up his sword again. He then walked toward Choi Young-soo. I do not know your thoughts. Choi Young-soo blankly held up his sword. The black yang raised its strength and roared. However, even if you do not achieve what you want, even if you do not manage to rip the sky apart. Choi Young-soo's eyes slowly focused. The moment something flashed in his eyes, the white yang removed its stealthiness and started to release its presence. The two of them charged toward each other. As sword clashed against sword and black and white intertwined, Choi Han looked into Choi Young-soo's eyes behind their swords as he spoke. Come back here whenever you want. I will be here protecting it. The intertwined black yang and white yang shot up into the sky. Bang! They heard a loud explosion. The two yangs that shot up toward the red sky, toward the sunset, seemed like they were of one body. No, they became one body and their colors mixed together before they turned transparent. Choi Young-soo quietly watched it before putting down his sword and asking, "Can I do that?" Choi Han nodded his head. A smile appeared on Choi Young-soo's face. The two of them had the same pure smile. Chapter 140. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 3. Choi Han and Choi Young-soo walked up to Cal. The two of them were smiling differently, but somewhat similarly. Cal did not see them at all. Wow, it's completely destroyed. The training ground was completely destroyed. The stone floor was considered intact if it was cracked, as most of it was completely flipped over and broken until you couldn't tell what it was. Cal would have been hurt or had dust all over him if it wasn't for Rayon's shield. Cal looked toward the two of them and nonchalantly commented, "Is it resolved?" He only asked that without saying anything else. "Yes, Calnim, yeah." The two of their responses were short but refreshing. "Then that's good." Cal got up as if he had nothing left to keep him there. It looked as if the two of them had chatted while they were sparring, but that was none of Cal's business. Based on the two of their faces, they looked refreshed, as if whatever was bottled up was released. That should be enough. Both of them were adults, so there was no need for him to pay any attention to anything more than that. Cal was calm as he turned away from the two of them and started walking. Honestly speaking, he had no thoughts at all. Chief Eunuch Y urgently followed after seeing him walking away. My goodness. He was brushing the back of his hand that was covered by his sleeve. It was covered in goosebumps. I didn't know the sword demon's abilities were at this level. This spar was enough to make it clear that he really did defeat the Sword Saint. He's at a higher level than the Sword Saint. The Sword Demon and Noble Warrior, Choi Han the Yangs, they created the two of them, definitely used something similar to internal Kai when those Yangs appeared. He had heard the information about the Sword Demon controlling a Yang. But for it to be such a detailed Yang, it was possible to create something like that with an aura that is similar to internal Kai. Was it really still considered the domain of sword art? Well, I guess the Mount Hua Sex attacks give off a fragrance. It must be a similar concept. Creating something that doesn't exist with internal Kai or aura. Doing that with a sword. This must be the martial art of Noble Warrior Choi Han and the Sword Demon, Choi Young-soo. Anyway, the two of them held themselves back. The training ground had turned into a mess, but neither of them was injured. Basically, this was proof that they were considerate of each other and held back. How surprising. He knew they were strong, but seeing a portion of their strength made him feel as if he could understand why young Master Kim was so calm about the blood cult. He himself was in the nature realm, and his people were all as strong as the experts representing a sect or clan. What would he be scared of in such a situation? Furthermore, a divine beast, a dragon, was by his side as well. What to write in today's report? The things I have to report are increasing every single day. Chief Eunuch Y got a headache thinking about what to report to the emperor. Of course, he couldn't send a carrier pigeon out of the demon cult for a while because of the current situation, so he would have to keep them with him until he could send them out in the future. Chief Eunuch Y stopped for a moment. If he gathered the reports and sent them all at once, and His Majesty or the Empress Dowager saw them, I'm sure they will be shocked. Chief Eunuch Y became a bit elated thinking about the two people who usually showed no emotions getting shocked. It made him really feel like he was in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he would have never experienced had he just stayed in the imperial palace. Chief Eunuch Y. Choi Han approached him at that moment. Chief Eunuch Y couldn't believe that the person who used that rough and violent power could look so calm, but he didn't let that emotion show as he responded. Yes, noble warrior Choi. What can I do for you? It was rare to see Choi Han hesitating like this. Please feel free to say whatever is on your mind. We destroyed the training ground. How? Chief Eunuch Y gasped as he had not expected this question at all. That was why he didn't know that Cal, who had been walking without anything to stop him, had stopped to peek toward them as well. Chief Eunuch Y gently smiled toward Choi Han, who seemed extremely concerned. I mentioned to them when we got permission to use the training ground that it may end up destroyed. They said that they understood. Is that so? Yes, so you do not need to worry about it. Chief Eunuch Y then saw that Cal was looking at him with a satisfied smile on his face. Chief Eunuch Y, let's hurry. It is dinner time. Chief Eunuch Y said yes to Cal, who said let's go eat, and followed behind him. Choi Han looked relieved as he followed behind them as well. He had destroyed many enemy buildings in the past, but this was a building of someone they were currently developing a cooperation with. Noble warrior Choi. Can you spar with me next time? Of course. The relieved Choi Han chatted with the Fist King, and they were the last two to walk out of the training ground. A moment later, two people appeared at the training ground. This is surprising. The elder of the beggars' gang, Ho Songye. He couldn't hide his astonishment while looking at the condition of the training ground. The Cleve Saint groaned as he spoke with a stiff expression on his face. There are two different flows. The training ground was not destroyed randomly. There were countless traces of two different powers clashing against each other. There is a delicate yet clever and overbearing power. That should be the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon's sword art was famous. Usually, people who used delicate sword arts were lacking in destructive force. However, the Sword Demon had an overbearing destructive force that could suppress the Sword Saint, who used the monarch sword arts with a heavy blade. He was just controlling it with precise control. However, he saw that overbearing power today. Then this violent and rough power should be that noble warrior Choi's sword art. In comparison to parts of the ground that were destroyed with some level of pattern, there were spots that were completely destroyed and showed signs of a violent attack. Those locations must be where Choi Han's attacks had landed. The Cleve Saint thought about Choi Han. He seemed like young Master Kim's loyal subordinate and a calm and pure person. I guess you really can't judge a person by their appearance. Choi Han. This person's sword art was truly fitting the title of demon. The Sword Demon and Choi Han, he had heard that the two of them were related. Two Yangs. Although they disappeared as they shot up to the sky, he was certain that he had seen two Yangs. Although they looked similar in form, the black and white Yangs had looked completely different. I have no idea what is going on. Senior, shouldn't we know the answer in 2 days? That is true. Chief Eunuch Y had stopped by the Orthodox faction's side before the spar. He requested that Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint keep some time open during the day in 2 days. He said that there was something to show them. He also said that this was agreed with the demon cult as well, and that the heavenly demon may be there as well. However, it is a confidential matter, so I hope that you keep this information to yourselves. I cannot guarantee what will happen should this information be spread in advance. He left a clear warning like that as well. Honestly speaking, there wasn't much the Cleave Saint could do even without Chief Eunuch Y's warning, as all of the demon cult's doors were closed right now. In fact, he realized that something was going on in the demon cult and had been even tenser. Hoo-woo, he let out a sigh. He then spoke to Elder Ho. Let's go back to our lodging. He added on with a nonchalant look on his face. It looks like new spectators will only come in once we leave. The Cleave Saint looked in the opposite direction. Although he could not see them because they were covered by trees, he could feel the auras of the little punks from the unorthodox faction. They must have come this way out of curiosity as well. The Cleave Saint and Elder Ho left the area without any hesitation. They had seen all that there was to see. The conclusion was simple. I cannot defeat the sword demon or noble warrior Choi. The conclusion was that he might even be weaker than the weakest person in young Master Kim's group. Something is up. He realized that the negotiation between the Orthodox faction and the demon cult was not the major issue. It was because Elder Ho was calm. The fact that someone from the Beggars gang was acting calm despite being imprisoned inside the demon cult was telling the Cleave Saint many things. Although the Cleave Saint had never associated with any major force and had lived as he pleased, as stubborn as he wanted, that allowed him to have the tact to realize the flow of things. The martial arts world was a place where he needed to do that to survive. Psst. A piece of rock that had flown to the outside of the training ground crumbled into pieces under Sima Gong's foot. It was already cracked, so it broke easily. Noonim, yeah, I think you are right. Sima Dan closed the bottle in her hand. This action meant quite a lot for her. I'll need to stay in the right state of mind until the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow was the day they received young Master Kim's invite. Sima Gong, Sima Dan, Sima Young, and even Ziamun, they had no idea what kind of setting young Master Kim was inviting them to, but they agreed to go there. They heard that the heavenly demon would be there as well. You stop touching your dice for a while as well. Sima Gong pulled up his sleeves to show that he had no dice. I already sent them away for a bit. I see. Sima Dan observed the training ground before sending a sound transmission. It should be related to the blood cult as you hypothesized. I believe so. I'm sure the reason they closed the doors of the demon cult is for the same reason. Something like this might have happened on our side as well. Sima Gong's extraordinary brain was figuring out a lot of things. It is not that it might have happened. I am certain that it has happened. Then can I expect that what happens in 2 days will also happen in the Divergent Coalition in the future? Yes, Noonim. I think we need to look at it that way. The siblings who had distanced themselves from alcohol and dice for a while chatted as they left the training ground. They acted as if nothing was wrong. What about Orabuni? He is currently sparring with Ziamun and noble warrior Dukang. Oh my, they are always overflowing with strength. Sima Gong suddenly had a thought and asked his sister a question. Noonim, the demon cult should know about this spar as well, right? Of course. That was correct. Within the grand pavilion where everybody was silent as if they were holding their breaths, the heavenly demon was seated on a chair on the highest spot, quietly looking down. He then looked to the side. The sun had set and night was slowly approaching. I watched something entertaining for the first time in a long while. He then started to smile. Thanks to that, I'm excited. Don't you agree, right guard? The right guard lowered his head instead of responding. The heavenly demon continued speaking as if he didn't even expect a response. The white yang is wicked. There are a lot of things hidden in it, making it not my kind of thing. But the black yang is similar. It is similar to me. The eyes of the people who were quiet in the grand palace clouded over. This was especially true of Pavilion Master Gong, who slightly raised her head. She just happened to make eye contact with the heavenly demon. Pavilion Master Gong, don't you think that it would be fun for me to have fun with that black yang once my treatment is completed? That is a great idea, oh esteemed heavenly demon. Yeah, I guess I'll need to take care of all of my work in advance so that I can have some fun. The heavenly demon spoke with a smile on his face. Make sure that the entire cleanup is finished by tomorrow. Demon, the heavenly demon was wearing a light black outfit. Cal had his arms crossed as he asked calmly, You are going to force out the dead mana inside your body? Yeah. I will remove that evil aura, that dead mana. I was able to figure out the path of its movement when it tried to invade my upper dantian. Cal nodded his head and asked the next question. Then I just purify all of the dead mana that is released? Yes. After that, there won't be that much dead mana left inside your body, so I push my power into your body following the path you tell me in order to purify the remaining dead mana. Yeah, isn't it simple? The corners of Cal's lips curled up. I don't know if it is simple or not, but he calmly commented, "There are so many spectators. We have no choice." Quite a lot of people were watching them outside the formation they were inside. Cal asked because the people outside could not hear them anyway. "Do you not care that people will know that you are a living Jiangshi?" The heavenly demon laughed. "They will remember me as the great and mighty heavenly demon who even overcame being a living Jiangshi." He then added on, "There is nothing greater than this for the demon cult to have a justification to obliterate the blood cult." His smiling face as he said that looked quite entertained. Cal nonchalantly asked, "And what if this experiment fails? I don't know about the first part, but if it fails in the second part," the heavenly demon also responded calmly. "I will probably die." He then smiled. "That too is a magnificent justification for the demon cult to obliterate the blood cult." Cal scowled. "Crazy bastard." The heavenly demon laughed out loud now. "I heard that many times when I was younger." Cal just waved his hand because it was annoying to even respond now. "Get started." Yes. The experiment to purify someone while protecting the Danshin and internal Kai was started by Cal and the heavenly demon. And outside the formation, the martial arts of the orthodox and unorthodox factions who were invited, and the top executives of the demon cult were focused on the faint view of things within the formation. Chapter 141. A miracle happened in the demon cult, for I feel like I've turned into a spectacle. The heavenly demon responded to Cal's mumbling. "That's right, a spectacle." One corner of Cal's lips twisted up after hearing that response. "It doesn't matter to me, but you are in that high position of the heavenly demon. Is it okay for you to turn into a spectacle like this?" The 8 pavilions and 8 battalions know. The representatives of the now 7 pavilions and 7 battalions, after getting rid of the spies from the blood cult, were all here. Some of them, such as Pavilion Master Gong, did not seem to like the current situation. Furthermore, the people from the orthodox faction and unorthodox faction were standing with stiff expressions on their faces as well. Young Master Kim, the heavenly demon, calmly commented, "I've always been a spectacle." He sat down in a lotus position on a platform that was a bit higher than everywhere else. The position of heavenly demon is one that symbolizes the strength of the demon cult, that forces me to live as an existence that is no longer human while receiving the gazes of the cult members. That is why you are a spectacle. That's right. Furthermore, showing my condition will significantly influence not just the demon cult, but the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction as well. Their alertness toward the blood cult will go up significantly. The heavenly demon smiled toward Cal while seated. "Because I am the heavenly demon." The heavenly demon had turned into a living Jiangshi. The way he was saying that this situation would install the most fear toward the blood cult in the entire Central Plains martial arts world, it seemed a bit arrogant, but Cal did not say anything to oppose it. It was because the Cleve Saint, who had heard the explanation about the blood cult and living Jiangshis, that extremely stubborn man had turned completely pale. "Let's get started." Cal walked to the heavenly demon's back after hearing that. "Hey," he then asked, "this formation is safe, right? Didn't you hear the explanation?" "I did." This formation was supposedly created by the combined knowledge of the sage demon, the 3 guards, and the heavenly demon. It was an even stronger formation than the one at the pavilion that Cal saw the heavenly demon last time. He said it should be able to handle 20 times that. Similar to how the formation at that pavilion did not allow the dead mana smoke to head out, this formation was supposed to do the same thing, but be 20 times as effective. Cal was amazed that a formation, compared to magic, could be so effective. And although he questioned whether it was true human, this is super strong. It does seem to be 20 times as strong. To be honest with you, it looks like it can even handle 25 times as much. He could trust it after hearing Rayan, who was probably flying around outside the formation while invisible, confirm it. Cal looked outside the formation for a moment. Sui Khan, Choi Yong-soo, Ron, etc., his people were stationed and waiting next to the top executives of the demon cult. "Cal, Your condition is very good today. I feel so relaxed having Hyung Nim and the Noonams here. Cal heard the cheapskate and then the crybaby in his mind before sitting down in a relaxed position and placing his hand on the heavenly demon's back. I'm ready. Next to him was the heater-shaped divine item as well. One hand was on the heavenly demon's back, one hand was on top of the heater. Once Cal finished his preparations, the air started to fluctuate. The heavenly demon closed his eyes. A dark red aura fluttered and rose up from his body. The heavenly demon could not speak from here. Human, are you okay? Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind. Totally fine. He nonchalantly responded before looking at the heavenly demon's head. Black smoke was rising up from there. Cal could not see the heavenly demon's face. However, he could imagine what kind of look was on his face. He's probably scowling. The dead mana in his body, that evil aura, was being lured to aim for his upper dantian. The heavenly demon was feeling pain like last time in order to make that happen. However, he didn't even groan. Oh, esteemed heavenly demon. The sage demon had his hands clasped together and could not look away from the face of the heavenly demon who was scowling in pain. The heavenly demon was faintly visible beyond the formation, but for someone like him whose martial arts level was high, it wasn't that big of a deal. He could clearly feel the heavenly demon's pain. And as that happened, from his closed eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, black smoke was coming out of all facial orifices. This evil aura that was full of an ominous vibe, that thing was starting to fill the inside of the formation that was the size of most decent training grounds. It was slow at first. The black smoke rose up extremely slowly and started to fill the inside of the formation. However, it started to get quicker. It's black. The area was becoming dyed black. The heavenly demon was already not very visible. Despite it being the middle of the bright day, the inside of the formation seemed to be nighttime. No, it was not night. At least the night sky had some sort of light on it. Even during nights of the new moon, your eyes could faintly make stuff out. However, they could not see anything in this thing. All they saw was darkness. Are you sure this is okay? Pavilion Master Gong asked with a serious look on her face, but the sage demon did not have the time to look at her. It should be fine. He could barely answer like that. Pavilion Master Gong could not get upset about that response. She could only tightly clench her cane and bite down on her lips. I couldn't think properly last time to tell, but that black smoke truly is ominous. This smoke gave her an instinctual desire to avoid it. The amount of it was significant as well. I can't believe the heavenly demon lived with such a thing inside his body. She could not believe it. Nonetheless, she had to believe it. The heavenly demon lived with this significant amount of black aura that is continuing to dye the inside of this formation with darkness nonstop. He was trying his hardest to maintain his consciousness. He was also thinking about destroying the blood cult that messed with the demon cult. Young Master Kim, all she could do right now was think about a single person's name as if she yearned for him. She desperately hoped that he could heal the heavenly demon. That was her only wish. Did her desire reach him? The sage demon's mouth opened. Was that a good sign? Pavilion Master Gong's face stiffened after turning to look at him. It was a sense of urgency that was on the sage demon's face. Oh no, his eyes could not stop shaking while looking at the formation. Sage demon, what is it? The formation is shaking. What do you mean? The sage demon ignored Pavilion Master Gong's calling and urgently walked up to the formation. The left and right guard were already walking up to him as well. Is the formation shaking right now? The sage demon looked at one of the 8 foundation stones of the formation instead of responding to the right guard's question. Crack, crack. The foundation stone was starting to crack. How is this possible? The sage demon's face turned pale. They had made this formation so that it could hold 25 times the amount of evil aura that the heavenly demon normally released. But such a formation was about to break right now. It was at that moment. Ba-a-ang, he heard a loud noise. The noise came from the faint barrier created by the formation. The sage demon raised his head. There was an enormous black smoke slamming against the barrier. Complete darkness. That was the thing banging on the barrier. Bang, 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 without stopping, without any rest in order to destroy that barrier. This is outside of what we expected. For the heavenly demon to have so much of this evil aura inside of him, for this evil aura to be so strong and violent, they had never imagined it to be like this. What would happen if this formation was to break? What would happen if this enormous darkness flowed out? He recalled the warning that young Master Kim gave him. You need to be careful around this dead mana, the evil aura. Of course, this aura seems to have been modified by the blood cult, but regular people touching this dead mana will be like being in contact with a critical poison. Martial artists may be able to resist it a bit, but I think that even they will be in danger. The sage demon's mouth opened automatically. Left guard, moved the people back. Inside the formation, he had no idea of what was going on. Bang! Bang! However, the endless explosions explained the fierce battle going on inside. Right guard, I need you to help me repair the formation. He needed to do his job for now. And his job was to make it so that the heavenly demon and young Master Kim did not have to worry about anything other than the purification process. The formation may break if something goes wrong. It was at that moment. The sage demon heard a young voice next to him. That will not happen, sage demon. The sage demon saw a pair of eyes appear in the air as he felt a different kind of fear than when he saw the black smoke. They were the eyes of something that was not human. I will stop it even if the formation is broken. The voice was young. However, the sage demon felt suffocated by a mysterious aura. If our human wants it, I will make it happen. As the sage demon was not able to say anything at this bright dark blue light crack, one of the foundation stones ended up completely cracking in half. The moment the black aura was about to flow out of that gap, the sage demon saw a black barrier appear to block that gap. However, the black barrier was different from the smoke. He felt an aura that was warm as if it held the coziness of the night, while cool and refreshing as if it held the cool night air. Ah! The sage demon subconsciously gasped in relief. He then turned his head after feeling a significant aura behind him. Rumble, the sky was starting to cry. Gray clouds appeared when it had been a beautiful sunny day just moments ago. It looks like the human is finally starting to make his move. Sage demon, the heavenly demon will be fine. Our human is the one you should be worried about. He did not have the focus to pay attention to the young voice. The sage demon blankly looked up at the sky. The formation created a large circle and even covered the ceiling. However, the sky was roaring on top of that ceiling. Crackle, crackle. He could see rose-gold currents within the roaring clouds. He could not ask what that was. This was the only question he could ask. Is that young Master Kim Nim's power? The young voice responded. That's right. That is our human's power. The sage demon's hands fell to the ground, and he could only blankly look up at the sky after hearing that answer. Bang, bang, bang. The black smoke was still, no, it was trying even harder to break through the formation and come out, but he could not pay attention to that. It is nature. He felt the enormous aura of nature. No, it was fire. Fire was trying to come from the sky to the ground. The moment he let out a short gasp, he, as well as everybody else in the area, looked up at the sky. Even the people who had no idea about what was going on here looked up after suddenly hearing the sky roaring, and could see thunderbolts striking down nearby or far away, depending on where they were located. A rose-gold thunderbolt, or perhaps fire, struck down from the sky to the ground. Bang! The sage demon's sight became dyed red and golden. He couldn't help but tear up. However, he could not close his eyes. Bang! The formation was breaking. The formation shattered as if it was nothing the moment the rose-gold fiery thunderbolt touched the top of the formation. Rose-gold light pushed into it like a tsunami. This rose-gold tsunami fell down as ruthlessly as a waterfall, allowing him to see inside. Esteemed heavenly demon. The sage's legs became weak and he knelt down on one knee. He could see two people surrounded by rose-gold light. Young Master Kim and the heavenly demon, the two of them, were stationed the same way they had been in the beginning. They looked fine even after having been inside that deep darkness. The moment the rose-gold light wrapped around them, it spread out almost as if it exploded. The darkness was disappearing. The evil aura looked as if it was shrieking and trying to run away. Bang, 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 bang. Although it continued to slam against the formation, and the formation was breaking since the top was destroyed, the rose-gold light was swiftly swallowing up the darkness. Darkness could not pierce through the areas that the rose gold light had passed through. He was at a loss for words because this overwhelming rose gold light could not even compare to what he saw in the rear garden last time. Ruyuambul, however, the sky had not stopped roaring. The sage demon placed his hand over his arm that was full of goosebumps and looked inside the formation. The formation that was barely holding on after having the top broken the two people who were still in the same position inside. Cal had no choice but to ask despite knowing that the heavenly demon could not answer. Hey, just how much dead mana is inside of you? He could tell because he had his hand on the heavenly demon's back. The enormous aura he could feel on his hand, he was certain that this dreadful and ominous aura was dead mana infused with something else. Cal, I can feel all sorts of negative emotions. As the cheapskate mentioned, the numerous malice and grudges that the blood cult had implanted was inside the heavenly demon. This was out of his expectations. There was too much dead mana inside the heavenly demon's body. You released about a third of it so far, right? However, Cal was still calm. He tightly clenched the heater with his other hand as he spoke. Release the rest of it at once. Do it before the formation is completely destroyed. Cal, it is still easy to deal with. It's not tiring at all. He had the cheapskate's confirmation as well. Cal was still feeling fine, so he could calmly say this. I'll get rid of all of it. It was very worth trying. The moment Cal started smiling, Ruyuambul, the sky that was ready to release the next thunderbolt, roared even louder. Cal felt a rumbling starting from the heavenly demon at the same time. Boom, the rumbling flowing through to him, through his hand, the moment he realized that it was starting. Cal subconsciously started to speak. Holy shit, there's so much. Dead mana that was full of all sorts of negative emotions, and malice came out of the heavenly demon's body. He felt as if the whole world was being dyed in darkness for a moment. Although he was shocked, he was not nervous. The fire that would destroy this darkness was waiting for his command. Chapter 142. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 5. The black smoke that was endlessly coming out from the heavenly demon's body, the darkness continued to come out to the point that people couldn't help but question if there was an end to this darkness. It also instilled fear in the hearts of those watching. The blood cult. They were astonished and scared at the fact that the blood cult was able to put so much of this dreadful thing inside the heavenly demon, the leader of the demon cult. However, those emotions soon subsided. Ruyuambul, the sky roared once again. No matter how much this darkness tried to dye the bright day with its color, no matter how much it fiercely aimed for the breaking formation, bang! A rose gold fiery thunderbolt fell down from the sky and completely burned up the darkness. This is a person's power. The Cleve Saint, one of the Martial Arts Alliance's top executives, was so focused on what was happening in front of him that he didn't even realize that his voice was shaking. It does seem that way, Senior Cleve Saint. The Beggars Gang's elder Ho Song Yi barely managed to respond while stuttering. This must be young Master Kim Nim's true strength. Elder Ho was blankly talking, while his attention was completely focused on the fiery thunderbolt that was gobbling up the endlessly bursting darkness. It was beautiful. Originally, a thunderbolt was supposed to be something that was violent and unpredictable. Fire was also violent and always on the attack, greedily burning everything up. However, this fiery thunderbolt he was looking at was extremely beautiful. Despite getting chills from its violent nature, despite being scared at its greed toward swallowing up this endless darkness, it was phenomenal and so beautiful. Sage Demonim, people are approaching. The sage demon slightly frowned after receiving the report from his subordinate. I thought I made it clear for nobody to approach. He had told everybody to not even come near this place just in case something happened. They are mainly commoners, the elderly and children. The sage demon stopped scowling and let out a sigh. I see. Even I cannot take my eyes off of it, so I'm sure it is the same for others. However, do not let them get any closer. Yes, sir. His subordinate left. The sage demon scoffed in disbelief after seeing that even his loyal subordinate barely managed to take his eyes off of the fiery thunderbolt. The heavenly demon said that young Master Kim has not studied martial arts, but has a different kind of power. For that power to be so extraordinary, fire and thunderbolt, they were powers that had nature itself in them, but it was not nature. This rose gold-colored thunderbolt was not something that existed in nature. This difference made it very clear that this was young Master Kim's power. Ah! A large amount of black smoke suddenly shot up from the heavenly demon's body. It shot out endlessly, as if it was a black emugi ascending to the sky. That large amount of black smoke charged toward the formation. There was only one phrase that came to mind while looking at that. The last struggle, and it looked like that last struggle was coming to an end as well. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and a rose gold thunderbolt shot down from the sky once again, making the black smoke completely disappear. Black smoke was no longer coming out of the heavenly demon's body. The rose gold thunderbolt was subsiding. Crack, crackle, a rose gold light wrapped around young Master Kim's body and fluctuated around him. Everything was now silent. However, nobody dared to make a move. Crack, 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 the 8 foundation stones all cracked and broke in half. PSS, the formation broke and the half-transparent barrier disappeared. It doesn't look like we will need a shield. We will just watch like this for a bit. The sage demon listened to the words of the dark blue eyes and blankly nodded his head. He didn't even realize that Rayon disappeared. He was just astonished at the fact that the formation had disappeared, but nobody had gotten hurt. Sage demon, snap back to your senses. The right guard walked up and spoke to him. You know the important part starts now. Of course. The sage demon snapped back to his senses. The first stage has ended. They would now enter the second stage. This stage was more important and he needed to focus. I will stand guard. I will also stop people from approaching. The right guard and the sage demon decided on their roles and looked at Cal and the heavenly demon with anxious eyes as they moved to fulfill their roles. The formation was broken, but Cal was still seated at the center of the round platform. He did not pay any attention to the rose gold light wrapped around his body. His hand wrapped tighter around the divine item from the fire of purification. The heater was dyed red and was working stronger than ever before. You're okay, right? Cal nodded his head at the cheapskate's question. I'm okay as well. There's still plenty remaining. The combination of the divine item and the fire of destruction with 72% of its seal removed was amazing. Dead mana, their ability to react to dead mana was quite strong. The divine item seemed to treat dead mana as its sworn enemy. Hey, Cal spoke to the heavenly demon. Lead the way. The hand that was touching the heavenly demon's back, Cal closed his eyes and focused on the sensation in his hand. He felt an aura different from the aura of the dead mana he had felt until now. It was not unfamiliar. It was the dark red aura that the heavenly demon used before. Here I go. The rose gold light flowed down Cal's shoulder and arm and into his hand. It then entered the heavenly demon's body. Cal had his eyes closed, but he could make out a line. This line was made by the dark red aura that was wrapping around his rose gold light. Is this the meridian? Was this line the meridian where the internal Kai supposedly flowed through? Cal was curious for a bit but quickly stopped focusing on it. Shit. The heavenly demon's aura that was pulling his rose gold aura was weaker than he had expected. Cal finally realized that the back that his hand was on was completely drenched. The body he was touching was extremely cold as well. It seemed serious. He pushed himself too much. The heavenly demon seemed to have used more of his powers than expected. It made sense since neither the heavenly demon nor Cal expected there to be so much dead mana inside his body. It was also not regular dead mana, but modified dead mana. Can I keep going? The heavenly demon's aura was so weak that Cal had to think about that. The cheapskate chimed in at that moment. Cal, try putting more power into the divine item. The divine item? It is the fire of purification. Since its true nature is based on purification, shouldn't it strengthen a tired body? Huo. It sounded reasonable. And it is the aura of a god, so I don't think it would be harmful to this heavenly demon kid. If it looks like it is going to be harmful, you can always withdraw it. Wow, this sounded logical too. It's rare to hear you saying such smart things. Ahem, I am indeed a bit smart. Cal immediately put more of the fire of destruction into the divine item. Crackle, crackle, the divine item crackled. Smoke started coming out of the now red heater. It was red smoke. The smoke that had been used to purify jiangshis in the past flowed up Cal's hand and headed toward his other hand. This is it. Cal moved the red smoke toward the heavenly demon. Finally, the red smoke entered into the heavenly demon's body. Cal had his eyes closed, but he felt as if he could see it. He could feel the red aura move past the rose gold aura and seep into the heavenly demon's dark red aura. It was at that moment. Cal flinched. Huh. The cheapskate sounded anxious as well. The line that the dark red aura had been making the line he believed was the meridian suddenly started overflowing with strength. To be more accurate, the line was getting clearer and more defined. I see. The cheapskate gasped in admiration. There must have still been some dead mana inside this child's body. Even if he sent it all out, the dregs, the traces that had existed before remained inside the veins and other places of the body. About 99.9% of the dead mana was released through the black smoke, but the small traces still remained in the heavenly demon's body. That was why this child, who was already weak after using so much of his strength, could not use his powers properly. The dregs remained to block the path or make them smaller. Furthermore, there were probably not many gaps for Cal's power to go through either. But the power of purification burned up all of those dregs and waste, allowing his body to be filled with strength again and function properly. Cal, this is great, I finally see a path. The cheapskate was shouting with excitement before he suddenly stopped. He then became anxious. This is not good. Fuck. Cal scowled. Why is it sucking out so much of your strength? Cal did not have the time to pay any attention to the cheapskate's anxious voice. What is going on all of a sudden? The heavenly demon's body was fiercely pulling in the red smoke and rose gold aura. No, it was basically sucking it out at this point. Holy crap. The problem was that Cal was the start of both of those powers. I didn't expect something like this. Me neither. Cal had not expected this either. He didn't expect that the heavenly demon's body would suck out his aura so much. However, he could not stop this. The heavenly demon's body was shaking, but he could feel warmth on his back. Cal could see it clearly because his eyes were closed. To be more accurate, he could feel it. The way that the line was quickly spreading all over the heavenly demon's body meant that the meridians were getting healthier. Cal felt as if he was charging down a hill at extreme speeds while on a carriage that could not be controlled. That was the best comparison of how the heavenly demon's dark red aura was leading Cal's auras to all parts of his body. Cal had to use more power the more detailed the meridians became, but he could not stop because it felt like he was going in the right direction. Control the speed a bit. He just wished that this guy would slow down a bit. Unfortunately, the heavenly demon could not talk right now. I can't talk anymore either. Cal was in no condition to talk either. It was because he also needed to use more focus and power as it continued. This is bad. Cal was slowly becoming more anxious. He thought that it was worth trying, but he felt as if he would cough up a lot of blood after this. He had a terrible thought that a worse situation than when he used a significant amount of strength to purify Namgung Ty was going to happen. Wait, if it is this hard purifying just the heavenly demon while protecting his Danshin, how am I going to purify the other living Jiangshis? He was about to have a headache, but he couldn't even think about that. Cal's aura finally reached the heavenly demon's lower Danshin. If it was a line that he felt until this point, it was now a sphere of sorts. However, the inside of that sphere was not smooth. The moment he realized that this was the remaining dregs, Cal, be careful. The heavenly demon's body pulled out more aura from Cal. It then started to swallow the dregs inside the sphere. It seems like this child, the heavenly demon, can't stop it either. Cal could feel that too. It felt as if the heavenly demon was controlling the speed as much as possible. However, his body was doing this out of instinct to survive. The reason the heavenly demon's body was shaking was most likely because he was trying his best to control the speed. The problem was that even that controlled speed was too fast. No, the problem was that it was getting even faster. Fuck, the force that purified the lower Danshin raised its head. Cal felt as if he knew the direction the aura was headed toward. It must be to the heart. That was where the modified dead mana was first implanted and the source of how he became a living Jiangshi. The large aura changed direction to head toward its final enemy. Cal, you have to be careful. It is problematic if you use too much of your power, but if things go wrong, this child's body might not be able to handle the strength of your aura. If things go wrong, this punk's body might explode. He might break down into pieces. Don't say such dreadful things. Cal wanted to shut the cheapskate's mouth up. However, he did not have the strength or the focus to do that right now. He needed to focus on what was going on inside the heavenly demon's body right now. It's moving. The large aura finally headed toward the heart. As that happened, the rose gold light and red smoke continued to endlessly be sucked into the heavenly demon's body. A combination of immense auras that could not even compare to what was present when the black smoke was being purified earlier was heading toward the heart. Cal felt as if he could see the heart that was dyed black and beating grotesquely. That heart thumped strongly. Ugh! A groan came out of the heavenly demon's mouth for the first time. Cal, it seems to be its last struggle. The heart shook in fear and thumped strongly to oppose the approaching aura, but kehahaha. This large aura is something that would make even the world tree run away. Similar to the cheapskate's crazy comment, this power was not something that would lose to such trivial struggle. Cal was certain. This is going to succeed. The Danshan and all of the meridians were purified cleanly and healthily. He could also suppress this heart and purify it. This experiment was a total success. The results were clear. However, Cal got scared for the first time in a long while. I should be okay, right? However, nobody answered that question. The cheapskate was silent, and the strong aura showed no signs whatsoever of listening to its master's small concern. The strong aura swarmed over the heart. Aye. Cal and the heavenly demon, the two of them groaned at the same time. Crack. Crack. The ground started to crack with the two of them seated at the center. The ground was made with the strongest stone that could be found in the Central Plains. However, it was cracking as if it was an egg. The heavenly demon's body was shaking. The heart was the body's center and its core. The dead mana that had been there opposed this vehemently. It was as if it didn't want to disappear like this. However, the rose gold light pushed down and suppressed the black aura. The red smoke did not miss that opening and seeped inside it. It moved in the direction the heavenly demon's dark red aura guided it through and swallowed up the black aura. For both Cal and the heavenly demon this moment, every minute and every second felt 10 times as long. After some time passed like that the heavenly demon subconsciously gasped and opened his mouth. MMPH. He threw up some ash-colored liquid. After vomiting the ash-colored liquid a few times, he slowly opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. It was over. He had survived. No, in fact, I've become healthier. The meridians throughout his body and his heart were beating. The small amount of rose gold aura that remained in his heart was endlessly moving around his heart as if to protect it. The heavenly demon urgently looked behind him after sensing that rose gold aura. Human. The moment he heard a child's shout, the heavenly demon could see it. He saw the body of the person who was so white and pale tilt to the side. And that person's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, all orifices of his face, had dark red blood coming out of them. He was especially coughing up a significant amount of blood from his mouth, to the point that he could not even breathe properly. Kim Hee-il, the heavenly demon, extended his hand toward the falling person. The body he grabbed was extremely cold. Chapter 143. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 6. It felt as if he was holding onto the body of a dying person. The heavenly demon subconsciously almost moved his hand away from Cal's body. However, the moment he saw that Cal's eyes were not closing despite coughing up so much blood, he carefully supported Cal's body. Oh, esteemed heavenly demon! He heard the sage demon's voice and saw the guards and others walking toward him. The heavenly demon stomped his foot. Boom! The ground started to shake. The heavenly demon's eyes turned toward the sage demon. Do not act rashly. The approaching sage demon and guards stopped. They realized from the shaking ground that the heavenly demon was released from the mind control of a living Jiangshi, but did not lose his strength. They also got a clear look at young Master Kim and figured out what they needed to do next. Everybody, please go back. The sage demon spoke to the gathered people. We will properly deliver the results at a later time, so I believe it would be best to not talk about what you saw today and wait cautiously. It was a bit rude, but it could not be helped. The sage demon did not stop young Master Kim's people from walking past him to the heavenly demon's side. He knew they were not walking toward the heavenly demon, but to young Master Kim. Furthermore, he got a clear look at young Master Kim, whom he had not paid attention to at first because he was so crazy to know whether the heavenly demon was safe. The heavenly demon's complexion looked much better, while young Master Kim looked so terrible that it could not even be described with words. How, my goodness, the sage was at a loss for words. Human, human. The sage demon clenched his eyes shut after hearing the voice of the young divine beast behind his back. The emotions he got while looking at young Master Kim after the joy from seeing that the heavenly demon, who was like his own son, survived made the hands of the person the orthodox faction called a demon shake. There was someone else whose hand was shaking. It was Cal. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. Ahem, ahem. The cheapskate let out some fake coughs without saying anything. I think I need to cough up some more blood. Y'all feel better after that. Let's lessen the load. The crybaby brightly spoke to him as if to cheer him on. He seemed excited that his Hyung and Nunaz were awake and was overflowing with strength. This is driving me nuts. Cal became annoyed. His body wasn't hurting. As the crybaby mentioned, vitality was flowing through his body the more he coughed up blood. He could feel his heart beating harder than ever before. But who cared about that? It'd be better if I fainted. He was not fainting. His mind was completely clear. Ah, but the body does have to cough up a lot of blood, so you might not be able to put any strength into your body. He ignored the annoyingly bright voice of the crybaby. But he couldn't do anything. He really had no strength in his body. All Cal could do was watch as his people gathered around him and looked down at him through the bloody tears covering his view. He couldn't really see the looks on their faces because of the bloody tears. However, it was pretty obvious. Human, no, don't faint. Snap out of it. I'm not going to faint. My mind is also completely clear. I just have no strength in my body after coughing up a bit of blood. Young Master Nim. He heard Ron's vicious voice. It was a bit scary. He also became quite annoyed. Why is it always like this? It's fine that I cough up blood, but can't you make it so that I cough up blood more normally and elegantly? Oh, come on. Cal, how can coughing up blood look elegant? Cal subconsciously started speaking with anger after hearing the useless words of the cheapskate who had been quiet until now. Fukoff. He could not speak properly because blood kept coming out, but he still wanted to talk. I knew it would be like, however, those words just sounded like gurgling because his mouth was full of blood. You knew it would be like this. However, the heavenly demon who was supporting him understood what he was saying. But he understood it differently from how Cal intended. You proceeded with this test despite knowing you will cough up blood like this. Why didn't you tell me about it in advance? The heavenly demon felt frustrated and found it difficult to control his emotions after seeing Cal's still cold body coughing up more blood. Anger and an apologetic look were visible on his once gruff face. I would have looked for another method if you told me. Why is it that you treat your own life so lightly? No, no. Hey, heavenly demon, I'm not saying I knew it would be like this for that reason. I thought it was worth doing when I heard it the first time. But in the middle, I realized that this was going to be a big issue and that it would end up like this. Cal had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he just held it in. He then closed his eyes out of frustration. He found it annoying to talk in this kind of situation now. Human, no, wake up, I'm going to destroy everything. I didn't faint. Cal opened his eyes wide once again after feeling Rayon's chubby front paw touching his cheek. Of course, he thought that he opened his eyes wide, but they actually barely opened. This was because bloody tears were flowing out of his eyes. This probably looks like a scene out of a horror movie. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that he probably looked more grotesque than most ghosts or monsters. However, the people looking at him scowled. This was especially true for the heavenly demon's face that was no longer composed and showed a lot of emotions. You have enough consciousness to laugh in such a situation. Yes, he seems to, heavenly demon Nim. He heard a calm response. The heavenly demon raised his head. The half-white-haired man in young Master Kim's group had a cold smile on his face. We will escort the young Master Nim, heavenly demon Nim. Ron motioned with his eyes, and Choi Han and Beecrox received Cal from the heavenly demon and supported him. Sui Khan was sighing and pushing at his temples, while Choi Young-soo was covering his face with a bamboo hat, but he could not hide his roaring aura. Human, Rayon's dark blue eyes became invisible again as he hung onto Beecrox's back to check on Cal. What should I do with the doctors waiting nearby? The heavenly demon calmly asked the departing Ron. We would be grateful if you could send them to our lodging, heavenly demon Nim. Ron answered without hesitation and bowed his head. Then we will head out first, Heavenly Demon Nim. Young Master Kim's group quickly departed. Their movements were efficient yet relaxed, as if they were used to something like this. This was especially true of Choi Han, who looked quite at peace while moving Cal. But the urgency in their hearts could be felt at the speed they were moving. Honestly speaking, the expressions on their faces and the looks in their eyes were enough to feel what they were feeling. Ha! The heavenly demon could only scoff. Kim Hee-il, that person did not faint until the end and maintained control of his consciousness. This required extremely strong mental fortitude. He placed a hand over his chest. His heart was beating. The small amount of rose gold aura that remained was slowly melting into his heart. That was making his heart stronger. Not only did young Master Kim continue the heavenly demon's treatment to the end, despite knowing what would happen to himself, he also left behind enough of his power to protect the heavenly demon's heart after the treatment. The heavenly demon looked around. He could tell how intense it had been based on the broken foundation stones and the ground that was cracked and flipped over. He then looked up. The gray clouds that young Master Kim's rose gold thunderbolts brought were slowly leaving, and the light of the sun shone down. He closed his eyes for a moment from the sunlight shining in his eyes before opening them back. The heavenly demon looked forward. The people from the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction, as well as the top executives of the demon cult, were still standing there hesitantly, despite the sage demon telling them to leave. The test was successful. A voice full of majestic air reached everybody's ears. While the faces of the demon cult members lit up after hearing the voice that was full of deep and enormous internal kai, the faces of the people from the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction stiffened as they could sense the level of the heavenly demon's martial arts. However, everybody's expressions turned negative after hearing what he said next. At the same time, half of this test was a failure. They could tell what that failure was despite the heavenly demon not explaining. Some of the people looked toward the direction that young Master Kim left. One of those people, the Cleve Saint, could see the heavenly demon approaching him. Tomorrow, I would like to chat. Would that be possible? The Cleve Saint did not say anything to the heavenly demon, who was trying to be respectful to him as one of the Orthodox faction's 5 saints. Elder Ho quickly stepped forward and responded, since the Cleve Saint seemed to be blanking out. It is possible, sir. Great. What about the unorthodox faction? Sima Dan also answered without any hesitation. It is possible. Then I will see you tomorrow. The heavenly demon left without any hesitation and said one last thing to them. Please remember that nothing can leave the walls of the demon cult right now. Any living creature leaving the demon cult would die. So, do not try to let others know about what happened today if you do not wish to die. They all answered with silence to that warning, filled with vicious intent. Please return to your lodgings now. The people of the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction silently headed toward their lodging after hearing the right guard's polite request. They ended up splitting up as they were all staying in different lodgings, leading to only Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint walking together. Senior, are you okay? The Cleve Saint still had a blank look in his face as he walked after hearing Elder Ho's cautious question. Elder Ho scratched his head and continued to speak. Isn't young Master Kim Nim truly amazing? How could he have such powers? Yes, he is amazing. The Cleve Saint started speaking at that moment. Elder Ho stopped talking, and the Cleve Saint continued to speak with a look of deep contemplation on his face. When was the last time I shed so much blood for someone else? For the greater good, he had a sentimental gaze in his eyes, as if he was going through his past in his mind, as he blankly stared into the air before speaking again. I became full of arrogance and lost my way. He looked quite a bit older than he did yesterday. However, his eyes slowly focused again and became clear. But now, I see the path once again. Elder Ho gulped as he watched the change in the Cleve Saint before flinching after hearing what the Cleve Saint said next. I met one of my life's teachers today. Elder Ho nodded his head while looking at the old man who was smiling as if he had found hope once again. I do not know if our young Master Kim Nim will accept you as a student, but it sounds very good to keep him as your teacher in your heart and watch by his side. Hoo-hoo. The Cleve Saint chuckled before his face turned stiff. I am worried about his health. I as well. Elder Ho looked sad as well. While that was going on, Sima Dan and Sima Gong were heading toward their lodging with serious looks on their faces while listening to Tunka, Sima Yung, and Zia Mun chat with each other. Kehahaha, do not worry, young Master Kim will rise once again. Tunka, who was one of young Master Kim's people, seemed to be living in the unorthodox faction's lodging. But I am still worried. Unlike the boisterously laughing Tunka, Sima Yung and Zia Mun could not stop worrying. This was especially true for Sima Yung, who anxiously worried about his boss. I've even seen an expert who was in Chi deviation. Even that person did not cough up that much blood. I've never seen anybody, especially someone still living, coughing up blood like that in my whole life. The youngest of the siblings, Sima Gong, started speaking after seeing his brother being serious unlike his usual trashy self. Young Master Kim Nim's fiery thunderbolt was a power I have never seen before, but what happened afterward is not something that can be easily seen either. It's understandable. Tunka nodded his head. I am concerned about young Master Kim as well. He shared his honest sentiments. However, young Master Kim has been victorious in much worse fights and battles until now. He coughed up quite a lot of blood and fainted frequently each time. He sacrificed himself to save numerous people until now. The people of the unorthodox faction perked their ears and focused after hearing a story about young Master Kim that they did not know. Tunka had no idea about this as he was looking up into the air. He wanted to be by Cal's side as well, but he would probably just be a hindrance as a lot of people came and went. In addition, Cal Henitus had been through quite a bit of battlefields and survived through the crossroads of life and death many times even without having him by his side. Young Master Kim is someone who becomes so strong that even the gods have to fear him if he has someone to protect. Sima Dan and Sima Gong looked at Tunka with serious looks on their faces after sensing that he was being quite serious unlike his usual self. As for Zia Mun and Sima Yung, they seemed to already have an image in their mind as they looked dazed. It was at that moment. That is why it is fun when I am by his side. Tunka smiled. There are many chances to fight when I stick right by that bastard. I'm just itching to go. Kahahaha. Sima Dan and Sima Gong's faces turned unsettled after seeing Tunka quickly turn from serious to jovial, but he's the best. As I expected, Sima Yung and Zia Mun actually welcomed this. Tunka peeked at them and thought about what happened yesterday. Tunka, who almost lost his appetite for dinner after being extremely disappointed that he missed Choi Han and Choi Young-soo's spar, had been stealthily called to see Cal. Tunka, you are close to the unorthodox faction these days, right? That's right, I fight with them every day. Good, then you get close to the unorthodox faction, but don't get hurt. Ah, what the hell am I saying to you? Ha 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 ha, ha. Anyway, figure out what those bastards are doing. Although Cal frequently called Tunka a stupid bastard, he did not take Tunka lightly. He started as a tribal warrior and rose to the position of commander of the Whipper Kingdom. That was not a position he could get to by fighting like an idiot. Of course, Tunka did think simply and acted as he pleased, but it should be okay for us to go see the boss later, right? Of course. Kahahaha. I am young Master Kim's close friend, so let's go together. Tunka put his arm over Sima Yung's shoulder while doing his best to listen to what Sima Dan and Sima Gong were saying to each other. He then thought to himself, Cal Henitus should be fine. That punk would not die and leave that young dragon behind. Cal Henitus was someone who could not look away from things or people that were weaker than him and needed protection. Cal thought that his body was marvelous. How can I be alive after coughing up so much blood? He was laying on the bed, contemplating about it when the heavenly demon, who came to visit him in the middle of the night, spoke with an odd look on his face. Your complexion looks better than I expected. Ah, of course. I'm completely fine. Cal smiled. Beakrox also fed him some Central Plain-style steak, and Rayon stealthily brought him some cookies the Crown Prince had packed them from Roan, so he was full and happy. My condition is better than before I healed you. It was the truth. The heavenly demon scoffed and calmly commented, Kim Hee-il, your mind seems to not have fully recovered. The heavenly demon shook his head as if what Cal said was unbelievable. Cal scowled. Chapter 144, A miracle happened in the demon cult. 7, he felt a bit wronged. Although he was lying on the bed as if he was leaning on it, Cal could clearly feel that his body's condition was extremely good. That was why he wanted to say this to the heavenly demon who was shaking his head. I really am fine. He said it seriously so that it did not seem like a joke. I can honestly purify all of the living jiangshis in the demon cult right now. Cal noticed an odd expression that did not suit the heavenly demon at that moment. There was a small crack in his poker face. Young Master Kim, the moment he was about to say something, boom. Cal got scared at what sounded like a table breaking and flinched. He turned toward the direction of the noise and made eye contact with Rayon. Round dark blue eyes were staring right at Cal. Rayon's cheeks were completely puffed up. Cal subconsciously gulped. It was because he saw the sculpture in Rayon's chubby front paws. The statue of the stone monk looked as if the vicious dragon's 2 front paws would break it at any moment. Human, don't pay any attention to this. Keep chatting with him. I'll just do what I need to do. Rayon then flew over to a corner, placed the stone statue there, and started talking to it with his back to Cal. He seemed to be saying something to Central Plains again. Cal did not dare to ask what he was saying. Instead, he peeked toward the person who made him flinch. At the table where Rayon looked as if he would break Central Plains' statue, there were 2 people sitting down drinking tea. They were Choi Han and Ron. The team leader clicked his tongue as soon as they made eye contact. He just ignored that. However, Ron gently smiled toward him. Should I get you some tea, young Master Nim? Yeah, he answered in the confusion of the moment. Cal's hand soon had a teacup full of tea from Ron. The heavenly demon, who had been standing next to the bed, sat on a chair Ron brought over and received the same tea. The heavenly demon stopped for a moment after taking a sip of tea. Ron returned to his spot and calmly commented, "This is the young Master Nim's favorite tea. I see." The heavenly demon nodded before staring at Cal. "You have quite the peculiar taste." Cal had so many things he wanted to say, but he just kept his mouth shut. The heavenly demon quietly sipped the tea while Cal quickly changed topics. The heavenly demon had finished what he needed to do and asked to see Cal despite it being late at night, which led to this meeting. It was not this hard when I purified Namgung Ty. Boom. Rayon slammed the statue of Central Plains on the ground. Cal quickly continued to speak. It wasn't at that time either, but my body was significantly restricted at that time, and a good amount of those restrictions are lifted now. Restrictions? Yeah, there's something like that. Just figure it out. The heavenly demon scoffed before nodding his head. Cal ignored this and continued to speak. Your body had exponentially more dead mana, that evil aura, than Namgung Ty's body. I came after hearing about that. Hearing about it? Cal looked confused, and the heavenly demon wrapped his hand around the teacup as he spoke. It is information I gathered from the 2 spies from the blood cult. The 2 spies from the blood cult, hidden among the 8 pavilions and 8 battalions, at least for the people of the demon cult, who were turned into living jiangshis, different amounts of Black Death energy, were inserted into a person's body, based on their background and potential for growth. Black Death energy? Black Death energy is how they label what you call dead mana. Keep going. Furthermore, for someone like me, they continued to add more Black Death energy into my body at least once a year. It was their way of taking action because of the level of my martial arts. Cal nodded his head at the heavenly demon's explanation. If they continued to add dead mana into his body, it was understandable that so much of it was there. That's a relief. Cal was relieved. Then I shouldn't need to use as much energy to purify the other living jiangshis. The heavenly demon did not answer. Cal looked at him, and the heavenly demon asked with a stoic look on his face, "You are going to continue the purification?" "Of course, are we not? What the heck is he talking about?" Cal snorted. If he had fainted in the middle of the purification and remained unconscious for a few days, he would consider stopping the purification or at least temporarily pausing it. Purifying living jiangshis was important, but Cal had to deal with the blood cult right now. Fainting for a few days was not a good decision in such a situation. His friends might end up in danger. But I didn't faint, and my body actually feels better than before. He did cough up quite a lot of blood this time, but that was because this heavenly demon punk had so much dead mana inside of him. Shouldn't the others be easy? At least in the Orthodox faction and the demon cult, there is nobody whose position is higher than the heavenly demons. Compared to the heavenly demon, both their level of martial arts and their positions were much lower. That should mean that the amount of dead mana inside of them should not be much. It should be similar to how much was inside Namgung Ty's body. In that case, the Fire of Destruction, with 72% of its seal removed together with the Heater Divine item, should make it very easy to purify them. If I also get some more elixirs to release even more of the seal, that would just be the icing on the cake. There was no way for it to be difficult. It might be a bit difficult if there is a living Jiangshi in the unorthodox faction whose position is at the level of the heavenly demons, but at that point, wouldn't at least 80% of the seal be removed? There was a reason Cal was so certain about that. Young Master Kim, can I ask why your health is like this? The Fist King had come over with a stiff look on his face earlier and asked. It is most likely because the seal is not completely removed yet, sir. You said you need elixirs for that so-called seal? Yes, sir. I especially need elixirs of the fire attribute. Of course, I do need to consume a balance of the attributes as well. I see. Cal could tell based on the serious look on his face. Once the doors of the demon cult opened again in the near future, the Fist King would find him a lot of elixirs. Cal's face relaxed as he thought about that happy future. However, his face quickly turned serious. Isn't there something more important than the living Jiangshis right now? His concern was elsewhere. The heavenly demon blankly looked at Cal after hearing that question. Cal scowled quite a bit after seeing that the heavenly demon did not understand what he meant at all. There is no way that the blood cult does not know about the current situation. Ah, the heavenly demon finally understood and gasped. Cal let out a sigh. We covered up Namgung Ty's purification with all sorts of rumors, but they lost contact with the 2 spies in the demon cult, and you were purified. That is not something the blood cult will just brush aside. That is true. They should have sensed that the situation around them is changing. The numerous rumors about the blood cult that suddenly appeared in the Central Plains. The blood cult would not be able to ignore them. They would take some sort of action or do something to respond. The number of variables will increase. Cal was concerned about that. It is possible that there will be more and longer useless fights and that things will get complicated. Cal wanted to avoid that. He had already been in the Central Plains for a long time. I want to go home. Cal really wanted to go home and get some rest. Kim Hee-il, what is it? Cal grumbled back at the heavenly demon who suddenly called out to him in a serious tone. He then flinched. A smile was slowly appearing on the heavenly demon's face. The fight will not extend. Huh? Cal subconsciously asked back after getting the chills. You said that you have a pretty good idea about the location of the blood cult. Sichuan, Yunnan, and Nanmen, was it? I think that those locations are likely to be it. But I may be wrong. Even if they are not there, you think that there are some organizations in those places with connections to the blood cult, don't you? Yes. Cal was subconsciously being cautious. It could not be helped. This bastard's gaze is weird. He did not look crazed. However, it made Cal feel oddly uneasy. The smile on the heavenly demon's face slowly became thicker. Cal finally realized why that gaze made him feel so uneasy. This bastard is the heavenly demon, the leader of the demon cult. He was someone who embodied the concept of survival of the fittest and rose to the top. The heavenly demon calmly spoke. Kim Hee-il, it does not matter whether the enemy knows about us and prepares for us. He sounded completely at peace, as if he was saying something obvious. We just destroy anything and everything they planned. Huh? Cal blankly asked back when Rayon suddenly flew over to him. Heavenly demon, what did you say? You said you're going to destroy things? Are you going to destroy the blood cult? Rayon looked at the heavenly demon with a sparkling gaze, and the heavenly demon calmly spoke without being surprised at seeing a dragon. Of course we are going to destroy them. We can't just let them be, can we? Heavenly demon, I'm glad you and I see eye to eye. Hoo. Cal flinched after hearing Ron's quiet gasp. Sui Khan was still snickering while shaking his head. Even that made Cal feel uneasy. Sui Khan and Choi Young-soo did not have much reaction after seeing him cough up blood. Sui Khan simply stayed by Cal's side without leaving while Choi Young-soo disappeared with Choi Han for a bit. Cal felt the mood in the room going differently from what he imagined and cautiously started speaking. That may not be the central location of the blood cult and may just be a branch or something isn't destroying everything right away a bit much. That was what he wanted to say. However, he could not say that after hearing the heavenly demon's response. Why is that important? The heavenly demon asked if he was confused. Whether it is a branch or just a small base, the head will show up if we destroy them all. Don't you agree? Wow, Cal was amazed. The heavenly demon savored the tea as he continued to speak. Even if it is all wrapped up in this quest for justice and chivalry, or in the grandiose name of martial arts in the end, this is just a battlefield. And Kim Hee-il. The heavenly demon's gaze turned cold as he looked down at the teacup. Cal subconsciously started rubbing his arm that was covered in goosebumps. I have already said it. I said that the blood cult will be destroyed. He truly seemed a bit scary saying this with clear and rational eyes. Cal's eyes clouded over after hearing what the heavenly demon said next. The brainwashed me has prepared quite a lot of manpower to invade the Central Plains. They are truly enough to fight against both the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction at once. That was the truth. The demon cult had been preparing to start the Great War of the Triumvirate. Furthermore, the demon cult was to be the starting point of that Great War. That helped Cal understand why the blood cult wanted to focus on maintaining the demon cult, and why they put so much dead mana into the heavenly demon to tie him down. He also understood why the heavenly demon was so confident that he could destroy it all. I plan on taking on the blood cult with those troops. The top executives of the cult have all agreed. The heavenly demon and the demon cult truly were planning on getting rid of the blood cult. The heavenly demon looked at Cal, whose eyes were sparkling as he sat there deep in thought after hearing his comment, and recalled the meeting he just had with the top executives in the Grand Pavilion. That uptight old woman, Pavilion Master Gong, had shouted with the veins in her neck all tensed up. We must destroy the blood cult that dared to infiltrate the demon cult. Furthermore, I request that we name young Master Kim Nim, the benefactor of the demon cult, as an elder. That, sir, is truly the person who saved the demon cult. We must gift him a position and reward befitting his merits. The demon cult currently did not have any elders. It could not be helped, as he had gotten rid of all of the elders who were in cahoots with the former heavenly demon when he took over. Pavilion Master Gong was at a fitting age to be an elder, but she still wanted to be in active service. The heavenly demon recalled what the sage demon asked in regards to her request. Pavilion Master Gong. Currently, the positions of elders are empty. You know that based on the laws of the demon cult, the first person to become an elder becomes the Grand Elder. Sage demon, I am the Pavilion Master of the Law and Etiquette Pavilion. Do you think I speak without knowing that? In that case, I have no objections. Grand Elder. Although this person could not compare to the heavenly demon, it was a position that allowed the person to make 3 requests that went against the will of the heavenly demon. That was the reason that the former Pavilion Master of the Law and Etiquette Pavilion usually became the Grand Elder. But Pavilion Master Gong was nominating young Master Kim for the position. The heavenly demon recalled how the other top executives did not object to her and looked at Cal. What is it? The heavenly demon shook his head at Cal, who looked at him with a suspicious gaze. I don't think he would want the position of Grand Elder. He is not the type to be tied down to one place, and seems to be the type who would find something like that to be cumbersome. The heavenly demon had quite accurately figured out Cal's disposition. Knowing this, he had responded this way to Pavilion Master Gong. Pavilion Master Gong, please meet with young Master Kim and make the offer. If he responds positively towards it, I will take it into serious consideration as well. Pavilion Master Gong had accepted his order with a solemn look on her face. Why do you keep doing that? Cal had this unexplainable uneasiness as he asked the heavenly demon again, but paid no attention to it when the heavenly demon did not say anything and shared his thoughts. Anyway, if the demon cult will use that much manpower to take on the blood cult, if that was the case, that method of destroying everything isn't bad either. Honestly speaking, he had been doing things quite quietly in the Central Plains without any major fights. It would not be that bad to clash face to face with the blood cult. That is the easiest method. The heavenly demon agreed with Cal and said one more thing before making a suggestion. I plan on meeting with the people of the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction tomorrow to share our plan and ask for their thoughts. Kim Hee-il, if you are able to move, I think it would be great for you to participate as well. Ah, of course I'll go. Cal agreed without any issues. Since they all saw him purify the heavenly demon, the meeting should go as Cal wanted. I'm completely fine, so I can definitely go. His condition should be even better by tomorrow. Cal smiled with satisfaction. Things seemed to be going well one after another. The next day, the demon cult, Orthodox faction, and the unorthodox faction. A meeting of pretty important figures from the three major forces. Why are they all looking at me like that? Cal scowled after seeing the gazes of the people in the room as soon as he entered. They were all looking at him with sentimental and sorrowful looks on their faces. Everybody but the heavenly demon was doing that. Chapter 145. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 8. Not many people were in the meeting room. The heavenly demon, sage demon, and left guard were present from the demon cult. Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint were there from the Orthodox faction, while Sima Dan and Sima Gong were present for the unorthodox faction. Cal's side had Cal, Choi Young-soo, and the Fist King. Of course, Choi Young-soo was still covering his face with the bamboo hat. The original plan was for Chief Eunuch Y to come along, but the Fist King stepped in and said that he would go. Human, why are they all looking at you like that? Of course, Rayon was with Cal while invisible. Cal made eye contact with the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon, who was seated at the head of the table, pointed to the seat across from him. Sit. Cal nodded his head and sat down on the seat. Young Master Kim Nim, Elder Ho, who was seated on the right side, slowly looked at him and started speaking. Cal subconsciously started scowling. The look on Elder Ho's face was a bit, no, seriously concerning. How should I describe this? It was sentimental, unlike his usual self, and pitiful, making it unpleasant to look at. The way his lips were smiling as if he was trying extremely hard to hold back his sorrows was especially annoying. Cal frowned more. Elder Ho became shocked and asked, "Your body, is it still not well, young Master Nim?" Cal responded honestly to him, "Not at all. It feels great, Elder Ho Nim." Ah, Elder Ho gasped. He then clenched his eyes shut and raised his head toward the ceiling. Human, what is up with Elder Ho Songye? I know, right? Cal wondered why he was acting like this. The Cleve Saint squeezed Elder Ho's shoulder at that moment. Human? The Cleve Saint is talking to Elder Ho through sound transmission. I wonder what he said. Cal became curious. We must respect his great intentions and his heart that is as vast as the sea. Let's feign ignorance. That is what he said. What is he talking about? Cal felt uneasy after hearing about this conversation. He could not understand, but felt as if it was about him for some reason. Hwaya, Elder Ho let out a weird noise and lowered his head. Cal just looked away. He then made eye contact with Sima Dan. SHH. She pushed an extremely expensive-looking bottle of alcohol toward Cal. What's up with her? Cal reached his hand out since she was giving it to him. However, Sima Gong stepped in and swiped the bottle. Nunim, alcohol is fatal for internal injuries. Cal responded honestly to him. Ah, I do not have internal injuries. And my body's condition is great right now. Sima Gong flinched before smiling. Yeah, compared to Elder Ho, it is much easier to talk to this guy. Cal's face was about to light up a bit when he saw it. He saw Sima Gong bite his lips for a moment before returning to normal. It was done with an extremely solemn look on his face. An unexplainable chill descended on the back of Cal's neck. Sima Gong asked with a normal look on his face, as if nothing had happened and nothing was wrong. By the way, young Master Nim, is it true that you are going to purify the other living Jiangshi victims in the demon cult? Ah, right. Cal immediately started speaking now that one of the topics he wanted to discuss was brought up. He looked around as he answered. That is correct. Of course, I plan on purifying not just the living Jiangshis in the demon cult, but also in the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction as well. However, there are quite a lot of them, so we may need to temporarily lock up the people who are revealed as living Jiangshis so that they cannot cause any trouble. He then added on. Furthermore, I am able to purify larger numbers if the seal placed on my body is removed. Of course, it will take some time for that seal to be removed. It would take some time to nab elixirs from different places, but I need to release at least 90% of the seal. Cal had set a goal to make the purification process effortless. Anyway, I plan on purifying as many as possible, before major battles break out against the blood cult in order to prevent the living Jiangxis from self-destructing. Cal then realized that it had become quiet and looked around. This time, it was the Cleve Saint who looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Pop. Cal turned his head after hearing a cheerful noise and saw that Sima Dan had opened the bottle she had tried to hand to Cal earlier and was gulping it down. Ha! Cal turned his head after seeing her sigh in relief after finishing the whole bottle at once. He made eye contact with the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was chuckling. However, his gaze was quite scary and vicious. Cal made a simple decision after seeing all of this. Let's ignore everything. Their reactions were not important. What was important right now was to take care of things as quickly as possible and home. He wanted to go home. Cal's face subconsciously became serious, and his gaze was full of determination. The Cleve Saint noticed and started speaking. Elder Ho informed me that the Martial Arts Alliance leader and chief advisor are aware of the current situation. I realized the true intentions behind coming to the Kunlun sect as well. When Elder Ho had told the Cleve Saint at first, he had been angry that things had progressed without him knowing about it, but accepted it once he understood that this had to proceed as secretly as possible. He also felt frustrated. How terrible must he have looked sharply rebuking the demon cult and the government without knowing the situation at all? I was so bound by my memories of the past that I did not realize what was happening in the present. He loathed the government. He had lost his family because of a corrupt official after all. However, young Master Kim, a member of the imperial family, as well as the Fist King and Chief Eunuch Y, whose position was high, were personally traversing through the martial arts world to create peace. They were doing it stealthily, without making it visible to anybody. Furthermore, the Emperor even sent the embroidered uniform guard to young Master Kim to support him from behind. The Emperor was doing it for peace throughout the Central Plains, but the martial arts world and the Orthodox faction were benefiting from it as well. Most importantly, who in the world would try so hard to save the life of someone they didn't even know? But young Master Kim was such a person. He's like that despite there being restrictions on his body. Using so much power that you cough up blood while your body is under restrictions was extremely dangerous and putting his life on the line. However, this person had not shown any hesitation while doing so. He just acted as if he was doing something that was obvious. Wouldn't this be the true meaning of justice and chivalry? And I don't like the demon cult and what they do, but this place has changed too. The Cleve Saint realized that the demon cult in his mind was stuck in the era of the former demon cult. The current heavenly demon was someone you could at least talk to, and was someone who revealed the fact that he was a living Jiangxi despite it being shameful. He also showed the purification process without holding back. All of it was only possible because of his confidence in himself and the level of his martial arts, but it was not easy to do as the leader of an organization. And the unorthodox faction, as well Sima Dan and Sima Gong. The two of them were young, but knew what they needed to do. At least the people here all recognized that fighting between the three major forces was not the issue right now. They knew that there was something to take care of first. That was enough. This was the reason this meeting could proceed without any obstacles. Although I do not represent the Orthodox faction, we will be putting the blood cult as the top priority for all issues. Despite not having communicated with the chief advisor, the fact that she had come to Kunlun basically meant that the Martial Arts Alliance's decision had been made. As a result, he made a request to the heavenly demon. I need to go to Kunlun. I must discuss this in detail with the chief advisor. Sima Dan, who had been silent, started speaking as well. She was tightly clenching her bottle of alcohol. I too must go to meet with the coalition leader Nim. The leader of the unorthodox faction did not have as much information as the leaders of the other two major forces who were properly aware of the situation. She needed to inform him of the details as quickly as possible to have him join the cause in the right direction. It was not for justice and chivalry. Sima Dan only thought about the unorthodox faction. If the unorthodox faction feigns ignorance in such a situation, our fame and justification for doing things in the future will fall. The triumvirate will have to contend against each other once again after the blood cult was destroyed. This situation was one where even the imperial palace and the government were participating through young Master Kim. The unorthodox faction was known for doing whatever they wanted, but feigning ignorance for something like this would get them on the imperial palace's bad side, and the commoners would think that they were just cunning bastards. Having people be scared of them was a different issue than being seen as cunning and cowardly. I also need to make a connection with young Master Kim. The heavenly demon and young Master Kim seemed quite close. This was probably the first time someone from the imperial family and someone from the demon cult had been so close. Look at the gazes on the faces of the sage demon and the left guard. They were looking at young Master Kim as if they were looking at one of their own. I can't let this be. The hand holding the bottle automatically tightened. Based on what I heard, Pavilion Master Gong is planning on a way to get young Master Kim Nim to become their Grand Elder. Her brother, Sima Gong, had learned of that information. I can't let that happen. She had to prevent the demon cult from getting any closer to young Master Kim. Looking past the benefits, I didn't expect him to say that he would purify people immediately. She had never even considered it. She would never have come out like this today after coughing up so much blood. She would have just stayed in and rested. She couldn't help but gasp in admiration at his mental fortitude. Stories of his actions were spreading not just to the top executives of the demon cult, but the entire demon cult. How could they not? Those rose gold thunderbolts, the power that fell from the sky, was something that transcended martial arts. Stories of the person who used it had no choice but to spread, and Sima Dan had heard the staff working in young Master Kim's lodging saying all sorts of things while looking at his bloodied clothes. They said that he coughed up so much dark red blood that it would be better to throw them away than to wash them. Just thinking about it was dreadful. Someone who coughed up that much blood showed up at this meeting the next day. Sima Dan felt that young Master Kim was extremely respectable but also got scared. As a result, she had to ask, "Young Master Kim Nim, could you please come to the unorthodox faction with us?" I was planning on doing so. Sima Dan tightly clenched her bottle after hearing him easily answer that he would go. Cal simply explained his next steps. After stopping by Kunlun, we will meet with the Divergent Coalition's leader and then immediately move towards Sichuan and Nanmen. He looked around as he answered. So please exchange information based on that timeline so that we can control the timing to attack the blood cult. It would be difficult to move immediately because the demon cult had quite the number of troops. The distance from Xinjiang to Nanmen was quite far, so they had to consider moving such a large army. It should be the same situation for the Divergent Coalition and the Martial Arts Alliance. At least they would be able to investigate the blood cult, which is suspected of being in Nanmen. A bit easier if they could get help from the orthodox and unorthodox factions forces that should be around Sichuan and Yunnan. Of course, I plan on continuously purifying people as we move. The sage demon nodded his head with a stiff expression on his face after hearing that part. I guess that is about all we can determine right now, young Master Nim. Yes, sir. The details about the troops and strategy are things that the leaders of each major force should set. Of course, we need to find all living Jiangxis in each major force, while we do that so that information is not revealed to the blood cult. As for that part, Cal nodded his head at the sage demon's question. Noble warrior Du has agreed to suffer a bit more. Durst was voluntarily offering to step up. Cal found it weird that Durst would do so despite vomiting and fainting so much, but he didn't have much to say on the matter because of Durst's response. "Oh, esteemed purifier, why are you confused about my actions when you cough up blood each time as well?" Cal became at a loss for words after seeing that Durst was truly confused. Cal pushed the thought of Durst deep into a corner of his mind and finished organizing things. I hope that we can focus on working together to take down the blood cult first rather than opposing each other. The orthodox faction and unorthodox faction nodded their heads. The weight of the words said by the person working the hardest was quite heavy. Everything young Master Kim said is correct. The heavenly demon started speaking. His calm voice continued. Our demon cult has also decided to focus our full attention on fighting the blood cult and has firmed our resolve on the matter. The words being said with the gruff look on his face was quite heavy. He looked at the orthodox faction, unorthodox faction, and finally at Cal before slowly speaking. That is why I am debating whether I should make an entrance into the martial arts world. Cal had a confused look on his face. What is he saying right now? I plan on traveling together with young Master Kim. Cal was even more confused. What does you going into the martial arts world have to do with me? You just need to bring people to the fight later. Then I will as well. Sima Dan suddenly jumped up from her seat and shouted, "Then me too." The Cleve Saint shamelessly raised his hand in the air and shouted. While that was going on, the heavenly demon had a confident smile on his face as he addressed Cal. Having a large group will only inconvenience young Master Kim's movement. I am a purified living Jiangshi. Having someone like me as proof of his purification will definitely be helpful for the purification processes. It will be best for me to be with him, for many reasons. Nod, nod. The sage demon nodded his head multiple times while standing next to him. Cal subconsciously thought to himself after seeing the sage demon looking so confident. What is going on? He heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment. Human, the sage demon sent a sound transmission to the heavenly demon. "O esteemed heavenly demon, I pray that you achieve your will," is what he said. What is the heavenly demon's will? Cal blinked his eyes. 3 days later. Cal lifted his head up. The sun was high up in the sky. The heavenly demon nonchalantly commented while standing next to him. "We are immediately heading for Kunlun after purifying these 2 people." "Yeah, I see. I have already packed the bags." "Whose bags?" The confused heavenly demon pointed at himself. "My bags. I need to pack some things because it is my first foray into the martial arts world." Wow, Cal was amazed. The heavenly demon was saying that this was his first time entering the martial arts world. Wow, this should be quite entertaining. He looked away from the heavenly demon. He then gently smiled toward the 2 people standing in front of him. This should not be that difficult. Cal then became anxious. Young Masternim, sob. There were only 2 other living Jiangshis in the demon cult. The 2 of them, 1 battalion commander of the 8 battalions and 1 pavilion master of the 8 pavilions, were looking at Cal with tears in their eyes as if they were deeply moved. Cal felt quite uncomfortable while looking at these 2 people who looked like they might start crying at any moment despite the purification process not even having started yet. Chapter 146. A miracle happened in the demon cult. 9. The 2 of them could not help their overwhelming emotions regardless of Cal looking unsettled. Sob. Cal ended up opening his mouth to speak because it looked like they might start wailing. As both of you have already heard, it will proceed in a different way from how I have done the purifications until now. Namgung Ty and the heavenly demon the purification will now be different from how these 2 people were purified. To be more accurate, it is a 1-level upgraded method. The heavenly demon chimed in as well. Cal scowled toward the heavenly demon. The Demon Law's battalion commander started speaking at that moment. The Demon Law's battalion. Pavilion Master Gong's Law and Etiquette Pavilion was the place where they discussed the laws and etiquette of the demon cult. While this battalion was the group that punished the people who broke the laws of the demon cult in the name of the demon. The talk of the demon cult's prison would make anybody in the martial arts world shiver in fear. Since the Demon Law's battalion was in charge of maintaining the prison, even the members of the demon cult were scared whenever they saw someone from this battalion. The head of that Demon Law's battalion, this person, was now speaking. "I am simply thankful for everything that our esteemed heavenly demon and the young Masternim are doing for such an insolent being such as myself, Suwab." He was crying even more than the pavilion master living Jiangshi next to him. For reference, the Demon Law's battalion commander was the person who, after learning that he was a living Jiangshi, shouted that he had dirtied the demon cult and asked to die instead of being purified. This little one is happy enough being able to maintain my consciousness like this. Sob, boom, boom, the battalion commander, while kneeling, slammed his head on the ground 2 times. Cal had enough of this and looked at the heavenly demon. Let's get started right away. As the Demon Law's battalion commander mentioned, the 2 people in front of them were fine despite recognizing that they were living Jiangshis. They showed no signs of self-destructing. A small smile appeared on the heavenly demon's gruff face. "Yes, let us get started." He then added on, This will be the first purification we do together. Cal's gaze became even more unsettled. The heavenly demon's tone made him really want to retort, but there was nothing to deny in what was just said. The dark red aura that was coming out of the heavenly demon's two hands, that aura was currently on the heads of the two living Jiangshis. We will step back for now, my liege. The sage demon made people move back. The outline of their future direction was determined 3 days ago at the meeting with the triumvirate and Cal. The heavenly demon opened the closed doors of the demon cult to a select few after the meeting. It allowed 2 people, who had originally not been here, to be here right now. The groaning sect leader of the Kunlun sect and chief advisor Zhujmi Ryo, who was standing there with an odd look on her face. The 2 of them were escorted by the Cleve Saint and Elder Ho to visit the demon cult. Living Jiangshis, unlike Zhujmi Ryo, who was aware of it in advance. The Kunlun sect leader finally heard the truth about the blood cult after arriving at the demon cult. He kept his mouth shut and did not say anything since then. The demon cult, which had been the Kunlun's everlasting enemy throughout history, the sect leader's gaze had been extremely cold while looking at the heavenly demon, the master of this generation of the demon cult. He could not hold it in and asked Elder Ho Songyi through a sound transmission. An evil being like the heavenly demon dares to claim that he has the abilities to do a grand ritual of purification. His martial arts should only be full of evil. Elder Ho responded calmly. It should be fine because our young master Kim Nim said so. What is up with this response? The sect leader was confused for a moment, but moved his gaze after feeling a vibration. Hong, the dark red aura that was coming out of the heavenly demon, was getting stronger. That aura tightly wrapped around the back of the 2 living Jiangshis' necks, as if it was a rope. It could look like their lives were in danger, but Cal calmly watched him. It looks like we will need to supplement and try another experiment. That was what the heavenly demon said to Cal after the meeting 3 days ago. Something to supplement? Although it had not been painful, Cal, who did not enjoy continuously coughing up blood, subconsciously scowled. His expression changed after hearing what the heavenly demon said next. The biggest issue when going up against a living Jiangshi is self-destruction. Yes, wouldn't things be much easier if we could prevent that? Of course. Cal saw the smiling heavenly demon and slowly asked, how would we do that? The heavenly demon pointed at himself. I just need to do it with you. Cal closed his mouth. I don't really like that look on your face. The heavenly demon had read Cal's thoughts through his silent look, but he ignored it and continued to speak. I struggled during the first test because there was a lot of that malicious aura inside of me, but there was never an issue of me potentially self-destructing or being unable to control myself. You accept those facts, right? Yeah, that is true. Then what do you think allowed that to be possible? Cal was able to come up with one answer. The upper dantian? That's correct. The heavenly demon continued after seeing Cal's eyes cloud over. Everybody has the 3 dantians. It is just a matter of whether they can recognize the existence of all 3 or if they have the abilities to use them. He pointed at himself again, and I am able to use them. The new and upgraded test or purification method they came up with, you purify them, while I am suppressing the upper dantians of the living Jiangshis. Then there should be no issue of them self-destructing. And I know the path to the heart, the middle dantian, and the lower dantian where the evil aura resides. The conclusion was simple. I will take the lead and find the path. Kim Hee-il, you just need to pummel through that path. What do you think? Of course, Cal nodded his head at that last question. Let's try it. That pushed the purification ritual by 3 days. This naturally delayed their trip to find the blood cult by 3 days, but Cal found this preparation time to be necessary. The 2 people who found out just an hour ago that they are living Jiangshis were sobbing. Wang, the rumbling of the dark red aura became more intense. It then suddenly stopped. Is it done? Cal asked, and the heavenly demon, who had his eyes closed, nodded his head. The heavenly demon had reached the profound realm. The strongest individual Cal had met so far in the martial arts world had cold sweat on his forehead. It showed how difficult it was to protect another person's upper dantian while finding a path. Cal sat down behind the 2 living Jiangshis, who were seated in lotus position, as he spoke. Move your auras in the direction that the heavenly demon is moving his aura if you wish to live. Cal told the two living Jiangshis to do everything they could as well before putting the heater divine item, now with a rope tied to it, around his neck. He then reached both hands forward. Crackle, crackle, rose gold aura started to rise out of his body. The heavenly demon, who started protecting the two living Jiangshis' upper dantians an hour ago, had said the following. I took a look, and the combined amount of evil aura inside of them is not even a tenth of what was inside my body. That amount would be very easy for Cal. That's right, Cal. You shouldn't even cough up a single drop of blood for that amount. That's right, Hyung Nim. Haha, hey youngest, let's cruise through it today. The cheapskate and the crybaby's conversation was ignored by Cal. Human, don't overdo it. You don't need to worry. I negotiated with Central Plains. I said that this sculpture will no longer exist in this world if he does not keep his word about my request. So he will do a good job to make sure it gets done. Cal cowered a bit at Rayon's vicious comment, but he closed his eyes and focused. The rose gold currents flowing out of his two hands soon touched the backs of the two living Jiangshis. The two living Jiangshis held back their groans. Everybody else moved back. Pat! A silver half-transparent barrier covered the living Jiangshis, Cal, and the heavenly demon. The people of the orthodox and unorthodox factions flinched while the sage demon looked toward Choi Han and Ron and asked, "Is this that barrier that was mentioned?" "That is correct, sir." Ron answered with a benign smile on his face while Rayon spoke to Cal. "Human, don't worry about dead mana escaping out." The moment Rayon said that ooh, there were some eerie noises as black smoke came out of the two living Jiangshis' eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The smoke did not escape the half-transparent silver barrier, but Zhuge Mi Ryo and the Kunlun sect leader flinched. This was obviously an aura that was evil and made them feel uncomfortable. The Kunlun sect leader looked down at his arm. He had chills all over his arms. For the Kunlun sect, which had its members gather internal Kai that was as pure as that of the Shaolin and the Wudang sect, this black aura was extremely dreadful. Crackle, however, those auras soon disappeared. Young Master Kim Hee-il, the rose gold thunderbolt that shot out of his body, was moving freely and violently through the black smoke and getting rid of it. It looked as if a rose gold dragon was swallowing up all of the black clouds. The Kunlun sect leader gasped. This pure power of fire that seemed to be nature itself, he got chills for a different reason now. The foot technique created from a dragon flying through the clouds, the 8 great styles of the cloud dragon. That was the identity of the Kunlun sect. This rose gold light, and the way it freely and violently moved around while swallowing the black clouds, did not have a physical appearance of a dragon like the Kunlun sect's technique, but it still looked like a dragon. The Kunlun sect leader thought to himself, "This too is a dragon." He watched the gray ashes fluttering like snow, the rose gold light returning to young Master Kim's body, and a red smoke then coming out of the small heater to create a mysterious sight. How marvelous! Young Master Kim and the heavenly demon, the auras being released by the two of them, could be felt by everybody beyond the silver barrier. I will definitely lose if we fight. The Kunlun sect leader, who experienced the heavenly demon's level of martial arts, bit down on his lips and felt fear. The blood cult was responsible for turning such a strong person into a living Jiangshi. He became full of strong animosity and courage. It looks like we need to fight against the blood cult in order to protect the Central Plains. The Kunlun sect had fought against the demon cult for a long time. This was due to their belief that they had a duty to protect the Orthodox faction and the Central Plains. That duty was not just against the demon cult. The Kunlun would happily do everything they could to fight against anybody and anything aiming for the Orthodox faction and the Central Plains. This was what allowed them to be proud and confident despite being poorer than the other sects and clans. The moment a determined gaze appeared in the sect leader's eyes, he gasped. Cough, The two living Jiangshis who were shaking and drenched in sweat coughed up gray-colored fluids. Success! The sect leader heard Elder Ho clench his fist and comment in a low voice. He then watched as the rose gold light then disappeared from Cal's body, and the heavenly demon withdrew his dark red aura. Cal stood up as if he was completely fine. His complexion was the same as if nothing had just happened. The sect leader heard the Cleve Saint mumbling. I'm relieved. He did not cough up blood this time. However, his eyes opened wide after hearing what Chief Advisor Zhuge Ryo said. I guess the living Jiangxis are not a threat any longer. We can go to strike the blood cult. Zhuge Ryo quietly observed as young Master Kim, who looked refreshed, approached the heavenly demon. Cal had no idea about her gaze as he nonchalantly commented to the heavenly demon. You're quite useful. The heavenly demon chuckled while looking at Cal, who was talking about the usefulness of the great heavenly demon. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This had not been too difficult, it was light work. What do you think? He was talking to the two living Jiangxis. No, the two people who were now back to normal immediately got up and shouted. My liege, as you mentioned in advance, I seem to have gotten stronger thanks to the strong aura. Yes, my liege. As Pavilion Master Pio mentioned, the aura that young Master Kim Nim left behind for us has made my body's condition even better. Cal flinched. He felt the gazes of the triumvirate focusing on him. The heavenly demon didn't care and calmly commented. Your hearts. Young Master Kim left his aura in your bodies to protect the area where the evil aura once resided. If you use that aura well, it will heal your body and internal Kai, and most importantly, allow you to take about a half step forward in using your internal Kai. Everybody's eyes opened wide. The heavenly demon was still calm. Young Master Kim has cleaned out all of your meridians. This is a fateful encounter. You should be thankful to young Master Kim. Meridians, the path used by internal Kai. Those always filled with waste. However, Cal's fire of destruction destroyed the evil aura and all of the waste as it moved through those meridians. That meant that a person who was moving their internal Kai through a 1-lane road could now move it through a 5-lane or 2-lane road. My goodness, how is that possible? This was an amazing, fateful encounter. Everybody who heard this was now looking at Cal with shocked eyes. Cal did this to two people at once when experts at a high level of martial arts would find it difficult to do it in one person. He did it extremely easily at that. Furthermore, he left his aura to protect the hearts of the people who would be weak because of the evil aura that was destroyed inside of them. The Kunlun sect leader clasped his hands together and clenched his eyes shut. This is truly a righteous person. He became full of respect for young Master Kim. This was true for the others as well. However, there were also people who were showing their greed after seeing Cal's amazing abilities to clear the waste out of someone's meridians. Yet they lacked the courage of confidence to request him to do that for them as well. They were scared of young Master Kim's strength. Furthermore, the Fist King and the people with young Master Kim were difficult to handle as well. All that these greedy people could do was say the following. Young Master Kim Nim himself is a fateful encounter. Cal looked away from the people whose eyes were sparkling erratically while looking at him. This was especially true of Divergent Coalition leader Sima Pyong's second son. Cal immediately ignored Sima Young, who was laughing stupidly and winking at him. He then saw a person from the demon cult who was drooling while blankly looking at him. Based on what he had heard, this was the person the heavenly demon wanted as his successor. She's weird too. Cal just pretended as if he didn't see it. He spoke to the heavenly demon instead. We are going to move to Sichuan and Yunnan with a small group. Yes, you don't need to worry about that. Only about 2 people, including myself, will be moving with you. Cal looked at the heavenly demon, who said something unnecessary, with a grumbling gaze. What is it? His gaze became even more vicious as the heavenly demon asked back as if nothing was wrong. The heavenly demon chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Kim Hee-il, you need to start letting people know about your sacrifices. I didn't sacrifice anything. Cal snorted. It seemed as if a bit of the fire of destruction's aura remained in the heavenly demon and the 2 living Jiangxis, but it wasn't as if he shared it. Cal didn't have the aura built up in his body like internal Kai. Cal didn't lose anything by the aura remaining inside them. In fact, he felt happy that he was feeling good right now. That was why, despite not being happy about what the heavenly demon had said, he said this to the heavenly demon. Keep up the good work. He had Priest Durst as the living Jiangxi detector. He had the heavenly demon as the helper for living Jiangxi purification. Cal felt a bit better thinking about having 2 reliable people by his side. The heavenly demon shook his head after seeing Cal smiling despite sharing his aura. Cal left the demon cult and headed toward Kunlun the next day. He then saw a person waiting for him outside the gates of the Kunlun sect. He then saw someone running toward that person. Father, the famous trash of the unorthodox faction, ran toward the person with his arms wide open. Ha ha ha, and that person, the current leader of the divergent coalition, raised his fan and moved. Ugh. The fan smacked Sima Young on the head and sent him flying. Human, that's amazing. Cal listened to Rayon's gasp of admiration as he looked at Sima Pyong, the divergent coalition leader. He thought that this guy truly seemed like the father of a trash, a gambler, and an alcoholic. Sima Pyong immediately greeted Cal. Oh my, I finally get to see our young master Kim Nim in person. Your silk-like black hair. Your face that is as white as if moonlight is resting on it. And your deep, deep gaze that makes me think of a beautiful scenery of the Central Plains, has I? Sima Pyong feeling like my eyes have been opened. Hee, what is up with this guy? Cal hesitantly took one step back. Chapter 147, let's just SSSH/ what do you think? One people's thoughts on Sima Pyong were clearly split. He is smart. He is cunning. He is extremely prideful. He has no pride at all. The records of Sima Pyong that Cal received from the imperial family showed numerous things that were the complete opposite of each other. However, there was something about Sima Pyong that was in all of the reports. The Zhuge clan, which had birthed the most chief advisors in the Orthodox faction throughout history, due to their extraordinary minds, it was extremely rare for them to get their name out for their martial arts. Those born in the Zhuge clan rarely had physical abilities that matched their smart brains. The Sima clan were their equivalents in the unorthodox faction. And the person who became the leader of the divergent coalition, despite being born from that Sima clan, that person was none other than Sima Pyong. Of course, he is known to be in a battle for power with the leader of the Green Forest right now. That had led to Sima Pyong's current evaluation being lower than before. They were calling him a tiger without his teeth. However, completely unrelated to that, Cal felt a mysterious sense of discomfort the moment he saw Sima Pyong. Haha, did I greet you too suddenly, sir? SHH. He took a step forward to match the step Cal moved back. No. He took 2 steps forward. I, Sima Pyong, have acted senselessly because I was so happy to see you like this, young Master Nim. Haha. He took 3 steps forward and stopped in front of Cal. He then reached his hand out. The Martial Arts Alliance and the Demon Cult, there were no leaders like this anywhere else. Honestly speaking, he looked more like a vassal who stuck himself right next to an incompetent king, continuously flattering him. His goat beard made him seem even more like that. Sir, my name is Kim Hee-il. It is an honor to meet Sima Pyong-nim, the divergent coalition leader. Agu. Sima Pyong grabbed the hand that Cal warily stuck out with both hands and shook it. Is it okay for the divergent coalition leader to act so lightly? Cal even had that kind of thought. He did not seem to be the only one who had such a thought. The heavenly demon, who had walked up next to Cal at some point, stared at Sima Pyong with his hands behind his back. He then nonchalantly commented, "How peculiar." The heavenly demon was calling a person, the divergent coalition leader, peculiar. The funny thing was that there was nobody saying anything against it. This son greets his father. Father, have you been well? His son and daughter, even Sima Gong and Sima Dan, greeted Sima Pyong without any other reaction. But the mood was quite sharp. Cal's group had currently moved with the different major forces separated from each other. The Orthodox faction, the unorthodox faction, the Demon Cult, Cal's people. These 3 groups, with Cal at the center, followed without talking to each other unless it was necessary conversation for what was to happen. This awkward confrontation continued. However, this confrontation became more tense the moment the divergent coalition leader appeared. It's not the Demon Cult. The Sage Demon and Heavenly Demon Pavilion Master Gong as well. These 3 people were looking at Sima Pyong as if he was unbelievable. In that case, which side was causing this tense atmosphere? There were 2 sides that were giving off vicious auras. Naturally, one of those sides was the Orthodox faction. This is unexpected. The other side was the second in command of the Green Forest, Zia Mun. The bastard who had acted as if he was sworn brothers with Sima Young and Tunka was now openly showing hostility towards Sima Pyong. This seemed a bit weird, but even Chief Advisor Zhuge Mi Ryo was smiling, but keeping a clear line between her and Sima Pyong. Coalition leader. You arrived earlier than I expected. Of course I had to hurry. Nice to see you after such a long time as well, Chief Advisor. Sima Pyong greeted the chief advisor as if there were no issues. The problem was that he was not letting go of Cal's hand. Cal tried to pull his hand away, but wow, young Master Nim. Now that I am seeing it up close, your skin is as white as a baby and full of nobility. You must have been overflowing with nobility since birth, which only makes sense as someone who has the blood of the master of the Central Plains flowing inside of you. Haha, Cal had been eating and sleeping well, but he did not look very good because he currently looked like a young Kim Rok-soo. He was still a bit skinny. He looked stiff and disrespectful more than noble. Human. This divergent coalition leader really knows how to accurately judge a person. He ignored Rayan's serious comment. I am truly happy to meet you as well, divergent coalition leader Nim. We just arrived from the demon cult. May we chat in a little bit? Cal slowly pulled his hand again. However, he failed. Ah, you must get some rest at a lodging, yes. Sima Pyong pointed to the side. It was toward the village opposite from the Kunlun sect. I purchased the best house in the village. Haha, I have prepared a feast there, so please dine there and release the fatigue from your travels. No matter how important and urgent a matter may be, people have to get some rest as they live, don't you agree? This guy seems a bit decent. Human. I like Tunka's friend's dad a bit. He let Rayan's comments in one ear and out the other. Sima Pyong let go of Cal's hand and approached the heavenly demon before offering his hand. The heavenly demon stared at the hand with his hands still behind his back, and Sima Pyong just clapped as if nothing was wrong. Wow! I heard that the strength of this generation's heavenly demon was unbelievably high, but to be able to sense your strength through your gaze. Ha, this bastard will easily defeat the crown prince. He doesn't have oil on his tongue is just made of oil. I have prepared things for the esteemed members of the demon cult as well, so please come this way. Oh. Cal was a bit amazed. No matter how quickly Sima Pyong would have arrived here, it would have been yesterday at the earliest. But for him to have purchased a house that could fit not just Cal, but the members of the demon cult as well, his abilities were amazing. The Kunlun sect leader stepped forward at that moment. Young Master Kim Nim is a guest of our sect, so I believe it is only proper for us to serve him. Haha, Sima Pyong laughed and grabbed the Kunlun sect leader's hand. The sect leader seemed truly shocked. We have prepared rooms for esteemed guests from the Kunlun sect as well. Ours as well. Sima Pyong answered as if it was obvious when the sect leader subconsciously asked. The demon cult and the unorthodox faction. Would Kunlun be able to allow us in? The sect leader's face stiffened at the question Sima Pyong asked with a smile on his face. Cal had his arms crossed as he looked at Sima Pyong with an odd look on his face. Sima Pyong had just tied the demon cult and unorthodox faction together as us. How entertaining. The heavenly demon seemed amused. Cal watched as the chief advisor smiled and stepped in between the sect leader and Sima Pyong. Is there a room for me as well? Of course. I've wanted to have a quiet chat with the chief advisor Nim. Of course, I would have no other wish in this world if I could have the honor of speaking with our young master Kim Nim. Sima Pyong was speaking so highly of Cal that it seemed almost exaggerated. Cal stared at him before he heard an odd voice. It was Rayan. Human, this divergent coalition leader seems a bit weird. Cal flinched and looked toward Durst. Hoo-hoo. Once he made eye contact with Durst, he repeated breathing and breathing out to show that the air was refreshing. There were no living Jiangxis here. The divergent coalition leader was at least normal. Young Master Nim. Zhujmi Ryo gently spoke to him. Wouldn't it be better for us to stay with the divergent coalition leader Nim as offered? Huo. The heavenly demon seemed wowed, while Sima Pyong stared at the chief advisor for a moment before smiling as if nothing had happened. The chief advisor had tied young Master Kim and the orthodox faction as us. Cal saw everything. He then felt the Cleve Saint, who would usually grind his teeth when the unorthodox faction was mentioned, looking at him. Cal pretended not to see his weirdly heated gaze and answered. Then let us do that. Sounds great. Please come this way. Haha. Sima Pyong laughed frivolously and led the way. Cal followed behind him before the heavenly demon walked up next to him and sent a sound transmission. The divergent coalition leader is moving around on his own. As he mentioned, Sima Pyong had been moving on his own since the beginning. There was not a single subordinate hiding nearby. There were the ones that followed his children, but none of them seemed to care about him. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. How entertaining. Sima Pyong seemed quite entertaining as a person. The heavenly demon who has reached the profound realm, the Cleave Saint, one of the 5 saints, and the Fist King who resides with the imperial family. Furthermore, Cal's group whose powers were mysterious. He had come to greet such people by himself. Not only that, it was at the main gate of the Kunlun sect. He flattered this group of people, without blinking an eye, despite the fact that there were numerous members of the Kunlun sect staring daggers at him from the other side of the gate. This was why people found Sima Pyong entertaining but did not take him for a fool. They would be wary and alert around him. Let's just go first. Cal followed behind Sima Pyong with relaxed steps. Everybody other than people heading to Kunlun followed behind him. Something is weird. Cal just ignored Rayon's voice he heard in his mind. Looks nice. Cal looked around. Sima Pyong had brought only 2 people as his subordinates. The house he had purchased was quite nice compared to the small number of people with him. It was not that the house was dazzling, but that it was easy to defend and located a bit away from the village, giving off a tranquil mood. Young Master Nim. Chief Eunuch Y started talking to him. The Fist King and Ma Ki were with him as well. The Fist King spoke once he made eye contact with Cal. I think we will need to chat a bit with the embroidered uniform guard. It meant that he was going to go procure an elixir. Please go ahead, sir. The 3 of them left, and the heavenly demon asked in a casual tone, Are you going to move after purifying the living jiangshis of the Orthodox faction first? Cal casually answered back as well. That's probably better. We will deal with the ones on the divergent coalition's side as we go too. After that, I guess we will immediately head toward Yunnan and Nanmen to find the blood cult. That's right. While Cal moved with a small group to find the blood cult would have to appear in the Central Plains to figure out what was going on with the suddenly purified living jiangshis. Looks like our path will be busy. The heavenly demon nonchalantly responded before turning his head to the side. Are you the sword demon? Choi Yong-su flinched after seeing the heavenly demon's gaze on him and looked toward Cal. Cal nodded his head and he finally pulled up his bamboo hat a bit. Hi, he then greeted the heavenly demon. Cal scowled at that stupid greeting, but the heavenly demon calmly answered. Yes, I am well. What is up with these 2 bastards? The heavenly demon then turned his gaze to Choi Han, who was standing next to Choi Yong-su. Sui Khan and Beecrox were not here right now, and Choi Han and Choi Yong-su were standing by Cal's side. The 2 Chois seemed to be oddly sticking next to each other since their spar. The heavenly demon looked at Choi Han and nonchalantly asked, do you believe in the demon? What is going on? Cal instantly thought about people who asked, do you believe in Taoism? Those religious people on the road. He saw Choi Han responding with an innocent look on his face. I do not, sir. I don't know about that. Heavenly demon commented with a casual look on his face. The demon is suitable for you. Choi Han stared at him. The heavenly demon continued to speak. Why don't we spar next time? Sure, Cal blankly watched as the 2 of them casually promised to fight each other. It was at that moment. Young Master Nim, he heard an extremely cunning voice. It was Sima Pyong. May we have a private chat? Sima Pyong requested a private conversation with Cal. The 2 Chois and the heavenly demon moved away without any issues. The reason behind it was simple. Human, I found something out. The invisible Rayon was always by Cal's side. Cal soon sat down across from Sima Pyong. Sima Pyong boiled some tea and served Cal as if it was normal. Little Gong told me everything just now, young Master Nim. Chhh Sima Pyong spoke gently as the tea poured into the cup. He thoroughly explained what happened in the demon cult as well as the information regarding the blood cult. It was as if he was explaining about the tea he was serving. He was extremely calm. I immediately gave an order and came to see you, young Master Nim. What was the order, sir? Cal picked up the teacup and looked outside for a moment after feeling a breeze through the window. The sky was starting to turn gray from a distance. It looked as if it might start raining. The feast was supposedly planned for the yard, but that seemed difficult now. Sima Pyong gently commented, I gave the order to the core members of the Divergent Coalition that we will soon have a meeting and that they must attend. My children, the leaders of the different major forces, and the Green Forest will attend as well. Cal looked toward Sima Pyong. Sima Pyong smiled as he asked, wouldn't there be living Jiangxis in the Divergent Coalition as well? Cal nodded his head. I am sure there are. He was certain that the blood cult would have planted living Jiangxis in the unorthodox faction as well. It would be weird if they did not. Young Master Nim, I heard that you have a way to find the living Jiangxis. May I invite you to that meeting? Of course. He was planning on attending anyway. Cal then shared his plan as well. I think it would be great to proceed with the purification after that as well, Coalition Leader Nim. Of course, it might not be all at once depending on the numbers, but since the heavenly demon knows how to stop them from self-destructing you don't need to purify them, young Master Nim. I heard that it places a significant burden on your body to do that. Excuse me? Sima Pyong was still smiling gently as Cal flinched and looked at him. His smile looked extremely docile, as if he was about to flatter Cal. Those bastards would have followed the orders of the blood cult to mess with the Divergent Coalition, so they must be punished. Coalition Leader Nim. Cal questioned his hearing. They would have acted on those orders even if it went against their own wishes. You could say that they are the victims. Why does that matter? Sima Pyong quietly chuckled. Young Master Nim, the fact that they harmed the Divergent Coalition until now and messed with us, that fact is true, so they must be punished. Cal had no choice but to ask. Didn't you say that you are calling your children to that meeting as well, Coalition Leader Nim? Yes, young Master Nim. What is the issue with that? Cal suddenly recalled one of the things that was said about Sima Pyong. Sima Pyong. He was the best fit for the unorthodox faction than anybody else. There were some explanations about it as well. One corner of Cal's lips curled up. He looked at Sima Pyong, who was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to be asking what the problem was and that his choice was actually beneficial to him, and responded. Not possible. He could not listen to Sima Pyong's thoughts. Sima Pyong's lips oddly curled up at that moment. This smile was different from his smile until now. As expected, young Master Kim Nim is someone who believes in justice and chivalry. No. It was more beneficial for Cal to purify as many people as possible to fight with them. Cal always says this, but he liked one-sided battles. In order for that to happen, they needed a lot of people on their side. It was simple logic. It is not because of justice and chivalry. Cal was about to explain. However, Rayon started talking in his mind. Now I get it. What is it? He started to get an ominous feeling. Human. I think I know why this guy is weird. This guy knows how to handle mana. Handle mana? Cal's expression stiffened up. Doesn't that mean that he is a mage? This guy is a mage? Rayon continued to speak as Cal stared at Sima Pyong. This Sima Pyong guy smells similar to Gashan. Gashan. He was the chief of the tiger tribe and a shaman. Shamans were similar to mages but different. They were the type to use the things in nature as they pleased. The thing closest to nature in Cal's world was naturally mana. Furthermore, Cal had seen quite a lot of shamans in wuxia novels as well. Of course, this was the first time he saw one in the Central Plains. Cal nonchalantly commented after recalling the records from the Imperial Palace. Coalition Leader, do you use sorcery? Sima Pyong stopped moving while picking up his teacup. He then started speaking. As expected, young Master Kim Nim is also walking the path of sorcery. I knew you would recognize it. With both his smile and expression gone, a face completely void of emotions was looking at Cal. Chapter 148. Let's just SSSH/ What do you think? 2. Cal immediately fixed the misunderstanding. I do not walk the path of sorcery. Sima Pyong calmly asked with no emotions still visible on his face. Young Master Kim Nim, you also wish to hide your sorcery. Cal looked confused. Why would you hide that, Coalition Leader Nim? A faint smile appeared on Sima Pyong's face. I see. However, I will hide it. His face quickly changed to a full smile like the one from earlier that seemed suited for flattery. The martial arts world has no positive thoughts regarding sorcery. Haha. He touched the tip of his goatee that influenced his appearance quite a bit and lightly grumbled. Whether it is sorcery, internal kai, or external martial arts, all of them must be trained. However, there are many who only treat internal kai as the answer. The martial artists currently believed that internal Kai was best followed by external martial arts, and that something like sorcery was not right. This was because they mistakenly believed sorcery to mainly revolve around curses or ghosts. However, the sorcery that Sima Pyong learned was not something like that. In fact, there is nothing that uses the power of nature like sorcery does. It was quite disappointing that people don't know about it. Don't you agree, young Master Nim? Of the three dantians, sorcery mainly used the middle dantian to pull the aura from the surrounding nature to use it for the user's needs. Coalition Leader Nim. Cal observed Sima Pyong for a bit before nonchalantly asking, "You don't seem to believe that I do not use sorcery." "That's right, young Master Nim." "Haha," Sima Pyong calmly answered. "There is currently a large aura of nature curled up by your side, young Master Nim. How could I believe you when I can clearly feel that existence?" He picked up his teacup. "Furthermore, I heard about the power that you use, young Master Nim. The more I heard about it, I couldn't help but think that it was sorcery and not martial arts." It was at that moment, the sky that had been getting darker finally started raining. Sima Pyong held his teacup out the open window. Some of the rain falling from the sky changed directions. It swirled into a small whirlwind before going into Sima Pyong's teacup. The small whirlpool inside the teacup created a small ocean with rippling waves. "After my family lost everything, I lived as a beggar before entering the mountains to hopefully find some medicinal herbs to sell. I found a cave during my search, and, as it always is with fateful encounters, I found a book inside that cave which gave me this power." Clang! Cal finally heard the jewel at the end of Sima Pyong's fan make an odd noise. This power was closer to a concept. This concept that uses the attribute of water was quite compatible with the Sima clan's martial arts and formations. "I used this power. I used sorcery as the background to newly establish my martial arts." Sima Pyong was still smiling as he looked at Cal. "Basically, I currently use both martial arts and sorcery. Young Master Nim, you use fire like I use water, isn't that right?" Sima Pyong noticed a smile appearing on Cal's face at that moment. He started speaking. "Rayon." Sima Pyong's eyes opened wide. The small whirlpool in his teacup shot up. It slowly grew in size before heading back out the window. Bang! It then sucked in the raindrops around it. The whirlpool slowly grew in size before shooting up into the sky. A power that made the water move in an opposite direction than the falling rain. That power made Sima Pyong's eyes start to shake. There was now a crack on that mask he had maintained so well until now. This he heard a young voice at that moment. Dark blue eyes appeared in the air. Sima Pyong realized that this was the divine beast that his daughter had mentioned. The young eyes looked at Sima Pyong and nonchalantly commented, "Hey, Divergent Coalition Leader, you're wrong." Sima Pyong's face turned blank. Rayon didn't care and continued to speak. "The power I have is magic. It is different from sorcery." Rayon revealed his chubby black body as well and spoke to Cal. "And our human's power is different from sorcery as well." "Human, show him. Me too?" "Yeah, you do it too, human." The Divergent Coalition Leader has the wrong concept in his mind. "Goldie Gramps told me something. He said that you need to understand the concept in order to create a foundation and increase your abilities." Rayon seemed very frustrated and annoyed while looking at Sima Pyong. He was probably frustrated because he finally found someone in the Central Plains who used a power similar to his own. But this person was thinking that sorcery, magic, and Cal's powers were all the same thing. Cal chuckled and extended his hand toward the window. "Just a little bit, right? When Cal first consumed an elixir in this world, there was an ancient power that awakened alongside the glutton priestess. This power, the sky-eating water, was usually always quiet, and Cal had no reason to use its powers until now. She asked for the first time in a long while, and Cal nodded his head. 53. The power that had its seal removed that much it revealed its powers just a bit. Sima Pyong's eyes opened wide again. The raindrops falling on the ground gathered together in one spot. They then created a decently large arrow. The arrow was then immediately shot up into the sky. Clunk. Sima Pyong got up from his seat and pushed his head out the window. The whirlpool created by Rayon and the arrow behind it continued to shoot up into the sky. It was as if they were aiming for the sky. Bang. The two powers exploded in the sky and disappeared. The noise was quite loud despite it happening quite high up in the sky. Sima Pyong could see windows opening in the building and the annex as other people stuck their heads out as well. It was his children and the other guests from the Orthodox faction. Shaya only the sound of the rain remained once again. Sima Pyong looked away from the gazes directed toward him and slowly closed the window. Click. They could faintly hear the rain now. The inside of the room was dark, potentially because of the cloudy weather. However, Sima Pyong could still clearly see young Master Kim, who was seated across from him, and the young dragon. The young dragon banged on the table as he spoke. Hey, Divergent Coalition leader. Do you understand the difference between your power, my power, and the human's power? Just because they are all from nature does not mean that they are the same. The characteristics of it change based on how you use nature. Sima Pyong had a blank look for a bit before letting out a short gasp. Ho! He looked as if he realized something. Rayon's eyes sparkled in response. Hey, Divergent Coalition leader, you are kind of smart. You understood immediately after seeing it just once. You are not as smart as our very smart Rosalind, but great job. Rayon continued to chatter, but Sima Pyong didn't seem to even hear him as he was looking up into the air deep in thought. He then looked toward Cal. Maybe it was because his mask was broken, but he was looking at Cal with no emotions visible on his face. Young Master Nim, no divine beast Nim. His gaze moved to Rayon. Just now, what was that power? Which one? I am talking about the power that got the water in my teacup and the raindrops to stick to each other and move as you wished, divine beast Nim. Each and every bit of it seemed small, but that power that seemed to hold the true nature of nature itself. Sima Pyong's voice was slowly getting louder. He was truly excited right now. That was a power that did not have any of the 5 elements of yin and yang in it. It was just life that existed in nature. Yes, it was life itself. Oh, bang. Rayon slammed his paw on the table. Hey, Divergent Coalition leader, did you feel the mana? What is this? Cal quietly watched Rayon and the Divergent Coalition leader chat. However, the two of them started to have a passionate discussion as if they had no interest in Cal at all. Is that thing called mana divine beast Nim? That's right, it is called mana. Oh, mana, what a truly beautiful name. The power that grabbed each of the raindrops was small, but within that small amount of power was life itself. To be able to control that extraordinary thing as you wish, that is it. That is magic which uses mana. You're a smart, Divergent Coalition leader. The young dragon and the middle-aged man with a goatee stopped talking for a bit and looked at each other. The middle-aged man looked as if he had something he wanted to say, but was hesitating. He then tightly grabbed his fan with both hands and cautiously asked, Divine Beast Nim, call me Rayon? Yes, Rayon Nim. Would it be possible for me to get even the tiniest bit of teaching from you regarding the power you just used? Rayon's eyes opened wide as he looked at the Divergent Coalition leader before he warily looked at Cal. Human, is that okay? Cal thought to himself while listening to Rayon's voice in his mind. Is he going to talk about the god of balance or whatever and say that magic is not okay? Would the balance be broken if he shared a power created in Cal's world in this place? He pulled out the divine item mirror. Tap, tap. He tapped on the mirror as he spoke. I'll give you 10 seconds. I'll take it as you being okay with it if you don't send a message saying no. 10 seconds passed by. The mirror was silent. Cal nodded his head toward Rayon. Do as you wish. However, only the basics. That was the plan. The sorcery that the Divergent Coalition leader has learned is different from Gashan's as well. That is why it cannot be carelessly mixed with magic. I will just teach him what mana is, and it will be his problem to figure out how to use it. You got that, Divergent Coalition leader? Yes, Rayon Nim. The Divergent Coalition leader politely responded. It was as if he was treating his master. He seemed to be sincere. I will call you master. Cal noticed that although Rayon had been confused for a moment, the corners of his lips were now twitching. I am your master? Yes, Rayon Nim. Someone who teaches even a little bit is of course my master. HNNNG. Rayon's breathing was getting heavier and sounding weird. His chubby cheeks were twitching. And that moment, ding, a message came through on the divine item. It was a message from Central Plains. The bastard who had been quiet when Cal was coughing up a ton of blood and Rayon was talking about destroying the sculpture finally popped up. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. As if he saw Cal's gaze turning vicious. Ding, I wonder what he is trying to negotiate. As Cal was about to frown ding, the letters suddenly became weird. A moment later, ding, a message popped up. The divine item then turned quiet. This Central Plains kid is surprisingly shrewd. His actions until now and how he was dragging in the other worlds, this bastard was not just smart. He was extremely shrewd and tried his best not to take any losses. Either way, this is good for me. It was obvious what Central Plains was trying to say just now before it was censored. So for now, just go wild. He said to go wild for now. Then he will do that. Rayon, magic is only okay until the middle grade. Yeah, I got it. Sima Pyong slightly bowed toward Cal. Thank you for your permission, young Master Kimnim. I will make sure to learn properly from my master. Rayon's cheeks twitched whenever the word master came up. Sima Pyong gently smiled as he spoke. To be able to learn from a great and mighty dragon. This Sima Pyong is truly honored and happy to receive a blessing that I will most likely never receive again in my life. Master, I will do my best. Rayon's face stiffened at that moment. Sima Pyong flinched and the young dragon sternly spoke to him. I don't like overly old tongues. Rayon was clearly sharing his thoughts on the matter. But it is true that I am great and mighty, so you can say that. Ah, yes, master. A slightly tense Sima Pyong answered while Cal watched with satisfaction. This is great. Cal was going to get rid of the blood cult, also known as the blue bloods of the hunters. However, this was destroying the core of the blood cult. It was difficult to resolve all issues related to the blood cult. It would take too much time. In that case, he needed to leave the aftermath to the people of the Central Plains. The situation is different from Xiolin. Xiolin had necromancers and an understanding of the dead mana that the hunters used. However, the Central Plains did not seem to have any idea about mana or dead mana. Sima Pyong understanding mana would make it easier to take care of the aftermath regarding the blood cult. Coalition leader Nim. However, there is a condition to you learning from Rayon. That was why Cal added a condition. You must use what you learn from him to resolve any issues related to the blood cult. Ha! Sima Pyong gasped. Young Master Kimnim, you are truly an amazing individual. I didn't know such a person could actually exist. Cal felt that something was weird, but I understand. Such a lesson cannot come for free. I can even sign an agreement if you wish. Cal did not ask for that after seeing the truly positive response. Instead, he heard the excited Rayon mumbling. I have a student. Wasn't it good enough that Rayon was excited? Cal had that thought and was about to sigh when I believed that the leader of the Green Forest is most likely a living Jiangshi. Cal stiffened at Sima Pyong's nonchalant comment. What did you say? Cal asked back and Sima Pyong smiled like a disloyal subject and commented coldly. And my eldest son is probably a living Jiangshi as well. Since some time ago, I could see that the two of them had started scheming to start a war between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. I was suspicious about their actions, so I pretended to have become weak and was observing what was going on. But I saw the answer after hearing about the blood cult. Sima Pyong was as smart as Jujmi Ryo. Sima Pyong was also the person who taught his extremely intelligent youngest son, Sima Gong, despite the latter's issues with gambling. In addition to them, I made a list of people who showed suspicious movements. Please take a look. They are probably living Jiangshis or spies. He then added on. I also brought the information left in the Sima clan regarding the blood cult, so it will probably be beneficial to go through it as well, young Master Nim. Wow, Cal was amazed. Human, I like this divergent coalition leader a bit, not because he is my disciple, but because I feel like he would understand us. I know, right? The issues regarding the unorthodox faction seemed as if they would go much better and easier than he had expected. It was at that moment. Bang, bang. They heard a noise that sounded as if someone was trying to destroy the door. Young Master Nim, young Master Nim. Young miss, you cannot do this. Please calm down first. This is not something I can be calm about. The door burst open. Dayashi Unseon, who had invited Cal to the Kunlun sect, looked at him with an urgent look on her face and shouted, The sect leader is looking for you, young Master Nim. There were not many reasons for the Kunlun sect leader to urgently call for Cal. Cal immediately asked, "Did something happen to noble warrior Jang Hyung?" The living Jiangshi in the Kunlun sect was the future sect leader, Jang Hyung. "Yes, sir, he is going berserk." Cal spoke to Rayon as soon as Unseon answered with a teary look on her face. "Go call the heavenly demon. We are heading to the Kunlun sect right away." After dealing with Jang Hyung, it was through the unorthodox faction to the blood cult. Chapter 149. Let's just SSSH/ What do you think? 3. Cal raised his hand once he got past the main gate of the Kunlun sect to the area around the sect leader's residence. "I got it, human." Rayon got rid of the wind swirling around Cal's feet. Bang, bang, bang. Piercing explosions echoed in Cal's ears. Jang Hyung, the future Kunlun sect leader. Sect leader in Ho was looking at his successor and disciple and desperately calling out to him. However, the person hearing that plea looked completely different from his usual self. His body was covered in black blood veins as he let out a growl, and his eyes were dyed black. The heavenly demon, who followed behind Cal, groaned at his dreadful appearance while Ron calmly made a comment. "He looks almost identical to the Jiangshis in Xiolin. He is quite strong as well." Bang! Sect leader in Ho and 2 others from the Kunlun sect were fighting against Jang Hyung right now. Bang! Bang! One of the simple yet elegant pavilions of the Kunlun sect was destroyed. Sect leader, Jang Hyung is getting even stronger. One of the elders fighting against Jang Hyung urgently shouted. The heavenly demon mumbled in a low voice. "He is at least at the middle of the unrestrained realm." Jang Hyung. Originally, he was in the latter half of the transcendent realm. Being at that level at his age was already quite good, but he was someone who was expected to reach the unrestrained realm if he trained a little longer. The future and pride of Kunlun, that was Jang Hyung. I heard that even experts in the unrestrained realm would have trouble handling living Jiangshis once they went berserk. I guess that was true. The heavenly demon shook his head. No, he is slowly getting stronger, so he should arrive at least at the middle of the latter half of the unrestrained realm. This living Jiangshi is stronger than what has been recorded. Basically, this meant that the blood cult had made living Jiangshis stronger than in the past. Ron calmly continued to speak with a benign smile on his face. Someone stronger than warrior Namgung Ty has gone berserk. Most people will not be able to stop him. Young Master Nim, Dayashi Unseon urgently called out to Cal. She was not the only one to do so. "Young Master Kim Nim, could you please take care of this for us?" People from the Kunlun sect started talking to him with urgent looks on their faces. Cal looked at the person who asked him to take care of this as soon as he got there. Cal nonchalantly asked the person who flinched once Cal looked at him. "How did it end up like this?" That Jujmi Ryo and the Cleve Saint appeared as the people stood there with awkward looks on their faces. Sima Pyong could not come in because the Kunlun sect would not let him inside. The heavenly demon was only able to come in because Cal said that he was necessary to take care of things. "Why can't you tell me what happened?" Cal calmly asked again to the person who was just hesitating without being able to say anything when the person standing next to him spoke up. "Please let me tell you separately." He then peeked at the heavenly demon. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. This guy was clearly acting as if they could not say it in front of someone from the demon cult. The sect leader and 2 elders were doing everything they could to stop Jang Hyung, who was going berserk, but these people were hesitating and acting like this. I don't like it. Cal started to feel an unexplainable sense of annoyance. Until now, the Namgung clan, demon cult, and even the martial arts alliance, they all moved urgently regarding living Jiangshis and knew what was important. "Please tell me, right now." Cal ended up using his dominating aura. The aura of an overlord slowly rising from his body made the old man who told Cal to quickly take care of this flinch. Cal quietly observed the man who seemed like an elder, and the elder started to speak. "Bang! Evacuate everyone." It was right after a pavilion was destroyed and they heard people run away. That Jang Hyung learned about our cooperation with the demon cult and that there would be some sort of exchange between Kunlun and the demon cult. He became like this after hearing about that. The corners of Cal's lips oddly twisted up. I clearly recall asking the sect leader to make sure that Jang Hyung does not learn about the situation with the demon cult. That as the people around them slowly shut their mouths at Cal's aura that was slowly getting stronger, the person facing Cal's gaze ended up speaking. It was because Cal showed no signs of making a move despite Jang Hyung's fight continuing with the sect leader and the others. The person whom they believed would take care of this situation first, because he valued justice and chivalry, was actually colder than anybody else. The elders were speaking to each other when Jang Hyung overheard us, and it ended up like this. The Cleve Saints scoffed and started speaking. Huh. So what you're saying is that the sect leader told you all that this situation was top secret, and all of you were chatting about it outside without much thought when Jang Hyung just happened to be passing by and heard it. He sounded quite rude, but the elder could not say anything. HMPH, how careless must all of you have been to not even notice that Jang Hyung was passing by. That's because we were suddenly told that we might be cooperating with the demon cult. Of course we can be frustrated at such an unbelievable situation. So you created this situation. The elder's mouth shut at the Cleve Saint's comment. It's obvious that the two elders fighting with the sect leader over there and the two elders here. The four of you must have been talking shit about it and caused this incident. Tusk. How can you be so careless? The Cleve Saint's choice of words were slowly getting worse, but the elder spoke as if he was making an excuse. Anyway, we never mentioned anything about the blood cult. We didn't even talk about Jang Hyung being a living jiangshi. All we did was talk about the demon cult. You know that the demon cult is a more dangerous topic for martial brother Jang Hyung. Xian could not listen anymore and shouted, "How dare you speak up when an elder is speaking?" HMPH. Who cares if you are an elder? If you say stupid shit, someone needs to speak up. The elder was angry but could not say anything back to the Cleve Saint. The Cleve Saint's sharp gaze and Cal's aura was slowly suffocating him more. Cal finally started speaking. I guess the demon cult would be a worse topic than the blood cult for noble warrior Jang Hyung. For Jang Hyung, who lost his parents to the demon cult was a greater evil than the blood cult. That was why it was enough to make him go berserk. This was the reason Cal had told the sect leader to be careful. The heavenly demon, who had been silent, chimed in at that moment. I think we need to suppress him for now. Hem. The elder could not hide his discomfort as the heavenly demon spoke up. He then addressed Cal. Young Master Nim, I know that we made a mistake, but shouldn't we calm this situation right away? So please purify him right now. Cal nonchalantly commented in response. He acted completely normal. Did you leave it with me? Excuse me. Purification, did you leave it with me? The people around them looked at Cal in shock. Everybody except Ron and the invisible Rayon. Even the heavenly demon was looking at Cal as if he was a bit shocked. No, that the anxious elder shouted with an upset look on his face. Are you saying that you won't do it for us when you did it for the demon cult, young Master Nim? We are the orthodox faction. We are not the evil demon cult. Is this guy fucking crazy? Cal realized that he subconsciously said what was on his mind. It shocked the elder, but he didn't care. He just nonchalantly commented, I guess I've just been doing everything for everybody until now. Cal's aura became even stronger. It was to the point where the heavenly demon, who was at the profound realm, felt as if he was being suppressed by that aura and raised his hand to touch his neck. Since it was like that for him, how must the others be feeling? Jujmi Ryo recalled Cal's words as her pupils shook and lowered her head. Even the living Jiangshi stopped going berserk and looked toward Cal. It was as if its instincts were telling him that the strongest person had appeared. However, Cal was just standing there. Honestly speaking, he could completely understand why the Kunlun sect would have negative feelings about the demon cult. The things that the demon cult had done until now were extremely evil in the Kunlun sect's viewpoint. This was the reason Cal never told the Kunlun sect to cooperate with the demon cult or to be friendly with them. All he did was ask them to fight against the blood cult together. It was the sect leader who was first to reveal that he would work with this triumvirate alliance to fight against the blood cult. I am pretty sure the sect leader only told the elders that they were only temporarily cooperating with the demon cult to deal with the blood cult. They needed to save Jang Hyung. He needed the heavenly demon if he wanted to save his disciple, and potentially others in the Kunlun sect who had become living jiangshis. That was most likely the only reason the leader of the Kunlun sect, who had always defended against the demon cult, accepted this situation despite being so emotional about it that he might have wanted to cough up blood. He probably also felt that a temporary cooperation was the right thing to do in order to stop the blood cult from destroying the entire martial arts world in the Central Plains. Young Master Kim Nim, our Jang Hyung should be okay, right? That child is the future of Kunlun. Jang Hyung is the only child with the potential to stop the demon cult led by the current heavenly demon. On their way back to Kunlun from the demon cult, Cal remembered how sect leader In Ho had secretly come to him and said those things. He also thought about what he was trying to do. We will stop the blood cult. He dragged not just his friends, but the people of the martial arts world in order to do that. People from the imperial palace as well. This was something for their world, so wasn't it only right for them to be at the center of it? Cal reached his hand out. Pat, pat. He patted the elder's shoulder. You all figure out how to deal with the issues between Kunlun and the demon cult. Cal didn't have the time to deal with that for them as well. He came here to take care of the blood cult since they messed with the Roan kingdom, but that was not enough reason to save this world and resolve all issues within it. It might feel cold, but this was an obvious issue for Cal, who had a lot of things to protect. He was also a foreigner in this world. His home, his hometown, his home base was in a different world. However, there was something he could do. Please don't worry about Jang Hyung. Cal could see the concern and anxiety in the elder's eyes. The elder, who was saying everything on his mind despite Cal releasing so much aura that even the heavenly demon in his profound realm was shocked, had asked him to save Jang Hyung even as both of his hands were shaking. Based on the martial artists he had seen until now, most people would not even have been able to open their mouths. He understood that feeling. Heavenly demon, get ready. Immediately control the upper danshan once I give the signal. Cal stepped forward. The heavenly demon started speaking. Don't you need to stop him from going berserk first? The heavenly demon saw the corners of Cal's lips curl up at that moment. As for that, there is someone to stop him. Cal spoke to the sect leader and the elders. Please step back. But Jang Hyung, the hesitating sect leader In Ho, could see the person who arrived beyond Cal's shoulder. Noble warrior Choi Han. Choi Han pulled out his sword and walked up. Young Master Nim, ill help as well. Ron stepped up as well. The two of them looked at Cal, who answered them. Get that guy. His finger was pointing at Jang Hyung. Choi Han and Ron kicked off the ground and charged toward Jang Hyung. I'll do it too. Rayon's black mana, which was completely different from dead mana starting with its aura, began appearing in the air. Finally, Cal had the divine item heater in his hand. Crackle, crackle. Rose gold light started rising from his hand. Cal pulled an item out of his spatial pocket bag at the same time. When he came to the Central Plains from the Roan Kingdom, Cal had prepared a lot of things because he had no idea how much of his ancient powers would be sealed. He handed Rayon a handful of magic stones and packed a few things for himself. Some of those things were the items he received as rewards from the other world, Xiolin. Tusk, take it. One of them was an item Iruhaben let him borrow with a look of pity on his face, the whip of the Desert King. Xiolin had given the following explanation about that treasure. It was a legendary ranked treasure. Iruhaben had said the following while giving it to him. This was quite compatible with my attribute. I reinforced it a bit. It'll be useful here and there. Cal reached out his hand. Sand pebbles gathered instantly to create a whip. That whip headed toward Jang Hyung. It was like a snake waiting for an opening to tie him down. Chapter 150. Let's just SSSH/. What do you think? 4. As Cal suddenly pulled out a light gray orb from his pocket, people were confused, but they thought about the heater he always used. People who expected it would be something like that noticed that the orb was made of sand. And their eyes opened wide after seeing the sand scatter and instantly turn into a whip. They had never heard about an item like this existing. But their gazes soon turned vicious. We finally get to see the strength of young Master Kim's people. We must figure out the level of their martial arts. They had never been able to see the strength of the rest of young Master Kim's people, almost as if they were hidden within a fog. They could fathom young Master Kim's level of martial arts based on the immense aura he uses, but the others had only shown glimpses of their abilities and never enough to fathom the depths of their strength. Jujmi Ryo, who peeked at the heavenly demon who had his arms crossed with a dark red aura wrapped around him, covered her mouth with her fan. Her lips oddly twisted. It's completely different. The martial arts of young Master Kim's people she had observed until now seemed different from those of the Central Plains. Although they might be similar in that they held a sword, something seemed different in the fundamentals. I would be able to figure out more about young Master Kim's identity if I could understand what those fundamentals are. She might be able to figure out their hidden powers that the Imperial Palace had been stealthily keeping. Jujmi Ryo's eyes opened wide. Boom! It started with Jang Hyung, the berserk living Jiangshi. He started charging forward. To be more specific, he was charging toward the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon nonchalantly commented with a gruff look on his face. I guess I was their target. Jang Hyung had charged forward as soon as he released his heavenly demon aura. It made it very clear what mission the blood cult had implanted into Jang Hyung as a living Jiangshi. Is he planning on self-destructing with me? Sect leader in Ho immediately jumped in at the comment the heavenly demon inadvertently said. Jang Hyung, don't do that. He then ran toward Jang Hyung. He looked as if he wanted Jang Hyung to attack him instead. The sect leader looked toward Cal and shouted, I will lead him. I will be the bait, so however, he could not finish his sentence. Bang! Between Jang Hyung and the heavenly demon, a black aura struck down between the two of them. Dragon? It was a black dragon. It was not a dragon that was elaborate and beautiful in appearance. Instead, its rough appearance made it look as if it was just sort of put together. However, they couldn't have that kind of thought about it. This dragon was releasing a violent and explosive aura fitting its rough appearance. As I expected. The moment the heavenly demon started smiling, the person who created that black yang, Choi Han, kicked off the ground. The black yang followed his movements. He ran forward and made eye contact with Jang Hyung. It was difficult to make out his pupils because the whites of his eyes had been dyed black as well. However, the living Jiangshi was definitely looking at Choi Han. Choi Han had seen the living Jiangshi's body stagger. Choi Han commented in response. Come. The living Jiangshi started moving as if responding to his statement. The Cleve Saint, who was watching, commented almost in a sigh. Even if he has lost his consciousness and is listening to the blood cult, his roots are in Kunlun. It looked as if there were clouds surrounding Jang Hyung. The 8 great styles of the cloud dragon. A dragon floating through the clouds. The virtuous martial arts that was the pride of Kunlun. Despite being submerged in an evil aura, Jang Hyung's martial arts showed the purity and subtlety that he had trained up until now. The clouds that appeared through the numerous tall peaks, steps that freely moved through those peaks, with a dignified nature that nobody could easily reach and strength that could not be stopped. Jang Hyung, the sect leader, could not control his overwhelming emotions and scowled. Jang Hyung, who had only been using overwhelming physical strength and going berserk, using the 8 great styles of the cloud dragon, made it so that the people of the Kunlun sect could not turn a blind eye to their disciple, senior martial brother, or junior martial brother. People realized something as well. The living Jiangshi knows it too. The heavenly demon calmly commented. He knows that you cannot defeat that black yang with mere physical strength. The living Jiangshi that had located his mission, the heavenly demon, could not self-destruct without trying to achieve his goal. His natural instincts helped him recognize that the person who was in his way was a strong person. He had to use his strongest abilities to attack this person. The history of Kunlun. He had to attack with the 8 great styles of the cloud dragon. He then looked at the Black Yang and Choi Han, who were fighting against him. Everybody could see his steps and movements. Ha, 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 the heavenly demon laughed. Jujmi Ryo frowned. However, both of their gazes sank heavily. The chief advisor observed each and every one of Choi Han's movements. There are no styles of rules to his steps. From the way he extended his sword and released his internal kai to create this Black Yang, there seemed to be no rules in all of his actions. No, there are some. There did seem to be an extremely basic sword art that served as a base when he used his sword. But that sword art was extremely basic compared to the numerous martial arts of the martial arts world. Of course, she felt that Choi Han's movements were similar to someone else's, the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon and Choi Han really seemed to be related, as the chief advisor had heard. However, they were different. The Sword Demon had a bit more form. His dragon was quite elaborate as well. However, Choi Han was different. It is violent and rough. It was also free. Similar to a person who picked up a sword for the first time and swung it around in all directions without knowing the danger of the blade, Choi Han resembled such a person. But Jujmi Ryo could not completely agree with that. The black yang that was created by these violent and free movements, there was an extremely deep and thick darkness within that aura. It is not evil or demonic. His aura could not be labeled as evil or demonic. The lights sparkling around that black yang, these lights contained purity that made it difficult for them to jump to conclusions. A person's aura was going to show their heart. There was something pure shining through that thick darkness. She had no idea what that something was, but it was definitely something virtuous. Jujmi Ryo heard the heavenly demon next to her. He must have been through a lot. Choi Han and Jang Hyung clashed at that moment. More accurately, the black yang infiltrated into Jang Hyung's clouds. Bang! They heard a loud explosion. The black yang stomped on the clouds. Jang Hyung continuously created clouds or used mysterious movements that made it look as if he was stepping on those clouds to run away from the black yang. But bang! The black yang made explosions instead of roars and chased after him. It moved effortlessly with nothing being able to stop it. He's shouting. There was a small smile on the heavenly demon's face, as if he was entertained. He's shouting that he is right there. Choi Han. This man's sword was not quiet. It was endlessly revealing his presence. It was similar to a lost child who was left in darkness shouting that he was there. However, Choi Han did not seem like a lost child. It's the opposite. Choi Han was shouting from inside the deep darkness. He was shouting that he was there while carrying a light that was extremely small compared to the darkness. He seemed to be shouting for the lost child to come to him. How entertaining. This might seem childish as well, but his heart was pure and resolute. It had to be in order for spirit to be imbued in his sword. I want to fight against him once. The heavenly demon once again firmed his desire to spar with Choi Han before nonchalantly commenting, "Hell be caught soon." Those words soon became reality. Grrrrrrrrr. Jang Hyung was letting out some eccentric roars before he stopped moving. The black yang, the tip of Choi Han's sword, was right in front of him. Taking one step forward would make that sword pierce through his neck. Running away is useless. Choi Han didn't even have a single bead of sweat on him as he calmly commented. GRR? However, the living Jiangshi did not give up. Jang Hyung took a step backward. He twisted his body. Let's run away. That was the thought on his mind. I told you that it was useless. But the moment he heard Choi Han's voice, the living Jiangshi started shaking. He could not run away backward. Choi Han made eye contact with Ron, who was standing behind Jang Hyung. The Cleve Saint jumped in shock. When did he get there? He couldn't hide his astonishment at Ron's sudden appearance. Even if he was focused on Choi Han and Jang Hyung, he had not noticed Ron approaching at all. That part made him truly feel how stealthy Ron's movements had been. He also realized one more thing. Choi Han, who had looked as if he was moving freely, had actually been moving Jang Hyung toward this half-white-haired man. And the moment that man grabbed Jang Hyung's neck, good job. Choi Han and Ron kicked off the ground and moved away from Jang Hyung after working so hard to capture him. The whip seeped in between them and grabbed Jang Hyung. There was no need for the sand whip to be strong. Human, I am tying him down too. There was already a rope made of black mana binding Jang Hyung's body. GRR. Jang Hyung's limbs started shaking after sensing danger. As the black blood veins swelled up more self-destruct. The moment someone shouted that GRRRRRR, Jang Hyung's movement stopped. Everybody looked toward Cal. The sand whip in his hand was covered in a rose gold current. That rose gold light was binding Jang Hyung. It is easy doing it like this. Cal thought that it really was a good idea to use the whip and calmly commented, "Hey, heavenly demon, come here." It should be difficult for the living Jiangshi to self-destruct or go berserk while the rose gold light was touching him. It had been hard to take care of Namgung Ty in the past. because the fire of destruction had only been slightly unsealed at that time. But Jang Hyung is taking candy from a baby compared to the heavenly demon. Even if he went berserk, Jang Hyung was nothing in front of Cal's fire of destruction that was now over 70% unsealed. Red smoke started pouring out of the heater, and the heavenly demon let out a slightly despondent laugh before standing next to Cal. Cal calmly continued to speak to him. We should check if we can protect his Danshin even while he is in a berserk state. He then asked the sect leader, Sect Leader Nim, it is possible that we may not be able to protect his Danshin. He has gone quite berserk already. I am aware, young Master Nim. Please at least protect his life for now. Yes, sir. Please don't worry about that. We will also try to protect his Danshin if possible. Cal motioned with his eyes to the heavenly demon who immediately moved and stood behind Jang Hyung. He then released his aura. The dark red aura touched the back of Jang Hyung's neck. Grrrrrrrrr. Jang Hyung twisted his body as if he was flailing. That. An elder of the Kunlun sect became anxious and stepped forward before seeing the Cleave Saint's hand blocking him. The Cleave Saint asked in a low voice once they made eye contact, Do you not want to heal Jang Hyung? The elder stepped back. He then observed the heavenly demon with a gaze full of desperation and sharpness. It was his way of showing that he would not forgive any nonsense. The Cleave Saint sighed in response. The heavenly demon suddenly withdrew his aura. What is it? Is it not possible? The sect leader subconsciously shouted when the heavenly demon looked toward Cal and spoke. The evil aura has spread to the upper Danshin as well. Ah, the sect leader, who knew about the principles of purification, gasped and staggered. As Daoshi Unseon urgently supported him, and Cal asked and the heavenly demon answered. But his upper Danshin has not been completely affected. Cal nodded his head. So there is a chance. That's right. It should be fine if we purify his upper Danshin first. But it looks like it will take a long time. It doesn't matter. The heavenly demon sent his aura into Jang Hyung again after hearing Cal's response. The dark red aura seeped into the upper Danshin. The heavenly demon felt something different from when he did this in the demon cult. Jang Hyung's body was rejecting the dark red aura. This was not because he was a living Jiangshi in a berserk state. This person's body was rejecting his aura. The heavenly demon calmly commented, You need to survive in order to kill me, don't you? As the sect leader and others of the Kunlun sect flinched, the heavenly demon laughed. How interesting. Only then did Jang Hyung's body accept the heavenly demon's aura. Despite losing his sense of reason, the amount of grudge Jang Hyung's body held toward the demon cult was immense. The heavenly demon poured in his dark red aura without saying anything else and found the path. The rose gold light flowing through the whip followed the dark red aura into Jang Hyung's body. It was a slow process from there. It really took a long time. This purification took over 2 hours. Both Cal and the heavenly demon became drenched in sweat. Human, are you okay? Your complexion seems okay. Rayon's voice was calm as he watched. Cal's complexion was the same as earlier, and he showed no signs of coughing up blood. It should have made everybody calm, but the atmosphere in the area was getting heated up despite everybody being silent. It could not be helped. Jang Hyung's external appearance was slowly returning. Starting from his face to his arms and legs, slowly toward his chest, the swollen black veins subsided, and he was returning to his original appearance. One vein at a time. The purification process was slow, but it was extraordinary, and nobody could take their eyes off of it. They could tell how focused the heavenly demon and Cal were in order to heal Jang Hyung. Jang Hyung was now closing his eyes with a relaxed look on his face. And finally cough. He coughed up an ash-colored liquid as he opened his eyes. His clear pupils and the whites of his eyes were perfectly contrasting each other as he blankly looked up at the sky. The heavenly demon withdrew his aura and Cal released the whip. Rayon's black rope had disappeared a long time ago. Nobody cheered or said anything. Jang Hyung was crying. He slowly moved his body. He staggered a bit, but he did not stop. He bowed toward Cal and the heavenly demon. I will not forget the grace you have shown me. The heavenly demon responded. You should not forget your grudges either. Jang Hyung looked at the heavenly demon and answered, I will become stronger. I'll be waiting. The heavenly demon stepped back. Jang Hyung then walked up to Cal and thanked him again. He bowed even deeper than earlier. Thank you very much, young Master Nim. He then made a request. I would like to stand at the forefront of destroying the blood cult. Please, Cal answered. Ah, that is not possible. As Jang Hyung and everybody else flinched at Cal's stern response, Cal ignored the gazes focused on him, as if they meant nothing, and calmly answered. The Sword Saint and the Namgung clan have already claimed the forefront. The heavenly demon chimed in as well. The demon cult will be at the forefront. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Jang Hyung as he spoke. There is a bit of a competition for the forefront. Jang Hyung could have grumbled at his calm and relaxed answer, but he could not do so. He saw the way Cal's eyes were looking at him. Jang Hyung's eyes looked alive after seeing the person who purified him and was observing him again. His gaze then headed toward sect leader In Ho. The sect leader spoke with a look of resolution that he had never shown before. It looks like our Kunlun will have to participate in that competition for the forefront as well. Our Kunlun has never been in the back of an issue for the good of the Central Plains. He then smiled at his disciple, Jang Hyung. Jang Hyung looked ready to cry again before he barely smiled back. Human, why is everybody trying to be in the front? Cal ignored Rayon's comment and thought to himself. It looks like everybody will try to completely destroy the blood cult without me having to say anything. Cal noticed Chief Eunuch Wai approaching from a distance at that moment. The two of them made eye contact. He heard a sound transmission. Young Master Nim, we've procured an elixir? The corners of Cal's lips curled up. 3 days later, all of the martial arts alliances, living Jiangxis in Kunlun were purified, and Cal headed toward the unorthodox faction with Sima Pyong. Master, this disciple is just checking in to make sure that you are well. My disciple, the coalition leader, what are these refreshments? They are refreshments this little one has prepared for his master. Ha! Cal sighed at Sima Pyong and Rayon's nonsense that started early in the morning and wiped his face with both hands. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Kahaha, come at me, I want to fight too. Tunka, Ziamun, the second in command of the Green Forest, and Sima Yung, the trash of the unorthodox faction. The three of them started fighting early in the morning. Cal sighed again while listening to them and clenched his eyes shut. Hiccup. Sima Dan was drinking next to him. Hoo, shall I teach you a game of dice? Sima Gong had slowly approached Ron and was trying to convince him to gamble. I don't want to go. Cal suddenly did not want to go to the Divergent Coalition. He just wanted to go home. Chapter 151. Let's just SSSH/ what do you think? 5. How energetic. Cal turned his head after hearing a voice. He made eye contact with Sui Khan, who currently had Li Su Hyuk's appearance. What is it? What do you want to complain about? He chuckled while looking at the scowl on Cal's face. Cal quietly looked at Sui Khan for a bit before nonchalantly commenting. What are you doing these days? It was hard for Cal to see the team leader's face these days. He would turn to see that the guy was missing. Sui Khan had followed him around non-stop for a few days after he coughed up a lot of blood while purifying the heavenly demon, but lately it was hard to see his face. One corner of Cal's lips curled up this time. Is the god of death contacting you or something? Ha! Sui Khan sighed. He then looked around. Cal looked around as well. The Divergent Coalition. This place was located in Guizhou. Sichuan was to Guizhou's immediate left, and Yunnan was south of Guizhou, so Cal had thought that it was perfect since it was on the way. As for right now, Cal's group had stopped in a forest on their way to Guizhou to get some rest. Can you not say it if there are too many people listening? The team leader nodded his head slightly without answering. Cal motioned to Rayon, who was chatting with coalition leader Sima Pyong. Human, what is it? Cal made a request to Rayon, who immediately came over. Please put a soundproof barrier around the team leader and me. Who? Sima Pyong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Cal and Rayon. Rayon must have sensed his gaze as he opened up his shoulders, stuck out his chubby belly, and fluttered his wings. Just leave it to me. Oolong. Black mana started rising up around him, and a black barrier appeared around Cal and Sui Khan. Rayon did not usually make such a visible black barrier when he used soundproof barrier magic. Cal could hear Rayon's voice from the other side of the barrier. My disciple coalition leader. Did you see that? I did not see it, but I felt it. Master, mana moved and created a barrier. I am truly curious about the principles behind it. This great and mighty master of yours will teach you. Hee hee. Rayon and Sima Pyong were basically stuck to each other as they chatted, and people peeked at them before looking away. Of course, the heavenly demon was looking at the black barrier as if he was curious. Can they hear the noises from the outside, but we cannot hear anything from the inside? He showed his curiosity before moving his gaze elsewhere. Sage demon, how far are they? They should have currently left Xinjiang and will soon arrive at Kunlun, my liege. The sage demon and the battalion commander of the demon, Law's battalion, he was currently looking over their plans to send the demon cult's troops to Sichuan with 2 leaders of the demon cult. Cal's group only had people from the unorthodox faction, along with these 3 people from the demon cult. Young Master Nim, I will stop by the Martial Arts Alliance before coming. Zhuge Mi Ryo, the Cleve Saint and the others were going to stop by the Martial Arts Alliance to take care of any aftermath of the purified living Jiangxis. They would move after organizing everything for what was to come. The Namgung clan is going to meet us in Sichuan as well, right? There were a lot of people to meet in Sichuan. Of course, there was someone who would join up again in Guizhou as well. Young Master Kim, I will move on my own for a bit. The Fist King took his great-granddaughter and the embroidered uniform guard and left. I need to personally go in order to get the medicinal root that His Majesty has given permission to give you. This medicinal root was so precious that they could not even leave it to the embroidered uniform guard, the Emperor's most trusted individuals. The Fist King had to personally go to get it. It meant that it was an amazing elixir. Cal obviously told the Fist King to be safe and quickly sent him on his way. Eating the elixir that the Fist King brings back should release more of his seal. As Cal's face turned gentle at such a happy thought, Li Su Hyuk started to speak. Humans are not the only hunters. Cal and nonchalantly responded. I am sure that is the case if other races can become gods as well. Yeah, there are all sorts of gods. The sealed god of despair. Cal knew that the hunter's goal was to create such an existence again. He did not expect for such an organization to consist only of humans. You remember the names of the remaining hunter households? Yes, Team Leader Nim. Other than the blood cult, there are the purple bloods, 5 colors bloods, and transparent bloods left. All of the remaining ones were odd-colored bloods. Cal also remembered that there were the red bloods who were supposed to be on his side. The team leader groaned unlike his usual self and could not speak. Cal nonchalantly commented in response. I guess one of the hunter groups we have to fight is not human. Yeah, a group that was not human. Cal started to recall the other races he knew about. Elves, dwarves, vampires, no. The team leader would not hesitate to talk about another race that was only that strong. In that case, no way. Cal scowled. The back of his neck became so cold that he felt as if ice water had been poured over his head. Are they perhaps dragons? The team leader clenched his eyes shut instead of responding. Ha, Cal scoffed in disbelief. The purple bloods. We have not managed to get any information about them. Cal paid attention as the team leader started speaking again. I am sure you heard that Central Plains and other worlds are going to try to negotiate with the God of Balance. Yes, Team Leader Nim. I heard about it. Only the world associated with the purple bloods was not there. Xiolin was at the center of the conversation because issues were already resolved there, while Central Plains and the worlds associated with the 5 colors bloods and transparent bloods worked together with her. What do you mean? Cal questioned what he just heard. He recalled the information they had gathered in Xiolin. Didn't we get the coordinates from the safe we looted from the House of Huygens? The safe with those words had listed the target dimensions, starting with nameless one where the Rhone Kingdom was located. Naturally, Xiolin and Central Plains were there as well. It allowed Cal's group to believe that some of those 10 or so target dimensions would be where the hunters had taken root. But they could not find the world where the bloods had taken root. The purple bloods were not in any of those dimensions. Are you saying that the planet with the purple bloods is not a target dimension to offer to create an omnipotent god? Yes. In that case, it made sense. Cal crossed his arms and looked at the team leader who continued to speak. Anyway, we can't find the world associated with the purple bloods, so the god of death, who was investigating the target dimensions we discovered from the black bloods, found it to be odd. And, Cal nonchalantly responded, while thinking that the god of death does actually do some work. Anyway, he apparently sent his subordinates to contact all of the worlds, just in case there was a world struggling on its own without knowing the situation. He found something in the process. One world cannot be contacted no matter how many times he tries. Cal made eye contact with Choi Han. The god of death sent Choi Yong-gun to that place. The first dragon slayer and Choi Han and Choi Yong-su's ancestor. And the god of death contacted me yesterday. The team leader's gaze still looked awkward as he looked toward Choi Han and Choi Yong-su, who were busy chatting with each other. Cal looked at the two of them as well as he listened to the team leader. A hunter dragon has taken over the world. That was the last thing he heard before he lost contact with Choi Yong-gun. Apparently, the god of death cannot see whether he is alive or dead. Even the god who oversaw the deaths of living creatures could not see an individual's death. Are you saying that he can't tell whether Choi Yong-gun is alive or dead? Yes. Cal recalled a conversation he had in Xiolin with the Huyans patriarch. So then, who was responsible for the incident at the Roan Palace? When he had asked whether a different hunter's household aside from the Blue Bloods had messed with the Roan kingdom, 5 Colors, the Huyans patriarch, the leader of the Black Bloods, exploded and died as soon as he said that. He died without a trace other than a small bit of black blood. Cal did his best to send this terrible memory to a corner of his mind. Speculations were not good because they could not tell whether Choi Yong-gun was dead or alive. This was the reason you asked for the soundproof barrier. He at least understood why the team leader asked for this barrier. His gaze was still locked on the two Chois. It is important to take care of the blood cult right away, but I think it would be good to think about your next destination as well. Cal nodded his head. The 5 Colors Bloods or Purple Bloods, I guess we need to go to one of the two. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed as if he would not have any time to rest. He was especially concerned about Choi Yong-gun since he could not be contacted anymore. But I can't just leave the 5 Colors Bloods planet alone either. Based on the Huyans patriarch's actions, the dark shadow that moved the blood cult and the House of Huyans to mess with the Roan kingdom seemed to be the 5 Colors Bloods. Now that I think about it, it has been a while since we talked. Cal thought about Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. Nothing else has happened to Roan, right? He had an ominous feeling. Cal spoke a bit quickly to Choi Han, team leader. What is the name of the world the Purple Bloods are believed to be in? Apatu, please get me all of the information you can get about that place. Of course, I am already gathering it. I'll get it to you soon. A world dominated by a dragon. Cal looked toward Rayon, who was snickering with Sima Pyong. He also thought about the other dragons in the Roan kingdom. It was possible that he would have to move with a new group to this next dimension. What are you doing? He heard the team leader's confused voice. Cal calmly tapped on the mirror. I am going to make a call. He got out of the barrier and got on the carriage. He first asked Lee Su-hyuk to make sure that nobody approached it. Human, are you contacting home? Rayon left Sima Pyong and quickly flew over. Click. Cal got in the carriage with Rayon and immediately turned on the divine item. The screen lit up and he touched the back of his neck while looking at the connecting screen. I hope everything is okay. He had paid less attention to the Roan kingdom until now for many reasons. He became quite anxious after realizing that fact. These were the times something always happened. Cal was acting calm, but his face was slowly stiffening. Rayon noticed this, slowly approached Cal, placed his face on Cal's thigh and looked up. Cal touched Rayon's smooth head and looked at the mirror. Pat, the screen finally connected. Cal was suddenly at a loss for words. Alberu Crossman. Cal could see his face. Are you okay, Your Highness? His complexion looked extremely terrible. There were dark circles under his eyes. Human, what is wrong with the Crown Prince's face? He does not look like the sun. He looks like a shriveling oriental melon. Cal's emotions slowly settled down. The anxiety quickly went away. Rayon's voice was bright as well. The Crown Prince's face did resemble a shriveling oriental melon as Rayon mentioned, but ha 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 ha, it's been a while, my little Dongsing. He was smiling. Extremely brightly and elegantly at that. Crown Prince. It's been a while, Rayon Nim. Ha ha ha. Nice to see you too, Crown Prince. But did you scam someone? Rayon nonchalantly asked. The look on your face is so bright. Did something exciting happen? Did you loot something on your own? I know, right? Cal slowly looked unsettled. The crown prince didn't care and smiled with satisfaction despite his tired face as he looked at Cal. My little Dongsing, what's with your face? Your face looks like you must have coughed up some blood. Cal flinched, but the crown prince laughed again. What is going on, your highness? It was so weird that Cal disrespectfully asked. The crown prince laughed as he answered. We are rich. Excuse me. The Roan kingdom is rich, and my little Dongsing Cal is rich too. Ah, Cal asked the thought that came into his mind. Did you finish all of the negotiations for the mines, your highness? Yeah. The crown prince's eyes were sparkling as he answered in a low voice. They were sparkling so much that Cal couldn't help but flinch a bit. However, a smile slowly appeared on his face as well. Human, did we become even richer? That seems to be the case. The young black dragon's lips twitched before he smiled brightly as well. The crown prince shared everything he received from the different kingdoms on the eastern and western continents in return for the mines, and once he was done, ha, our Hyung Nim truly is the best. Egu, you are shining so brightly that I can't even look at you. Ha, even your disrespectful tone sounds great to me today. Hey crown prince, you're the best. Now that I take another look, you are a brightly smiling and handsome oriental melon. Heh. Cal, Albaru, and Rayon shared a moment with bright smiles. It was a time where laughter and joy did not end. Guizhou, the Divergent Coalition's current leader, Sima Pyong, built his base here saying that he wanted to start a new Divergent Coalition here. After that, this place became the central region of the unorthodox faction. Normal members of the orthodox faction, unless they were extremely strong experts, kept a low profile and tried to quickly get out of this place. They especially tried their hardest to stay away from the Divergent Coalition's building. That was basically the heart of the unorthodox faction. And today, at the large pavilion at the center of that heart, beautiful flowers and fresh trees, a place where a small stream flowing with clear water wrapped around it that sounds beautiful no matter when I hear it. One side of the pavilion had the greatest musicians of Guizhou who were playing refreshing yet sentimental and mellow music. The strongest of the unorthodox faction in the Sichuan area, the Pinnacle Demon and the leader of the Iron Street Market, were chatting away. The coalition leader Nim is someone who knows the beauty of the arts. Dang, they heard the sound of a pipa. Divergent Coalition leader Sima Pyong. Whenever he invited the core members of the Divergent Coalition, he would escort them to this beautiful pavilion that was full of music and beauty. The Iron Street Market leader emptied his cup as he calmly spoke. I guess someone is going to die today. Divergent Coalition leader Sima Pyong always made decisions to kill someone with music like this. It made it so that nobody actually enjoyed this beauty. It's a terrible hobby of his. The person called the top demon of the 5 demons commented before looking toward the door. They're here. CHHH. The door opened and Divergent Coalition leader Sima Pyong appeared. Cal was standing right next to him. Gaag. Priest Durst was behind him. Chapter 152, let's just SSSH/. What do you think? 6. Young Master Nim, he here, Gaag, yeah? You can wait here. Cal patted Durst's back as Durst did his best to hold back his dry heaves and started walking. Sima Pyong's tastes are not very good either. Should he phrase it as the unorthodox faction's people really seemed to fit the unorthodox faction? A beautiful pavilion surrounded by clear water. There was a path toward the highest seat surrounded by the beautiful music played by musicians. There were feasts prepared on both sides of the path. The people seated at the tables were all core members of the Divergent Coalition. The right side has neutral and Sima Pyong's people. The left side was the opposing faction centered around the leader of the Green Forest. How entertaining. Usually, the more important people were seated closer to the top seat, but everybody sat as they pleased in the unorthodox faction. They were looking at Cal through this odd silence. Their gazes were quite hilarious. Human, that punk who looks even stupider than Tunka is glaring at you. For reference, that punk was the leader of the Green Forest. Why was it that all bandits looked so monotonous like a clique? Anybody would be able to tell that this guy was the leader of Green Forest. Human, this is weird. There are too many humans in the unorthodox faction making weird expressions. Rayon's assessment was accurate. A person chuckling as if they were drunk while winking toward Cal. a person wiping a rough blade and wetting his lips with his tongue while looking at Cal, or a bastard looking at him as if he wanted to kill Cal. There were all sorts of bastards here. Cal walked past them before hearing a voice for the first time. That person is young Master Kim. He turned toward the voice. A person seated on the right side. A major figure in the neutral faction of the Divergent Coalition, it was the Pinnacle Demon. As one of the 5 demons, she was the 3rd demon Cal had met after the Carnage Demon and the Sword Demon. She looks exactly as I have heard. The Pinnacle Demon was the oldest of the 5 demons at the age of 80 and originally held a different title. Her original title was Poison Demon. She was the person whose name was best known in the unorthodox faction for her use of poison. However, a change happened to her martial arts at some point. She decided to reach the pinnacle in the use of poison and gathered all martial arts compatible with poison, even the third-rate ones, to research them. However, she was unable to find a martial art suitable for her poison after over 20 years, and, as a result, said that she reached her limits and called herself the Pinnacle Demon. I heard that she has a terrible relationship with the Amei sect and the Sichuan Tang clan. The Amei sect was a sect of women that had started as a gathering of nuns to discuss arts, and the Tao before turning into one of the orthodox faction's 9 sects one gang. The Sichuan Tang clan was one of the orthodox faction's 5 great clans and famous for their poison and terrible tempers. The Amei sect's current sect leader and the Pinnacle Demon had clashed against each other quite often when they were younger, turning them into bitter enemies. As for the Tang clan, they couldn't help but be wary of the Pinnacle Demon as they also studied poison and hidden weapons. That is why the Sichuan region is quite messy, they said. Normally, a region is usually controlled by one group. However, the confrontation between the Orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction was firm in Sichuan without leaning in either direction. The Orthodox faction had the Amei sect, the Tang clan, and the Qingcheng sect. The unorthodox faction centered around the Iron Street Market and had the Black Dao Gang and the Pinnacle Demon. There were no major conflicts, but Sichuan maintained a tight and tense atmosphere. That was also where the Pure Silver Merchant Guild, which Cal presumed to be a branch or core part of the blood cult, existed as well. It's going to be quite the shit show. Cal sighed thinking about that chaos, but a smile soon appeared on his face. Human, you haven't smiled like that in a while. It was because Cal would be the one to create that shit show. He planned on completely flipping things over. That was why he went all around purifying people and acting all polite until now. Cal looked at the sharp eyes of the Pinnacle Demon within her wrinkled eyelids and smiled. Who? As the Pinnacle Demon let out a short gasp of admiration, coalition leader. Why did you suddenly call us together? Someone stopped Sima Pyong before he could even sit down. Zia Ryong. The owner of this peaceful-looking name was the leader of the Green Forest. The person who led the 72 Green Forests and the 18 Yangtze waterway strongholds. Where did you leave Zia Mun? The man whose hair was even messier than Tunka's held his cup of alcohol in his hand as he looked up at Sima Pyong. His gaze was vicious. Zia Mun is doing well? Ha, what bullshit. We have lost contact with Zia Mun. Right after he met with your kids, coalition leader. Zia Ryong's aura started to get more vicious. Zia Mun was the second in command of Green Forest who chased after Cal, calling him boss. As visible in their similar names, Zia Ryong gave his trusted subordinates the same last name and treated them not just as sworn siblings, but as if they were actual siblings. There was bound to be quite the solidarity between the two. Human, didn't Zia Mun fall asleep after drinking with Tunka? He was currently knocked out in an inn somewhere in Guizhou after drinking his ass off. Cal could see Sima Pyong quietly observing Zia Ryong. Sima Pyong repeated himself to Zia Ryong, who was growling while asking about Zia Mun. Zia Mun is doing well. No, I asked you where he was. I said he was doing well. Zia Ryong flinched. It was because a gentle smile appeared on Sima Pyong's face. I have clearly said it 3 times now that he is doing well. Zia Ryong, you know me. You know that I hate saying something more than 2 times. The music was still going despite the commotion. The refreshing music that made the listeners think of spring did not stop. However, it was just the music. Nobody dared to say anything. Zia Ryong's snort was what broke the silence. You've been laying low until now, but you are finally going to show your true colors? Clunk. Zia Ryong stood up. Wow, Cal was amazed. He truly was about Tunka's size, a person. This was the first time he saw such a tall person in the Central Plains. SHHH. This was followed by the quiet sound of chairs moving back as two other people stood up. Cal observed the two people seated on the other side of Zia Ryong. The first and the fourth, Sima Siok and Sima T. They stood up and stared at Zia Ryong. It started feeling as if an explosive situation might happen at any moment. True colors, only Sima Pyong was still calm. What true colors are you saying I am showing? Zia Ryong looked at Cal. Are you young Master Kim Hee-il? Cal slightly nodded his head. Zia Ryong continued. I apologize to an esteemed member of the Imperial Palace, but I do not like the unorthodox faction cooperating with the orthodox faction and the demon cult, and I do not like bowing my head either. Zia Ryong glared at Sima Pyong. His subordinates started standing up one by one as if to show that they agree with him. Their clothes were different colors, but they were all giving off vicious auras. Most of the orthodox faction trained and developed under strict rules or within the fences of the sect or clan. The demon cult grew their strength through thorough training and competition following strict rules. The unorthodox faction was different from them. Most of them grew up far from things like learning or protecting. They learned martial arts and trained to become stronger for their survival. Coalition leader, Zia Ryong shouted. Does the fact that this esteemed member of the Imperial Palace has come here mean that you want us to negotiate like how the Orthodox faction and demon cult have negotiated with each other? Sima Pyong stood silently and smiled. Zia Ryong shouted in anger. I will not sit by and watch the divergent coalition being a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Crack. He broke the cup in his hand. How did we take up our spot in this place? Fighting. That was our only answer. But what? You want us to compromise? Absolutely not. We must not be bent. Zia Ryong's side started heating up in agreement. Cal had a thought while looking at him. What fucking nonsense. Cal had heard about the bandits and pirates letting merchant guilds through if they pay a toll. He also knew that the bandits and pirates absolutely did not mess with the administrators. Sometimes, they even offered bribes to officials. It was an everyday occurrence for the unorthodox faction to be wary of the government because they took on thugs or gangsters as their subordinates. He even heard about the Black Dao gang that ripped merchants of money by calling it a spot fee. And then what? Fighting? Cannot be bent. He says some funny things. The moment Cal had that thought, you say some funny things. He flinched, thinking that he said his thoughts out loud before turning toward the sound of the voice. The Pinnacle Demon. She was laughing while tilting her cup. Senior Pinnacle Demon. Zia Ryong showed his respects while also showing his anger at the comment from a major figure from the neutral faction. The Pinnacle Demon nonchalantly commented, surviving until the end and living on despite how dirty and unfair things are. Smirk. She started to smile. Her skin was grotesque because she researched poison. That might explain why the old woman's face looked like the scary villains in traditional fairy tales. That is the thought of the unorthodox faction bastards. Why do you talk about fighting and compromise as if there is something spectacular? We just move according to what benefits us. The Pinnacle Demon nonchalantly asked. Zia Ryong. Why are you acting like this? Cal heard Sima Pyong quietly mumble something with the smile gone from his face. She noticed, as I expected. Just as Cal was about to ask what he was talking about, the Pinnacle Demon continued to speak. Zia Ryong, what are you aiming for by acting like those orthodox faction bastards? Senior, how could you say that I am acting like the orthodox faction bastards? The Pinnacle Demon tilted her head to the side while looking at the angry Zia Ryong. His subordinates were hesitating at the weird mood. It was the same for Sima Pyong's children. The Pinnacle Demon's relaxed demeanor truly came with a questioning heart. Zia Ryong, you are talking about fighting and compromise to talk about justification in an organization known as the Unorthodox Faction. If that is not what those stuffy and frustrating Orthodox faction bastards do, then what is? Who? Cal quietly gasped. The Pinnacle Demon continued to speak as he did that. Also, you talked about fighting. You said that we must not be bent. Isn't that what those demon cult bastards usually say? She started chuckling. Are we the demon cult? Who cares about something stupid like the survival of the fittest? In our unorthodox faction, It doesn't matter if you use dirty or unfair methods, or if you continue to stab your allies in the back. All that matters is that you survive. Why are you telling us to fight and jump into a situation where we might die? She then looked towards Sima Pyong. Coalition leader, why are you acting weak? Chhhhhhhhhhh. Her wine glass started melting. The glass slowly disappeared while reacting to her poison-infused internal Kai. Young Master Nim. The pinnacle demon looked at Cal. Do you know the answer, young Master Nim? Wow, Cal was truly amazed. This old woman is as I have heard. Chief Eunuch Y had told Cal something. Young Master Nim. Sichuan may look like the unorthodox faction might get pushed back because there are 3 strong sects and clans of the orthodox faction there. However, the reality of the situation was that there was a balance. The pinnacle demon, as long as she is in charge of confronting the Amei sect and the Tang clan, the orthodox faction will not be able to defeat the unorthodox faction. The pinnacle demon. It looked like he would be able to communicate with this person. He might even be able to communicate better with her than the slightly crazy Sima Pyong. Ego, Sima Pyong sighed. As expected, it is difficult to hide things from you, senior pinnacle demon. His eldest child, Sima Siok, started speaking. Coalition leader Nim, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? It means that something quite entertaining is about to happen here. Sima Pyong folded his fan. The music stopped. Human, are we getting started? This peaceful silence was the signal. They are coming in. The moment that the pinnacle demon nonchalantly commented chhh, the door to the pavilion opened again. Gag. Durst rushed in and ran up to Cal's side and pointed with his finger. Over there, Zia Ryong. Over Aak. The first child, Sima Siok. And there, the moment Durst quickly pointed at 5 people him. I guess this is doable? The heavenly demon calmly walked into the pavilion and spoke to Cal. Cal nodded his head. Durst didn't act as if he would faint or die as he did back in the demon cult. He just kept dry heaving. If it is this level of living jiangshis, it is easy. Even if there were a lot of them, the purification should not take much time. Especially for living jiangshis who were in shock and not in berserk states. Heilnim. Cal motioned toward Choi Han, Ron, Bikrox, Sui Khan, and Choi Youngsu. They would take care of suppressing the 5 people the priest pointed out. I'll take care of my son. Sima Pyong was there as well. What is this coalition leader Nim? What is going on right now? In between the shocked members of the unorthodox faction crackle, Cal channeled his rose gold currents. A person approached him at that moment. Did you just say living jiangshis? The pinnacle demon. She quickly walked up to him. Her eyes were sparkling quite a bit. Just one living jiangshi? The pinnacle demon shouted urgently and desperately as Cal flinched. Give me just one. I want to research it. Cal simply ignored the pinnacle demon. It was better to ignore crazy talk. Chapter 153, let's just SSSH/ what do you think? 7, however, Cal had been mistaken. It was difficult to ignore crazy talk. Why? Because the person saying the crazy things was not a normal person. Please, just one, what are you doing? Cal became extremely shocked. He looked down at the hem of his pants. The pinnacle demon, one of the top experts of the unorthodox faction, was lying on the ground while grabbing the hem of his pants. Bang! Bang! This was happening despite the beautiful music stopping and the sounds of battle ringing all around them. Coalition leader Nim? No, father. Why are you just stand still? Despite coalition leader Sima Pyong and his son, Sima Siok's battle, a battle between father and son that should be quite painful to watch was happening. Boom. Despite the leader of Green Forest, Zia Ryong, falling to the ground while fighting Choi Han and Bikrox just one. Give me on living jiangshi. I want to research it. The pinnacle demon was whining. Cal's face slowly turned into a scowl at the actions of an old lady who was over 80 years old. I thought this lady was a smart person who could understand me. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue. Cal moved his leg to get the hand off of his pants. However, the pinnacle demon's hand did not move away. Ah, seriously. The pinnacle demon was holding onto the hem of his pants very tightly. Please let go. Only if you give me one living jiangshi. The pinnacle demon was firm on her wishes. Cal's face slowly became insolent and was frowning, but the pinnacle demon did not move away. Cal nonchalantly commented, I am busy. I am going to proceed with the purification. It's not my fault if you get hurt, Mom. Ah, you can't purify. The pinnacle demon grabbed onto the hem of his pants even stronger. Don't purify one and give it to me. Cal's answer was firm. No, thank you. Crackle! The rose gold current spread throughout Cal's body. He wanted the pinnacle demon to be shocked by the current and move her hands away, but Aya the pinnacle demon let out a weird noise once the current touched her, and Egu, this sure feels nice. This massage is actually effective. I like how it tingles. What is up with this old woman? Cal was completely frowning now. I was feeling disappointed because I didn't feel much when drinking most poisons. But this is very electric. She's crazy. She was not just a typical level of crazy. She was very crazy. Cal could see the pinnacle demon's hands turning red as the currents touched her. She seemed to be using her internal Kai so that she does not get burnt, but she would probably get burnt soon. Nonetheless, the pinnacle demon truly enjoyed the currents. She even placed her face on it. So refreshing, she put her shoulder there as well. Egu, this feels like a real massage. This is better than the best masseuse in all of Sichuan. The pinnacle demon was truly happy, and Cal was flabbergasted. However, he slowly became more scared of this old woman. Her eyes have gone crazy. Her sparkling eyes were full of thoughts about living jiangshis and this massage. Kim Hee-il. The heavenly demon asked in a low voice about what to do. Cal looked around. No, what the hell, the members of the unorthodox faction were anxious. However, they could not easily make a move because of the term, living jiangshi. Ugh, to treat me like this, let go of me. Father, why are you doing this to me? The living jiangshis were already suppressed. They seemed to have gotten caught because they had been unable to prepare for this sudden attack. Of course, it helped that Cal's group and Sima Pyong were stronger than the living jiangshis. The moment Cal watched that the conditions of the suppressed living jiangshis were getting more intense, they might end up going berserk if things go wrong. Cal responded to the heavenly demon, "We need to purify them right away." "No," the pinnacle demon urgently shouted. The heavenly demon looked down at her and asked in a casual voice, "Won't you get hurt if you try to purify them with baggage on you like this?" The heavenly demon is right. Human, let's get rid of this pinnacle demon. The invisible Rayon was adamant about his suggestions. Huwu. Cal sighed before crouching down. The pinnacle demon and he were almost eye to eye. Pinnacle demon Nim. He called out to her and she looked at him with extremely sparkly eyes. "Are you going to give me one?" Smirk, the corners of Cal's lips started to rise. "No, Mom, I will not." "No." Then, her actions were no longer keeping a minimum standard of respect as she had been doing by calling him young Master Kim Nim. Cal warmly spoke to her. "However, I will introduce you to a key spy of the blood cult, someone who knows quite a bit about living jiangshis." The pinnacle demon flinched. He should know quite a bit about how to create and control jiangshis. "There is someone like that?" "Yes, Mom. There is. We have him. His name was number 7. The bastard who is being knocked unconscious around the clock will be quite useful soon when they get to Sichuan. They would start with the pure silver merchant guild before finding the hidden blood cult." The pinnacle demon's hand on Cal's pants was moving. Cal smiled even brighter as he spoke to her. "Also, wouldn't there be a lot of great research documents once we get to the blood cult's base?" "That's true. That place would really be." The pinnacle demon's eyes sparkled. Cal did not miss that opening and brushed the pinnacle demon's hand off his pants. He immediately stood up and moved 2 steps away from the pinnacle demon. And then he brushed his leg off again for no reason. "The blood cult," the pinnacle demon asked Cal. "Do you know where the blood cult is?" She was speaking respectfully again. "We have basically located something connected to them. It is in Sichuan." The pinnacle demon started chuckling. "Then I guess to the blood cult I go." The pinnacle demon stepped back without any regrets. Cal watched her before turning toward the living jiangshis. "Let's get started." "Yes." The heavenly demon seemed entertained about something as there was a smile on his gruff face while he channeled his internal Kai. At that moment, Sima Siok, Sima Pyong's eldest son, suddenly shouted and his body started twisting. Although he looked ready to go berserka, Sima Siok soon fainted. Sima Pyong looked at the person who smacked his son to knock him out. Sui Khan had a leisurely smile on his face as he spoke. "It is easier if we knock them out before they go berserk." Cal's group had figured this method out after experiencing living jiangshis going berserk 2 times. It was difficult to handle living jiangshis going berserk. In that case, what if they suppressed them before they went berserk and knocked them out? I see. It would make it easy. A gentle smile formed on Sima Pyong's face. As he looked down at his unconscious son and nodded his head multiple times, saying it was a good method. The other 4 living jiangshis were knocked unconscious as well. Of course, Zia Ryong's resistance was quite strong, but he was easier to knock out than Tunka. Zia Ryong lost consciousness, as Choi Han calmly remarked. How, like this, the Iron Street Market, which was a neutral faction, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Whether it was living jiangshis or blood cult, these words they were hearing were complicated, but it was shocking that these experts of the unorthodox faction were so easily suppressed. Why are you so surprised? Senior. The Pinnacle Demon stood next to the leader of the Iron Street Market, looking like a serious expert, as if she never threw a fit. She looked at the members of Cal's group and nonchalantly commented, "They're strong." As the leader of the Iron Street Market flinched in response, even I can't guarantee victory against a couple of them. Based on the rumors, the Heavenly Demon and young Master Kim know. Not the 2 of them. Aside from the 2 of them there are quite a lot of strong little punks. The Pinnacle Demon's lips twisted up while looking at Choi Han, Sui Khan, and the others. However, her smile soon disappeared without a trace. Crackle. The rose gold light grew bigger. Red smoke started coming out of the heater. The Heavenly Demon's dark red aura first headed toward the leader of Green Forest, followed by Cal's rose gold light. The Pinnacle Demon looked down at her arm. Her arm, that was full of numerous grotesque injuries, had chills for the first time in a long while. We are the complete opposite. This young Master Kim Hee-il, the aura that he released, was the complete opposite of the Pinnacle Demon's. It truly met the definition of purification. All living things have properties to turn it into medicine or poison. Poison. That was something made from the harmful aspects of things in nature. Of course, there were times when medicine ended up being poison and poison ended up as medicine. Either way, both medicine and poison were things that tried to create some sort of change inside a living creature. It's getting rid of it. However, the thing contained in this fiery thunderbolt was getting rid of things. Well, only getting rid of the evil aura. No, it could probably burn and destroy anything if it wanted to do so. A power that creates change within an existence and a power that gets rid of that existence. If that was not opposite and incompatible, what would be? However, both things had their logic based in nature. How interesting. The Pinnacle Demon. The old expert who had given herself a limit because she had seen no path to progress further, was full of hope that a path might now open for her to surpass her limits. Sichuan, she spoke to the leader of the Iron Street Market. Market leader? Yes, senior, your manor has a lot of empty rooms, doesn't it? The Iron Street Market leader looked at the Pinnacle Demon and Cal before bowing his head. I will have them prepared, Senior Pinnacle Demon. Good. Let's prepare properly so that they can stay with our side instead of going to the orthodox factions people. Tusk. The Pinnacle Demon clicked her tongue. This is the type of power that would make the Amei sect go crazy. The destructive yet refreshing and pure aura that Cal's red currents gave off made the protocol think of her longtime bitter enemy, the sect leader of the Amei sect. That crazy woman would speak highly of young Master Kim's power. Heh. The Pinnacle Demon, who had been concerned for a moment, smiled after seeing Sima Pyong's eyes sparkling while looking at Cal's purifying power. That bastard has fallen deeply. In that case, I don't have to worry. Sima Pyong. That bastard was someone who never let go once he bit onto something and chased it no matter what it took. This should be entertaining. From the Heavenly Demon to the Divergent Coalition leader and young Master Kim's subordinates, whose identities the Pinnacle Demon has yet to figure out, it looked like it would be quite loud around young Master Kim. He seems to want that as well. The Pinnacle Demon licked her lips while looking at the calm look on young Master Kim's face. However, she soon forgot about all of her thoughts and had to gasp in admiration. The red smoke that was filling the pavilion, she could tell, because she had given her whole life to poison. She could tell how pure and beautiful yet dignified and extraordinary this aura was. Cough. Starting with Zia Ryong, whose eyes opened as he coughed up an ash-colored liquid, the living jiangshis were purified one after the other. Young Master Kim did have some cold sweats and turned pale in the process, but he otherwise looked fine. Of course, nobody was sneering at him, looking weaker and weaker. This formidably pure power not only filled this room, but flowed out of the pavilion to fill around it as well. Everybody's gazes were focused on Cal despite the heavenly demon and the divergent coalition leader being present. Yes, the people of the unorthodox faction are these kinds of bastards. The pinnacle demons smiled. The unorthodox faction. These bastards having respect for those above them? Absolutely not. Years of experience? Wisdom? They didn't care about things like that. All that mattered was strong strength, superior physical strength. There were plenty of bastards here who would go crazy at that, and even lick the shoes of that strong person to stick by them. It meant that all you had to do to get accepted in the unorthodox faction was to show your strength. And young Master Kim gave a master performance showing off his strength. Nothing else needed to be said. Once the last purification was finished, Sima Pyong called his subordinates into the pavilion. Imprison them. The 5 purified living Jiangshis, including his own son, were imprisoned. Human, they need to heal, so why are they being sent to prison? My disciple is weird. Cal listened to Rayon's comment and looked toward Sima Pyong with a confused look on his face as well. Sima Pyong answered gently, almost as if he was a disloyal subject. They will be in prison, but we will send a doctor there to make sure they are okay. Cal did not say anything after hearing that these people will be looked after. Sima Pyong was someone who said that he would kill the living Jiangshis if they had committed a sin against the divergent coalition. But for that person to say that he will keep those people alive and call a doctor, it was better not to pay any attention to it anymore. The divergent coalition. They had their own way of doing things. Cal had no rights to tell them how to do something since he was an outsider. However, then, let us start the celebration again. Sounds great. Kehahaha, as expected, our coalition leader Nim is very generous. The musicians started playing again as if nothing had happened, and the members of the unorthodox faction sat back down as if nothing was wrong. The staff came in to get rid of the destroyed items and food to bring new things out. Their actions were as fluid as the flowing water. At least we didn't see someone lose their head today. The alcohol sounds like it is going to be great today. Kahahaha, I need to see some blood to enjoy my drink. Kahaha, is that so? Cal thought to himself while listening to the voices. This place is not normal either. Sima Pyong walked over while rubbing his hands as Cal sighed. There is a seat for you right there, young Master Nim. The highest spot, the spot that he had thought was for Sima Pyong, it was Cal's seat. In addition, next to Cal's seat was a small cushion embroidered in gold threads. Sima Pyong looked at the air and whispered, "This lowly disciple has prepared that for his great and mighty master. That cushion was made for the invisible Rayon. Human, our coalition leader disciple is a bit weird, but for some odd reason, I am starting to like him more. I know, right? We are almost in Sichuan." Choi Young-soo, who was covering his face with a bamboo hat, showed his face and pointed toward the front while talking to Cal. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild's main location is inside the castle. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind. Human, are we destroying things now? A thick smile appeared on Cal's face as he listened to that young voice that was full of anticipation. Chapter 154. Let's just SSSH/ what do you think? 8. Sichuan. This was not a central region of the Central Plains. However, that did not mean that the development of businesses and many different things were delayed here. This place was best described as a place where everything was in the middle. Isn't it peaceful? Cal awkwardly smiled as the pinnacle demon laughed and asked in a warm voice. It was because he saw the burlap sack on the pinnacle demon's shoulder. The blood cult's number 7 was wrapped in soft cloth and tightly bound inside the burlap sack. Of course, he was unconscious. Human, number 7 sure struggles a lot. Cal thought about how number 7 now shakes as if he is seizing and automatically goes unconscious whenever he even sees Choi Han. In fact, this guy was happy that he would get to leave Choi Han's hands and have his life in the hands of a martial artist. But once he found out that the martial artist was the pinnacle demon, you motherfucking bastards, he cursed Cal's group. However, he immediately shut up once the pinnacle demon shoved her face close to his with her eyes wide open. Who? How lively. You said that the number for the spies in the demon cult were in the 80s and 100s. It sounds as if the lower-numbered bastards have higher positions. The pinnacle demon licked her lips. Number 7, you must know a lot of interesting things. Number 7 started sobbing. I'll tell you everything, so just kill me. Unfortunately, there was nobody to agree to that. Kill you? That would be a waste. Keek, let's live a fun life together with this old lady. That comment by the pinnacle demon made number 7 plop to the side. He had fainted. Cal looked away from the pinnacle demon, who was moving the burlap sack extremely carefully. By the way, where will you be staying? Cal looked around after hearing the pinnacle demon's question. The market was located immediately once they got past the castle gates. Of course, there were inns and restaurants for travelers as well. Dang, 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 he heard hammers banging on one side. Blacksmithing was well developed in Sichuan. They specialized in weapons rather than farm equipment or accessories, but this was probably to be expected. First of all, the Sichuan Tang clan was famous for their poisons and hidden weapons. Hidden weapon arts would require that their hidden weapons and daggers were well made, which naturally made the Tang clan treat blacksmiths well. And the Iron Street Market, that was the place in the unorthodox faction known for their hidden weapons, and in Sichuan, they even negotiated with some blacksmiths to create weapons to sell to the unorthodox faction. It is highly likely that the blacksmiths are the reason that there are not many fights in Sichuan, despite the chaotic relationship between the orthodox faction and unorthodox faction. Imagine if they accidentally destroyed a smithy while fighting. The Tang clan and the Iron Street Market would lose quite a bit if something like that were to happen. Cal used the hammering noises from the smithies as background music as he looked around the market and nonchalantly commented, "It looks like I will have to put my bags down at the Tang clan, Mom. The Iron Street Market leader will be so disappointed." Cal heard the pinnacle demon mumbling, but pretended as if he had not heard it. "Young Master Nim, I will lead the way." Chief Eunuch Y stepped forward. However, the Fist King and Maki were not with him. "It looks like it will take some time, young Master Nim." Chief Eunuch Y was alone when he met up with Cal in Guizhou. He said that the Fist King and the embroidered uniform guard would take some more time for the elixir. His Majesty decided to bestow one more elixir after hearing about what happened in the demon cult. However, Senior Ma Qian will have to go all the way back to Beijing to move it. The Fist King having to go all the way to the capital of the Central Plains, an elixir he needed to go there to personally get from the Emperor. Cal had responded with a smile on his face. If it needs to be done then, of course. It was obviously an amazing elixir. He would be getting at least 2 great elixirs. It's not like we are heading into the blood cult's headquarters right now. I won't have any issues because of the seals right now. It didn't matter that the Fist King was a bit late. Cal heard the pinnacle demon's voice as he followed behind Chief Eunuch Y. Then would it be okay if I stayed in the Tang clan with you? In the Tang clan? That is correct. Chief Eunuch Y flinched and started speaking after hearing their conversation. That's a bit the relationship between the Tang clan and the pinnacle demon was the worst. To be more accurate, the pinnacle demon did not care about the Tang clan at all, but the Tang clan was extremely hostile toward her. The pinnacle demon coming with them could cause issues. Chief Eunuch Y was about to say no when he heard Cal's voice. "Please do as you wish." Cal didn't say anything else and motioned to Chief Eunuch Y with his eyes. "Let's hurry." Chief Eunuch Y felt an unexplainable leeriness in his gaze, but just resumed walking. "Who?" The pinnacle demon found Cal's answer to be surprising as well, but for Cal, the heavenly demon and the sword demon are going with me. Why can't we take the pinnacle demon as well? He had not given it much thought. I feel like the pinnacle demon will cause an incident if we leave her alone. Furthermore, he was certain that it would not be a big issue to take people from the demon cult and the unorthodox faction to the Tang clan like this. Young Master Nim, Chief Advisor Zhujmi Ryo had approached Cal after he had purified all of the living Jiangxis in the Martial Arts Alliance. Her action had been quite cautious. Cal had looked past her shoulder. He could see others from the Martial Arts Alliance who were hesitating and unable to approach him. Cal quickly thought of the reason. "What is it, Mom?" However, he asked as if he knew nothing, and Zhujmi Ryo had slightly bowed her head. "I am sure you must have been upset at the attitude of our people." "My deepest apologies, young Master Nim." The elder Nim of the Kunlun sect has already apologized. The elder who had basically demanded for Cal to purify, Jang Hyung had come with the sect leader to apologize to Cal once Jang Hyung had been purified. I am sorry, young Master Nim. I was feeling so desperate that I was unintentionally extremely disrespectful to you. I truly apologize for making such thoughtless remarks without understanding your deep thoughts and actions that show that you truly value justice and chivalry. The problem was that Cal didn't like that apology at all. So, Cal chose to completely ignore the apology. He simply walked past the elder without saying anything. The elder moved as if to say something, but sect leader in Ho stopped him and simply thanked Cal multiple times. Thank you very much, young Master Nim. We should pay you back for your generosity, but our sect situation is not very good right now. It's fine, sect leader Nim. There is no need for me to receive anything. Unlike the affluent Namgung clan, the Kunlun sect had always been poor. Furthermore, Jang Hyung had destroyed some pavilions, which would make them tighten their waistbands even more to pay for it. Cal did not want any sort of compensation in such a situation. Thank you very much, young Master Nim. We will never forget your kindness. Cal felt uneasy at the sect leader's actions that he said that it was fine and brushed them away. Of course, Cal had brought up this apology for the chief advisor who should already know about it. She should take care of it properly because she is a smart woman. Young Master Nim, something like this will not happen again. Zhuge Mi Ryo gave the answer Cal wanted instead of apologizing more. Nonetheless, Cal asked this question. What do you mean when you say something like this? Zhuge Mi Ryo smiled bitterly. We will never use justice and chivalry to guilt or demand anything from you when we are the ones receiving your help, young Master Nim. Cal had stared at her. Honestly speaking, the actions of the elder of the Kunlun sect were not Zhuge Mi Ryo's fault. However, would the elder of the Kunlun sect just act like that because he was immature or something? He was someone who had risen to an important position in an organization. He should be quite tactful after getting that far. Basically, the elder would have treated young Master Kim that way based on the assessment the Orthodox faction had of him. This assessment was something Zhuge Mi Ryo should have controlled. Cal had no plans of reprimanding the chief advisor. They didn't have that relationship, and he didn't plan on having that kind of relationship in the future either. However, there was a need to make it clear to the people of the Martial Arts Alliance who were attentively listening to their conversation from a bit away. It was needed for the future. Chief Advisor Nim. To be honest with you, I did get a bit annoyed after hearing that Elder Nim's comments. However, it will not be a problem. Zhuge Mi Ryo observed the smile on Cal's face. That smile was not gentle at all. It was cold. Cal thought about what Zhuge Mi Ryo had just said. We will never use justice and chivalry to guilt or demand anything from you when we are the ones receiving your help, young Master Nim. The answer to that was simple. I just have to not do what is demanded. Also, do you really think that I will feel guilty because your people try to guilt me? Zhuge Mi Ryo gasped. Young Master Kim was subtly asking her a question. Do you really think you can do anything to me if I choose to ignore you all? She clenched her eyes shut. No, they could not do anything to him at all. He was someone who they believed was a member of the Imperial Palace and someone the Emperor cherishes. Furthermore, his own martial arts level was in the nature realm, and all of his subordinates were strong. In addition, the demon cult and the unorthodox faction would stick to him even more if the orthodox faction ostracized him. Zhuge Mi Ryo felt her heart sink after seeing Cal's cold reaction to the elder of the Kunlun sect's remarks. Cal had realized that the Martial Arts Alliance was being complacent because they were the first people that he had visited. The Heavenly Demon and the Divergent Coalition leader were by young Master Kim's side right now. She slowly opened her eyes and answered Cal. The Martial Arts Alliance will fully cooperate with anything you wish to do, young Master Nim. The chief advisor continued to speak after seeing Cal smiling at her words. There will be no reason that you feel uncomfortable from now on, young Master Nim. Young Master Kim Hee-il. He was someone helping the martial arts world. He is someone in that kind of position. They could not forget that fact. I am glad that we understand each other so easily, Chief Advisor Nim. What Cal wanted was simple. The blood cult. All he wanted was to work together to take down the Blue Bloods, and that his allies did not cause any hindrances in that process. That was it. Jiujmi Ryo smiled and finished the conversation. I would like to think that I would continue to be the person who can understand you the most, young Master Nim. Cal smiled back. This was what he liked about Jiujmi Ryo. He liked how she was bowing down while making sure to get something for the future. Cal thought about that conversation and organized his thoughts. Young Master Nim, we have arrived. It was just as Chief Eunuch Y arrived at their destination. Cal looked toward the people behind him. Is this the right place? Yeah, it is. They stopped in front of a building. Huh, this is not the Tang clan. The Pinnacle Demon looked at Cal with confusion. Cal nonchalantly commented after sensing her gaze. I never said that I was headed for the Tang clan, Mom. The Pinnacle Demon had asked where he was saying today, and Cal had said the Tang clan. She then heard Chief Eunuch Y say that he would lead the way, and she followed them thinking they were heading for the Tang clan. However, they still had a long way to go to the Tang clan. But young Master Kim had stopped. The Pinnacle Demon looked at the 3-story building. It was not fancy, but they must have used high-quality materials as it gave off a vintage vibe. This was quite the famous place. To be more specific, it was a place that became famous a couple decades ago. The Pinnacle Demon's mouth opened. She read the signboard. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. No need to complicate things. The edge of the peaceful marketplace. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild's building was here on the outskirts because they had not found a proper place when they started a couple decades ago. This building's appearance had changed the more the Merchant Guild grew. Now, it looked magnificent and fitting of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild name. How can we help you? The 2 guards standing in front of the door approached them. These 2 people looked normal. They did not look very strong at all. They seemed quite fitting to be the guards for a merchant guild. Human, the 2 of them are at about Ma Qi's level. However, they were as strong as the Fist King's great-granddaughter. In other words, they were as strong as the embroidered uniform guards protecting the emperor. Nim. Choi Han walked toward him. Cal motioned to Choi Han and Choi Young-soo with his eyes. Suppress them. That was the beginning. Clang, clang, the 2 Chois pulled out their swords. What are you suddenly doing? Identify yourselves. They then headed toward the guards. Cal had a thought while looking at this. If we head for the Tang clan, people will know that I am here. No matter how stealthily he moved, the stories would spread throughout Sichuan. It could not be helped because the Iron Street market leader and the unorthodox faction would be heading for the Tang clan. That could lead to so many variables that the blood cult, who would be extremely alert for any information, would naturally learn of young Master Kim's existence. Before all of that happens, lightly attack this merchant guild branch that would not have its guards up and human. Are we destroying it? Yes, we are destroying it. Cal pulled the whip out and addressed his friends. Block all doors and take over this building. As Choi Han and Choi Young-soo fought with the guards, Cal moved his whip. This whip that had ancient dragon Iruhaben's powers in it, the moment this whip hit the door of the building that was made of extremely expensive wood, bang. With a loud explosion, SSSSSSSSSSS, the door turned into dust and fluttered in the air. It was because Iruhaben's power was in it. Cal looked at the shocked people on the other side of the missing door and gave the order. Get started. His friends ran into the building. Cal leisurely followed behind them. Chapter 155, we made a mistake. 1. Destroy it. There was only one thought on the mind of the unorthodox faction's famous trash. They were destroying everything. Crash, a window was destroyed. Boom, a door was sent flying and broke. Crack, crack, all sorts of things were destroyed, sent flying and scattered. Sima Yung would normally like this sort of chaos and create them himself, but he could not do anything. Huo. The Pinnacle Demon, who was gasping next to him, also seemed to be feeling the same way. The old lady who was out of her mind and had gone crazy with experiments could only blankly drop her jaw. And although Sima Yung was not aware of it, he was politely clasping his hands in front of him. Young Master Kim Hee-il, his people were moving without anything being able to get in their way. They just destroyed anything that tried. Run, what the hell is going on? The people of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild were feeling quite a bit of chaos at this sudden turn of events. This branch of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild was completely flipped over. Just what is going on all of a sudden? Ah, excuse me, but why are esteemed experts of the martial arts world persecuting merchants like us? Some people tried to stop young Master Kim's people, but you look like you know something. Excuse me? Aye. They suppressed those people with stoic looks on their faces. He does look useful. No, they knocked them unconscious. Looks like you tried to run away with the ledger. I guess there's something you are guilty about in there. Knocked unconscious again. They slowly knocked everybody out and took over the first floor before heading to the second floor. Sima Yung peeked out the window before gulping. Huug, people were falling out the window. They were obviously people from the second or third floors. Sima Yung thought about how the two people who were said to be father and son, the man carrying the greatsword and the man with half-white hair, went upstairs first. Now that I think about it, his close friend, Du Kang, he had excitedly walked up first as well. He slammed into anything in front of him with his body and destroyed it. Kahahaha, it is finally starting. That was what he had said. Sima Yung had sighed when he heard Du Kang say that. It was because Du Kang, that bastard, was probably feeling frustrated while being under young Master Kim. Too upright. That was what he had felt while looking at young Master Kim's people. They are like water. Quiet, and as if they did not exist, people who flowed along with the current, of course. He knew that young Master Kim's subordinates were strong. He had not seen the spar between the sword demon and young Master Kim's subordinate, but he had heard the loud explosions they had caused and the traces they had left behind. However, he saw them as moderate people who didn't like to fight. I thought that the boss, no, young Master Kim was that kind of person. The personalities of a group were bound to be significantly influenced by the leader of the group. Bang! An explosion louder than before made Sima Yung flinch before looking toward the sound. He made eye contact with the sword demon, who had a bamboo hat on his head, and heard him speaking in a bright voice. This looks like it has important information inside. Haha! The sword demon then ripped a safe out of the wall and carried it over his shoulder. He looked around. Starting with Choi Han, they all thoroughly and efficiently took over the building while making sure not to miss a single person or item. They seemed quite used to this. Yes, these people, they seemed very experienced with destroying and looting. Honestly speaking, he could feel the hands of experts. Sima Yung, the trash of the unorthodox faction, honestly speaking, he was not used to something like this. He grew up in a rougher situation than the rising stars of the orthodox faction, but that was throwing fits and fighting as he pleased. It was different from setting a target and efficiently suppressing them. Bang, boom, crash. Just take a look. They destroyed only the things that needed to be destroyed without any hesitation. They were experts. Because they were from the Imperial Palace, and they were almost certain that young Master Kim was a member of the Imperial family, and because they normally seemed like peaceful people, he thought that they had lived without doing rough things like this. He thought that was the reason they were dragging in people from the Orthodox faction, unorthodox faction, and demon cult to stand in the vanguard. However, he was wrong. I was mistaken. Sima Yung heard the pinnacle demon's scoff-like voice and agreed with this old woman who had lost her mind for the first time. Young Master Kim and his people, they were people who fought in front of everybody, completed numerous missions, and faced all sorts of difficulties. At that moment, Sima Yung saw someone, the person who seemed to be the only one living at a different speed, turning around. What were you mistaken about, Mom? Young Master Kim he stopped leisurely walking and turned around. Ahem. The pinnacle demon scoffed and avoided his gaze. It's nothing. Sima Yung felt as if he knew why the pinnacle demon was acting like this. He subconsciously avoided young Master Kim's gaze as well. They were scary people. He had realized it. The person who had let him be, despite thinking that his fits were annoying, was actually an extremely scary person. His people as well. I knew that they were strong, but they showed their abilities, and it was clear that they were very strong. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild. The moment he realized that the guards were at the level of the Imperial Palace's embroidered uniform guard, made Sima Yung realize that the Pure Silver Merchant Guild was no normal merchant guild. He could feel that they were a branch of the blood cult. They took them down in 2 hits. Choi Han and Lee Su-hyuk had taken down those guards with just 2 moves. Things had been the same inside the building as well. Of course, the strong members of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild started appearing from the top floors once they stopped being so shocked, but they suppressed everyone. One person's face was completely destroyed by Du Kang's fist. He also realized something else. That guy also went easy on me. That bastard Du Kang had not been serious whenever they had fought. He just used it as a warm-up. Crazy bastards, he subconsciously said that and quickly closed his mouth. However, the reason he shut his mouth was not in front of him. Kim Hee-il. He was leisurely walking up to the second floor regardless of what was going on all around him. Naturally, nothing could get in his way. "Human, I will protect you," the invisible Rayon shouted, but slice. Boom. Bang. Other members were already by his side, cutting, destroying, and blocking everything. Lee Soo-hyuk, Choi Young-soo, and Choi Han they seemed to have set on an order as they took turns destroying anything that looked like it might get in Cal's way. Ah, this is nice. Cal shared his honest sentiments while leisurely but not slowly walking up. He then made eye contact with Ron, who was coming down. He asked Ron, "Upstairs?" The subject was missing, but Ron answered properly. "We only caught the branch manager, young Masternim." "That's all?" "Yes, young Masternim." Cal nodded his head at the short response. "I guess I'll have to go down." Cal walked back down the stairs. He then looked around before looking at the start of the stairs on the first floor. He pulled at the door to the small storage room next to it. "I'll open it for you." Cal took 3 steps back after hearing Rayon. The door broke right away. Crack, the door that was crushed by Mana flew away to the side. Cal smiled after seeing the door heading to the basement. As I expected, Ron stepped forward. "I'll go first, young Masternim." "Okay." Ron efficiently headed down to the basement as soon as Cal gave the okay. Screech. Screech. Cal followed behind him down the narrow and old stairs. Once he arrived at the basement, he could see through small flames someone trying to run away through a narrow cave. And the 5 martial artists, who had their swords out as if to protect that person, clang, clang. The aura they were giving off was completely different from the people he had met until now. If the guards were at the level of the embroidered uniform guard, these guys were at least at the level of the squad leaders of the embroidered uniform guard. Most importantly, the bastard trying to run away, that guy, seemed quite strong. "Human, that bastard trying to run away has a lot of documents in his arms." Rayon urgently shouted again. "Human, there is gunpowder all around us." The basement of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild, it was quite wide, but there was not much room for people to move around. Most of the area was full of gunpowder. Cal calmly looked around. "I guess you are the real person in charge here." The thing Cal was asking Ron about earlier was about the person in charge of leading this branch. However, the branch manager on the 3rd floor was not that person. That person was not upstairs. That meant that the answer was downstairs. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild was said to not have a basement, but of course they were lying. Cal thought about the amount of gunpowder and mumbled to himself. "Once you run away, the 5 people protecting you would light this place on fire." He nodded his head. I guess they were planning on killing themselves, destroying this building, and getting rid of everybody around here. That would cause quite the issue and get rid of all evidence. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild's building would be lucky to have its framework remain if this large amount of gunpowder exploded. No wonder the building was so weak despite them making so much money. Even if Cal's group was great at destroying things, they still had their limits. How would it make sense for a hole to appear in the wall with a single punch from Tunka? Ah, actually, that does make sense. Cal flinched for a moment before considering Tunka to be an exception and continued to speak. He asked the regular-looking middle-aged man who was trying to run away, "You know who I am, don't you?" The person did not respond. He just tensed up. "You do know me." His silence told Cal a lot of things. I guess that is to be expected from a member of the blood cult. None of the enemies responded to his nonchalant voice. The 5 swordsmen showed no emotions at all. Amazing. Cal was a bit amazed. Despite not being able to figure out the situation at the sudden turn of events, the way they immediately got ready to run away because they thought that they would get caught furthermore, the way they did not fear death, I guess this is to be expected of crazed believers. Cal quietly clapped before sighing. "That is a flaming bottle you are pulling out of your pocket, isn't it?" The bastard who looked like he was in charge of this place pulled out a flaming bottle from his shirt pocket. You want to die too? The administrator opened his mouth for the first time. And if I do, he calmly commented. The gunpowder here is made to explode with the smallest amount of shock. Boom, boom. They heard lots of vibration above. The administrator chuckled. Of course, it looks like the chaos will make these gunpowder go off even if I don't throw this flaming bottle. He then pointed at Cal. Young Master Kim, as expected, you were chasing us. Cal stared at him as well. As the administrator smiled and it slowly became bigger smile, Cal smiled. You must be stalling. He then looked at the cave beyond the administrator's shoulder. I guess one punk already ran away. He then addressed Ron. Go get him. Yes, young Master Nim. The administrator got ready to fight after hearing that. No way, Rayon gasped. Wow, human, that administrator is stronger than most elders of the Orthodox faction. Elder Ho Song Yi will probably lose in 5 moves. Oh, he's that strong? Cal was a bit amazed. Hesh, the administrator laughed. He then shouted, explode the gunpowder. The 5 swordsmen they all headed toward the piles of gunpowder. And the administrator shouted toward the approaching Ron. It's a situation where we must set the gunpowder off no matter what. It was at that moment. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Cal nonchalantly commented. Human, don't worry. Just as Rayon happily shouted, the swordsmen all struck down toward the gunpowder. Bang, 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 they were sent flying. The 5 of them groaned and their bodies were pushed back. The gunpowder was being firmly protected by a half-transparent black shield. Human, that shield will protect all of the gunpowder even if it is attacked from all directions. Yes, yes indeed. Cal calmly nodded his head and addressed the administrator as they made eye contact. Ah, you can try throwing that flaming bottle. It won't even reach near the gunpowder. Screech. Creak. Someone walked down the stairs at that moment. It was Choi Han. Cal spoke to Choi Han. If that bastard is someone who will suppress Elder Ho Songyi in 5 moves, Choi Han should take him down easily. Let's grab him. Yes, Heel Nim. Fuck. The moment the administrator swore, Cal heard Ron's calm voice as Ron entered the cave. Oh dear, what is it? As Cal subconsciously asked, Ron pointed inside the cave. There is gunpowder here as well, young Master Nim. It was at that moment. A smile appeared on the administrator's face. Kahahaha, he laughed and threw the flaming bottle into the cave. It was so swift that Ron and even Choi Han did not notice. Everything will crumble. Only the blood cult will stand firm. The administrator laughed and swung the sword at himself. He looked ready to die. The other swordsmen pointed their swords at themselves as well. They looked as if they did not fear death. Chhhhhh, they heard something that they did not recognize at that moment. Something burst into the cave faster than the flaming bottle. As the enemies got chills on their backs at the speed, Cal sighed. Gunpowder usually doesn't work when it is wet. Of course, the flaming bottle was stopped by the water as well. Chhhhhh, water suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave and blocked it like a wall. Do I finally get to use some of my power too? Cal listened to the voice of the sky eating water and nodded his head. All right, he shouldn't have made it out of the cave yet. Let's feed him some water. It should be easy to fill with water since it is a narrow cave. Cal leisurely sent a few more water spears into the cave. Screech. Creak. The pinnacle demon, who had cautiously walked down to the basement, flinched and asked as soon as she made eye contact with Cal. How is it? Cal answered as if it was nothing to her extremely cautious tone. It's perfect. Yes, let's just keep going like this. Easily, and overwhelmingly. The triumvirate and the Imperial Palace Cal, who had dragged in 4 factions, was planning on easily taking care of the fight with the blood cult. It's 4 against 1 even without me. Good. I like it very much. It was basically the entire Central Plains against the blood cult. Even if the blood cult is strong, are they stronger than the entire Central Plains? If that was the case, they would have fought them openly without pulling all of these schemes. But they are not, which is why they schemed and plotted in the shadows. Cal couldn't help but smile after turning all of the Central Plains into his allies to fight against the blood cult. Oh, human, it's been a while since I saw that smile. Haha, Cal laughed out loud after hearing Rayon's comment. Human, are you going to crack everything open? He ignored Rayon's voice that had quickly become quite unsettled. Finally, Cal's feelings were simple. He had held back quite a bit in the Central Plains until now. Yes, he tried to take care of things nicely and kept his temper calm and fought as little as possible. However, there was no need to do so any longer. Ha 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 ha. Cal's loud laughter filled the basement. He had no idea how the Pinnacle Demon and the members of the blood cult were looking at him. Chapter 156. We made a mistake. 2. Human, are you excited? Rayon asked in an excited voice after seeing Cal's smile. Human, can I go up to see if there are any hidden safes? He nodded his head. Yeah, find any and all of them. I'll go through them later. I got it, Human. Safe searching is fun. Cal felt a gust of wind brush past him in the air. Rayon seemed to have excitedly flown upstairs, his gaze headed down. The administrator was gagged and dragged over by Ron. The 5 swordsmen of the blood cult were already knocked unconscious. When a shocked Pinnacle Demon came all the way down the stairs and looked at Ron with a blank stare on her face. Ron calmly commented, I moved when they were all focused on the young Master Nim. He then put on an extremely benign smile and looked at Cal. Scary old man. Cal noticed that Ron was feeling quite refreshed right now. He seemed to enjoy moving his body like this for the first time in a long while. Nim. Choi Han approached Cal. Ron immediately handed the administrator over to Choi Han and spoke to Cal. Young Master Nim, may I go into the cave? But it's full of water. I'll have to remove some water as needed as I go. Sure then. He was smiling so benignly that Cal felt as if he had no choice but to say yes. Cal saw Ron heading into the cave as soon as he responded in an unsettled tone and looked away. He did so while praying for the safety of the blood cult member in the cave, but he made sure to add this on. Also see where the cave leads to. Yes, young Master Nim. It would be quite useful to know where the blood cult member from the Pure Silver Merchant Guild was running away toward. What should we do with you? Cal crouched down and made eye contact with the kneeling administrator. The bastard, who could not speak because he was gagged, was glaring at Cal with bloodshot eyes. He may try to kill himself if you take out the gag. Cal nodded his head at the Pinnacle Demon's words of caution. I have no plans on chatting with him anyway, Pinnacle Demon Nim. He looked at the administrator as if he was worried about something before opening his mouth. What number are you? He just silently glared at Cal. It looks like you, or the bastard in the cave, is the leader of this place. I also think that the 2 of you have a decently important mission from the blood cult. The Sichuan branch, which was the starting point of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild, the person in charge of a branch that was basically the main location, should hold a high position in the blood cult. But you aren't as strong as I expected. Based on the martial arts world standards, he thought that someone in the unrestrained realm would be in charge of this place. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild was the bridge between the blood cult and the Central Plains after all. Cal stared at the man who was still glaring at him and chuckled. I guess none of the important stuff is here. The Pinnacle Demon responded. What do you mean by that? The Pure Silver Merchant Guild's defenses were more lacking than I expected, Pinnacle Demon Nim. Cal shared the things he noticed while his friends were taking over the Merchant Guild. At least half of the workers on the first floor seemed like real Merchant Guild employees. They seemed like they had no knowledge of martial arts. The strong members seemed too weak as well. Also, I don't think they would have always had this much gunpowder in the building. Cal pointed to the wet gunpowder. If these gunpowder explode on the smallest of impact, there is even less reason they would keep it in the basement of this busy and chaotic building. Unless they had a death wish, of course. Then you are saying that the gunpowder was recently moved here? Yes, Pinnacle Demon Nim. There were quite a lot of rumors about the blood cult in the Central Plains right now. Of course, no details had been shared. Details about things like living jiangshis were not described. The only thing that was known was that the blood cult was aiming for the Central Plains. They must have pulled out as soon as the rumors started spreading. The Pinnacle Demon gasped in admiration. If what you say is correct, the blood cult truly is amazing. The rumors mentioned nothing about the Pure Silver Merchant Guild at all. Nonetheless, the blood cult had cleared out the Pure Silver Merchant Guild. Cal nodded his head in agreement. The time that the blood cult pulled back their cards all around the Central Plains and tried to hide was they probably did it once they realized that they lost contact with their living jiangshis, especially the Heavenly Demon. That sounds quite likely. The blood cult must have realized that something was wrong. Cal looked at the administrator. I am sure you already moved all of the important stuff. You and the others must have been bait to die together should someone come to target the Pure Silver Merchant Guild. The administrator's eyes became even more bloodshot as he continued to glare at Cal. Tusk. The pinnacle demon clicked her tongue. This bastard must not know much either. There's probably not much we can get out of him. That is probably true. Cal nonchalantly agreed before continuing to speak. Could you please go upstairs and take care of things? Sure. The pinnacle demon knew that there was nothing for her to do upstairs. Young Master Kim's subordinates were already taking good care of things. That meant that young Master Kim was asking her to give them some space. I am curious but ill control myself. The pinnacle demon realized it from this incident. I could have been in some deep shit if I made the wrong move while begging him for a living jiangshi last time. She could tell that young Master Kim and his people were holding back a lot and going easy on them. They avoided fights, but they were not innocent little lambs. In fact, they were probably extremely vicious people. Those kinds of bastards are the ones who never reveal themselves and just try to let things get by nicely. They would need to take it to the end if they got angry. Ahem. The pinnacle demon let out a fake cough before walking back upstairs. She heard young Master Kim's voice behind her. What number are you? There was no answer this time either. He asked another question. You know number 7, right? There was a change in the administrator's eyes for the first time. As expected, I guess someone at your level does know him. The spies captured from the demon cult, some of their numbers were in the hundreds, and all of them were very high numbers. That might explain why they did not get shocked after hearing about number 7. However, even if this branch of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild was to be destroyed, the bastard in charge of this place that was connected to the blood cult should know a good amount of things. You see, Cal continued to speak with a smile on his face. Came from Xiolin. Oh, you've heard of Xiolin as well? Wow, Cal was shocked. However, he looked extremely mischievous and relaxed. The world that was almost destroyed by you bastards. I came here from Xiolin to capture you guys. The pinnacle demon could not understand what she just heard. She stopped walking and looked down the stairs. She made eye contact with Choi Han. She kept my mouth shut after seeing his cold gaze. For some reason, Choi Han looking at this punk made her feel iffy. It felt really fishy. Let's just get out of here. The pinnacle demon rushed out of the basement. But she flinched at the last thing she heard. Cal didn't know that Choi Han and the pinnacle demon were making eye contact and smiled brightly toward the administrator. I heard that the blood cult is choosing a priestess right now. How does young Master Kim know about something like that? Is it because he is with the Imperial Palace? That doesn't seem to be why. For some reason, she felt like this was something she should not know. Furthermore, she realized that young Master Kim was talking as if it didn't matter that the pinnacle demon could hear it. However, the pinnacle demon realized it. I need to hurry out of here. Her survival instincts that had been fortified through multiple instances of going between life and death were telling her. It was saying that she should not hear any more of this. The pinnacle demon completely left the basement, and Cal peeked in that direction before looking back at the administrator. Priestess. He seemed quite shocked to hear about that. Why are you so shocked? You guys are planning on choosing an heir after selecting the priestess. Isn't that right? The administrator's eyes were wide open and his body twisted. He looked as if he wanted to remove the gag no matter what it took. What is it? Do you have a lot of things you want to say? Cal pointed to himself with his finger. You must have a lot of things you want to ask me. Cal shook his head while looking at the burning bloodshot eyes. Too bad. I have nothing I want to hear from you. He had no reason to take out the gag. Creak, creak. There were some cautious footsteps as someone approached Cal. Young Master Nim. It was Chief Eunuch Y. Cal stood up. Were you able to contact them? Yes, young Master Nim. Chief Eunuch Y handed him a document that was rolled up. Here are the observation reports and the things we have learned. You worked hard. Cal chuckled at the administrator who was looking up at him with a blank look on his face. What are you looking at? CHHHHHHHHH. He opened up the document. As I expected, they already pulled out. It seems like the luggage carts that left the Pure Silver Merchant Guild for the past few days held the important documents. I see. Did you see which direction these carts moved? They apparently headed toward Yunnan, young Master Nim. Then they must have gone through Yunnan to get to Nanmen. I guess the blood cult is really in Nanmen. Yes, young Master Nim. The people in Yunnan will continue to observe them and report back. Chief Eunuch Y, who had escorted Cal to this branch of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild. He had met with the representatives of the Eastern Depot in Sichuan to receive the report. The blood cult tried to hurry while being thorough to hide themselves. But Cal and the Imperial Palace had sent informants to Sichuan long before they got to the demon cult, and even the Martial Arts Alliance to gather information on the blood cult and their movements. Of course, Cal had not told them about the Pure Silver Merchant Guild right away. But the information slowly delivered from Cal's side since then made it easy for the Eastern Depot, which had already figured out what was going on in Sichuan, to efficiently give information to Cal. What is it? You can't figure out the current situation? Cal chuckled while looking at the administrator, who seemed as if he might pass out at any moment. He gave an order to Chief Eunuch Y. Please ask the beggars' gang for their cooperation. The ignoble school as well. Yes, young Master Nim, I understand. Things were very easy having the Imperial Palace on their side. Cal smiled with satisfaction. Things were going so well. Human, it was at that moment. He could hear Rayon's voice. He suddenly got the chills. What is going on? Then there was a loud explosion. Ba-ang! The ceiling of the basement started shaking. The gunpowder was still fine because of the shield, but Cal immediately scowled. This kind of rumbling had not happened even when Cal's group was taking over the building. This damn Central Plains they fight whenever I think it is a bit quiet. Cal clicked his tongue, handed the administrator to Choi Han, and headed up with Chief Eunuch Y. He could see the pinnacle demon through the empty area of the door that had turned into dust. He then saw the people who were fighting against the pinnacle demon. Young Master Nim, it is the Tang clan. As Chief Eunuch Y mentioned through the sound transmission, the Tang clan was facing the pinnacle demon. The Amei sect is here as well. The Tang clan wore green robes, and the Amei sect dressed as nuns and martial artists. It looks like the King Cheng sect is heading over as well. Most of the martial artists gathered here looked young. The Tang clan at least had a few middle-aged people. It looks like the Tang clan was shocked by the sudden chaos and gathered a large group to come check it out. The Amei sect and King Cheng sect existed not inside Sichuan, but in the mountains on the outskirts. So the people from the two sects should have been people who came into the city to take care of some things. Unlike them, the Tang clan that had a manor in the city, despite on the edges, brought a lot of people over. The information about the Pure Silver Merchant Guild is still top secret, so I think this happened because they don't know anything. The Pure Silver Merchant Guild's association with the blood cult was top secret in the entire triumvirate. They had not found all of the spies yet. As a result, the Tang clan and the others in the Orthodox faction knew that Cal was coming, but not why he was coming. Cal slowly started to walk toward them. Pinnacle Demon, what have you done? I told you that I would explain. Why are you throwing your hidden weapons without hearing me out? HMPH. You've already destroyed everything but will now explain yourself. How can we sit back and listen? You guys asked me what is going on, so of course I have to explain. It really is impossible to talk to you bastards of the Tang clan. Did you just mock our Tang clan? Hey stubborn bastard, why did you have to be the one to show up? Did you just mock me? Come on. The Pinnacle Demon was losing this battle of words. Cal shook his head and walked up next to them. He could see the middle-aged man confronting the Pinnacle Demon. He looked extremely stubborn. Who are you? Are you on the same side as the Pinnacle Demon? The middle-aged man observed Cal almost with a glare. Cal started to smile. He then reached his hand out. My name is Kim Hee-il. I don't know if you have heard, but I am scheduled to visit the Tang clan today. Kim Hee-il, The middle-aged man looked shocked as if he recognized the name. However, his face soon stiffened. I knew that an esteemed guest was coming from the Martial Arts Alliance. It is an honor to meet you like this, young Master Nim. Nice to meet you as well. Cal gently responded to his greeting. However, the middle-aged man's face was still stiff. However, it is very disappointing to meet you in such a situation. Ego, the Pinnacle Demon groaned. She sent Cal a sound transmission. That bastard has an extremely high level of pride for the Tang clan. He also hates me quite a bit. That is why he is making this issue bigger than it needs to be. His name is Tang Ho. We call him Wall Tang Ho. Cal ignored the sound transmission. This is quite annoying wherever we go. Was this a unique trait of a wuxia world? The territoriality was quite severe here. The sects acted as if they were the masters of an area. Cal, who had nothing to worry about now, decided to take the easy route. The middle-aged looked at Cal and calmly commented, "I do not know why you have done something like this, young Master Nim, but it would have been great if you stopped by the Tang clan first to tell us the whole story." Why? The middle-aged man flinched at Cal's relaxed question. However, he soon sighed. The way he looked at Cal seemed a bit annoyed now. Anybody would think that he was looking at Cal as if Cal was a troublemaker. As the Tang clan has its roots in Sichuan and protects it, wouldn't informing us about such a thing be the respectful thing to do to show that you value our history and our sense of responsibility? Pht. The pinnacle demon sneered. "Protect it, my ass. You only protect those on your side." Tusk. As for the pinnacle demon, please shut your mouth. What? The middle-aged man looked at Cal and spoke as the pinnacle demon's eyes filled with anger. Most importantly, wouldn't the right thing have been to do something like this with our orthodox faction instead of the evil unorthodox faction? Why? The middle-aged man slightly scowled before his face returned to normal. He sighed and continued to speak. Sichuan is our base, and the Tang clan, as well as the Amei sect and Qingcheng sect, are protecting Sichuan. As a show of respect for that, Cal cut him off and asked, "Why do I need to get the Tang clan's permission for things happening in Sichuan?" "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man tried to say something again, but Cal shook his head. "Is the Tang clan the government?" The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide and he flinched. Tusk. To say that the Tang clan protects Sichuan, you really said something like that in front of someone from the imperial family? The pinnacle demon clicked her tongue. Cal didn't care and continued with a stoic look on his face. "I have already informed the government." He had informed the administrator of Sichuan when they entered through the gates. The government would take care of the aftermath of the destroyed Pure Silver Merchant Guild, as well as the meetings and dealings with the regular employees who were not a part of the blood cult. Cal tilted his head to the side. "Why do I have to get the Tang clan's permission for where I go and what I do?" Cal approached the middle-aged man and the other people of the orthodox faction. "Are the Tang clan, Imei sect, and Qingcheng sect the rulers of Sichuan?" The middle-aged man clenched his mouth shut. He turned pale. Answering incorrectly here would be considered a rebellion. Cal stoically commented to the people who had not understood the situation yet. "You protect Sichuan?" he then asked. "The Pure Silver Merchant Guild belongs to the blood cult. You've let this merchant guild stay here until now. What is the reason for that?" The middle-aged man Tang Ho's eyes opened wide. Cal ignored this and asked, "Did you turn a blind eye while knowing about it, or did you not know?" The former would mean that they were the enemy. The latter would mean that they were useless. "Which is the answer?" Cal asked in a relaxed voice. It was a lose-lose situation for the Sichuan Tang clan, no matter which answer they chose. Chapter 157, We Made a Mistake. 3. The Tang clan's Tang Ho could not respond. They were either on the same side as the blood cult or called themselves the ruler despite not knowing what was happening in their own front yard. Tang Ho naturally could not choose either answer. "Ah, I guess my question was wrong, sir," Cal casually asked at that moment. "Chief Eunuch Y, what is this sir's position in the Tang clan?" Chief Eunuch Y immediately answered. "He heads a battalion in the outer hall, young Master Nim." "As I expected, my question was wrong, sir." Cal nodded his head and mumbled. That made the people from the Amei sect, Qingcheng sect, as well as others around the area look at Cal with confusion. They couldn't help it because the person who had been pushing Tang Ho into a wall with his words until just moments ago was saying that he was wrong. However, Tang Ho, as well as the older or smarter people in the area, all turned pale. Cal smiled while looking at Tang Ho. "I should ask someone who can answer that question." This was what Cal was saying. "Tang Ho, you have neither the position nor enough responsibilities to answer my question. That is why I will head to the Tang clan later and ask again." He will ask someone in a position capable of taking proper responsibility. People finally realized something. The situation had gotten out of hand. The situation that had started because of Tang Ho's comment was going to force the Tang clan to explain themselves for two situations. First, they would need to properly explain their true intentions behind telling a person of the imperial palace that they were the ones protecting Sichuan, and specifically, Sichuan Castle. Second, either their collusion with the blood cult or their uselessness. They had to choose an answer between two answers that they could not choose. Human, you sounded like when the crown prince talks to the nobles. Oh. Human, Grandpa Ron is coming up. Cal gently ignored Rayon's comments. He just stared at Tang Ho. Tang Ho looked as if his mind had gone completely blank because he didn't know what to do. Cal looked away from him without any hesitation and looked around. Quite a lot of people had gathered because of the chaos. They were all silently avoiding Cal's gaze. Even martial artists act less wild around the government. This is nice, very nice. Cal felt good about having a strong backer like the Emperor and smiled. The martial artists' faces stiffened even more while looking at his smile, but Cal had no idea because he didn't care. However, his face instantly stiffened. Human, Grandpa Ron told me to tell you this. Ron seemed to be returning from the cave. Cal looked behind him. Ron was coming from the direction of the entrance to the basement while dragging someone's limp body. Ron then said something into the air. He seemed to be speaking to Rayon. He said that the cave is connected to the residence of the Castle Lord of Sichuan Castle. Wow. Cal relaxed his face and sighed. I plan on visiting the Tang clan once I am finished with my business. So his gaze moved past Tang Ho to the Orthodox faction's members in Sichuan. I hope that I can greet the Amei sect and King Cheng's sect there as well. The question I have for the Tang clan is something the two other sects will need to answer as well. Nobody dared to even breathe loudly. A formidable yet intangible pressure swept over them. Young Master Kim Hee-il, the rumors about the level of his martial arts had not been lies. They realized that the rumors had actually been downplaying his strength. He was able to suffocate them so much with just his aura. It was at that moment. Egu, he heard someone's boisterous voice. It was an extremely familiar voice. Cal's expression relaxed a bit. Our young master Kim Nim, your appearance and presence has gotten even more magnificent. Ha 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 ha. The beggar's gang's elder Ho, he urgently rushed over to Cal almost as if he was flying. The Cleve Saint was walking leisurely behind him. I ran over as quickly as possible because the chief advisor Nim told me to help you, young master Kim Nim. The good-natured laughing beggar quickly figured out the situation. He then glared at Tang Ho as if he wanted to rip him into pieces. Tang Ho's shoulders crumpled even more. The elder of the beggar's gang was looking at him as if he was extremely stupid. It's been a while, Elder Honim. Cal thought that this was good. I plan on visiting the Tang clan later. That was all he said when Egu, young Master Nim. Please don't worry, I will make sure everything is ready. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud a few times before pounding his chest, telling Cal to trust him. It's been a while. I greet Senior Cleve Saint. Cal greeted the Cleve Saint as well before confirming that the Cleve Saint was looking at the Orthodox faction members of Sichuan with a vicious gaze. The Orthodox faction members in Sichuan will get dealt with since Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint are stepping in. The Orthodox faction members in Sichuan should be ready to perfectly carry out Cal's orders by this evening. Elder Ho, who was pretty flexible, and the Cleve Saint, who was even more stubborn than Tang Ho, had shown up. I didn't hear that the two of them were coming. The chief advisor must have firmed her resolve. Chief advisor Zhujmi Ryo must have urgently sent people to make sure that the Orthodox faction did not disrespect Cal anymore. This is great if they continue to take care of things like this. Cal addressed the Cleve Saint and Elder Ho. Then I will trust the two of you esteemed sirs and go take care of business. The Cleve Saint's eyes sparkled after hearing Cal saying that he will trust the two of them. Cal had no idea as he motioned to Chief Eunuch Y with his eyes. Please lead the way, Chief Eunuch Y. To where, young Master Nim? The residence of the Sichuan Castle Lord. Cal then looked at Ron. Chief Eunuch Y's face stiffened after seeing the blood cultist in Ron's hand. I will lead you there right away, young Master Nim. Why are you here? The pinnacle demon, who was following behind Cal, looked at the decorated house. Do you have business with the Sichuan Castle Lord? Then you should head to his office. Cal ignored the Pinnacle Demon's comment and asked Chief Eunuch why, who had silently led him here. What kind of person is the Sichuan Castle Lord? He is someone whose family has been overseeing Sichuan Castle for 2 generations. The first castle lord of that family was someone who rose to a high-ranking position in Beijing and became a castle lord after saying that he wanted to oversee his hometown, Sichuan. After that, his son entered the government by passing the highest-level state examination. His excellent abilities and his loyalty allowed him to follow the previous generation's castle lord to oversee this place. The father did it because it was his hometown, while the son carried on his father's will to rule over Sichuan. The guards standing at the gate of this decorated residence flinched and looked toward Cal. They were wary, but did not point their blades after seeing how they were dressed. However, they grabbed the handles of their swords after recognizing the Pinnacle Demon. However, they could see that the Pinnacle Demon was not here to aim for the Sichuan Castle Lord's residence. Cal asked the Pinnacle Demon, "Will you be following me?" The Pinnacle Demon, who had been extremely interested in what Cal was going to do, hesitated after hearing what Cal said next. "You'll end up learning something you should not now." She immediately moved back. "I'll wait for you right here." Ha ha ha. She was willing to put her life on the line for research, but not to satisfy her curiosity. Cal then looked at a more distant spot. "Are you looking for me?" He heard the Heavenly Demon's sound transmission. Cal opened his mouth to speak. "You should probably stay here too." He heard the Heavenly Demon chuckle via sound transmission. "I guess the blood cult has some connections with the Sichuan Castle Lord." Cal did not respond to the Heavenly Demon. He simply remained silent. The Heavenly Demon was currently hiding himself. He did not want the blood cult to see that the Heavenly Demon was with him. "I'll wait." Cal heard the Heavenly Demon's response and then looked at Chief Eunuch Y. "Let's go in." "Yes, young Master Nim." Chief Eunuch Y's face was more serious and stiffer than ever before. The Sichuan Castle Lord. The fact that his house was connected to the Pure Silver Merchant Guild meant that this place had some connections to the blood cult. Positively thinking about it, a spy from the blood cult was in this place, or one of the employees was cooperating with the blood cult. The worst situation would be some relationship between the Sichuan Castle Lord and the blood cult. Regardless of which one it was, Chief Eunuch Y saw it as a terrible issue. That would mean that the blood cult has connections in the government as well. They may have connections in the Imperial Palace as well. Cal saw the extremely stiff look on Chief Eunuch Y's face and nonchalantly commented, "Did you not expect this?" Cal leisurely continued to speak to Chief Eunuch Y, who could not say anything. "I am just amazed that we found it so late." Cal shrugged his shoulders once he made eye contact with Chief Eunuch Y. A gap to infiltrate through is bound to be anywhere and everywhere. Chief Eunuch Y let out a chuckle. "That is true, young Master Nim. There are bound to be holes no matter where you go." A guard reacted to Chief Eunuch Y and Cal approaching. "Excuse me, could you please let me know who you are?" The respectful yet wary voice showed that they were trained properly. "Do you sirs have an appointment?" Cal looked at Chief Eunuch Y after hearing the calm question. How should he answer? "Young Master Nim." Chief Eunuch Y raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if someone was in the sky. "I know better than anybody else how His Majesty works." His voice was calm. "I think there will be quite a lot of things to report today." As soon as he finished speaking, Cal flinched. He had never seen Chief Eunuch Y use his martial arts. However, he did know that this guy was pretty strong. "Oh dear," Cal sighed. At that moment, Chief Eunuch Y's clothes fluttered and internal Kai burst out of his hands. A zhang covered in blue light burst forward. Bang! It destroyed the gate to the home. Wow. He destroyed it even better than I destroy things. As Cal gasped internally, "What are you doing?" "You cannot take another step without revealing your identity." The guards responded pretty calmly. Chief Eunuch Y raised his hand at that moment. "Hoot!" One of the guards gasped. People started appearing on the roof of the building as well as in the alleyways. Commoners may not recognize the clothes they were wearing, but there was no way that guards working at an administrator's home would not recognize them. The master of the home told them to make sure to inform him if people wearing these clothes showed up and to be careful. The Eastern Depot. The Emperor had the embroidered uniform guard and the Eastern Depot. They were his two blades. If the embroidered uniform guard was the day, the Eastern Depot was like the new moon. Chief Eunuch Y opened his mouth. Thoroughly searched the place. At that moment, all of the Eastern Depot members in Sichuan climbed over the fence of the Sichuan Castle Lord's residence to search for anything related to the blood cult. What are you doing? Someone who looked like a butler ran out of the house, but Chief Eunuch Y showed him a black plaque. This was the sign of the Eastern Depot doing something for the emperor. It also meant that an inspection was taking place. This Chief Eunuch Wynim walked past the astonished butler and stepped through the destroyed door. He then turned around and slightly bowed toward Cal as he spoke. Young Master Nim, please come in. Cal felt that Chief Eunuch Y looking this energetic was awkward and oddly stepped into the residence. Everybody, stand still. Don't you dare point your swords at them. What is all this commotion? They could hear people all around them. However, the Eastern Depot silently did what they needed to do. People's faces were completely stiff and pale whenever the Eastern Depot passed by. One of the Eastern Depot members approached Chief Eunuch Y at that moment. Chief Eunuch Y gave an order without any expression on his face. Thoroughly search the office as well. Don't even miss a single speck of dust. The Eastern Depot member disappeared without saying anything. Wow. Cal was amazed. Young Master Nim, may we deal with this place? Cal calmly answered Chief Eunuch Y's question. It does not matter to me, sir. They needed to cause this level of ruckus for Chief Eunuch Y to have something to report to the emperor. Yes, young Master Nim. But you will need a place to rest, so please let me escort you to the Sichuan Castle Lord's study. Chief Eunuch Y calmly walked as if he was showing his own house. He then added on in a low voice. Based on His Majesty's personality, he will probably cooperate even more with anything you do from here on, young Master Nim. The triumvirate the emperor had stepped in because he thought that the Central Plains would receive quite a lot of damage from a war between them and the blood cult's infiltration. He had given quite a lot of support to Cal. He lent out the embroidered uniform guard and the Eastern Depot while also handing over treasures of the imperial palace. However, the fact that the blood cult had their hands in the government as well was basically touching the reverse scale of a dragon that had been lying dormant. His Majesty is someone who does not even like a single fly getting into his territory. Chief Eunuch Y calmly spoke and then smiled. Human, Chief Eunuch Y is smiling similar to Grandpa Ron. Cal was surprised that Rayon had the same thought as him and slowly moved a bit away from Chief Eunuch Y. It really seemed that the Empress Dowager's close confidant was not a position anybody could achieve. The Sichuan Castle Lord's residence ended up in a mess, but Cal entered the study without any issues. He could see a bookshelf with lots of books, a desk, and a table for meetings. Shall I bring over some tea? Chief Eunuch Y asked with a smile, and Ron stepped forward. I will do it. Very well, please come with me. Cal, who was looking at the fact that Ron and Chief Eunuch Y seemed to work very well together in shock, flinched. Sniff, sniff. The sky-eating water suddenly started reacting. The water, which had about half of its seal released so far, spoke in a low voice. I smell a strong scent of water coming from somewhere. Cal looked around. The moment he looked toward the bookshelf, sniff. I think it is over there. Cal walked closer to the bookshelf. He heard Rayon's voice in his mind. Human, what is it? Did you find a treasure safe or something? I know, right? This was the first time that the sky-eating water had done something like this. This was not normal. Cal suddenly started getting excited. Chapter 158, we made a mistake. 4. The sky-eating water currently had 53% of its seal released. Cal did not feel a need to release more of the water's seal when the super rock and the wind seal was not released at all. In fact, there's more of a need to release the seal of fire since I need it for purification. Either that or the indestructible shield. Purification and defense. Cal wanted to focus on those two aspects. There were plenty of people by his side right now to launch attacks. Young Master Nim? Chief Eunuch Y called out in a confused voice after seeing Cal approaching the bookshelf before seeing the stiff look on Cal's face. Of course, Cal's face was stiff from excitement. Do you perhaps feel something over there? Cal contemplated it for a moment before nodding his head. Yes, Chief Eunuch Y, I feel like there is something behind this bookshelf. He touched the bookshelf. Sniff, sniff. The sky-eating water sniffed around. This punk swore quite often but had never acted like this before. I feel like I have a big fish in front of me. Cal's heart started beating wildly. He spoke calmly and slowly to make that excitement not visible. I can sense an aura, but I cannot tell what it is. No matter what it is, apparently it feels like a big fish. Am I finally about to meet a fateful encounter, a treasure in this wuxia world? Since all of the treasures he had used until now were brought to him by someone else, Cal was excited to find a treasure with his own hands. Of course, he considered the situation where the Sichuan castle lord was the owner of this item. In that case, there were two options. If the Sichuan castle lord is part of the blood cult, I should be able to just take it. If he was not ill, just ask the emperor to buy it for me. Cal thought lightly about the situation as nothing had been found yet. Young Master Nim, will you please investigate that area? I will do so because you personally asked for it, Chief Eunuch Y, the Sichuan castle lord, a secret area in his study. Chief Eunuch Y felt his mind feeling heavier and heavier. He had a feeling that he was about to uncover a huge secret. I think it is this bookshelf. Cal tapped on a bookshelf and slowly looked toward the others. They were all looking at Cal with looks of anticipation as well. This was especially the case for Choi Young-soo and Sui Khan. Choi Han as well. On the other hand, Ron and Beecrox did not seem interested. In fact, the two of them were urging Chief Eunuch Y for an answer. Where should we go to boil the tea? Excuse me? Chief Eunuch Y was flabbergasted. They are still going to get some tea in this situation. Cal casually said the following to him, one that is on the sweeter side, please. Ah, yes, young Master Nim. I will keep watch over here, so please don't worry. Chief Eunuch Y led Beecrox and Ron out of the study after hearing Cal say that. Cal then saw Ron looking at him with a benign smile on his face. You two work so well together. The team leader scoffed as if he was in disbelief. He then quickly walked over and tapped on the bookshelf Cal was touching. You think there is something behind this bookshelf? Yes, sir. Should I cut it for you? Yes, sir. Cal stepped back. He then pointed with his hand. That much. I think it should be fine if you cut exactly that much. Sure thing. Slicing a bookshelf was nothing for Sui Khan, who had the ability to cut through anything. Slice. 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 The bookshelf was cleanly sliced whenever he swung his sword. Choi Young-soo walked forward and put his hand into the gap Lee Soo-hyuk had created to pull the bookshelf open like a door. Screech, they heard something weird. There definitely seems to be something there. Lee Soo-hyuk noticed some devices connected to the bookshelf. The devices were made with extremely sturdy metal, but he easily sliced it up. Slice. Slice. The devices were all sliced in half after a few swings of his sword. A faint smile appeared on Choi Young-soo's face. This reminds me of when we looted that illegal guild in the past. Nobody responded to his mumbling. Lee Soo-hyuk just shrugged his shoulders a bit and stepped back. Choi Young-soo pulled on the door some more, and the area behind it slowly appeared in front of Cal. It was a staircase heading to the basement. Choi Young-soo asked in an extremely sunken voice, "Should I go down with you?" Cal looked at him with an unsettled look on his face. He's excited. The way he was lowering the bamboo hat and the look on his face made it obvious that Choi Young-soo was excited. Shouldn't I go with you? I'll take the lead. Cal's face became even more unsettled. He then heard the team leader's laugh. I'll wait here. The team leader looked relaxed as he sat down on a chair and looked at the two of them. I'll wait here as well. And for some reason, Choi Han said that he would not come along. Cal was confused about this, but he could sense Choi Han's thoughts after seeing him smiling with satisfaction while looking at Choi Young-soo. This was the same for the team leader. Yes, yes, go have some fun. Choi Young-soo, who could not look at Choi Han, flushed red after hearing that. Fun? We are going somewhere that might be dangerous. The team leader snorted in response. You're going, Rayon is going, and Cal is going. Dangerous? Is this the blood cult? Man, you make it so that I can't say anything. Choi Young-soo grumbled and looked at Cal. Should we go? He still looked excited. Human, let's go. Rayon, who was no longer invisible, joined in as well. Cal closed his eyes for a moment. For some reason, he felt as if he was going to play with a young dragon and a fully grown, disgusting punk instead of going to look for treasure. Sniff, sniff. However, Cal decided to ignore that feeling, the sky eating water. He heard a voice through her sniffing. It should be delicious. The indestructible shield. The glutton priestess spoke for the first time in a long while. Something down these stairs was drawing the glutton toward it. Yeah, let's go. Cal took a step onto the stairs. He headed toward the dark basement with Choi Young-soo and Rayon by his side. He headed into the endless darkness. However, it was not dark because Rayon was with him. Pat, a bright light made with magic lit up the stairs. It felt like the middle of the day. Magic really is the best. There was nothing more convenient than magic. There are no traps, and these are just regular stairs. Choi Young-soo was in the front looking around. Cal just had to walk without worrying about anything. This is great. He suddenly remembered the past. I went through quite the ordeal. He recalled his past where he did all sorts of things for divine items, money, and looting places. I lived such a busy life. He was still busy, but it was a relief that he had a lot of people he could use. Otherwise, he would have just given up on the hunters and whatnots and just stayed in the Hennetus territory. Sniff. The sky-eating water was still sniffing. Her reaction suddenly changed. Cal stopped walking. Oh, I can see the end. I think we are as deep as about 3 stories down. Choi Young-soo arrived at the bottom of the stairs first. He then tilted his head. Hey, picky Choi Young-soo, what is it? Rayon flew over to stand next to Choi Young-soo. He also tilted his head. Choi Young-soo and Rayon looked at Cal at the same time. This place is weird. Human, there is no treasure here. Cal wondered if he should just head back up, but he couldn't do that. This feels good. The sky-eating water was speaking in an excited voice. Of course, Cal just wanted to go back. However, he slowly headed down. Human, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Once he reached the bottom of the stairs, Cal arrived at the entrance to a small cave without a door. He could see the area inside it. It was a large cavity. It seemed to be 2 stories tall in height. There really is nothing. There were no treasures or elixirs or anything of the sort. It was completely empty. How does this make any sense? Cal stepped into the cavity with a look of disbelief on his face. Ah, what a bummer. He didn't even look at Choi Young-soo's extremely disappointed face. Sniff, sniff. The sky-eating water was still sniffing around. There's definitely something. Cal could not stop after coming this far. It was at that moment. Step, step. He heard footsteps heading down. It was not just one person, it was multiple people. Cal thought it was his people heading down and looked toward that direction. He then flinched. Chief Eunuch Y. Next to him was a middle-aged man looking completely pale. This is the Sichuan Castle Lord. He heard Chief Eunuch Y's calm sound transmission. The Castle Lord's hands and upper body were bound, and he staggered as he walked. The blood cult, he looked as if he was completely dazed from disbelief. Anybody would think that he was not a spy of the blood cult, but Cal and Chief Eunuch Y remained tense as this could all just be an act. Choi Han was standing behind the Sichuan Castle Lord with his sword in hand. The Castle Lord Nim said that he wished to meet the person in charge, young Master Kim Nim, and that he had something he must tell you. Chief Eunuch Y placed his hand on the dazed Sichuan Castle Lord's shoulder. It was a visibly firm grip. Ah, the Sichuan Castle Lord finally snapped back to his senses and looked toward Cal. Ah, he then gasped. His eyes sparkled for a moment. Cal thought that he should hear what the Sichuan Castle Lord had to say to him and looked at the man. Of course, he also planned on trying to get some information on what was hidden here as well. What is it that you wish to say? The moment Cal looked at the Castle Lord and opened his mouth plop. The Castle Lord plopped down on the ground. He then shouted, Dragon, dragon. Cal looked behind his shoulder. Rayon was scratching his cheek with his front paw. Oops, I forgot to go invisible. Hee. His cheeks had become even chubbier, potentially because of all of the candied fruits he had been eating. As Cal blankly had that thought, my goodness. Does that mean all of the records of the past generation are true? The Castle Lord suddenly stood back up. He then staggered while still bound and quickly walked. He headed toward the center of the cavity and mumbled. I always thought that it was useless to protect this place. I thought it was simply a groundless legend. But they are all true. What is up with him? Cal was confused, but he stopped Choi Han from stopping the Castle Lord and quietly observed him. Plop. The man plopped down at another spot. It was the center of the cavity. Here. He then looked toward Cal, more specifically at Rayon as he spoke. An esteemed dragon is asleep here, As Cal blinked, my great-grandfather told me about it. The Sichuan castle lord started explaining without being needed to ask. He said that a dragon that came over from another world left her tear and her last traces here as her life came to a close. Our family has protected this dragon's tomb for generations, and we're told that we need to inform the dragon's descendant that would show up someday about that esteemed dragon's wrath and greatness. His voice was a mix of wrath and astonishment. Fuck, that was why I gave up serving in central politics and stayed in Sichuan. I would have completely ignored it if it was not for my father's last words. My goodness, it was the truth? Ha. What is he saying? No, what is going on all of a sudden? A dragon's tear. Is that why it smells so good? A tear sounds delicious. He completely ignored the comments of the two ancient powers. However, he made eye contact with Li Su Hyuk, who was coming down the last step. Cal calmly asked, "Do you know the name of that other world?" "That, I believe it was called Apid." Apid. The name was clearly different, but Cal knew a planet with a similar name. Apatu. It was the planet where the purple bloods were suspected of being. Furthermore, those hunters were suspected of being dragons. A world where dragons, creatures that place importance in a world's balance and nature, had turned into hunters. A dragon that came over from that world died here? Ah, the Sichuan castle lord gasped in admiration. That dragon was apparently a black dragon as well. Also, her appearance was said to be different from the dragons of our world. Everything is exactly as it was explained. A black dragon? Cal looked toward Rayon. In Cal's world, no two dragons had the same color in a generation. This is what that esteemed dragon apparently said. She said that she can see the future. She said that she carried on such an attribute. That was why she came over to this world with her final hopes. All dragons had their own attributes. Iruhaben's was dust. The attribute of the dragon that the Sichuan castle lord was talking about was the future. She also said the following. After I die here, the only dragon that can cause a breakthrough in all things will appear. Rayon's eyes opened wide. She said that only that dragon can change the present. The present. Black Dragon Rayon's attribute was the present. Chapter 159, we made a mistake. 5. Dragons have a total of 3 growth phases. After going through all 3 growth phases, an adult dragon gets to be about 20 meters long. They are basically the size of buildings. Rayon has only gone through his first growth phase so far. There are not any major external changes during the first growth phase. It focuses on changing the inside of the body to make it sturdy for explosive growth during the second and third growth phases. They also get their attribute after the first growth phase. Each dragon had a different attribute. In Rayon's case, his attribute was the present, but we haven't been able to find any clues about his attribute. Cal recalled when Rayon first told him, and only him, about his attribute. My attribute is the present. Right here and now is my attribute. Rayon was able to recognize that his attribute was the present and could feel it to some degree, but he was unable to find a clear answer about what exactly that meant. However, Cal, Iruhaben, and the others did not put much attention on that issue. He's still young. He will be 7 years old next year. Based on when Cal was Kim Rock-soo, he was still in kindergarten. Why should he work so hard to grow at that age? He just needs to grow. It would be one thing if Rayon was anxious about growing more. Cal's face slowly started to turn upset. The reason was simple. What? Only dragon that can cause a breakthrough. The hope of all things. She wants to place such a burden on a kid who will turn 7 years old when we return to Rhone and see that it is the new year. Cal was extremely upset as he turned his gaze. It was to look at Rayon. The black dragon's round eyes were open especially wide, and he spoke with his jaw wide open. Wow, Agu, look at that. She wants a 7-year-old responding like that to change the world that the purple bloods or whatever dragons are ruling. She wants him to be the hope? What fucking bullshit. Cal truly didn't plan on listening to it at all. He then made up his mind. We will head to Apatu with our strongest force. The world he expected to head to next, the place ruled by the purple bloods, the land where Choi Young-gun went missing. Cal made up his mind. I'll drag them all with me. He would make a deal with the god of death. Fulfill this condition, or I am not going. The Hennetus territory. The Black Castle in the Forest of Darkness. Bring all of the dragons there, call any and all dragons that he knows. The entire Black Castle will go. It had to go. Cal said that he paid no attention to the Sichuan castle lord's words, but he had a feeling that it would be difficult to avoid this situation. He needed to go save Choi Yong-gun for Choi Yong-soo and Choi Han. He could go there without Rayon, but would Rayon want to do that? Cal had taught him to run when he is in a disadvantageous situation, but he had not taught him to ignore things in front of him. Even Cal could not do that. Honestly speaking, it is okay for kids to do that, as long as it was related to the child's health. Still, it will be that way no matter what. The Black Castle must go with them to that world. The existence bound to the Black Castle I need to take share at Nim, Rayon's mother and the last dragon lord. Furthermore, the dragon with the attribute of protection. She had lost her physical body, but her strength was still quite strong. Iruhaben Nim is an ancient dragon who is over 1,000 years old too. That was why he was so strong, but it was difficult to find an existence with as much weight as Sherrit in a dragon's world. It was something beyond her strength of fighting prowess. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Poke, poke. Rayon poked his arm as he asked, "Human, do I need to save the world?" Cal shook his head no, without any hesitation, after seeing Rayon's wide open eyes. He could see the emotions behind Rayon's eyes despite his bright voice. Rayon is smart. He is not smart because he has learned a lot and knows a lot. He is smart in terms of knowing the flow of things in the world or quickly recognizing logic behind things. That was why Rayon would have perfectly understood the Sichuan castle lord's comments. He would be able to tell, better than anybody else, about the weight of those words as well. He had seen how the adults around him had acted until now. This was the reason Cal could resolutely answer without even the slightest of openings. That is impossible. You don't need to save the world. You don't need to worry about it. Those kinds of answers would not work on Rayon. He had to answer differently. It is impossible to save any world on your own. Cal informed Rayon, who was staring at him. He spoke slowly, as if wanting Rayon to recall the things they had experienced until now. Why have I been gathering people here? Why did the White Star fail? There could be one great and mighty existence, a hero. However, it was difficult to change even a single kingdom on their own. It might sound cold, but that was the truth. Even though Cal himself was called Young Master Silver Shield, and people praised his name, saying that he led many battles to victory, there were lots of soldiers, and many of Cal's friends on the battlefields as well. Cal could not do it all on his own without them. Of course, there are times when someone saves the world on their own. But why should they? Rayon's eyes clouded over at Cal's question. Cal chuckled after seeing them focus and explained. It's much easier when multiple people do it together. Don't you think so? That's right. I like one-sided fights. That's right. Rayon shouted again after Cal calmly nodded his head. Also, the stronger our side, the better it is. Good, you know that. I also want our side to not get hurt as much as possible. That's right. In order for that to happen, we need a lot of people on our side. Correct. He learned well. And if we are in a disadvantageous situation, we just run. Right answer. After that, we can just smack them from behind. That is true. Technically, he was correct. We can also prepare tons of things and launch the first attack. Yeah, it's even better if we loot all of the enemy's treasures. We can also scam and trick them. PFFFT. Cal turned toward the direction of the noise. Choi Yong-soo saw the cold look on Cal's face and quickly lowered his head. However, team leader Sway Khan continued to laugh openly as he commented, "Wow, you learned everything so well." Rayon puffed up his chubby stomach. "Of course, I am great and mighty, so I learn everything well. I should just stop talking." Cal shook his head from side to side. The team leader poked Rayon's puffed-up stomach as he spoke. "Kids just have to think about playing. That tickles." Rayon flew away and stuck to Choi Han's back. Choi Han moved his hands back to carry Rayon. He thought about how Rayon was getting heavier as he calmly commented, "There's nothing to worry about." Rayon's chubby back paws were bobbing around as he answered, "That's right. We just have to destroy everything." Ego. Cal sighed and looked away from Rayon. At least he was relieved. He seems to have understood what I was trying to say. Rayon looked relaxed after the burden was lifted off his shoulders. That would explain why he was acting so childish to Choi Han. The relieved Cal made eye contact with Chief Eunuch Y. "Why is he looking at me like that?" Chief Eunuch Y was looking at Cal with a blank look on his face. "What is it, sir?" Chief Eunuch Y flinched and shook his head. It's nothing, young Master Nim. He then groaned internally. As expected, young Master Kim Nim is not someone who is just good and gentle. He could fathom the road that young Master Kim had traveled based on that conversation with the dragon. He has been holding back this whole time. To make things easier to handle, in order to decrease any unnecessary fights. Young Master Kim had remained respectful until now. We need to act cautiously. They needed to be even more careful around such people. Chief Eunuch Y remained tense as he quietly observed what young Master Kim was doing. Castle Lord Nim. Cal approached the plopped-down Castle Lord. Could you please explain in more detail? It would be best to listen more to what he had to say. Cal, who had approached him, flinched. At the center of the open cavity, there was an extremely small hole. Sniff, sniff. It's over here. The fabulous smell is coming from here. The sky-eating water started reacting. Can you feel something, sir? The Castle Lord looked at Cal and asked in a much calmer tone. He seemed quite relaxed now. Is there something under this hole? The Castle Lord nodded his head. Based on what I have heard, the dragon's tear is beneath this place, young Master Nim. To paraphrase the Castle Lord's comments underneath this slate board that Cal was standing on, was a completely frozen lake. His great-grandfather had placed this slate board on top of the lake that remained frozen regardless of temperature and season and only made a single small hole. He said that a black dragon will finally show up one day to take the things in the lake beneath this slate board. What is down there? That was the important part. It should be delicious. The glutton priestess could be heard licking her lips and repeating those words. Unfortunately, I do not know. The instant that Cal slightly frowned at the Castle Lord's response, however, that esteemed dragon left us a booklet. The Castle Lord let out a sigh-like laugh. I tried to open that booklet many times, but the booklet itself did not open. That item is supposed to only open when it meets its proper owner, so if that sir over there is the proper owner, he would be able to open it. The Castle Lord faintly smiled toward Rayon. Cal calmly responded, I am his guardian, so I will take a look first. He needed to make sure there was nothing dangerous about it. Of course. That booklet is in the safe in my study, so I can give it to you right away. The Sichuan Castle Lord answered without any issues. Cal nonchalantly asked as he followed the Castle Lord up the stairs. You're not a spy from the blood cult, right? I am not, young Master Nim. He had no problem climbing the stairs despite his upper body being bound. Cal secretly exchanged glances with Chief Eunuch Y. I do not believe he is one either, young Master Nim. It seems as if someone with an important position in the residence was working with the blood cult. Cal nodded his head at Chief Eunuch Y's sound transmission and continued to walk up the stairs. The Castle Lord approached the desk and pointed to the floor. Please press that wooden board over there. Choi Young-soo quickly pushed it, and the floor moved up to reveal a small safe. 3 rounds to the left, 2 rounds to the right, the Castle Lord informed them the way to open the safe without any hesitation, and Choi Young-soo immediately followed the instructions. Click. The safe opened. Once the door was opened, there were some jewels, documents, and a single booklet. Human, it's magic. Cal heard what Rayon said about the booklet and picked it up without any hesitation. The booklet that looked like a typical Central Plains-style booklet did not have a title. However, it was quite old, as if it had survived for many years. The flow of mana is quite peculiar in this. It should work properly if you change the flow of mana right here. Rayon was still on Choi Han's back as he used his short front nail to tap on a part of the booklet. He then flinched. So did Cal. Chhhhhhhh, the book suddenly flew up into the air and opened. An extremely loud voice flowed out of the book. Finally, that child has found me. It was an old woman's voice. Kahahaha. They also heard laughter and Cal's face stiffened. Sounds a bit weird. The laugh sounded a bit crazed. I wasn't a crazy dragon. I was the answer. Chhhhhhh, the pages of the book were still viciously flapping around. O dragon with the power of the present, you are the only one who can stop that bastard who messes with time. Time? The moment Cal's eyes clouded over the old woman's voice coming out of the book was slowly getting higher pitched. The future was ruined, and I'm certain that that bastard past would have been ruined as well. The only one left is the present. Rayon blinked his eyes. I've seen how strong you and your lackey are. Lackey? Cal slightly frowned. She did not say lackeys, but just a singular lackey. It sounded as if she was clearly talking about one person. In that case, is she talking about me? I am Rayon's lackey. I've arranged some things for you and your lackey, so take them all. Kahehehe, the book now spun in circles in the air. In the end, the present will be victorious. Time cannot defeat the now. Kahehehe, plop. The book suddenly fell to the ground. Words started appearing on the cover that did not have anything written on it before. Rayon Muru, joyful dragon in Korean. It seemed obvious that the dragon's lackey was Cal. The title was very clear. Cal clenched his eyes shut. The back of his neck felt oddly cold. Chapter 160, We Made a Mistake. 6, Lackey. Rayon tilted his head and looked at the book. He then raised his head to look at Cal. His eyes seemed full of questions. Cal looked into those round eyes and picked up the book as if he didn't see the questioning gaze. PFFFT. Cal's gaze quickly headed toward a spot. Choi Young-soo had his hands politely clasped together while pretending as if he was not laughing. You're going to keep doing that? Choi Young-soo slowly avoided Cal's smiling face. Rayon watched and poked Choi Han's back as he whispered. Hey Choi Han, the human just smiled like Grandpa Ron. I smiled like that vicious old man? Cal's eyes opened wide. The Sichuan castle lord didn't care and mumbled with a blank look on his face. I've never experienced something so magical before. I heard a voice coming from the book. His body was slightly shaking. It was the same for Chief Eunuch Y. Cal knew the reason behind it. It was dragon fear. The old woman's voice had a small amount of dragon fear in it. A voice that made living creatures feel an instinctual fear. That made Cal subconsciously activate a bit of his dominating aura. Of course, nobody other than Chief Eunuch Y and the Sichuan castle lord were affected by the dragon fear. The rest were looking at the book in Cal's hand with a curious or suspicious gaze. Gulp. The Sichuan castle lord slowly moved to stand next to Cal. It was almost an instinctual action. Dragon fear. He ended up relying on a strong aura released by a human in order to dodge the dragon fear. The Sichuan castle lord did not know that this was the reason he acted this way, but his face was full of respect for Cal. Sir, are you someone who serves a dragon? Cal pretended not to hear his question. Instead, he opened the book. How entertaining. The writing was in the Roan Kingdom's language. People in the Central Plains would not be able to read it even if they saw it. This was what was written in the preface. Ha, you call me a lackey but write guardian in here. As the corners of Cal's lips twisted with discontent, his lips stiffened. It was talking about Rayon. He was originally supposed to die, but was living a very healthy life right now. It was talking about Cal. Since the Sichuan castle lord's great-grandfather was the one who supposedly met this dragon, this book must have been written at least 100 years ago. Basically, this dragon must have seen 100 years into the future, maybe even beyond that. Cal quietly continued to read the words that were written in an extremely refined handwriting. That was the truth. Their corpse remained if they did not die a natural death. Cal looked toward the bookshelf heading down to the basement. This dragon was saying that it died and turned into a lake. He turned the page. CHHH. The study door opened, and Ron and Beecrox walked in with teacups and refreshments. Cal could not even look at them. Fuck. The Sichuan castle lord and chief eunuch Y flinched after hearing his mumbling. Cal didn't pay them any attention and looked at the text in the book. This dragon really was a crazy dragon. Apatu. The dragon lord of that world seemed to wear the ring generation after generation. They must not be able to use the lord's powers without the ring. The bastard that this dragon is talking about is probably the scary time-controlling dragon that rules that world. That dragon must not be able to fully fulfill his duties as Dragon Lord because this crazy dragon stole his ring. Ah, I see. As expected, in Apatu that world seemed to have had humans as well. Of those humans, this crazy dragon stole the artifact of an amazing hero, the dragon hunter who created the empire. Wow, a knight protecting the Dragon Lord. This crazy dragon seemed to have stolen that knight's sword as well. Human. Rayon approached him and asked with a serious look on his face. Why are you smiling like that? I am smiling. Cal touched the corners of his lips. Ah, I am smiling. He looked around. Choi Young-soo, who had been looking as if he was making fun of Cal, and the team leader had serious looks on their faces while Beacrox was sighing. Choi Han spoke with a stiff look on his face. I will follow whatever you say. What is going on? Young Master Nim. Ron had his usual benign smile on his face as he handed Cal a teacup. There were only sweet teas unlike usual. It is disappointing, but please drink this. There were no bitter teas. Cal happily took a sip. Too sweet. It jolted him completely awake. Cal looked at the book again and read the last things in the preface. She wasn't telling him to actually eat it. She seemed to be just telling him to take all 3 things. No, the sky-eating water chimed in at that moment. I think you can eat it. Perhaps a liquid with a dragon's everything. I think it'll get very strong if I eat that. I don't think the seal will be an issue. The sky-eating water's voice started filling with life. I might really be able to eat the sky? Oh, Cal's heart started beating wildly. Grandpa Ron, the human is smiling like that again. Cal ignored Rayon, closed the book, and held on to it as he spoke. You are the giving dragon. She was not a crazy dragon, but an amazing dragon. Of course, he didn't like how she tried to drag Rayon to Apatu and place a huge burden on him, but it was basically decided that Cal would head to Apatu next. In that case, the dragon who gave everything she had, including her corpse, to deliver things to Cal and Rayon must have tried her best. He could see the dragon's name. Cal looked at Ron. Please speak, young Master Nim. Stay here and get rid of all of the slate boards in the basement. Yes, young Master Nim. He then looked toward Chief Eunuch Y. Chief Eunuch Y answered before he could say anything. Young Master Nim, I will help so that there is nothing causing you discomfort as you work. Finally, he looked at the Sichuan Castle Lord. Please feel free to use anything and everything here. I will make sure nobody comes here. He stopped talking and put on a faint smile. Haha, I guess I'm not in a position to give any orders in this residence anymore. He was currently arrested for treason. Of course, Cal was half certain that he had nothing to do with the blood cult. It was not because of his actions. A dragon that came to this world, because it did not like hunter dragons, would not have placed its roots with a family that would cooperate with the blood cult in the future. No, maybe she knew that they would get involved and chose the castle lord's great-grandfather for that reason. If she saw the future where Cal would come to this castle lord's house Howlery. Honestly speaking, Cal felt uneasy about an ability to see the future. However, something even worse than that, the past. A dragon with the attribute of the past. He didn't want to meet that dragon. That dragon would be helpful, but Cal did not want to show his past to anyone. They were not memories worth showing someone. I'll be back here by tomorrow. You know what to do, right? Yes, young Master Nim. I will have everything prepared by then. As Cal nodded his head at Ron's gentle response, Chief Eunuch Y cautiously commented, Young Master Nim. I think the Fist King Nim will also arrive tomorrow. The Fist King would arrive with the embroidered uniform guard. In his hand would be an elixir more precious than any he has used until now. Oh, this is great. A lot of the seal will be released, and he would get much stronger. Cal thought that this was good. I'll take care of it all tomorrow, and we can head to Yunnan immediately after that. To Yunnan and then Nanman, the path to destroy the blood cult did not seem that difficult. Then shall we head to the Tang clan now? He leisurely started walking. I am curious to know what their answer will be. How would the Tang clan answer Cal's question? The Amei sect and King Cheng sect would need to answer as well. Will they choose uselessness or rebellion? Human, you keep smiling like that. What is going on? Rayon, who was invisible again, served as background music as Cal headed toward the Tang clan. Some Eastern Depot members appeared in front of him to lead the way. They were no longer hiding their identities, but wearing formal uniforms that showed that they were eunuchs of the Imperial Palace and members of the Eastern Depot, the Emperor's inspection organization. It made it so that nobody dared to approach him. This continued until Cal arrived at the gates of the Tang clan. Oh my, both of you sirs are out here. Cal smiled and greeted Elder Ho and the Cleve Saint. It made Elder Ho gulp. The entire Sichuan castle was flipped over right now. The Sichuan castle lord was arrested for treason, and the Sichuan castle lord's residence, the best residence in this place, was turned into a mess. Furthermore, the administrator of Sichuan Castle could not even breathe properly as he followed the orders of the Eastern Depot. Based on what they had heard, the embroidered uniform guard would arrive here tomorrow as well. The leaders in Sichuan all closed and locked their gates and hid behind them. They might lose their own heads at a carelessly thrown sword or the emperor's wrath. No, it would be great if his head was the only one sent flying. For the emperor who pushed out the former emperor to rise to that position, he would probably destroy an entire household. The Sichuan branch of the Pure Silver Merchant Guild destroyed. The power players of Sichuan no longer had time to pay attention to things like that. Elder Ho clenched his eyes shut before opening them back. I forgot about it. Young Master Kim Hee-il was a member of the imperial family. They had tried to understand him from the viewpoint of a martial artist. Those crazy Tang clan bastards. Elder Ho had heard all about what the Tang clan's Tang Ho had done, and after seeing everything that happened to the Sichuan castle lord, he could feel how benevolent young Master Kim had been until now. Furthermore, he could sense that young Master Kim did not see a need to be that benevolent anymore. He was thinking about moving forward, not being held back by someone. Elder Ho took a deep breath before he started speaking. Welcome, young Master Nim. Cal smiled again after hearing Elder Ho's greeting and looked past his shoulder. The Tang clan, the Amei sect, and the Qingcheng sect. The core members of the three groups seemed to all be there as they were all giving off profound auras. However, beside a few of them, most of them lowered their heads as soon as they made eye contact with Cal. This was especially true for the people of the Tang clan, who tried to avoid his gaze. This mood is nice. Elder Ho and the Cleave Saint could only smile awkwardly at Cal's calm comment. Silence filled the area because nobody dared to say anything. Cal liked this a lot.